I just played a trash little game, but I was worshipped as a savior by people all over the world. And the boss I casually stabbed to death in the game was actually an SG supernatural creature that could destroy cities in the real world. Even my angry forum posts cursing the game developers were decoded by official organizations into a demon-slaying manual. However, I knew nothing about all of this. At this moment, a game ad suddenly popped up on my phone, telling me I got the qualification to be the only closed beta player. With a try-it-out attitude, I clicked open the newbie gift pack. As the gift pack exploded, a pixel-style nurse figure appeared in the middle of the screen. Congratulations player for drawing SSS level character Bloodstained Nurse, level 1, talent Deathbed Care, certain chance to execute heavily wounded targets and devour 10% of their attributes to strengthen self. Congratulations player for obtaining character weapon Giant Syringe, rank A, special trait attacks can absorb small amounts of target's life force to recover self. Active skill, Blood Draw, extract target's body fluids and convert to recovery agent, store in needle tube, can be used to heal self or teammates. Congratulations player for obtaining item Special Serum, after use gain 3 minutes of rapid recovery ability. Seeing this, I directly equipped the weapon to the Bloodstained Nurse. The Bloodstained Nurse also changed from a standing nurse figure into one dragging a huge syringe while walking. At the same time, a mission message popped up on the screen. Sea-level mission, ghouls in the hospital. A certain hospital is being occupied by ghouls, please clean them out quickly. Mission target, kill the ghoul king in the hospital, save the survivors in the hospital. Mission reward, basic 20 points, saving one survivor gives extra 10 points, reward item lottery ticket and character fragments. Looking at the mission information that jumped out, I didn't hesitate and directly chose the Bloodstained Nurse to do this mission. As the screen flashed, the Bloodstained Nurse appeared in a forest holding the giant syringe. I tried doing some operations. Normal attack, the nurse figure would swing the giant syringe in her hands, and continuous clicking could even make combo moves. Just then, a dialogue box appeared in the distant darkness. What's that noise over there? Go check it out. Soon after, 2 pixel police figures ran toward me holding flashlights. A dialogue box appeared over one police figure's head. Nurse, are you okay? You're covered in blood. I controlled the nurse figure to circle around them twice and found I couldn't interact with them, they must not be related to the main story. Then I controlled the nurse figure to run toward where the 2 police came from. The police figures behind ran chasing. Miss, wait, you can't enter the hospital now. I ignored them and controlled the Bloodstained Nurse to advance rapidly. Soon, a pixel-style hospital appeared before my eyes. With a crash sound, the nurse figure directly smashed the hospital's glass doors to pieces and entered the hospital lobby. I stared at the screen without blinking, checking the surrounding environment. But just then, 3 shadows suddenly rushed out from the screen, scaring me badly. Those were 3 hunched-over monsters. Even in pixel style, you could feel how fierce and terrifying these monsters were. Dare to scare me, take my needle. I directly activated my ultimate skill on one of the monsters. I saw the nurse figure charge toward the target while holding the giant syringe. But what I didn't expect was that the monster nimbly dodged the nurse's attack. The airborne nurse didn't stop and crashed headfirst into the hospital front desk, with various pixel blocks flying everywhere. When I controlled the nurse figure to come out from the front desk, the 3 monsters had already formed a triangular surrounding formation. The nurse figure hurriedly swung the giant syringe to attack the monster in front. But the following battle made my stomach ache. No matter which one I attacked, the other 2 monsters would come from behind to hit my butt. Getting a bit angry, I controlled the nurse figure to spin rapidly in place while frantically clicking normal attack with my right hand. The 3 monsters were disrupted by this sudden change. They tried to attack the nurse but instead got hit multiple times. Seeing this, I smiled, little guys, can't handle you? But what happened next left me dumbfounded. The 3 monsters retreated to one side and just quietly watched the nurse spinning in place. Damn, dog developer, it's just a pixel game, why did you make the combat so good? What are you trying to do? Helplessly, I had to stop and start honestly controlling the nurse to fight the 3 monsters. As time passed, I gradually got familiar with the controls. The monsters' attacks looked flashy but actually didn't do much damage. Plus with the giant syringe's built-in normal attack lifesteal, the monsters weren't much of a threat. Taking advantage of an attack gap, I caught one monster's attack recovery time and killed it directly with a normal combo. With one less monster, the pressure dropped greatly. The following battle had no suspense at all. One monster was pierced by the needle tube, another was beheaded by the needle tip. Killed 3 small ghouls, gained 3 points. Looking at the monster fragments on the ground, I felt relieved. But immediately after, another prompt appeared on screen with a yellow exclamation mark. Warning, the Ghoul King is devouring survivors, please clean it out before it completes evolution. Current evolution progress 1/10, Ghoul King location has been marked. Seeing this, I hurriedly controlled the nurse to go toward the prompt. While passing through a corridor, some text appeared on screen, and as the nurse figure got closer, the text appeared more frequently. Soon, a pixel monster one size bigger than the small ghouls appeared in my view. At this moment it was facing away from me, lying on the ground gnawing on a corpse. I controlled the nurse figure to crouch and slowly approach. When the distance was right, without any hesitation, I directly started fighting. The monster heard the noise, but before it could turn around, it was destroyed. Its back was pierced by the needle tip and lifted into the air. Ignoring the monster struggling frantically on the needle tip, the nurse figure pumped the syringe. Killed medium ghoul, gained 3 points. Bloodstained nurse triggered talent deathbed care, strength plus 0.1, constitution plus 0.1, agility plus 0.2. Then I continued forward following the game guidance. Along the way I was occasionally attacked by small ghouls. But relying on the giant syringe's built-in lifesteal ability, I just fought them head-on without dodging at all. Soon, following the guidance, I came to the main door of the already shattered morgue. The boss room should be ahead. Looking at the morgue with its gate shattered into pixelated pieces. This game clearly leans towards a Souls-like experience. The next boss fight is bound to be torturous. Liamo took a deep breath, wiped his sweaty hands on his pants, and prepared to focus on the controls. I have to admit, this game has some great atmosphere design. As he entered the morgue, the screen revealed a chaotic scene. 7 or 8 small pixelated people with help signs above their heads huddled in a corner. A lone police officer pixel person had been knocked down into a pool of red pixels and was struggling to rise. Not far from him, a ghoul, almost twice the size of a regular pixelated person, was crouched over a corpse, devouring it. Compared to regular ghouls, this one had bone spikes protruding from its back, making it look even more terrifying and grotesque. Needless to say, this was the mission target, the Ghoul King. At this moment, it was focused on eating the corpse, seemingly unaware of the nurse entering the morgue. Just as Liamo was marveling at the game's artistic style, the Ghoul King suddenly sprang up, charging towards the nurse. The nurse was immediately knocked back and, as she flew through the air, her body was pierced by the ghoul's bone spikes, creating several holes. What the hell, starting a fight right when I walk in? Skipping cutscenes now? Liamo grumbled internally, criticizing the developers for their obsession with face-to-face combat as he frantically pressed buttons. By the way, which key is it to get up? The nurse's body twisted on the ground for a moment before she finally got up. But the Ghoul King didn't give her a chance. It leaped next to her and slapped the back of her head, making her lower her head. Bang! A large word appeared above the nurse's head. Liamo furrowed his brow and frantically pressed the normal attack button. At this point, the nurse began to fight back, wielding a giant syringe in her right hand, swinging it left and right to push the Ghoul King back. Come on, fight me, you filthy thing. Chapter 4, Nasty Boss designed by mad developers. The Ghoul King was fast, but Liamo wasn't afraid at all. Previously, he had used the blood-sucking ability of the giant syringe to kill a few ghouls, and the syringe was filled with plenty of healing potions, so he wasn't afraid of exchanging blood. Thus, Liamo didn't waste time on fancy tricks, controlling the nurse to focus solely on regular attacks. The Ghoul King seemed to be angered, charging at the nurse as they fought in a chaotic clash. Words and special effects filled the screen. Seizing a gap, Liamo used the healing liquid from the giant syringe. On screen, the liquid inside the giant syringe in the nurse's hand began to decrease, and a blue light surrounded her. Her blood bar, which had been nearly empty, began to rise rapidly. The medicine is enough, let's see how you fight me, damn developers. While healing, the Ghoul King jumped back to the corpse it had been feasting on, grabbing a piece of pixelated flesh and stuffing it into its mouth, causing its health to begin recovering. Liamo felt a wave of frustration, a rookie boss with a healing skill? This was just pure annoyance. Throughout the battle, Liamo tried to block the Ghoul King's movement, hoping to stop it from picking up the body parts to heal. But the Ghoul King was extraordinarily agile, and since it ate the body parts so quickly, it often picked them up when Liamo wasn't paying attention. Interrupting its healing process proved to be extremely difficult. How could a mad developer design such a disgusting boss without even trying the game themselves? Liamo complained internally as he kept on controlling the nurse, and this went on for about 10 minutes. The healing liquid in the syringe had long run out, and even the special blood serum from the beginner's gift pack had been used. Luckily, the item's effect was incredibly powerful, with a 3-minute ultra-fast healing ability. Even with the Ghoul King attacking, the nurse's health regenerated faster than it could be drained. As for the Ghoul King, it only had half of its health left. The pieces of corpses on the ground were also eaten by it. Roar! The bloodied corpse-eating king lifted its head and let out 2 vibrating words, looking like it was about to explode. Then it charged at the nurse. Liamo quickly moved the nurse to the side to dodge. Not good, this guy's target is the NPC. Liamo kept his combat movement, avoiding the corpse-eating king from getting close to the NPCs huddling and trembling in the corner of the morgue. Fortunately, the game's AI was quite intelligent, and the NPCs would actively avoid the corpse-eating king. But the police NPC, already injured and lying on the ground, far from the crowd, Liamo couldn't protect them in time. At this moment, the bloodied corpse-eating king clearly locked its target onto him. Having finally reduced this thing to low health, seeing it about to feast on the corpse to heal, Liam felt a surge of unwillingness. He could only activate his blood-sucking ultimate move, controlling the nurse to charge with the syringe, hoping to knock off a little health. But what happened next surprised Liam. Just as the corpse-eating king lunged at the fallen police NPC, it actually did a roll at the last moment, dodging the attack. The claws slammed down hard on the ground, missing the target, and an attack delay followed, giving Liam the opportunity to use his ultimate. The huge syringe was driven straight into the corpse-eating king's rear. In the scene, the nurse character pulled back, and the previously empty syringe instantly filled up by more than half with restorative liquid. The corpse-eating king staggered, its health dropping rapidly. Before it could react, Liam immediately followed up with a combo of normal attacks. The blood-colored pixel blocks flew in all directions. The corpse-eating king struggled and rolled out of the attack range, but even the pixel style couldn't hide its pathetic appearance. Its right arm was missing, several parts of its body had fallen off, and even the vicious head was half slashed away. It staggered toward the corner where the NPCs were huddling, causing chaos. But Liam didn't give it a chance, controlling the nurse to directly plunge the huge needle into its body. Ding, killed the corpse-eating king, earned 10 points. Triggered talent, end-of-life care, bloodstained nurse strength plus 0.3, constitution plus 0.4, agility plus 0.3, spirit plus 0.1. Mission objective completed, countdown ends in 0:59. Finally done. Liam couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon completing the mission. During the 1-minute countdown, he aimlessly controlled the nurse to wander around the morgue, watching the NPCs fearfully avoid him. Liam couldn't help but laugh out loud. While teasing the NPCs, Liam saw an interaction option appear on the screen and clicked it without hesitation. On the screen, the nurse character inserted the giant syringe into the chest of the police officer lying on the ground. As the syringe emitted a faint blue glow, the police officer on the ground started convulsing wildly. 005. 002. 001. Congratulations player, mission completed, mission score, B. Mission objectives, kill the corpse-eating king in the hospital, completed, save the survivors in the hospital, August 10th, but kill all invading creatures, minimal civilian casualties, weak social impact, mission score, B. Mission rewards, 20 basic points, additional 80 points for saving 8 survivors, reward character fragments, Doom Diviner ×1. Liam stared blankly at the simple game homepage, still immersed in the recent gameplay. Although the beginner boss's health bar was longer than an old lady's foot binding cloth and had the disgusting healing skill. But the pixel-style battle scenes, with various block-like skill effects exploding all over the screen, brought an immensely satisfying feeling, making it incredibly relaxing to play. Though the planners were quite insane and the numerical design was thoughtless, one had to admit that the game art was truly crazy. As a pixel game enthusiast, Liam was immediately struck in the sweet spot. Not bad, this is actually kind of fun. Liam shook his head, realizing it wasn't the time to think about this, the main focus should be on making money. Money, my little money. Dear honored only closed beta player, due to emergency game update, all functions will be temporarily disabled. The game will reopen at 8 o'clock. This update brings inconvenience to you. As an apology, we specially send you a mysterious food as compensation. Looking at the game that exited automatically, Liam's face was full of doubt. After quite a while, he came back to his senses. In the small rental room, continuous cursing broke out. Liam not sleeping in the middle of the night, what kind of madness are you having? Until with the knocking sound, outside the door came the girl's penetrating roar, finally interrupting him. Liam rushed to the door in one stride, face full of flattering smile behind the door, chuckled twice, landlord master, extremely sorry. I will mute it right away. You guy, isn't it just losing a job, is it worth such ghost crying and wolf howling? If you keep making noise, I will raise your rent. Listening to the landlord's footsteps gradually fading away, Liam glanced at his phone, good grief, already 2 o'clock in the morning. He had no more energy to toss, and fell onto the bed. Muttering non-stop, what broken game, pure scam, tomorrow I will report it, must report. The voice got smaller and smaller, soon soft snoring sounded. Even in sleep, from time to time, he would still murmur, report, must report. Chapter 5, the ghoul was brutally killed, the truth behind it is. Continuous heavy rain showed no sign of stopping. Director, bad news, just now a nurse ran into the hospital. A young policeman with panic on his face hurriedly ran to the police chief to report. What did you say? Hearing this, the police chief's face instantly changed, with uncontrollable anger in his tone. How did you guard? Can you bear this responsibility? Director, that nurse ran too fast, we really couldn't catch up. Staring at the policeman, suppressing the urge to explode, the director waved his hand, sighed helplessly, sigh, I know. The policeman felt relieved, exhaled, and slipped to the side. Jian Ning, do you have any way? The director looked at the policewoman Jian Ning beside him. Jian Ning was wearing protective clothing, holding a standard rifle, fully armed. Her facial features were proper, figure upright, looking heroic and valiant. She was not only the police flower of the station, but also outstanding in strength, many times winning championships in competitions. Moreover, she was one of the few known extraordinary people. Sorry, with only myself, really powerless. Jian Ning shook her head, showing an unwilling expression on her face. Seeing Jian Ning, who never admits defeat, say this, the director more deeply realized how tricky this incident was. When can Hao Yuan and the others arrive? Jian Ning shook her head. The Special Affairs Bureau guys are always dragging like this. The anxious director couldn't help but complain. Director, the Special Affairs Bureau itself lacks people, it's not that we want to drag. Jian Ning's face changed slightly, hurriedly explaining. I didn't mean that. The director realized his emotions were out of control, quickly spoke to ease the atmosphere. Jian Ning looked at the Qingshan hospital in the distance covered by black fog, full of resentment in her heart. If only the captain wasn't in the middle of breaking through, if the captain was here it would be good. Everyone anxiously waited. The director almost every 2 minutes picked up the phone to ask about the situation, pacing back and forth in the heavy rain, brows tightly locked. Look, the fog is dispersing. Someone suddenly shouted. Jian Ning immediately looked toward Qingshan Hospital. With her sharp eyesight, she clearly saw the black fog covering the hospital gradually dissipating. Director, I will go in to check the situation. Without hesitation, Jian Ning reported to the director beside her. Black fog is a kind of protection measure of the world rules. With black fog present, monsters can only be trapped in a very small range. But now the black fog disappeared. Even if Jian Ning didn't have the ability to solve the incident, she had to go up. Otherwise, when the monsters inside rush out, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the very least, she had to go in and gather enough information. The director glanced at Jian Ning, hesitated for a moment. How about we wait a bit longer? The Special Affairs Bureau people are almost here. No. The barrier is gone now. I must go in and keep an eye on those monsters. If they escape, it will be a huge problem to clean them up later. Jian Ning didn't wait for the director's reply. She quickly checked her gear and walked swiftly toward Qingshan Hospital. Her movements were skillful and swift. In no time, she disappeared from the director's view. Watching Jian Ning's far above human speed, the director muttered softly, "Extraordinaries, monsters, what has this world come to?" Jian Ning arrived at Qingshan Hospital, only to see the glass doors shattered like they'd been hit by a dump truck. She flicked off the rifle's safety. Her eyes instantly turned blood red, and every tiny detail around her became clear as day. She carefully avoided the scattered glass at the entrance and cautiously walked into the hospital. 1, 2, 3, that's 3 ghouls in total. Staring at the ruined hospital lobby and the 3 ghoul corpses lying on the floor, Jian Ning was deeply shocked inside. One ghoul's head was smashed to pieces. One was beheaded. The other was chopped into a pile of meat chunks. You have to know, even the smallest ghoul has far better physical strength than a human, and is incredibly fast. Jian Ning knew well that if she faced 3 ghouls at the same time, she'd probably have no choice but to run. But these 3 ghouls clearly had been brutally killed. In the whole Special Affairs Bureau, only the captain had such terrifying strength. Even the always calm Jian Ning couldn't stop her heart from racing now. Just what kind of monster could do something like this? Jian Ning took a deep breath and touched her nose with her cold hand, trying to calm herself down. Once her emotions were steady, she used her talent-enhanced vision to spot details that normal people couldn't see. Next to the ghoul corpses were scattered and messy footprints, looking like women's shoe prints. The prints led down the corridor toward the hospital stairwell. A woman? What she saw seemed to suggest a woman had killed these ghouls. Suddenly, a report from an officer flashed through Jian Ning's mind. A nurse had run into the hospital not long ago. Could it be another extraordinary? Impossible. There can't be anyone in Shenyang City stronger than the captain. Maybe it's a monster disguised as a human. Jian Ning followed the footprints cautiously while thinking quickly in her mind. When she reached the corridor, another sudden corpse shocked her once more. Lying there was a body a whole head taller than a normal person. It was a large ghoul. This was a monster with twice the agility of human limits. In terms of speed, it could match Jian Ning herself. But now, this terrifying monster looked miserable. The whole body had become a dried corpse, as if all the fluids were sucked out. Jian Ning examined it closely and found that this ghoul had only one wound, a small hole through the back spine. Jian Ning searched her mind like crazy but couldn't think of any weapon or monster that could cause such a wound. The situation seemed far worse than she had imagined. Sister Xia's divination said this event might give birth to a level 2 monster. Could it have been that thing? From now on, she had to stay completely alert. Otherwise, if she really encountered a level 2 extraordinary monster, she might not even have the power to resist, not to mention escape. Damn it, the erosion is coming so fast. Just as Jin Ning reached the stairwell and was about to follow the signs to the hospital basement, horrible images suddenly appeared in her mind. Shadows from her childhood flashed again and again. Jin Ning quickly stopped activating her ability, and her blood-red eyes returned to normal. She took a few deep breaths, continuing to move forward while pulling a calming pill out of her combat suit pocket and swallowing it. She had to hurry with her training and leveling up, or else she would eventually be driven mad by the side effects of her power. Shaking her head, she decided not to think about her own issues anymore. Jin Ning carefully continued moving forward. Along the way, the occasional corpse of a ghoul only made her nerves even tighter. She finally arrived at the second underground floor of the hospital. Is anyone still alive? Hearing a faint human voice, Jin Ning couldn't help but widen her eyes. To think that anyone could still be alive in such a dangerous place, it was almost unbelievable to her. You see, ordinary humans who have not been tainted by extraordinary powers are seen as nothing more than irresistible prey to these monsters. And let's not even mention ghouls, creatures that seemed as if they had been reincarnated from starving ghosts. Jin Ning cautiously peered through the ruined door of the morgue. Instantly, a cacophony of cries erupted from inside the morgue. Police! It's the police! It really is the police! Oh God, you finally come! My God, why did it take you so long? Wag mommy! Chapter 6, Special Affairs Bureau. At Shenyang City, in the Special Affairs Bureau meeting room, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. More than an hour ago, Jin Ning had rushed over from Qingshan Hospital with the gathered intelligence. At this time, the 5 extraordinary individuals, including Jin Ning, 2 men and 3 women, had all arrived at the scene. These 5 were all the extraordinary beings currently possessed by the Shenyang City government. Although the number seemed small, in fact, it was already quite a lot. After all, it had been less than a year since the first known extraordinary being was born. These are the videos taken by the survivors at the time. Jin Ning projected the videos onto the large screen in the meeting room. 666, to be able to take videos in such a situation, that's really impressive. A young man, around 23 or 24, sat casually below, looking nonchalant. Jin Ning glanced at him but didn't respond. The young man, Chen Xiao, was a recent recruit to the Special Affairs Bureau. Previously just an ordinary employee, he had awakened a rare elemental ability, and with his clean family background, he was recruited into the bureau. His unrefined behavior really irritated Jin Ning. The video played on, the image shaking violently, showing blurry shadows moving through the morgue, accompanied by a miserable scream. A patient was knocked to the ground. Oh my God, that's the Ghoul King! Chen Xiao couldn't help but shout out in surprise. The expressions of the others gradually became serious. The Ghoul King was a level 2 extraordinary creature. According to previous reports, 3 months ago, a Ghoul King appeared in Neon Country, and due to ineffective suppression, it stormed into a village, devouring over 100 people in a single night. It was only after the Eagle Country Station military launched several rounds of bombing with fighter jets that the creature was dealt with. The video continued. A police officer pulled out his handgun and furiously fired at the Ghoul King that was gnawing on a fallen patient. The bullets hit its body as if they were striking steel, causing sparks to fly. The Ghoul King flashed its body and left a trail of afterimages on the screen. One of the police officer's legs was ripped off by the Ghoul King. He collapsed in agony, but the Ghoul King didn't kill him. Instead, its grotesque face formed what seemed like a human-like smile. Next came a terrifying scene. The Ghoul King, with what it considered elegance, slowly chewed on the injured patient. After finishing, it pounced on another. This bastard is doing it on purpose. Watching the screen as the patient screamed in agony while being eaten alive, the members of the Special Affairs Bureau couldn't help but clench their fists. The scenes were just too horrific. Suddenly, a harsh sound erupted from the video. Like nails scraping across a blackboard, the sound made the listener's skin crawl. A figure walked into the morgue. It was a nurse, wearing a nurse's hat, her messy blonde hair carelessly hanging down her back. Since most of her face was covered by a mask, and the cameraman was shaking from fear, it was impossible to see the nurse's face clearly. But the nurse's image still startled several people. Even the usually indifferent Chen Xiao sat up straight and stared at the large screen with intense focus. This was mainly because the nurse's appearance was too bizarre. Her nurse's uniform was already soaked with fresh blood, the crimson blood dripping from the edges of her clothes onto the ceramic tiles on the ground. Her right hand dragged a massive syringe, the 50-centimeter-long needle scraping across the floor, making a piercing screeching sound. The group finally realized what had caused that shrill sound earlier. Yuan Gu, this person is strong. A woman sitting in a wheelchair with disabled legs spoke. Team leader Hao Yuan nodded, a look of professionalism on his face as he couldn't help but frown. If it were yesterday, I might not have been able to get the upper hand against her. No way, Captain, are you saying this person has peak level first tier strength? Chen Xiao said with disbelief. Hao Yuan, now a newly promoted second tier extraordinary, had previously been at peak first tier strength, even without the breakthrough. That level had 10 times the strength and physical capacity of an ordinary human, making him the strongest in the extraordinary world of Shenyang City. To think that a nurse, who appeared out of nowhere, could possess such strength. Does that mean she is the second strongest in Shenyang City? Chen Xiao couldn't accept it at all. In the screen, the Ghoul King looked at the nurse who suddenly entered and charged toward her. The nurse was knocked backward, her body pierced by the bone spurs covering the creature's body. The nurse seemed as if she hadn't reacted, trying to get up from the floor, but the Ghoul King didn't give her a chance. It leaped to her side. A slap landed on the back of the nurse's head. Oh my god, this slap might just kill her. Chen Xiao couldn't help but shout in surprise. The scene before him was simply too terrifying, and just the bone spurs piercing through the nurse's body made his heart tense. Not to mention that a claw bigger than her head slapped her on the back of the head. Chen Xiao couldn't help but touch the back of his own head, feeling a phantom pain. The nurse before him actually took that kind of monster slap on the back of her head. Is this person even human? Chen Xiao's words expressed both his shock and his genuine confusion. Was this person an extraordinary being or a monster? Yuan Gu, do you see anything? The woman with the disabled legs asked. Stop. Rewind this part. Hao Yuan shouted. Jian Ning operated the equipment, and the screen replayed the moment when the nurse was attacked and fought the Ghoul King. Hao Yuan stared at the nurse fighting the Ghoul King, falling into deep thought. This person is very abnormal. Hearing Hao Yuan's words, everyone straightened up, paying attention. Her strength hasn't reached peak first tier. It's probably somewhere in the mid-level of first tier. Impossible. Captain, she's fighting the Ghoul King, and someone at mid-first tier couldn't possibly do that. Chen Xiao said. This Ghoul King isn't second tier. It hasn't completed its evolution yet. The second tier creature that was predicted in the divination must have been it. The woman with the disabled legs said. Hearing the woman's words, everyone suddenly understood. In that case, this nurse isn't so impressive after all. Chen Xiao shook his head, looking like he had been overly surprised. It's not that simple. Hao Yuan furrowed his brows. The others couldn't tell, but with his years of military experience and numerous real combat situations, he saw something different from what the others did. The nurse before them, though still at the first tier level, displayed combat talent that truly shocked Hao Yuan's heart. The attacks were real, hitting her body, but the nurse seemed completely unaffected, still counterattacking as if nothing happened. The Flesh-Eater King didn't get any advantage, it was purely an exchange of injuries. On top of that, the nurse's positioning always protected the survivors. This person was terrifyingly calm, as if the one being attacked was not herself, completely unaffected by emotions. Hao Yuan believed he couldn't do it, this method of fighting that completely ignored one's own life. Until the very end, seeing the nurse use a huge syringe to drain the Flesh-Eater King into a dried corpse, Hao Yuan was still amazed. This nurse was simply a war machine, with her mindset, advancing to level 2 was without any doubt. That thing must be an extraordinary item, I wonder what effect it has. Chen Xiao said to a big, honest-looking extraordinary person. I think it's probably for injecting and drawing blood. The big guy scratched his head and said. Pfft, are you stupid? It's not about injecting. Chen Xiao sneered, his lips curling. Xia Yao, can you still do divination? I need to know if this nurse is human. Hao Yuan turned to the woman sitting in a wheelchair. Before the woman could speak, Jian Ning quickly said, Captain, Sister Xia just did a divination today, doing it again now would be too much of a strain on her body. It's fine, Xiao Ning, it's just a divination of someone's identity, the cause and effect won't be too great. The woman waved her hand, interrupting Jian Ning who wanted to say something. Hao Yuan nodded and said, do it as you can. Then, he pushed the woman's wheelchair to the screen. At that moment, the nurse's figure appeared on the screen, and the woman placed her hand on it. In an instant, her pupils dilated, her expression froze, and she mumbled words no one could understand. The people around her looked at her with tense faces, and Jian Ning's face was full of worry. Among all those present, Xia Yao was the one most affected by the power, with Jian Ning second. Jian Ning could always feel that power's erosion of her inner soul, and she knew the pain of it all too well. Because of that, she couldn't bear to see Xia Yao endure such pain and couldn't help but call out, Sister Xia. What Xia Yao saw was a boundless space, with countless black human figures standing within it. The endless void echoed with the snoring of ancient gods. Every time the snoring sounded, Xia Yao could feel her soul being struck. She couldn't stay there too long. What is going on? Where is this place? Xia Yao suppressed the backlash on her soul, and her heart couldn't help but panic. Previously, when she used her ability, she mostly saw abstract things or fragments, and guessed the outcome based on those. But she had never experienced anything like this before, as if she had crossed into another space. Xia Yao quickly stopped using her ability, but what happened next made her panic even more. What is going on? By her understanding, divining whether someone is human was something she had tried countless times, but nothing like this had ever happened. Her heart growing more anxious, Xia Yao looked around and saw a familiar figure. The figure was surrounded by a layer of black mist, making it hard for her to see clearly, but from the general shape, Xia Yao quickly recognized it as the nurse. You, who are you? Bang! With a loud sound, Xia Yao felt the world spin, and when she regained her senses, a face appeared in front of her. Death is not the end, but a new beginning. Wearing a mask, the blue pupils stared at her intensely. Sister Xia! Jian Ning cried out, rushing to support Xia Yao, her voice filled with panic. At that moment, Xia Yao in the wheelchair began to convulse like she was having an epileptic seizure, blood streaming from her eyes, ears, and nose. Xia Yao, wake up! Hao Yuan's brow furrowed as he quickly walked to her side. A surge of blood energy rushed into her body. Cough, cough. Xia Yao gasped and woke up, continuously coughing up blood. Quick, call the doctor! The crowd was in a panic. Hao Yuan grabbed Xia Yao's hand and said, Xia Yao, what's the result? I don't know. Captain, let Sister Xia rest first. By noon, Liu Mo slowly opened his eyes. He had slept quite comfortably. Looking at the time on his phone screen, 12:06, Liu Mo let out a slow sigh. Being unemployed does have its benefits, like being able to sleep well. Almost forgot about this crappy game. Can't withdraw the money, let's see if I can report you for false advertising. Liu Mo tapped on the game icon on his phone screen, which had changed a bit. Soon, he was on the game homepage, and compared to yesterday, there were slight changes. But Liu Mo wasn't interested. He directly went into the store. Once inside, his attention was entirely on the item at the very top. Withdraw 100 yuan, consume 1 point, limit of 20 per day. I remember the daily limit was 10 yesterday, did the update increase the limit? Without hesitation, Liu Mo clicked to withdraw. Yesterday, after killing various ghouls, he had earned 21 points, plus the 100 points from task rewards, totaling 121 points. As the withdrawal was processed, his points dropped to 120. Almost simultaneously, his phone pinged with a message, your card ending in 8848 deposited 100 yuan at 12:09, balance 2,241.99 yuan. Seeing the message, Liu Mo jumped up from the bed, excitedly waving his hands, it's real. I'm going to get rich now. Without pausing for a second, his fingers furiously tapped, spending 19 more points. Watching his bank balance rise to 4,141.99 yuan, Liu Mo couldn't contain his excitement. Playing a game and making 2,000 yuan? Where else could you find such a great deal? Still 101 points left. If I spend 5 more days, I can withdraw 10,000 yuan. Minutes passed before Liu Mo gradually calmed down. Only then did he focus seriously on the phone screen, back on the Savior game. Now it seemed, this game's advertisement wasn't exaggerating. Which game out there could be so rich, giving over 10,000 yuan just for passing the beginner level? Although Liu Mo had been tortured by the pixelated controls and high difficulty of the game, he had to admit that the carefully designed maps and monster images in the game showed real effort. It didn't feel like those cheap money-grabbing games at all. Looks like I've actually become a closed beta player for this game. Liu Mo kept feeling that something was off about the game. He couldn't understand why a game company would just randomly pick someone to test their game, almost like giving money away for free. He was just an ordinary person, not a game streamer or expert, so what was the point of spending money on someone like him? After thinking for a while, Liu Mo decided to stop worrying. Maybe it was just some bored rich person's game, trying to shock someone like him, a poor guy. Anyway, 2,000 yuan is in my pocket, who cares? With his living expenses for the month settled, Liu Mo shook off the depression of being unemployed. Through the newbie tasks, Liu Mo also discovered that the game wasn't easy. He didn't intend to save his points just to withdraw money every day. After all, being a closed beta player meant he had to test the game for bugs. If he just took the money and did nothing, he'd get disqualified. Also, honestly, Liu Mo actually quite enjoyed the game. Playing a game and earning money? That's bliss. Wow, 2,000 yuan a day, that's 60,000 a month, 720,000 a year, I'm about to get rich. Liu Mo wiggled his hips, constantly imagining a wealthy future. The Savior game is so fun, the Savior game is the best game in the world. Chapter 8, this game is a bit complicated. Calming down to study the game, Liu Mo discovered that compared to yesterday, the 5 options, attributes, character, items, store, and tasks had changed. The homepage added a new option called Information. Clicking into it, it seemed like a forum, but right now there was only an official post introducing the game. Entering the post, it was filled with a lot of background introductions, game information, and explanations of terms, all organized into categories. There was a lot of information in there, and it seemed like it would take a whole day to go through it all. Liamo only glanced through the catalog and read some of the major background details. In short, the world had overlapped with another world full of extraordinary powers, the Extraordinary Realm, for unknown reasons. As a result, extraordinary monsters frequently invaded. Liamo's role was that of a savior, summoning various characters to suppress and clean up these invading monsters to save the world. Besides that, he also looked at some key information on character acquisition, ranks, attributes, and so on, but it was too complicated, so he just left with a rough impression. This background information is so detailed. I'll read it when I have time. For now, let's look at the reward items first. He opened the items option, and there were a few new reward items. They were 1 hero fragment for completing a task, food items as compensation for a game update, and a vial of Ghoul King's blood serum. The character fragment caught Liamo's interest. Character fragment, Doom Diviner. Rank, S. Progress, 1/5. Description, predicting the heavens, the earth, and others, but never oneself. There were many ways to obtain characters in the game, and higher-ranked characters were usually acquired by collecting character fragments. Liamo wasn't in a hurry to get new characters right now, since he still hadn't figured out how to use the initial bloodstained nurse he got. The other item, the Ghoul King's blood serum, made Liamo a little curious. It seemed like the giant syringe had this hidden feature. The recovery liquid he obtained from a task but hadn't used could be recycled into an item. This made Liamo, who was a collector at heart, overjoyed. Item, Ghoul King's blood serum. Effect, permanently increases 1 point in agility for the character, only usable once per character. Description, a special material, a serum refined from the blood of the Ghoul King, can stimulate ordinary people to awaken a devouring type talent. 1 point of agility wasn't much, but not too little either. The main issue was that Liamo didn't know how difficult it was to obtain such serum. After thinking for a moment, Liamo decided not to use it for now. Mainly because the description mentioned it was a special material, maybe it could be used to synthesize other items later. It might not be worth using just for the agility attribute. The last item was the food reward from the update. The image showed a pixelated red cake. Food, flesh and blood cake. Effect, plus 10 experience for the character. Description, a mysterious special cake made of meat. Although it doesn't look very appealing, it contains powerful energy. Liamo secretly thought this was bad, quickly clicking into the Get Characters option. I knew it. After completing a task and killing a bunch of monsters, the bloodstained nurse's level was still 1, and her experience was still 0. Liamo immediately understood. This game also had character development elements. It was a standard pay-to-win mobile game. Characters couldn't gain experience by fighting monsters. Instead, they had to use food and items like these to level up. Goodness, this place is the big money sink. He directly fed the flesh and blood cake to the bloodstained nurse. The pixelated nurse in the screen pulled out a giant pixelated cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed up, looking very cute. Character, bloodstained nurse. Rank, SSS. Level, 2, 0 out of 100. Strength, 5 plus 0.4. Constitution, 5 plus 0.5. Agility, 5 plus 0.4. Mentality, 5 plus 0.1. Talent 1, End-of-life care, certain probability to execute a heavily wounded target and devour 10% of their attributes to enhance oneself. The attributes gained from talent are not restricted by level. Assignable attributes, 10. Talent 2, can be unlocked. Equipment, giant syringe. Introduction, a nurse exuding a mysterious aura, her white nurse uniform stained with patchy blood, unsure if it's from aiding the wounded or from a more terrifying event. Having just read the game introduction, Liamo now understands the true value of the bloodstained nurse SSS rank. First of all, this game is a bit different from other games, in that leveling up doesn't greatly increase attributes. On the contrary, each level limits the maximum attributes. For example, SSS rank, at level 1 the maximum attribute is 20 points, at level 2 the maximum is 30. DA rank, at level 1 the maximum attribute is 10, and at level 2 it's only 20 points. This also means that characters of different ranks form entirely separate classes. S rank and above naturally have higher attributes than those below S rank, and as time goes on, the difference grows bigger. At the same time, higher ranks can awaken more talents. SSS rank, up to 7 talents. It can be said that there is a huge difference at each rank. For example, the bloodstained nurse's execution talent not only has a chance to instantly kill heavily wounded enemies, but can also absorb attributes. The absorbed extra attributes are not limited by level. With more talents like this, it's a direct leap in quality. I really didn't expect to be given such a strong hero from the start. Liemo allocated all 10 points of attribute that were provided for leveling up to agility, and with the extra attributes from talents, the bloodstained nurse's agility immediately increased to 15.4, while the other attributes became a bit lopsided. Liemo then prepared to start the bloodstained nurse's second talent extraction. He put his hands together and began to make a wish. Give me a god-tier talent. Liemo clicked to draw. Talent 2, Forbidden Injection, choose one of 3 special medicines every day to use on yourself or others. Doubling the attributes, this shouldn't be bad. Liemo looked at the newly drawn talent, scratching his head. For a moment, he didn't know if the talent was good or bad. Doubling the attributes is very strong in battle, but Liemo still preferred talents that could permanently increase attributes. He looked again at the various items in the shop, and there were quite a few items. But most of them were consumables, so Liemo didn't rush to buy. He planned to wait until the next time he did a quest and buy based on that. Not much else to do, Liemo opened the quest list, ready to earn some points, since after all, points are money. Daily Quest 1, Repel the Invaders. Quest description: multiple cracks have appeared in the world barrier, countless monsters are greedily peering into our world, please strike them back into the extraordinary realm and protect the world's peace. Quest reward: increase 1 to 2 points of basic strength attribute. Tip: daily quests can be done anytime, anywhere, and there is no limit to participation. The addition of 4 daily quests to the list stunned Liemo. Curious and confused, Liemo first tried the first quest. The screen lit up, showing a black earth full of cracks. From the cracks, unknown monster limbs occasionally poked out. Liemo controlled the bloodstained nurse to give one strong strike, and the limb immediately withdrew. He kept doing this for nearly 10 minutes. Finally, the prompt sound for completing the quest rang out, and the bloodstained nurse's strength attribute successfully increased by 1. Wow, isn't this just like a skin-changed whack-a-mole? Liemo laughed and cried, reaching up to pick his nose. These 4 daily quests were essentially 4 common minigame skins. Repelling invading monsters, eliminating invading energy, dodging extraordinary realm attacks, adjusting the strength of the world barrier, and so on. Essentially, they were just whack-a-mole, match 3, and other similar games. Dodge the bullet screens, sorting the water. But fortunately, they can indeed steadily improve the character's basic attributes, so it's not a waste of time. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a rapid knocking sound echoed. Chapter 9, A Fool? The New Neighbor. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent knocks, as if they were about to tear down the door of the rented house. Then, a girl's angry voice came from outside. Liemo, you better give me the money right now, stop wasting time in there. Liemo hurriedly grabbed a pair of jeans and tried to put them on, shouting back, wait a minute, I'm still getting dressed. Hurry up and come out, do you think you'll lose weight just by letting me see you? When Liemo opened the door, he saw a girl standing at the door. She looked about 16 or 17 years old, and was less than 1.6 meters tall, shorter than Liemo by a head. She wore a loose t-shirt and big shorts, sliding her feet into a pair of flip-flops. Her eyes were still sleepy, one hand holding a key ring filled with keys, and the other hand scratching her belly inside her t-shirt, looking as casual as could be. This girl was Liemo's landlord, Zhang Yi. Liemo wasn't clear about what her family did, but several buildings around were hers. Every day, she was either collecting rent or on her way to collect it, a pure rich lowly. Such a lifestyle made people a little envious. WeChat transfer. Liemo picked up his phone and shook it. Oh, you're quite quick this time. Adding last month's, it's a total of 1,600. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. After Liemo finished transferring the money, he grinned, of course, I'll pay rent on time from now on, never late. At that moment, footsteps came from the staircase. A young couple was walking up from downstairs. The boy wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, looking neat and tidy, with fair skin and handsome features. Even Liemo, who was usually confident about his looks, had to admit, this boy could give him a run for his money. The girl stood by his side, wearing a bright floral dress, her carefully styled curly hair falling on her shoulders, dressed to the nines, and one hand linked to the boy's arm. The two of them radiated a college student vibe. When Zhang Yi saw them, she lazily forced a smile, raised her hand, and greeted, next door, 301, 2-bedroom, 1 living room, fully furnished, 5,000 a month. 5,000? Are you robbing me? The girl exploded as soon as she heard Zhang Yi's words, and her voice rose by a few pitches. Not only did the girl react this way, but even Liemo, standing by, was secretly shocked. Although this place was in the heart of the expensive Shenyang city, where rent was naturally high, 5,000 a month still seemed a little ridiculous. Liemo couldn't help but complain silently in his heart. The 301 room was supposed to be a 2-bedroom apartment, but its bedroom space wasn't much bigger than his own small single room with a bathroom. And Liemo remembered when he asked earlier, the rent was 1,500 a month. Now, it had more than tripled, which was simply outrageous. However, the next development greatly surprised Liemo. While the girl was still furious, the boy gently pulled her and smiled politely. Sis, we'll take it. Zhang Yi quickly took a key from her key ring and casually threw it to the boy, saying, go in and have a look. After that, come upstairs to sign the contract with me. The boy calmly caught the key and nodded. Zhang Yi then added, here's the rule, don't break anything in the house, be quiet after midnight and don't disturb my rest, the rest is up to you. Such trivial rules, the girl muttered under her breath, visibly annoyed. The boy softly comforted the girl, opened the door to Li Mo's neighboring 301, and pulled her inside. The girl shot a furious glare at Zhang Yi and slammed the door shut. Be careful. Don't break my door. What's with that expression? What's wrong? Zhang Yi turned around and met Li Mo's surprised face. Li Mo slowly shook his head, nothing, just nothing. I just saw a robbery happen right in front of me. It really shocked me. Zhang Yi rolled her eyes at him and said, annoyed, so what? Is that not okay? Want me to raise your pay by 200? No, how could a great person like you raise prices, hee hee? TCH, I charged him 5,000 for a reason. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Li Mo suddenly understood, I see now. No wonder, that's just like you. Idiot, what do you see? You saw right away that he was a rich, naive student, so you hit him hard. Looks like I need to learn from you more. What nonsense are you saying? The fact I was even willing to rent it to him was already kind enough. Zhang Yi turned and walked upstairs, the keys in her hand clinking together with a ding-ding sound. She yawned and said without looking back, bring me lunch at noon. Same as always. After tidying up his room, Li Mo walked downstairs, heading to his usual small restaurant. He stepped outside and downstairs, and saw the couple who rented the place again. They really did rent the apartment. Li Mo couldn't help shaking his head, only sighing at how young people don't understand how dangerous society is. Li Mo arrived at the small family restaurant he always went to and shouted, boss, one stir-fried beef with green peppers, no green peppers, and add a stir-fried meat with onions, packed. Got it, Shaoli, have a seat first. The chubby uncle replied warmly with a friendly smile. It was the lunch rush, the restaurant full of the smell of food and packed with people. The chubby uncle was busy at the steaming stove, while his wife carried dishes through the tables. Li Mo found a seat and sat down, bored, pulling out his phone and opening a game. While waiting for the food, he did his daily tasks, controlling the blood-soaked nurse to grind base stats and kill time. When the food came, Li Mo ate while asking the boss lady, Auntie, Xiaochen didn't come to help today? The boss lady's face dimmed and she sighed, her dad had an accident yesterday, heard it was serious, she went to the hospital today. Huh? What happened? I don't know the details either, just heard he got hurt on a mission last night. At that moment, a bald uncle sitting nearby couldn't help but interrupt. It must be Qingshan Hospital, I heard there was a chemical spill, very serious. What chemical spill? A middle-aged lady lowered her voice mysteriously. My cousin's grandson's classmate is a cop. They say, it was a terrorist attack. No way. Then the other diners joined in, everyone talking at once, the discussion heating up. The talk got more and more absurd, from alien invasion to supernatural events. Li Mo almost laughed out loud hearing it. As he finished eating and paid the bill, his phone suddenly buzzed, a new mission alert popped up. Li Mo's eyes lit up, his mouth lifting. This time, he got several missions all at once. He couldn't hold back the smile on his face. He quickly paid, grabbed the packed meal for Zhang Yi, and rushed home, mumbling, I can't wait anymore, I need to play the game. Chapter 10, New Mission, Painful Demon Spirit. After delivering lunch to Zhang Yi, Li Mo rushed back to his rented room without stopping for a second. Charger ready, snacks ready, happy soda ready. He carefully checked everything was in place. Li Mo collapsed directly onto his beanbag chair and pulled out his phone. Save your game, start. Besides the 4 daily tasks, 2 new missions had been refreshed in the task list. SSS level mission, Ritual of Moon Burial. Mission intro, the coffin that buries the moon has arrived in this world. On a night without a moon, no one knows if it's a total eclipse or if the moon has already been buried. Time left until moon burial ritual, 8746:36:14. Mission goal, suppress the coffin of moon burial. Mission reward, base 1 million points, divine artifact, coffin of moon burial. Hint, player's current strength can be instantly killed. It is advised not to attempt this mission yet. 1 million points? When Li Mo saw the long string of zeros in the reward, his heart tightened instantly. But after carefully reviewing the task description, he couldn't help but sneer, truly painting a big pie. Intentionally placing an impossible task, offering absurdly generous rewards to attract people to play. As expected, it's your clever strategy, you dog planner. Looking at another task. B-level series task, hunt the shadow-scaled serpent, first ring, the tortured demon spirit. Task brief, the demon hiding in the world the shadow-scaled serpent, is secretly devouring the souls of humans. However, it is protected by a powerful creature. To completely eliminate it, one must find another way. Task Objective 1. Rescue the girl A, captured by the tortured demon spirit. 2. Disrupt the shadow-scaled serpent's sacrificial ritual. Task Reward, Basic 100 points, D-tier character lottery ticket. Liamo spent 30 points to buy 3 bottles of restorative hand wash from the shop, and then he began the task. As the task began, a line of text appeared in the center of the screen. First ring, tortured demon spirit. Then the text disappeared, and the scene showed a narrow alley. A nurse holding a giant syringe, in pixelated form, stood in the alley. Unlike yesterday, today's scene was during the day, the atmosphere not as oppressive. Liamo controlled the nurse to move through the alley, and couldn't help but murmur to himself, I wonder if it's my illusion, but why does it feel like the controls have changed? After a while of testing, he finally noticed the change. The nurse's movement speed and agility had increased, and she spun around noticeably more nimbly than yesterday. Stopping the nurse, who had been spinning like a top, Liamo controlled her to walk out of the alley. At this moment, a system prompt popped up on the screen. Notice, click the weapon button to sheath the weapon. Player has caused significant social disruption, potentially attracting attacks from official extraordinary beings. Seeing the prompt, Liamo realized that several new operation icons had been added to the game. He tried clicking the new weapon button, and instantly the huge syringe in the nurse's arms disappeared. Liamo tried a few times to sheath and unsheath the weapon, then controlled the nurse to step out of the alley. Before him stretched a wide road, and across the street was a school. Cars passed by on the road occasionally, and there were sporadic pedestrians walking along the side. Whenever these pedestrians walked past the nurse, they couldn't help but turn around and look at her. I didn't expect pixel art to have such expressive power. The development team is really impressive. Liamo was once again amazed by the game's design. He controlled the nurse to run, jump, squat, and stand up, and the nearby NPCs all responded accordingly. One NPC even had a speech bubble above his head, asking, Miss, are you alright? The details were truly on point. System prompt, please find the tortured demon spirit's lair as soon as possible. Be careful, if you attract its attention too early, it will flee immediately. Seeing the system prompt, Liamo ignored the NPCs and, following the task's direction, controlled the nurse to head towards the school across the street. Please leave. Before the nurse could get close to the school gate, a security guard ran over and stood in front of Liamo. Recalling the task prompt, Liamo suppressed the urge to force his way in. He controlled the nurse to walk aside, intending to sneak into the school by avoiding the security guard's sight. However, after several attempts, the security guard always noticed her, and later, the guard seemed to pay extra attention, following the nurse for dozens of meters before finally returning after they had moved away from the school. Not bad, no loopholes. Liamo circled around the security guard at the gate, trying to see if he could find a bug to slip in. After all, he was a paid test player, he had to check if the game had any bugs. As Liamo played, a strange sense of mission suddenly surged within him. He had to live up to his $2,000 salary. So Liamo circled the school's wall, checking if there were any game loopholes. Until a series of woof-woof sounds came from a distance. A police car arrived at the school gate, and police officers began to get out and search around, clearly looking for the nurse. He hurriedly controlled the nurse to escape, shaking off the police, and after circling a few times, hid again behind a secluded wall at the school. Did the police get involved too? Liamo rubbed his chin, thinking. It seemed that the game's prompt that no large social impact should be caused was a basic setting of the game. Now, he had just taken a few extra turns and attracted the police. If he made the nurse pull out a giant syringe and start randomly killing people, it could probably cause even more restrictions. That's what the prompt referred to as the official extraordinary beings. In such a case, the task would probably fail. Liamo did not plan to let the task fail. He had mentioned in the game forum introduction post that if a character was killed during the mission, they would disappear permanently. Now, if he lost the bloody nurse character, it would be over. Next, he had to follow the game flow and keep a low profile. Just as Liamo was thinking, a female NPC in a school uniform jumped down from the wall, landing next to the nurse. She seemed startled by the nurse and took a few steps back, then prepared to leave to the side. Liamo was stunned by what he saw on the screen and quickly switched to weapons, activated his ultimate skill, and performed it all in one go. On the screen, the nurse pulled out a giant syringe and charged at the female student. The female NPC was so frightened that she stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Ding, defeated the Agony Demon Spirit, gained 5 points. Mission Objective 1, Save the Girl A captured by the Agony Demon Spirit, completed. Unlock Monster, Agony Demon Spirit, related information, click to view. Liamo was full of questions. How did this complete a mission objective? It felt like holding in a big one, only for it to end in a fart. Wasn't it supposed to be soul-themed? Wasn't it supposed to be difficult? And now, one mission objective was already completed? Liam temporarily put aside the confusion in his mind and clicked to view the monster information. Monster, Agony Demon Spirit. Description: this creature generates an unknown effect that reduces its presence, making it invisible to ordinary people. It will gnaw on the flesh and blood of the living until the target is devoured completely. During the process, neither the target nor anyone else notices it. The completely consumed individual's existence will vanish from society. Chapter 11, Girl A, Su Ching. Earlier, when the female NPC jumped over the wall, there was a child-sized monster clinging to her back. The monster gnawed at the girl's body, leaving it bloody and mangled, yet she was completely unaware of it. After understanding the characteristics of the agony demon spirit, Liam finally realized what was happening. Hiss, really terrifying. Liam couldn't help but take a sharp breath, imagining how terrifying it would be if such a monster existed in real life. Looking at the NPC on the ground, her body twisting and struggling in pain, Liam couldn't help but frown. The grotesque scene made him feel uneasy inside. He controlled the nurse and injected the recovery fluid, which was just drawn from the giant syringe, into the NPC's body. Isn't this supposed to be a horror game? At least it's in pixel style. Liam usually couldn't stand those more gruesome horror games. At most, he would watch a streamer play and join in with the bullet comments. If he had to play it himself, he wouldn't be able to handle it at all. At this moment, he couldn't help but secretly thank the game for using pixel style, at least making these scenes less disgusting. After using up most of the recovery fluid taken from the agony demon spirit, the struggling NPC finally calmed down. She was now lying on the ground, blinking her eyes as she looked at the nurse. What Liam didn't expect was that a pickup interaction option appeared in front of him. You have to know that the NPCs encountered in the previous two tasks didn't even have a dialogue option. But this made sense since she was a mission NPC. Liam watched as the nurse on the screen swiftly lifted the girl off the ground. One hand clamped under the armpit. Following the place that the girl had flipped open, they crawled into the school. The scene on the phone suddenly changed. Su Ching, a sophomore at Fenghua Private High School, was currently being held under the armpit by a strange nurse. The sudden situation left her completely in a daze. The story began 3 days ago. Although summer vacation had already started, that night her homeroom teacher suddenly called, saying that there would be a week of makeup classes at school, during which they would also have to live on campus. Reluctantly, Su Ching had no choice but to pack her things and come to school the next day. But the following 2 days made her feel incredibly strange. First, only Su Ching's class was called back for makeup classes, and all of their phones were taken away. That could be accepted, but next, the so-called tutoring was mostly just the homeroom teacher asking them to study on their own in the classroom. The food was also made by the homeroom teacher, and to be honest, its taste was something Su Ching wouldn't praise. However, the other classmates were immersed in it, even those who usually hated studying were honestly doing their homework. But every day, Su Ching felt extremely uncomfortable, always sensing that she had overlooked something, and her body was very uneasy. Until today, she could no longer endure that strange feeling that enveloped her at all times, so while the homeroom teacher and others were napping, she climbed over the school wall and ran out. But just as she jumped down from the wall, she encountered the strange nurse in front of her. The nurse was covered in splattered dark red blood droplets, her face obscured by a mask, revealing a pair of lifeless eyes. She appeared to be a beauty at first glance, but her bizarre outfit frightened Su Ching, and images of infamous nurse-killer psychopaths from abroad instantly flashed through her mind. Suddenly, a huge syringe appeared in the nurse's hand. Before she could plead for mercy, the syringe was already lunging toward her. It's over. Su Ching was shocked, but what came next completely overturned her worldview. The nurse's gigantic syringe directly pierced through a monster on her back. Only at that moment did Su Ching realize that the monster hadn't suddenly appeared but had been following her since she entered the school. A wave of excruciating pain surged from her head to her toes, causing Su Ching to collapse to the ground, cold sweat covering her forehead, unable to even scream. It hurt, so much pain, too much pain. Why didn't I notice it? Su Ching couldn't comprehend that she had been gnawed on by a monster for several days without any feeling at all. The monster was not invisible but openly devouring her flesh and blood. Tears streamed down her pale face, she could clearly feel life slipping away, and she didn't want to die. Put. Su Ching widened her eyes as she looked at the huge needle piercing through her chest. She felt a massive amount of liquid rushing crazily into her body, and in an instant, everything turned black before her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in this terrifying school that filled her with dread, struggling madly, but the nurse's hand gripped her like an iron claw. With no choice left, Su Ching could only give up her struggle and let the nurse clamp her under her arm. Su Ching, who is she? A familiar voice reached Su Ching's ears. It was her class monitor, a person who loved to report and was quite serious. Monitor, looking up, Su Ching was so frightened by the horrific scene in front of her that she covered her mouth. Once handsome, the class monitor now had most of his bones exposed, his body covered in gaping wounds from where flesh had been gnawed away, and the monster perched on him raised its head, meat fragments hanging from its mouth, staring greedily at Su Qing. Suddenly, Su Qing felt the nurse holding her move. The figure of the class leader rapidly approached her, making her heart race. Warm blood splashed on her face. The monster's head flew off and rolled on the ground for a few turns, its headless body collapsing alongside the class leader. While her relationship with the class leader was not particularly good, seeing him lying in a pool of blood still stirred mixed feelings in Su Qing's heart. Su Qing looked at the nurse, hoping that she could save the class leader just as she had saved her, but the nurse didn't spare a glance at the fallen class leader and walked straight ahead. "Nurse, can you save him?" Su Qing gathered her courage, her voice trembling slightly. But the only response was the nurse's fading back, with no answer at all. Watching the silent nurse before her, Su Qing closed her mouth. Her mind was in chaos. It seemed she had encountered a ghost, and this nurse in front of her might be a ghost-catching figure, but she couldn't understand why a ghost catcher would dress as a nurse. Could it be that she worked as a nurse in the hospital and occasionally took on ghost-catching jobs? No matter how much Su Qing imagined, the nurse did not change her actions. She encountered other classmates along the way, but Su Qing was unaware. However, Su Qing no longer wanted to look or listen. At this moment, she tightly closed her eyes and pressed her hands against her ears. If she had to witness the tragic fates of more classmates, she truly feared she would completely break down. Chapter 12, The Scared Bird. This task is really disgusting. Compared to yesterday's novice task, Liam O could only say today's one was downright hellish. Monster hell, gameplay hell, content also hell. Liam O felt that the planner was probably taking revenge on him. He had only taken advantage of 2000, and they specially designed a task to disgust people. These pain demons really had no fighting power, but they certainly had a knack for annoyance. They rode on the panicking NPCs, running around everywhere, and trying to kill one is a huge hassle. Lee Mo was extremely irritated. "I'm craving a fight, I want thrilling battles." Lee Mo controlled the nurse character and frantically struck at a pain demon lying on the ground until its body burst open before stopping. With no serious battles, and after strolling for half a day, he still had not found another task target. Right now, he felt as uncomfortable as if he were constipated. In the small room behind the school auditorium, a long table stood at the center. On the long table lay a little girl with very delicate features. She had her eyes tightly closed, like a beautiful porcelain doll. A man was tinkering with something in front of her. At that moment, a voice calling for help came from outside the room. "Teacher Lu, help." The man, referred to as Teacher Lu, stopped his actions, his brows knotting in annoyance. Not long ago, with the help of a young man claiming to be Hui, he had set up a cognitive obstacle in this school. The students inside would not have any thoughts about leaving, and the outside people, under the influence of their subconscious, wouldn't come in. The man cursed in his heart while shaking his head as he walked out to the backstage. As long as a few more hours passed, he would complete the promotion ritual, and he didn't want any mishaps to occur. Outside, a female student was crying uncontrollably, terrified as she said, "Teacher Lu, someone is killing people everywhere, Yang Yao has been killed." Hearing this, the man's eyebrows raised, and his face displayed a righteous expression. Instinctively wanting to pat the girl on the shoulder to comfort her, he froze in midair when he saw her shoulder, which was mangled and bloody. "Tell your teacher, what happened?" he asked, trying to remain patient. Listening to the girl's chaotic account, the man felt increasingly agitated. Nurse, murderer. He understood these words separately, but together, they made no sense at all. Not good. The man suddenly realized that a supernatural being had entered the school. Could it be someone from the Special Affairs Bureau? He touched his chest, which was still faintly aching from an injury sustained a month ago, one that had not yet fully healed. Panic surged in his heart. The Special Affairs Bureau's superhumans were all at the top of their power, and with his current state, he was no match for the authorities. Damn that bastard Hue, he's completely unreliable. Feeling unwilling, the man was about to escape, but it was so close. He was almost ready to reach level 2, and then he could walk with confidence. After so long of preparation, it all fell apart at the last moment. Forget it, as long as the green hills remain, there will be firewood to burn. The man couldn't help but sigh. Teacher Lu, what are you saying? The girl in front of him looked at him, full of confusion as she saw him muttering to himself. You've had a hard time these past few days. I had hoped to use you to increase my strength, but it was all in vain. As he spoke, a small bell used by Taoists appeared in his hand, gently shaking it. Ding ding ding. As the clear sound of the bell rang out, all the pain spirits in the school went wild, frantically devouring their targets. One by one, students collapsed to the ground, unmoving. This bell is really good, it doesn't have much side effect. The supernatural item Hue gave him made the man very satisfied. It could easily control these pain spirits, these monsters, without causing any backlash. The man turned and walked into the backstage room. Soon, he dragged a suitcase out, stepping over the bones on the ground. He needed to find a new place to level up. The man walked towards the side wall of the school. The Special Affairs Bureau might have already surrounded the school. He had to find a way to break out. Just as he was about to climb over the wall and leave, the sky suddenly darkened. Damn, how could this happen? A law barrier. Almost instantly, the entire area outside the school was enveloped by a thick black fog. The black fog, as the world's defensive law, only meant one thing when it appeared: beings from other worlds had invaded. Ding 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 ding. A continuous sound of bells echoed. What's happening? The bell in the man's hand shook by itself, and a strange chill rose from his heart. Bastard, you dare to plot against me. The situation now was clearly related to the man named Hue. The man hurriedly opened the suitcase, pulling out a porcelain doll-like little girl. 9 underworld shadows, bind by my command. The little girl opened her eyes, her pupils entirely black, looking eerily strange. With such a large-scale law barrier, the monsters that appeared were certainly powerful. The man couldn't help but feel a hint of unease. Under the black fog in the sky, a giant illusory figure, more than 10 meters tall, appeared out of thin air, slowly beginning to take form. Kak. All the pain spirits in the school emitted an evil laugh, all of them flying towards the illusory figure. In the haze, one could see that the figure seemed to be a sun doll with 2 giant claws. Were finished, a wave of fear rose from the man's heart. The monster's power made him feel the suppression of levels. How UN? The man's mind suddenly flashed a cold face. He thought of the Special Affairs Bureau, of the man who nearly took his life, the man he tried to avoid at all costs. But at this moment, only one thought remained in his heart: he could only hope that Hao Yuan would appear beside him immediately. Teacher Lu. The man's body trembled at the sound and quickly turned around. He saw a tall nurse holding a huge syringe in one hand. And his student, Su Qing, was being held under her arm. Who are you? The man felt an unusual aura from the nurse, and suspicion rose in his heart. She must be a newly awakened supernatural being. Teacher Lu, there are monsters around us. It was this nurse sister who saved me and killed many of the monsters. So she's the one who caused the disturbance. The man looked at the two of them with a complex mood. On one side, he was scared away by a newcomer, interrupting his painful progression. On the other side, there was the fear of being killed by a monster. At this moment, as the anguished spirits flew into the sky, the giant claws of that shadowy figure had already solidified into form. The shadow suddenly attacked the man. Protect me. The black-eyed lowly directly stood in front of the man. The shadow's enormous claws reached over the man, aiming for the nurse beside him. A whooshing sound sliced through the air above the man's head, causing him to quickly crouch down. A loud bang echoed. The man couldn't help but swallow hard. Without thinking, he knew that the newcomer, the extraordinary one, must have been torn to pieces, and a wave of despair rose in his heart. Next, it would be his turn. Chapter 13, The Weeping Spirit. Ding, the sacrifice ritual of the shadow scale snake has been forcibly activated. The current task has been updated. Current task objective: stop the weeping spirit from invading. Current seal breakthrough progress 21%. Controlling the bloodstained nurse to hunt down the anguished spirits in the school. Liemo looked at the suddenly changed task objective with interest. In the sky was a semi-transparent pixelated sunny doll. It seemed they were about to fight a boss. Today's task scene and performance are quite good, but the early stages are too easy. Liemo shook his head, unable to resist complaining. After completing this task, he intended to go to the forum to give feedback to the production team. This task could be very interesting with some refinement. For example, adding a plot twist or some love-hate relationships among students. It definitely has the potential to become a masterpiece. Also, the anguished spirits as monsters should be removed. They're really boring, just disgusting without any purpose. Liemo watched the continually changing scenes on the screen, quietly waiting for the game CG to finish playing. The spiraling figures of the anguished spirits ascending into the sky, to be honest, were too abstract. The elongated bodies and faces looked just like a pixel-style world-famous painting screaming. Besides being abstract, it made Liemo doubt the mental state of the planner. Was it okay? What is this guy doing? Liemo asked in confusion, looking at the male NPC beside him, who pulled out a doll-like NPC dressed in a Lolita outfit from a suitcase. Just as Liemo was closely observing these two NPCs, hoping to see if there was any plot, the boss in the sky launched an attack. Damn it, it's happening again. In Liemo's eyes, the game planner was truly toxic. Every time he fought a boss, it would suddenly attack before the CG had finished playing. This left Liemo completely unprepared. He saw the nurse character on the screen get hit by the boss's claws, violently pushed back over 10 meters. Name, Weeping Spirit. Rank, B. Level, 2, sealed. Power, 20, 14. Constitution, 20, 14. Agility, 20, 14. Spirit, 10, 7. Talent 1, low existence. Talent 2? Status, rule suppression, all attributes decreased by 30%. Talent 1 was the Weeping Spirit's talent, having no effect on combat. Liam felt this talent was only useful for NPCs and was pretty much useless for players. This boss is so much stronger than me in power and constitution. Liam couldn't help but feel relieved that he had allocated all 10 attribute points gained from leveling up to agility, in addition to the agility gained from completing daily tasks. Now he could rely on his agility of 16.4 to surpass the seal boss. As the Weeping Spirit attacked again, Liam hurriedly swiped the screen, narrowly dodging the assault. Under Liam's control, the bloodstained nurse set down Girl A. His gaze became sharper. Games should be challenging. Positioning, repositioning, counter-attacking. With a slight advantage in agility, Liam maneuvered the nurse to continuously dodge the giant claws attacking from the air. And from time to time, taking advantage of the Weeping Spirit's pause after hitting the ground, he would attack its claws. Though the damage was minimal, barely taking away a bit of health, it was remarkably humiliating. This caused the Weeping Spirit to go completely berserk, its attack frequency increasing. Warning, please quickly defeat the Weeping Spirit, current progress 51%. The Weeping Spirit's semi-transparent round head. Gradually turning into a physical entity, it launched an attack on the nurse. The round head opened its huge mouth and suddenly lunged at the little nurse. Due to just dodging its giant claws attack, Liam had no time to evade. In a moment of panic, he activated the blood extraction skill, and the nurse on the screen accelerated to rush aside. The head of the sorrowful demon spirit collided with the ground, cracking it open. With no time to appreciate the destruction of the game scene, Liam quickly clicked to cancel the skill's cooldown and prepared to counter the next attack. This won't do. This task is time limited. If it drags on, the boss will fully materialize and it'll be troublesome. The agility of the sorrowful demon spirit was not much lower than that of the bloodstained nurse, and with the added head attacks, Liam had to stay fully alert to cope. Moreover, during its attacks, it would change moves, and if he wasn't careful to time his dodges right, he would get hit. If I had known, I should have done the daily tasks to upgrade my stats first. This is a mistake. The bloodstained nurse was an SSS tier character, with a secondary attribute cap of 30. If he could have maxed out her strength and agility beforehand, the sorrowful demon spirit would only have been at its mercy. Once I finish this task, I will max out my attributes for sure. I won't take on the next task without maxing them. The attack range of the sorrowful demon spirit was immense. Even if Liam operated perfectly, mistakes were still unavoidable. The bloodstained nurse was hit several more times. Not only had the giant syringe's stored healing liquid run out, but her health also dropped below 1/3. He had to try his second talent. Realizing that the current situation was untenable, Liam prepared to use the newly acquired talent, Forbidden Elixir. For a talent with a cooldown of a day, he didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. But now, if he didn't deal with the sorrowful demon spirit swiftly, a big problem would arise. Just as Liam was about to activate the bloodstained nurse's second talent, a new change occurred in the game. He saw a male NPC nearby suddenly throw out a piece of paper, and upon closer inspection, it was a talisman. The talisman flew toward the sorrowful demon spirit and exploded into a ball of flames upon touching its head. This disrupted the attack rhythm of the sorrowful demon spirit, allowing the tense Liam a moment to breathe. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Liam used a healing hand sanitizer. The nurse suddenly pulled out a bottle of disinfectant from somewhere and poured it on her left hand, instantly restoring her health back to full. The potion, worth 10 points, was highly effective. At the same time, the lowly NPC that had emerged from the suitcase charged at the ground shattered by the sorrowful demon spirit. Holding a piece of concrete nearly the same size as her body, she hurled it at the demon spirit. The sorrowful demon spirit swatted its right claw, shattering the concrete block in midair. With two NPCs drawing attention, Liam also paused his preparation to use the second talent. If this drag continued, there was a chance to kill the sorrowful demon spirit. Gradually, Liam adapted to cooperating with the NPCs. The health of the sorrowful demon spirit began to slowly decline. Warning, please defeat the suffering demon spirit assembly quickly, arrival progress 95%. The system warned, but Liam was not the slightest bit flustered, as the sorrowful demon spirit was now left with barely any health. At this moment, Liam couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The situation was looking promising, with the bloodstained nurse still having over half her health and one bottle of hand sanitizer remaining. However, the two NPCs assisting him were a bit tragic. One talisman was used up, and now it was relying on dodging to attract the attention of one of the demon spirit's claws. The other lowly NPC was in a similar state, covered in dust and struggling against the other claw of the sorrowful demon spirit, occasionally being knocked backwards. We're going to win. Compared to the two NPCs, Liam found dealing with the sorrowful demon spirit's head much easier. Although the head dealt significant damage, its wind-up was large, and with careful positioning, the nurse was rarely hit. Kekekek, take my final blow. Once again dodging the attack of the sorrowful demon spirit, seeing the blood-soaked health bar, Liamo couldn't help but let out a cackling laugh. But at that moment, a crescent-shaped red light shot in from afar. It directly hit the round forehead of the sorrowful demon spirit. Headshot, dog. No. Chapter 14, Stage 2, Despair and Sorrow. The man gasped for breath, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. A burst of broken air whooshed past above his head. He narrowly dodged the attack of the sorrowful demon spirit once again. The giant monster before him had clearly stepped into Stage 2, its strength terrifying. Though the man had reached the peak of Stage 1 and his physical fitness was 10 times that of a normal human. Compared to this monster, he was obviously inadequate, especially since what he awakened was not combat ability. Aside from the monster, the other thing that surprised the man was the nurse he had previously thought would be torn to shreds by a single claw, who now displayed astonishing combat power. Her speed was far quicker than the man's, obviously breaking through the limits of Stage 1. The man secretly marveled, not expecting there to be such a powerful figure hidden in this upper city. Damn it, hurry and save me. The monster's attack speed was indeed fast. In a panic, the man could only direct a nearby loli to step up and block. With a loud bang, the loli blocked the attack, but the monster's giant claw sent her flying, rolling on the ground a few times before becoming motionless. The man looked at the loli's twisted and deformed body, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. She was a puppet he had painstakingly crafted. Damn it, Hao Yuan, damn Special Affairs Bureau, why haven't they arrived yet? In reality, the Special Affairs Bureau was not far from Fenghua Private School, less than 2 kilometers in a straight line. This is also why the man initially thought the bureau had arrived when he sensed the situation. Now, afraid they would come looking for him, he instead felt they were too slow. He glanced at the nurse maneuvering skillfully not far away. This person didn't seem human at all. After fighting for so long, she was still vigorous, seemingly unaware of fear. He inexplicably thought of a phrase, terrifyingly strong. Just as the man was on the brink, a crescent-shaped red light shot in from afar, directly slamming the monster down. Finally arrived. Looking at the source of the red light, 3 people were approaching, led by a man wielding a long knife. It was Hao Yuan. The man felt a rush of emotions. He was saved this time, but all that awaited him next was to sit in a big prison. Nice work, Captain. Chen Xiao followed Hao Yuan, swaggering in an unrestrained manner. Beside him, the heroic Jian Ning had already aimed her rifle at the man. The man allowed himself to be captured without any resistance when Jian Ning used special handcuffs on him. He was utterly spent. Just shoot this traitor, seeing him makes me sick. Chen Xiao kicked the man's face. Captain, I'm sorry, don't shoot. Hao Yuan ignored the man. His gaze had been on the nurse not far away all along. After advancing to Stage 2, his understanding of strength had drastically improved. He could clearly feel that the presence of this nurse was actually on par with his own. May I ask who this strong person is? Hao Yuan cupped his hands towards the nurse, but she did not respond at all, just stood there dazed. Even her eyes did not look over. Captain, this person is still very aloof? Chen Xiao couldn't help but speak while looking at the nurse. Even Hao Yuan couldn't help but frown. The atmosphere on the scene felt a bit heavy. Who is she? Jian Ning asked, looking at the man lying face down on the ground. Who knows where this guy came from? She messed up my promotion ceremony. The man had a face filled with despair. I feel a bit unwell. Could you help me change positions, Sister Jian? Wow, amazing. Chen Xiao suddenly shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Suddenly, the nurse beside them began to spin in place, at a speed far beyond that of an ordinary person, creating an afterimage. Jian Ning, who was usually serious, was left speechless, mouth agape. In the center of the school square shrouded in black mist, a giant sunny doll lay on the ground, and not far from it, a human-shaped top was spinning wildly. As if to break this strange atmosphere, a heart-wrenching cry arose, wailing. Be careful, that thing isn't dead yet. Chen Xiao and Jian Ning hurried to Hao Yuan's side, ready for battle. The man on the ground rolled in a panic and shouted, Captain, don't leave me behind. Wailing. The cries grew louder and more miserable, making everyone present unknowingly clench their teeth. Hao Yuan fixed his eyes on the distant sunny doll, his expression becoming serious. The monster's aura was steadily rising. Looking at the 3 newly appeared NPCs, their heads had blue small letters saying Captain of the Special Task Force and Team Member. Head dog. Liemo angrily spun his thumb in frustration, and the nurse on screen began to spin in place as well. This boss was clearly at the execution line. Taking it down would earn a lot of points, and if a talent was triggered, it could also boost the attributes of the bloodied nurse. Now it had been muddled. This isn't fair, there shouldn't be NPCs stealing player kills, something's off. Liemo spun around for a while and suddenly realized where it felt wrong. Why hasn't there been a task completion prompt? Could it be? Wailing. On the screen, a large number of distorted words appeared, and the fallen boss began to change. There's a second phase. Name, Wailing Spirit, Self-Destructing. Rank, B. Level, 2. Strength, 20. Constitution, 20. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 10. Talent 1, low existence. Talent 2, Despairing Whale. After receiving fatal damage, it will remove all negative states and revive on the spot, but will self-destruct after a certain time, erasing the existence of things within a certain range. Status, self-destruct countdown, 09 minutes, 59 seconds. On the screen, the wailing spirit stood up again. At that moment, its round, plump head had a crying face that looked especially striking. Thanks to its second talent, the wailing spirit instantly lifted its attribute restrictions. Its terrifying attributes overwhelmingly crushed the bloodied nurse. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Good thing I didn't use my new talent earlier. Liamo secretly rejoiced, glad that he had managed to defeat the wailing spirit with the help of the two NPCs using a pulling tactic. Otherwise, if he had used the forbidden drug talent right from the start, the bloodied nurse would have definitely fallen into a weakened state by now. If in that condition, discovering that the boss had a second phase, his mindset would probably explode on the spot. This dog planner is really underhanded, trying every way to take down my SSS character. Liamo rolled his neck and stretched his shoulders. However, these guys still have some bottom line, at least they arranged a few NPCs to attract the fire. Now, let me test my new talent. Watching the constantly shaking head of the wailing spirit, Liamo directly used the bloodied nurse's new talent, Forbidden Syringe, selecting the first of the 3 syringes Stimulant. Stimulant, all attributes increase by 100% for 10 minutes, after that, enter a 24-hour weakened state. The nurse character on screen took out a syringe and injected it into her body, popping up a translucent attribute panel, causing Liamo's lips to curve upwards. Character, Bloodied Nurse. Rank, SSS. Level, 2, 0 out of 100. Strength, 12.8. Constitution, 13. Agility, 32.8. Spirit, 12.2. Status, Excited, all attributes plus 100%, duration 10 minutes. Though strength and constitution were still far below that of the wailing spirit, agility could outmatch it. From playing through these two tasks, Liamo had learned how powerful agility was. Even if other attributes weren't great, as long as agility was high enough, one could still gain huge advantages in battles. Let me see how strong my combat power is. Chapter 15, Nurse Battle with Boss. No matter what else. The details of this game are really on point. Looking at the nurse character, whose body trembled slightly on the screen, Liamo couldn't help but sigh. Let's get started. Just as Liamo controlled the nurse to approach the morning spirit, the NPC beside him also reacted. One female NPC was the first to fire at the morning spirit with the rifle in her hand. The swaying morning spirit, under attack, opened its mouth widely with a crying face on its round head and snapped at the female NPC. Liamo could clearly feel its attack speed was faster than before. The female NPC couldn't dodge at all, but luckily, the NPC that had previously snatched a kill exploded with red light and struck towards the morning spirit's round head, slightly altering its attack trajectory, allowing the female NPC to narrowly escape. Another NPC also immediately unleashed electric arcs from both hands, attacking the morning spirit. But next, they would not be so lucky. The morning spirit once again swung its right claw at them. The knife-wielding NPC tried to block, but this time it was a direct confrontation. The morning spirit was only slightly hindered and knocked the NPC flying away, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. This scene seemed to stun the other NPCs. These are completely inadequate. Originally hoping the NPCs could share some pressure, who knew the strongest among them was taken down instantly. Unable to help but shake his head, I don't even know what good these NPCs are. Seizing the moment while the morning spirit was distracted, Liamo directly unleashed a special skill from behind it. The giant syringe's blood-sucking skill activated. This time, it was different. The skill activated rapidly, and the nurse on screen charged swiftly towards the morning spirit. The surrounding scene blurred slightly, showing a sense of motion. The morning spirit, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the NPC, was knocked off balance by the bloodied nurse. It wildly swung its claws, trying to attack the nurse behind it, but couldn't reach her. With just this single hit, after a moment, it managed to shake the nurse off its back. The morning spirit raised its claws and slammed down at the nurse from above, shattering the ground, with countless pixel shards flying everywhere. The morning spirit looked towards where it attacked but didn't see the nurse. Before it could feel puzzled, it suddenly stumbled forward a few steps. Liamo had maneuvered the bloody nurse around to its back. Being agile allows for anything. I'll prioritize agility from now on. Watching the morning spirit on screen unable to exert its strength, Liamo was filled with joy. This is how games should be. There's nothing more fun than playing with monsters stronger than myself. Liamo's smile grew more exaggerated as he wildly poked the morning spirit's backside. Bang! In a twist of irony, the morning spirit suddenly spun around, directly hitting the bloody nurse, who flew back and skidded across the ground for a long distance. Oh no, that damage is so high? This hit directly turned the bloody nurse into low health, shocking Li Mo greatly. He quickly used the recovery potion absorbed by the giant syringe to heal. After dodging several consecutive strikes from the Morning Spirit, Li Mo's smile faded. He never expected the Morning Spirit's damage to be this high. One careless move and he could get taken out by 2 hits. I can make countless mistakes, but you can only make one. Unable to help but swallow hard, Li Mo's mood turned tense. Looking at the time, there were still 4 minutes and 32 seconds until the Morning Spirit would self-destruct. And it still had about half of its health left. I underestimated this task is not easy at all. Li Mo frantically operated the bloody nurse, growing more impatient as the countdown decreased. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Damn it. Due to the sweat on his hands, Li Mo made a mistake in one operation. The nurse was hit again, quickly wiping her hands on her pants. Li Mo operated to restore her health to full. Sweaty hands really make playing mobile games a disadvantage. Finally, when Li Mo was playing with a flushed face and only a minute left, the sad spirit's health was reduced to less than 5%. It had at least been hit by Li Mo's blood-sucking skill 3 or 4 dozen times. This ghostly thing had high damage and was tough as well. In the end, it was still taken down by himself, and Li Mo couldn't help but sigh in relief. Now, with the sad spirit's condition, the bloodstained nurse could trigger her terminal care talent at any time and instantly kill it. Li Mo increased the chance of triggering the talent by using exaggerated quick basic attacks. Watching as the sad spirit's health dropped lower and lower, it suddenly turned around and tried to flee. At this last moment, Li Mo couldn't let it escape, so he controlled the bloodstained nurse to chase and hit its rear furiously. Finally, the prompt Li Mo most wanted to see appeared on the screen. Ding, defeated sad spirit, gained 50 points. Bloodstained nurse triggered talent, terminal care, strength +2, constitution +2, agility +2, spirit +1. Invincible. Li Mo excitedly rolled his eyes. Not only 50 points, but also the 7 attribute points made him thrilled. After all, these attributes from the talent are not limited by level. Looking at the sad spirit on the screen, its body began to crack continuously, turning into pixel blocks of different sizes and shapes. Soon after, these pixel blocks turned into pixel dots and scattered away. Mission objective achieved, countdown 0:59. Looking at the last minute on the countdown, Li Mo began to check around. Those few NPCs from the Special Affairs Bureau made Li Mo a bit curious. Can I interact with this? Li Mo controlled the bloodstained nurse to pass by the lowly NPC lying on the ground. Suddenly, a pick up button appeared on the screen. Clicking it, the nurse on screen dragged a giant syringe with her right hand and directly grabbed the lowly with her left armpit. Congratulations player, obtained character equipment, Shadow Puppet. Li Mo stared wide-eyed. He never expected this NPC could also be an equipment. Damn, missed out on $1 billion. Thinking about the previous task's end, he hadn't looted carefully, probably missing many items. Li Mo hurriedly sped up his actions, controlling the nurse to run to other NPCs. Maybe he could take them too. He reached the side of several NPCs. The male NPC from the beginning and the Special Affairs Bureau captain were both lying on the ground, while one male and one female team member NPC blocked in front of the captain. The nurse circled them a few times, but didn't find any interaction options. Among them, the female NPC with a gun kept dodging, not letting the nurse get close. Li Mo had to try several times before confirming there was no interaction. Looks like only this lowly can be picked up. Just as Li Mo thought this, the first target, Girl A, suddenly appeared from somewhere. Earlier, when fighting the boss, Li Mo had paid attention, fearing she might get caught in the crossfire, but couldn't find her at all. Now, she seemed to have respawned from somewhere. She can also pick up. The pick up button appeared again, and without hesitation, Li Mo clicked it. On the screen, the bloodstained nurse held the girl in one hand and circled around the 3 Special Affairs Bureau NPCs. Li Mo observed their reactions and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Big harvest. The countdown on the screen hit 0. Chapter 16, Heart replaces chapter title. It's over. Jian Ning looked at the sky. The black fog that had once covered the school had dissipated, and bright sunshine poured onto the earth. Looking again at the spot where the nurse had stood just now, in the blink of an eye, there was no one there. Everyone present felt a sense of disorientation, as if everything that had just happened was a hallucination. However, the wreckage of Fenghua Private School in front of them reminded them that everything had truly happened. Jian Ning looked at the ground beneath her feet, destroyed as if it had been repeatedly crushed by a road roller, and at the teaching building that had partially collapsed not far away. She couldn't help but rub her face, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Damn it, the battle at level 2 was just too exaggerated. Chen Xiao squatted on the ground, helping the injured Hao Yuan. Usually unruly, he was now covered in dirt, and all traces of his former arrogance had vanished. Just the aftermath of the battle had made him look extremely disheveled. According to the data, the physical quality of level 2 extraordinary beings is between 10 to 20 times the human limit, Jin Ning said slowly, trying to calm her emotions. The figure of the nurse involuntarily floated to the surface of her mind. That person was like a battle machine, giving Jin Ning no sense of emotional fluctuation throughout the ordeal. Her heart was filled with doubt. Who exactly was that nurse? And why did she take that female student away? She always felt that something was brewing behind the scenes. Their strength is probably close to 20 times the limit. Chen Xiao recalled the harrowing battle scene and couldn't help but sigh. Even though they were both level 2, the gap in strength was so enormous. The captain, once invincible in his eyes, was seriously injured by that monster with just a single blow. This left Chen Xiao's heart unable to calm for a long time. I used to fantasize about the power of the extraordinary in the future, but I never expected such destruction could occur with just level 2, Chen Xiao muttered softly. Cough cough. Hao Yuan coughed a couple of times and expelled a mouthful of congealed blood. Captain, are you okay? After glancing at the two, Hao Yuan smiled and said, what could happen to me? I know my abilities, as long as I'm not taken out, a few injuries won't matter. Jin Ning, what did you see just now? Hao Yuan asked slowly as he regained his strength, turning to Jin Ning. Jin Ning shook her head. Is she a person or a monster? Jin Ning still shook her head, I can't tell. Hao Yuan sighed lightly, glancing at the man slumped on the ground, unconscious. Take him back, let the logistics team handle the rest. After leaving the school, they found that the area outside was already filled with police cars. After greeting the police chief who had rushed over, Hao Yuan led Jin Ning and the captured man toward a black vehicle. As he was about to get into the car, Hao Yuan couldn't help but look back at the school. He kept thinking that nurse's power could very likely exceed level 2. That terrifying speed, he had only seen in that level 3 powerhouse in the capital. One was her strength, and the other was her ability to appear on time both times when the extraordinary events occurred. Plus, there was Xia Yao, who had been rebounded after divination. All of this made Hao Yuan feel a slight sense of things spiraling out of control. The only clue now was the captured Lu Wen and the girl taken away by the nurse. Maybe, I need to seek support from headquarters. In the interrogation room, Lu Wen was firmly cuffed to the chair, his body twitching violently from the electric shocks. His face was filled with pain, and beads of sweat rolled down incessantly. Speak! Chen Xiao's eyes were bloodshot as he activated his ability to generate electricity. Chen Xiao hated Lu Wen to the core. Due to Lu Wen's extremely rare awakened ability, which could create extraordinary items, he was recruited as an external personnel by the Special Affairs Bureau. Who would have thought this guy would use official resources to enhance his strength and secretly engage in many underhanded dealings? Not long ago, he was discovered and fled in fear of punishment, stealing an extremely dangerous extraordinary item that was being contained by the authorities. Now that Lu Wen had fallen into Chen Zhao's hands, he certainly wouldn't let him off easily. I said it, that item was used by me to create a puppet. Lu Wen's voice trembled, crying out. Crackle crackle. The sound of electricity echoed once again. Lu Wen's body suddenly twitched violently, almost twisting his entire being. Did I ask you this? It looks like you are still not honest. Chen Xiao said coldly. Lu Wen's body trembled again. Did I ask you this? It looks like you are still not honest. Stop. If you want to ask something, just say it. Lu Wen pleaded hoarsely, his body shaking continuously from the electric shocks. After a long time, the steel door of the interrogation room opened, and Hao Yuan, looking weathered, walked in. Captain Hao, please spare me. Seeing him enter, Lu Wen quickly begged for mercy. Lu Wen, I could tolerate the bad things you did before, but this time you killed so many people. Feeling the strong killing intent in Hao Yuan's eyes, Lu Wen's heart shivered suddenly. Tell me what happened, and who is that nurse? Hao Yuan's tone was icy. Captain, it wasn't me, it was that man who made me do it. Who? Lu Wen revealed everything that had happened. The cause of the incident was a young man named Kuei. With Kuei's help, Lu Wen not only quickly gained strength but also willingly assisted him to break through to level 2. The only requirement he proposed was that Lu Wen perform a promotion ceremony at Fenghua Private School according to his instructions. Where did that monster come from? I don't know. Kuei gave me an extraordinary item that could control a group of monsters called pain spirits. That item suddenly went out of control and summoned that monster. Pain spirits? A kind of invisible monster that ordinary people can't see, but extraordinary people can. It's not dangerous. What else do you know about Kuei? I don't know, I only know he's a young man, and he always came to find me. I really don't know anything else. Lu Wen said anxiously, afraid that Hao Yuan wouldn't believe him. Who is that nurse? I don't know, I have no idea where she came from. You dog! Do you dare to play me for a fool? Beside them, Chen Xiao grabbed Lu Wen's hair and glared at him fiercely. Lu Wen instantly made a sorrowful face. It's true. Everything I said is true. Captain, you must believe me. Hao Yuan asked about some other details, and after finding out nothing more, turned to leave the interrogation room. The situation became increasingly confusing, giving Hao Yuan a headache. He had relied too much on Xia Yao's divination abilities before. Now that she was hospitalized, he felt very uncomfortable. At that moment, his phone rang. Hello, what's up? Captain, we found that girl. The voice from the other end was Jin Ning. This brightened Hao Yuan's eyes. The girl taken by the nurse must have something special about her. Where is she? He hurriedly inquired about the situation and headed towards the girl's location. Chapter 17, I got MVP, Special Affairs Bureau is all easy wins. Su Qing only felt a flash of white light before she returned to her bedroom. The familiar pink bed and a bookshelf filled with books, everything was so familiar. Am I dreaming? She pinched her own face, it hurt, not a dream. The endless flow of new information in her mind made her heart restless. This seemingly calm world was being invaded by a terrifying extraordinary world. Countless monsters had already mixed into Blue Star, hiding among the crowd, and now the only hope to save the world was the savior. Looking at a newly added app called Savior Forum on her phone, Su Qing clicked in with unease. Login successful. Please cheer for the savior with likes and replies to help him save the world. ID, Girl A. Permission, 1. Current permission prohibits posting. You can interact 3 times a day with replies, likes, and strikes, remaining interaction times, 3. Seeing the information on the screen, Su Qing's heart fluctuated. She really couldn't understand how replying to posts could assist in saving the world. But the series of extraordinary events she personally experienced, along with the extra information in her mind, left her no choice but to believe. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration, and a thought appeared in her mind. Could it be that the savior cannot reveal their identity for some reason, so they need others to assist? And she was chosen by the Savior Forum to help the savior create a saving organization. After all, in the various saving novels she had read, such mysterious organizations were always present during doomsday moments. So, I am the one chosen to establish the saving organization? Su Qing was extremely excited. But on the other hand, she was filled with doubts. She was just an ordinary student, why would she be chosen? After closing the forum, she checked her account balance, which was her saved pocket money from usually pinching pennies. Only a little over 3 million, this amount is completely insufficient to establish a saving organization, I need to think of a way. Thinking of this, Su Qing pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, sis. She tried hard to make her voice sound calm. It's like this, I have a little matter. Before Su Qing could finish, the person on the other end said something that changed her expression slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, let me come over tonight. Okay, I understand. Congratulations, player, you have completed the task. B-level series task, hunt the shadow-scaled serpent, first stage, the pain spirit. Task objective, 1, rescue girl A captured by the pain spirit, completed, 2. Stop the invasion of the sorrow spirit, completed. Eliminate all invading creatures, civilian casualties are minor, social impact is weak, task rating, A. Task reward, basic 100 points, D-grade character lottery ticket, silver treasure chest, a rating reward. Liam O, slumped on the lazy sofa, brushed through his bangs. Looking at the information on the screen, he recalled his operations just now, suddenly sitting up straighter, nose in the air. The more he thought about it, the more powerful he felt. He had saved people and fought bosses. Oh, I got the MVP. Looking at those NPCs, they were either stealing kills or cheering from the side, completely useless. Liam O elegantly tossed his phone aside, lying wind dogs. The Special Affairs Bureau is just a bunch of lying wind dogs. Previously, he had 71 points left, gained 12 points from killing little monsters, 50 points from the sorrow spirit, and 100 points from the task reward. 233. He got up, striding toward the bathroom with a swagger, not taking his eyes off the phone screen. Flipping through the spoils in his inventory, he found a Pixel Loli, which was an NPC obtained after completing the task, something he never expected to be equipment. Armor, Shadow Spirit Puppet, damaged. Tier, C. Characteristic, immunity to physical damage below 10 strength. Active skill, Puppet Release, can be thrown to convert into a battle puppet to assist in combat, currently disabled due to damage. Description, a cute lowly doll, with a playful lace trim on its skirt, holding it can greatly reduce damage. What the planner's dark humor. Seeing the attributes and description of the Shadow Spirit Puppet, Liam O nearly lost control. He never expected this could even be classified as armor. Other than the D-grade character lottery ticket and the silver treasure chest from the task reward, there was also a special material called Sorrow Essence, and with the previous experience of the Ghoul King serum, Liam O wasn't too surprised. Temporarily obtained a buff that reduces presence, not much use, but I'll keep it just in case. Looking at the sorrow essence, he felt it was not very useful. Liemo looked at the remaining 2 items and, not saying anything else, entered prize draw time. Ding, opening silver treasure chest. Congratulations, player, you have received 50 points, 9 turn intestines times 1, death ray support times 1, artifact surrounding redemption ticket times 1. Looking at the 3 items he received, the 9 turn intestines was a food item that could be used by the character to gain 50 experience points. The bloodstained nurse needed 100 experience points to level up from level 2 to level 3, and relying solely on this food was not enough, so Liemo decided to hold off for now. The other 2 items were very interesting to Liemo. Consumable, death ray support. Effect, guides the space-based weapon death ray a laser system for a precise strike. Introduction, official top-secret super weapon, through a satellite matrix, gathers the power of the sun for strikes, able to unleash a full-force blow equivalent to a level 4 character. Wow, a space-based weapon has arrived. Although compared to consumables, Liemo preferred equipment that could work continuously. However, his level 2 bloodstained nurse attribute hasn't been fully leveled up yet. This item is equivalent to a level 4 full-force strike. It might be useful against a boss at a critical moment. Special, artifact peripheral exchange voucher. Effect, can exchange one owned artifact for a peripheral, does not affect the artifact's effects in the game. Introduction, the artifact peripheral exchange voucher can only be obtained probabilistically in raiding treasure chests. The artifact peripherals bring great benefits to the player, so please choose wisely what to exchange. Seeing the artifact peripheral exchange voucher, Liemo exclaimed in amazement, this game is filled with various elements. He didn't know how exaggeratedly players' wallets would be scraped during the public beta. Character draws, development, and now even peripherals have come, from head to toe. It's overflowing with pay-to-win vibes. Why not toss in some costumes or skins to completely fill it out? The artifact peripheral exchange voucher can only exchange already obtained artifacts. Liemo currently doesn't even know what an artifact is, so he naturally can't exchange for one. So he could only look at the last reward. D-tier character lottery ticket. Now due to the bloodstained nurse using stimulants, she is in a weakened state, her attributes only half remain. Until she recovers, Liemo doesn't plan to use her, as this is his strongest combat power, and he can't afford any failures. One should know that in this damned game, character death directly deletes the card. This means that for the next 24 hours, Liemo can only use the newly drawn D-level character, and even if it dies, he won't feel heartbroken. Give me a strong character, growth potential doesn't matter. Liemo clicked to draw. With hands clasped, he hoped to gain a powerful character. Congratulations player, you have obtained D-level character, Despair Dancer. Chapter 18, Piercing Reviews of the Painful Evil Spirit. Character, Despair Dancer. Tier, D. Level, 1, 0/10. Strength, 1. Constitution, 1. Agility, 2. Spirit, 1. Talent, Dance Step Regression, during movement, increases dodge rate by 30%, immune to 1 lethal damage. Equipment, none. Introduction, he was once a brilliant star on stage, but a betrayal cost him everything. Now, he wears a mask in old formal wear, dancing alone in dark corners. Looking at the pixelated male character in a tailcoat on the screen, Liemo stroked his chin and fell into contemplation. Is this character an assassin? Or a dodge tank? After some thought, Liemo decided to buy some equipment for this character. Now, most of the items in the shop are consumables, and the equipment basically consists of some D-tier general gear. This equipment is really expensive. Looking at the D-tier gear, with the lowest price of 50 points, Liemo couldn't help but frown. Suddenly he felt that his 283 points weren't much at all. After considering many options, Liemo finally chose 2 pieces of fairly cost-effective gear from the shop. Armor, Clown Mask. Tier, C. Feature, see through the target's attack path, increases dodge rate. Introduction, in the end, in your eyes, it turns out, I'm just a clown. The other piece of equipment was a dagger. Weapon, Obsidian Dagger. Tier, C. Feature, attack causes the target to bleed continuously, can stack. Active skill, Spinning Blade, throws the obsidian dagger at the target. The dagger will bounce back after hitting up to 3 enemies. Introduction, nostalgic equipment from Blue Star Online. Every time it's thrown out, it always flies back to the user's hand. Looking at the dancer character on the screen wearing a clown mask and holding an obsidian dagger, Liemo couldn't help but nod. This outfit is pretty good, it was worth the 100 points I spent. After opening all the rewards, Liemo checked the time. 15:13. Oh no, I've been playing for over 2 hours. Liemo completely did not feel that he had been playing for so long. To be honest, the various elements of this game are quite interesting, making him unknowingly fall into it. I was originally going to upload a resume and look for a job. Forget it, let's just play. He opened the task list, directly selected the daily tasks, and thought that working was absolutely impossible. First, he would level up the attributes of the Despair Dancer. As he grew more familiar with the daily task processes, Liam could basically complete a task in under 10 minutes by the end. Every time he completed a task, he usually gained a bit of attribute growth, with only a few rare occasions where he would get 2 points. Just like that, the sun gradually tilted to the west. The sunset shone through the window of the rental room, bathing Liam in its light. The constant honking of cars signaled that it was that time of day again, rush hour. Liam threw his phone aside. Ugh, I'm so nauseated from grinding. The repetitive daily tasks reminded him of the days when he slogged away in games, which were truly unbearable. However, after more than 2 hours of grinding tasks, the Despair Dancer's attributes had significantly improved. Character, Despair Dancer. Rank, D. Level, 1, 0 out of 10. Strength, 10. Constitution, 5. Agility, 10. Spirit, 1. Talent. Equipment, Clown Mask, Obsidian Dagger. Description. Strength and agility were maxed out, constitution was raised to 5, and as for intelligence, since Liam didn't see any value in it, he prioritized it for later. Seeing that it was almost 6 o'clock, Liam simply could not grind anymore and ordered takeout. He aimlessly flipped through the game interface, noticing that there were still 6 hours left until the refresh time in the shop, when he could withdraw money again. He didn't know how much longer he could play this game. What if he could no longer cash out? While Liam was lost in thought, he casually flipped through the game. When he came to his senses, he had already entered the messages interface. This interface, resembling a game forum, seemed useless to Liam during the beta test period except for an official post introducing the game background, which was why he hadn't checked it before. Until now, by chance, entering it, he discovered there was something new. Awesome! Better late than never. Clicking into the forum interface, a shopping basket icon with an exclamation mark, combined with the words fashion shop, made Liam unable to help but give a thumbs up. However, as much as he wanted to complain, upon seeing the effects of 3 fashion items in the shop, Liam's eyes turned green with envy. What is Hope Coin? Looking at the cost of 1 or 200 Hope Coins under the fashion items, Liam frowned. Could it be that he needed to spend money? After searching for a while, Liam found the introduction about Hope Coin. Hope Coin, players can earn by posting on the forum and receiving likes, replies, and other interactions. This game is still in beta, who else but me is going to like it? At the same time, Liam discovered that this fashion shop could actually let people help him get discounts in the game forum. The more people who helped, the bigger the discount. What is this, Bing-C? Though he didn't understand the situation, Liam still prepared to try posting to see if it would work. This game was currently in beta, trying out various functions would surely be fine. Title, is anyone there? Please give a like. Under review. Posting failed, reason, please do not post spam. Damn, it didn't post successfully. Liam stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then reposted, and this time it was successfully published. Title, sharp review of the Pained Phantom, this overpowered thing is pure garbage. Hey, does anyone understand? This monster is disgusting. It comes with a low presence buff, sneaking up on you to gnaw at your toes without you noticing, and after finishing, it disappears right away, you can't even enjoy yourself. Whoever designed this thing must have had their head stuck in the door. Dog head for life. I hope I won't get banned. Looking at his successfully published post, Liam felt a rush of joy. It felt great to openly criticize the planners. But after waiting for a long time, the takeout finally arrived. There was still no movement in the post. Liam instantly felt discouraged, closed the game, and went downstairs to fetch the takeout to start his dinner. After dinner, he was bored, scrolling through his phone. Shocking. 360-year-old receives Social Security for being a Yuaniing practitioner. If you hear this sound, never open the door. Liam kept sliding the screen, not knowing why his phone recently often recommended these strange videos. Sigh, how boring. In the rental room, Liam felt utterly listless, sitting on the edge of the bed one moment and lying down the next, filled with annoyance. His mind was a mess. One moment he was thinking about which company the Savior game really came from, and the next he was worrying about how to find a job in the future. Just when he was immensely frustrated and about to open a website to study some physiological knowledge, a prompt for the Savior game appeared on his phone. You have received a reply, please check it out. Liam hurriedly opened it and saw that his previous post had received a reply. Chapter 19, Just One More Knife, Help the Savior. As the sun set, a black car slowly stopped outside the villa area on the outskirts of the city. 2 people got out of the car, it was Hao Yuan and Jin Ning. A strong security guard at the entrance immediately came up and asked, do you two have business here? Official casework, Hao Yuan showed his credentials. At this moment, Su Qing was pacing back and forth in her home, her expression anxious. The task of establishing the Savior organization left her utterly bewildered, feeling her mind was in chaos. What exactly should I do? The first step she could think of now was to make money. Her sister had just called, asking her to attend a ball that evening. Normally, such events would not interest her at all, but this time, she agreed. On one hand, she planned to ask her sister for a large sum of money afterward. Refusing now would kill her sister's excitement, making it hard to ask later. On the other hand, she thought perhaps she could gather some useful information from those wealthy second-generation participants at the ball. Su Qing walked to the window, gazing at the scenery outside, unable to help but sigh. Who would have thought this world is on the brink of destruction? At this moment, Su Qing suddenly saw a man and a woman walking towards her house. Squinting, she recognized them as two of the three who had arrived at the school last. Recalling that moment, the battle was exceptionally fierce. After the nurse let her go, she rolled and crawled into the teaching building, only daring to come out after the battle ended. But she also saw their entire process of capturing Teacher Lu and, considering the series of strange events that had occurred these days, she instantly understood that Teacher Lu was very likely the mastermind, and these few were probably police, and police with extraordinary powers at that. Should she confess to them the information she currently knew? Those mysterious pieces of information that had suddenly appeared in her mind, and the Savior Forum on her phone. Su Qing's heart felt a bit hesitant. No. Su Qing shook her head. Thinking again, since the Savior chose her to assist in the salvation, it must hold deep significance. Anyone chosen from the higher-ups would have much stronger resources and prestige than her, yet she was selected, indicating the officials might not be trustworthy. Confessing to the authorities was not advisable. But these few from the authorities were currently the only extraordinary beings she could interact with. I need to find a way to cooperate with them without putting myself in a passive position. Knock, knock, knock. Su Qing walked downstairs towards the door, ready to welcome the upcoming meeting. At that moment, the doorbell rang just at the right time. Miss Su Qing, hello, I am Yuan, and this is Jin Ning. We are from the official Special Affairs Bureau. Hello. Su Qing looked at the two serious individuals at the door, her heart couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Can we come in and have a seat? Oh, sure, please come in. Su Qing sat on the sofa. Holding tightly onto her phone, the two people in front of her brought her a lot of pressure. Miss Su Qing, you don't need to be nervous. We are just here to ask you some questions. Okay. May I ask how much do you know about what happened today? Su Qing looked at them and shook her head. Actually, until now, I don't know what happened at all. Do you know that nurse? She was the last one who took you away. Su Qing shook her head again. I don't know anything. By the time I came back to my senses, I was already home. At that moment, Su Qing's phone vibrated, and she instantly became nervous. Glancing at the two people in front of her and seeing they had no reaction, she pretended to check the time and secretly unlocked her phone, only to see a striking notification: the Savior Forum received a new post. Could you please sit for a moment? I need to go to the restroom. Su Qing stood up and walked toward the restroom. At this moment, she couldn't wait any longer. She had to check what new information was on the Savior Forum. After all, this was a matter that concerned the entire world and could not be delayed in the slightest. Behind her, the two were looking at her back with meaningful glances. Jian Ning, what do you think? I feel there's something wrong. Just now she glanced at her phone, and her expression changed instantly. Let the tech team monitor her phone. Title: Sharp Commentary on Pain Demon Spirit. This rebellious thing is purely born. Looking at the newly published post on the Savior Forum, Su Qing suddenly recalled the monster that had been gnawing on her at noon. Pain Demon Spirit should refer to this. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Having been gnawed on by the monster for days without realizing it, that terrifying feeling had become a shadow etched into her genes. What does the Savior mean by posting this? Is it to explain the danger of such a monster? And the last part about the person who designed such a monster, could it be that this terrifying monster was artificially created? Su Qing's mind was filled with too many questions. Clearly, the Savior wouldn't post casually out of boredom. This post must have a deeper meaning. One must know that the Savior Forum even limits the number of replies. Every piece of information and every word in it must be significant. Just like dog head for survival, it seems to indicate that the person who created the pain demon spirit is very powerful, enough that even the Savior feels wary. Su Qing slapped her forehead, feeling incredibly foolish. This post hides a mystery that cannot be understood in a short time. The priority now is to consult the Savior about the establishment of the Savior organization. Su Qing quickly typed a reply, pouring out all the doubts in her heart. Just as she was about to send it, her finger froze on the screen. No, asking everything would make her seem too incompetent. Recalling what she had seen in online career strategies before, leaders mostly pointed the way, while the specific matters were meant to be handled by subordinates like herself. Frowning deeply, she thought hard, revising repeatedly. At one moment, she felt the wording was too ordinary and not polite enough, at another moment, she worried the tone was too stiff. Finally, after careful consideration, with a feeling of unease, Su Cheng sent the following message. Girl A, Honorable Savior. You are like the dawnlight, illuminating this world shrouded in darkness. I have never ventured into the extraordinary realm before, facing the great cause of salvation, filled with confusion and no direction. After hitting send, Su Cheng felt extremely tense in her heart, her fingers shaking slightly. She replied. And it was 2 consecutive replies. Withdrawal girl? Withdrawal girl, please give a thumbs up. Looking at these 2 vague replies, Su Cheng fell into deep thought. Although I don't know what's going on, the savior said a thumbs up can't be wrong. As Su Cheng pressed the thumbs up icon at the title of the post, a message popped up. Thumbs up successful, 1 step closer to salvation. Before Su Cheng could clear her thoughts, the savior sent another pop-up. Just 1 more strike, help the savior, love you. Current permission prohibits posting, daily interactions like replying, liking, and striking are only possible 3 times, remaining interactions, 0. Is this really saving the world? Su Cheng stared blankly at the information on her phone. Chapter 20, New Task, Blood Ball. Liam O had never thought that the forum in the Savior game was actually part of the game itself. The interaction with players was actually done by NPCs. This creativity is truly astonishing. Liam O couldn't help but admire the planner's imagination. The NPC he saved in a previous quest became a member of the forum. If he hadn't saved her before, would he not be able to interact with her now? Liam O had an idea. This NPC replied to a message and liked a post before disappearing. Liam O wasn't surprised. Thinking about it, he knew the planner wouldn't let him casually earn friendship coins. Replying gives 1 coin, liking gives 2, contributing a total of 3 hope coins. I should save more special NPCs, then I can earn more coins later. Congratulations, player has triggered the ultimate super lucky strike. All items in the costume shop are now 0.1% off. Looking at the 3 costumes in the costume shop, Liam O began to select. The costume shop refreshes 3 random costumes every day at midnight. The effects of the 3 costumes are very strong, but since he could only buy 2, Liam O eventually chose the Demon Revolver and the Angel Wing. Costume, Demon Revolver. Active skill, Demon Roulette. Each shot has a 1/6 chance to instantly kill the target, a 1/6 chance to fully restore the target's health and grant a 1-minute ascend buff, and a 2/3 chance to restore 50% health. Cooldown time, 1 hour. If shot at oneself, there is no cooldown. Description, after gaining ascend 10 times, I shall bless you. Price, 2 hope coins, 0.1% off. Looking at this unreasonable instant kill effect, it was a must-buy. A gambler's end, at the crucial moment, take a risk, 1 in 6, I believe it won't fail. To Liam O, a 1 in 6 chance was already very high. Many gacha games have chances that are outrageously low. The other 2 costumes were the Angel Wing and the Angel Right Wing. Liam O chose the left wing. Currently, his strongest character, the Blood Nurse, had no ranged ability, but with the Angel Left Wing's passive, he could deal with ranged monsters. Costume, Angel Left Wing. Passive effect, Protective Feather, high chance to block ranged attacks, obtains a double jump ability when equipped. Description, the pure and resilient Angel Left Wing. Since gaining it, I have never failed in long jump and baseball competitions. Price, 1 hope coin, 0.1% off. As for the other Angel Right Wing, Liam O also wanted it, but with no coins, he could only helplessly give it up. Costume, Angel Right Wing. Passive effect, Purifying Feather, automatically clears negative effects every 10 minutes, gains gliding ability when equipped. Description, containing sacred power, wearing the Angel Right Wing makes your body stronger, and you're not afraid to jump off a building. Price, 1 hope coin, 0.1% off. Looking at the passive of the Angel Right Wing, Liam O kept sighing. It's definitely on purpose, just enough to choose 2 out of 3. With a reluctant heart, he exited the costume shop. The task list has updated. Seeing the exclamation mark indicating a new task on the task option, Liam O clicked in. B-level series task, Hunt the Shadow Scale Serpent, 2nd phase, Blood Ball. Task summary, you have disrupted the Shadow Scale Serpent's plans, but this is not enough to force him to show himself, so you need to add fuel to the fire. A grand ball is about to begin, filled with people seduced by demons. Prevent them from seducing others to join the ball. The Shadow Scale Serpent's confidant L will attend the ball. Capture him. Task objectives, 1. Prevent demon followers from seducing people to the ball. 2. Capture the Shadow Scale Serpent's confidant L. 3. Recover the divine artifact, Skull Goblet. Task rewards, 100 basic points. Moldy food recipe. Reminder, L does not possess extraordinary powers. Be careful to avoid her death, or it may cause the Shadow Scale Serpent to go out of control. At this moment, in a certain room, thick curtains completely blocked the outside light. A man lay naked on the bed, his chest rising and falling violently, sweat sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the messy sheets. We must stop for a while. The man's voice was filled with exhaustion. Today's events have proven that the world's consciousness is already watching me. The woman suddenly lifted her head, cradling the man's face with both hands, her tone thick with disbelief. No. I must help you. As long as you break through to level 4, everything will be fine. You don't need to take risks. No, those people today are very important. If we control them in Yang City, we will have most of it in our hands. Seeing the man still hesitating, the woman continued, I have to quickly become an extraordinary being, only then can I truly help you. A hint of ecstasy appeared on her face. Besides, a ball without a main character is incomplete. The man shook his head helplessly, sighing softly, there's no need for this, becoming extraordinary brings endless suffering for humans. You just stay here and don't worry about me. The woman said, walking towards the wardrobe. Take this. Wow, so disgusting. The woman instinctively took a step back, her face filled with distaste. Take it. The man's eyes were full of sincerity. This is an escape tool. If you encounter danger, twist the rat's neck to trigger its power. The woman frowned, reluctantly accepting the rat's tail and stuffing it into her bag. You can rest assured, what could possibly happen? The woman put on her high heels, adjusted her skirt, and revealed a confident smile. By the way, I called Chen Qinya over tomorrow. She's been holding back and must be very hungry. The man's pupils suddenly contracted. There's no need to complicate things, she's just an ordinary person. Do you still love her? Impossible. It's Xin Yan who likes her, not me. The man lowered his head, looking evasive. I was just influenced by his memories. Ha ha ha, got it. I'm leaving. The woman laughed and turned around, walking towards the door. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, her movements paused, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Be careful. Outside Yang City, the sky gradually darkened. In front of a manners gate, Su Qing looked helplessly at Jian Ning beside her, reaching out to help her adjust her somewhat messy skirt. Earlier, Jian Ning and Hao Yuan suddenly visited Su Qing's home. After a conversation, Su Qing felt overwhelmed. Questions came one after another. On the surface, they were inquiries, but behind the scenes, they were all about understanding something else. As the conversation continued, Su Qing felt that even her underwear would be questioned. With no other option, she had to use the excuse of attending a gathering in the evening to try to send them away. But who would have thought that Hao Yuan suddenly said, just right, Jian Ning has never participated in such activities. Miss Su Qing, can you bring her along? Besides, the danger hasn't passed, she can protect you. Ultimately, after some back and forth, it ended up like this. Ladies, there's still business to attend to, I'll head back first. Contact me anytime if needed. Hao Yuan sat in the car, smiling and waving. Meanwhile, Jian Ning frowned, completely ignoring him. Her awkward and aloof appearance, coupled with the discomfort of wearing a formal dress, made Su Qing's lips curve into a smile. Initially thinking Jian Ning was serious and unapproachable, she now discovered a charming contrast in her behavior, which was quite cute. Let's go, Sister Jian. Su Qing pulled Jian Ning towards the manor before them. Chapter 21 Opening. Second Ring Blood Ball. Liemo stared intently at the screen, the pixelated dancer in a tailcoat gently swaying in the breeze. On the screen was a small hill, with sparse trees around it. A bright pixelated round moon hung high in the sky. Looking at the new task with a different style, Liemo increasingly felt that this game was not simple. I absolutely cannot be as messy as when I fought the sorrowful spirit. This time, Liemo made ample preparations and even bought a bunch of small items he thought were useful from the shop. The control feel of the despair dancer was completely different from that of the bloodstained nurse. If the bloodstained nurse gave Liemo the feeling of a righteous warrior, then the despair dancer felt like an agile assassin. Both movement and attack gave a graceful impression, incredibly nimble. Moreover, this time Liemo also equipped the dancer with the devil revolver, a costume that could not be removed once worn by a character, unless that character died. But a gambling-type costume like the devil revolver seemed perfect for the dancer in Liemo's eyes. After all, his talent, Dance Step Rebound, could immunize one fatal damage, making it fairly safe to use the devil revolver. If it were the bloodstained nurse, Liemo wouldn't dare to use it. After all, a 1 in 6 chance of instant death is not low. After completing more than 20 daily tasks, Liemo considered himself quite skilled with the despair dancer's controls. Using the dancer, he began to explore the surrounding environment. That should be the location of this task. Liemo controlled the dancer to stand on a small hill, looking at a large estate in the distance, secretly pondering this task. The estate was large, with a huge 3-story villa at the center, surrounded by tall walls that protected the garden and villa, and an asphalt road connecting to the estate's gate. At this moment, vehicles were entering one after another. Just as Liemo was about to control the dancer to walk towards the villa, several dialogue boxes appeared not far away. %yuan and Gurgle gurgle and hashtag. Liamo controlled the dancer to sneak closer, thinking in his heart, did I trigger a plot? As the dancer moved, Liamo also saw clearly what was happening on the other side of the hill through the screen. The dancer hid in the bushes under a big tree, and below the hill were dozens of NPCs. A female NPC dressed in a red gown was surrounded by 20 or so NPCs, who were talking to each other. What struck Liamo as strange was that there were 6 wooden boxes placed among these NPCs. At this moment, Liamo was pondering the identities of these NPCs, struggling with whether to go out. If they were enemies, could the dancer handle so many with her current strength? Until 2 NPCs at the edge had dialogue boxes appear above their heads, completely dispelling Liamo's thoughts of revealing himself directly. Strong man, that woman is really beautiful. If I could have that, dying once would be worth it. Bald man, are you crazy? I heard that woman is someone we can't offend. Didn't you see our boss nodding and bowing to her? Strong man, hiss indeed, even a half-step level 2 powerhouse like brother must listen to her, she's terrifying. Though Liamo did not understand how strong the so-called half-step level 2 was, he still decided to observe the situation first. After all, his dancer was only level 1, with only strength and agility reaching 10, while the other attributes were not impressive. Moreover, with only 10 points in attributes, Liamo truly did not feel particularly strong. As time passed, he saw that the woman and most of the people carried the 6 boxes towards the estate, leaving behind 3 NPCs, among them the bald man and the strong man who had just spoken. Watching the others gradually walk away, Liamo felt it was time to take action. Tiger brother, what are we here for exactly? Just spill the beans for the brothers. The bald man had a fawning smile on his face, slyly leaning next to the yellow-haired man, pulling out a lighter to light the cigarette in the mouth of a man with yellow hair. The yellow-haired man shot a sidelong glance at the bald man, raising his head with his nostrils pointing to the sky. He blew out a thick puff of smoke from his mouth. Why ask so much? Just take care of your own business. Hey, Tiger bro, I saw that woman being so arrogant. I just wanted to know where she came from. How can she act so tough? The strong man beside him echoed, exactly, who does she think she is to point fingers at our brothers? It's clear she hasn't been properly dealt with by you, Tiger bro. If you educated her a bit, she'd definitely behave like a cat. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man's eyes sharpened, his mouth twisted to one side. You better watch your words, she's from that world. The strong man's expression changed instantly, and he quickly bent down. Yes, I should die, I spoke carelessly. Seeing the strong man's reaction, the yellow-haired man couldn't help but laugh. Ha, but you are right about one thing, that little wench clearly hasn't experienced my strength. Moreover, my brother is a half-step level 2 powerhouse. Besides Hao Yuan from the Special Affairs Bureau, who can compare? The only reason I'm letting her be so arrogant today is that my brother wants to learn the way to advance to level 2 from her. Once he succeeds, she will be of no use. By then. The yellow-haired man revealed a lewd smile. You all will be in line. Ah, thank you, Tiger bro. In line. The 3 laughed uncontrollably, completely unaware of a figure approaching through the bushes nearby. What the hell, who? The yellow-haired man jumped in fright at the sight of the clown-faced individual appearing in front of him, dropping the cigarette but from his hand. At that moment, the bald man and the strong man beside him also noticed and started cursing at the clown-masked dancer. Damn it, where did this dog come from, daring to scare me? The bald man pulled out a dagger from his pants, waving it around. Waste him. The bald man slashed at the dancer, but the latter merely tilted his body slightly to dodge the attack. The bald man instantly became furious, wildly swinging the knife in his hand. Dodged again. The bald man was panting heavily, his face turning red. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired man and the others had their mouths wide open, as the dancer's evasive moves were incredibly graceful and rhythmic, looking less like dodging attacks and more like dancing. Go help him. The yellow-haired man snapped back to reality and pushed the strong man toward the dancer. The strong man hurriedly rushed in, trying to circle around the dancer to catch him. But what happened next startled everyone present. The dancer turned around, a flash of black light appeared in his hand. The bald man, still attacking, felt a jolt in his body, and a line of blood slowly appeared on his neck. A splash of blood burst forth, and the yellow-haired man felt a warm sensation on his face. He reached out to touch it, his hand sticky with blood. It's a superhuman. The yellow-haired man's voice trembled, watching the dancer twist and dodge effortlessly, avoiding every drop of splattered blood. The strong man, preparing to charge at the dancer, also halted, his face turning ashen. My brother Yang Long is a quasi-level 2 superhuman. Who are you? The yellow-haired man was gripped by fear, hoping his brother's name would intimidate the dancer. But the dancer completely ignored him and started dancing on the spot. Chapter 22, Start of the Forces. Under the moonlight, a dancer wearing a clown mask was performing a bullfight dance, his tailcoat flipping up and down with each movement. Even someone with no interest in dance would be drawn to his movements. But for the yellow-haired man and his friend, there was no interest in admiring the art before them. To the yellow-haired man, the situation felt incredibly dire. His brother was, after all, close to being a level 2 superhuman and held a bit of fame in the superhuman world of Shangyang City. And the superhuman before him was entirely unmoved, making the yellow-haired man feel this was the worst-case scenario. His brother had once said, whenever superhumans used their powers, they would invariably suffer some backlash, and those who overused their powers could even become insane. The person in front of him very likely was such a case. The yellow-haired man slowly moved back, while reaching into his chest. He actually pulled out a handgun. As he backed away, he aimed it at the dancer. "Don't move!" The yellow-haired man's hand trembled uncontrollably. Extraordinary beings have a strong resistance to guns or ordinary weapons. He didn't expect his handgun to harm the man in front of him, more so, he hoped to intimidate him, or attract back the others who had left not long ago with the gunshot. But just as he pointed the gun at the dancer, a streak of black light slid past his gun hand. The handgun slipped from his grip, and a lot of blood oozed from his wrist. The black light did not stop at his wrist, continuing to attack the burly man beside him. The burly man quickly raised his hand to block it. His arm was directly sliced open with a gash over a dozen centimeters long. When the black light flew back into the dancer's hand, they could finally see what had launched the attack. It was a completely black dagger, reflecting a glass-like texture. "Please. I beg you, don't kill me." The yellow-haired man knelt on the ground with a thud, pain causing beads of sweat to cover his forehead. Watching the dancer approach him while picking up the fallen handgun, the yellow-haired man felt his heart tighten, instantly freezing in place. Roar! At that moment, the burly man who had been injured suddenly let out an angry shout, his eyes turning bright red, and he charged at the dancer. This scene stunned the yellow-haired man, but he quickly reacted and rolled away, fleeing towards the direction of the manor. Liam-o, controlling the dancer, felt a bit conflicted. According to the game's background, his main task was to fight against monsters invading from other worlds. He knew that in the previous 2 missions, the NPCs he encountered were mostly upright characters. When fighting the Weeping Spirit, if it wasn't for that male NPC who threw charms and now turned into an equipped lowly NPC, he might have been doomed. Thus, he didn't know if attacking these NPCs would cause any problems. Some games punish you for killing just a chicken in a novice village, leading to a chase across the land. If he accidentally killed an important NPC, it would be troublesome to get stuck at a critical point. However, when one of the NPCs took the initiative to attack, Liam-o felt relieved. This meant these NPCs were hostile, and killing them would most likely have no consequences. So, Liam-o controlled the dancer and performed a normal attack on one of the bald NPCs, who unexpectedly went down instantly. This effortless victory surprised him. Next, he used the active skill of the obsidian dagger, the spinning blade, on another gun-wielding NPC, instantly taking another one down. These NPCs are too weak. Liam-o couldn't help but curl his lips. The few NPCs from the Special Affairs Bureau were the same before, and now he understood he couldn't rely on the strength of these NPCs. In the future, he had to be careful not to be let down by NPC teammates at critical moments. "Oh, I can pick up equipment." Liam-o tapped on the pickup icon on the screen. "Congratulations, player, you have obtained weapon, makeshift crude handgun. Weapon, makeshift crude handgun. Rank, unranked. Active skill, shooting, launches projectiles to attack the target, damage greatly reduces against targets with physical condition of 1 or higher, currently usable July 7th. Description: a shoddy homemade handgun, accuracy beyond 20 meters is random. This. Liam-o looked at the handgun's stats, unable to help but frown. To be honest, it was too trashy. If the damage reduced against targets with physical condition of 1 or above, who could this handgun even hurt? To mock them? He casually tossed it into his inventory. Liam-o's attention shifted back to the NPCs, mainly focusing on the yellow-haired NPC. From their previous conversation, it was clear he was more important than the other 2 goon-like characters. But just as Liam-o controlled the desperate dancer to approach the yellow-haired man to see if there was any interaction, the surviving NPC suddenly changed. He suddenly spread his arms wide, and in an instant, his body began to swell wildly. In the blink of an eye, he became a fat man covered in red pixel blocks. Immediately, he stepped forward to attack the dancer. The dancer sidestepped, easily avoiding the fat man's charge. This talent is easier to activate than I imagined, Liam-o could not help but marvel. The Despair Dancer's way of triggering talent was extremely simple. As long as Liam-o casually moved the control button, it could be activated. Moreover, a 30% evasion rate seems like only 1/3, but Liam-o didn't even know how many times it had triggered this one time. Liam-o fiercely clicked the basic attack button, and in the screen, the dancer's character moved like a dance step, the obsidian dagger flying constantly in his hand. The raging fat monster unknowingly fell into his rhythm. It was less a battle and more like a duet. In less than 10 seconds, the fat man was piled with layers of bleeding traits and collapsed to the ground. Kill the demon believer, earn 1 point. The fat man's combat power was about the same as the new task's little ghoul, completely insufficient for the Despair Dancer with full strength and agility. Liamo watched the fleeing yellow-haired NPC on screen, shook his head, TSK, with this speed, he wants to run? Without any suspense, the dancer easily caught up with him. However, the interactive option appearing on the screen saved his life. Option 1, hold the yellow-haired boy and walk towards the manor gate grandly. Attack the manor from the front gate. Option 2, let the yellow-haired boy lead the way, heading towards the manor's secret passage. Sneak in secretly. Option 3, let the yellow-haired boy report normally on time and wait here for the target to come out. Stay at the retreat point waiting for prey. Liamo thought for a moment, choosing option 2. Option 1 was completely unreliable, while option 3 was too passive, likely to miss a key plot. After all, this mission had 3 objectives. As Liamo made his choice, he saw a dialogue box appear above the dancer's character on the screen. Dancer, if you want to live, take me into the manor. Yellow-haired boy, I know of a secret passage to get in, spare my life. Liamo looked at the screen with a strange feeling. It turned out that the character he controlled could speak. After playing the bloodied nurse for so long, Liamo always thought the character he controlled wouldn't talk until now, which surprised him a little. He twisted his stiff neck, and without thinking too much, controlled the dancer to hold the yellow-haired NPC and walk towards the manor. Chapter 23, Dance Together. Through the courtyard, Su Cheng and Jian Ning, following the waiter's guidance, entered the manor villa and arrived in the hall. The hall was extremely spacious, with splendid crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the entire hall with golden brilliance. Many elegantly behaving waiters busily moved among the crowd, while soft and elegant classical music played in the background. As the two looked around the hall, a woman who looked quite similar to Su Cheng approached them. It was Su Qing's elder sister, Su Yu. Su Qing's parents passed away due to an accident when she was very young, and since then, all family affairs had been managed by Su Yu. Her sister Su Yu showed abilities far beyond her age, pulling the nearly bankrupt Xia Corporation back on track. However, Su Qing had mixed feelings about her sister. In her eyes, Su Yu was a complete workaholic, rarely coming home, and always loved to lecture whenever they met. The relationship between the two was more like a mother-daughter bond than that of sisters. Who is this? Su Yu asked, looking at Jian Ning. This is my friend, Jian Ning. Su Qing smiled at her sister, whose expression had slightly changed. Su Yu couldn't help but sigh. Her younger sister always made her worry. In her eyes, her sister was too naive. Besides, her sister often stayed home and rarely attended events, so she had never heard of any friends. Upon the sudden appearance of Jian Ning, Su Yu couldn't help but feel a bit protective, worried that her silly sister might be tricked. Hello? Jian Ning extended her hand and greeted. Hello? In the villa's hall, the three were chatting. At this moment, a young man in a suit walked out, instantly attracting everyone's attention in the hall. That is the owner of this manor, Lu Ming, who can be considered the youngest successful person in Yang City. Hearing this, Su Qing beside her said, Sister, I think you look younger than him. Su Yu chuckled, Silly sister, among everyone here, we can only be considered ordinary. Su Qing didn't mind and looked around. She hadn't forgotten her purpose in coming here, not only to please her sister to pave the way for borrowing money later but also to see if she could find some ways to establish a savior organization. But what she thought was clear before coming turned out to be completely lost once she arrived. Welcome everyone to this ball. Lu Ming raised his glass and looked at everyone in the hall. Meanwhile, others were exchanging compliments with each other. Suddenly, someone asked, Mr. Lu, when will the auction start? This abrupt question instantly drew everyone's attention. Some looked puzzled, while others were filled with anticipation. The strange atmosphere quickly caught Su Qing's attention, making her feel a bit odd. Lu Ming's expression darkened for a moment but soon returned to a friendly demeanor. He laughed and said, Ha, the ball has just started, everyone enjoy the food and fun first, we will talk about work later. Hearing Lu Ming say this, many people agreed. I declare the ball has begun. Miss Su, this must be your younger sister? Lu Ming approached Su Qing and her companions. He first took a look at Jian Ning, then shifted his gaze to Su Qing. Mr. Lu, this is my sister Su Qing. Su Yu turned around and greeted, Su Qing, say hello. Su Qing scratched the back of her head and chuckled, hello. It seems like Miss Su Qing is here for the first time, would you like to dance with me? Lu Ming extended an invitation. Su Qing quickly shook her head, no, I can't dance. It's okay, I can teach you. No. Su Yu kept giving her glances. Su Qing shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. Ah, it's fine, I see I have startled you. Lu Ming said with a laugh. Mr. Lu, how about I dance with you? Then I respectfully accept. Watching Lu Ming leave with her sister, Su Qing turned to Jian Ning, who seemed absent-minded. So, what should we do next? Are you asking me? Jian Ning tilted her head slightly to look at Su Qing. Her expression seemed to say, if you ask me, who should I ask? The two looked at each other. Occasionally someone would come over to greet them, but Su Qing had no idea how to respond, mostly waving her hands to refuse. As for Jian Ning, her expression of wanting to be left alone made others step back immediately. Watching the atmosphere in the hall gradually grow lively with dancing, Jian Ning suggested, "How about we go outside for some fresh air?" Su Qing's face twisted into a knot. She indeed didn't like this atmosphere, but she also remembered her goal of starting a savior organization, which meant she had to interact with all sorts of people. How could she back down for something like this? Suddenly, she focused her attention on Jian Ning. Maybe she could practice a little. Jian Ning felt uneasy under her gaze and said, "Why are you staring at me? If you're not going outside, I might as well go alone. Do you know how to dance?" "No, why?" "Then do you want to learn together?" Jian Ning looked helpless, seeing the strange looks directed her way. She never expected Su Qing to be so stubborn, insisting on pulling her to dance. No matter how she refused, it was useless. "Sorry, I stepped on your foot." Su Qing looked down. Looking at the ground, the movements were clumsy. Jian Ning sighed, "There's no need to force yourself to do something you don't like." "No. There's something important I must do." Noticing Su Qing's change in tone, Jian Ning couldn't help but look at her and asked, "What is so important?" "Of course, to save." Su Qing suddenly came to her senses, realizing what she was about to say, nearly revealing the secret mission to save the world. "It's nothing? Really?" Jian Ning looked at Su Qing, who had her head down, with a complex gaze. The obsidian dagger reflecting the moonlight zipped between three strong men, and a few blood splatters burst in the air. Before they could react, the three men collapsed to the ground. Yang Hu, with his blonde hair, looked terrified as he stared at the clown dancer who had instantly killed three people. This is the secret entrance to the villa. You can enter the basement from here." Yang Hu pointed tremblingly with his finger at the small wooden house behind the three corpses. The dancer, as if nothing had happened, stepped over the bodies on the ground. Yang Hu's legs went weak, and he cautiously followed behind him, trembling. Throughout the entire process, the dancer did not look at him once, but he didn't dare to have even a slightest thought of escape. He knew in his heart that as long as he dared to resist, he would end up like the corpses on the ground, losing his life. "Big brother, save me," he could only silently pray in his heart, hoping his brother would come and save him soon. Chapter 24 Rest. In the dim underground tunnel, the dancer walked ahead, occasionally twisting his arms and body, moving smoothly like a dance. Behind him, Yang Hu constantly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. As the two approached a corner, the dancer suddenly stopped, and Yang Hu almost crashed into him, scaring him terribly. If he actually collided, wouldn't he be skinned alive? Just as his heart raced, conversation voices suddenly came from ahead. "That guy Yan Long is up to no good. Ha ha ha, he's just a clown. The big sister will naturally take care of him. Boss, do you want me to take two brothers and deal with that foolish brother of his outside?" "No rush, we'll talk when the ceremony starts. You guys just wait a bit. That fool Yang Hu usually doesn't treat his brothers like humans, so we need to entertain him well later." Hearing the familiar voices coming from the corner, Yang Hu's face turned from green to purple, looking extremely ugly. "What's going on? Did these guys betray us?" The dancer moved forward again, and Yang Hu quickly followed, seeing three people up ahead, one of whom was his own lackey, instantly infuriating him. "Who are you?" Seeing the two suddenly appear, the group quickly shouted out, and upon recognizing them, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Ha ha, it's you, our brother Hu. Why aren't you guarding outside? What are you doing here?" Yang Hu didn't reply but instead looked at the dancer beside him. The three men across from them noticed that the usually domineering Yang Hu was acting strangely, and they instantly sensed something was off. "Who are you?" Seeing that the dancer remained silent, the three slowly surrounded them. The dancer raised his right hand, and the obsidian dagger flew out, attacking one of them. "It's a superhuman, be careful." The targeted man reached out, trying to catch the dagger, but unexpectedly it sliced through his hand, and a thumb fell to the ground. Immediately, the dagger shot towards another person. Pft, pft. With two consecutive sounds of flesh being sliced open, the obsidian dagger flew back into the dancer's hand. Meanwhile, the three men were left with ghastly wounds on their bodies. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you," the man who lost his thumb yelled, his arms bulging, making him look entirely disproportionate, as if injected with tons of steroids. A fist the size of a cantaloupe swung towards the dancer. With a bang, the fist grazed the dancer's cheek and smashed into the wall of the tunnel. The cement wall cracked directly. And the dancer's right hand lifted slightly, the obsidian dagger sliced open the strong man's throat. "Ha, gag, bastard." The air flowed out along the strong man's slit windpipe, accompanied by blood froth. The other two people finally came to assist. One had arms that turned into bone blades, like a praying mantis, while the other grew scales on his upper body. The two attacked the dancer in a pincer move. The mantis man was extremely fast, with bone blades flying up and down, attacking the dancer wildly. How is this possible? While attacking, the Mantis Man looked at the dancer standing still in disbelief, as he surprisingly dodged attacks at incredible angles. Several times the Mantis Man thought he had hit, but actually missed. On the other side, the scaled strong man charged over. Bang! Relying on his scale protection, he crashed directly into the dancer. Successful. How is this possible? The Mantis Man was completely stunned. The dancer's agility had already surprised him, but what happened now made him lose all will to resist in an instant. The dancer was gripping the scaled strong man's neck with one hand, and the latter was like a little chick, completely unable to resist. It should be known that these blessed believers, already had strength comparable to some regular extraordinary beings. However, in front of this person, they had no ability to resist at all. I have to escape. The Mantis Man turned and ran. Now he could rely only on his speed to have a chance of survival. Kill demon believers ×3, earn 3 points. Liamo looked at the screen showing the despairing dancer, looking helpless. This jerk, he's even playing the victory animation. This D-rank character had many more animations than the SSS rank Bloodstained Nurse. Each animation was unique. Killing enemies, dancing, walking, and then dancing again. The best part was even dodging attacks came with dance steps. The overly rich motions made Liamo doubt whether this was really a D-rank character. The Bloodstained Nurse needs a buff. The movements aren't even as rich as a D-rank character's. Controlling the despairing dancer to move forward, Liamo was also thinking about the task situation. This mission had 3 objectives: temporarily disregarding the recovery of the artifact. The other goal was to stop the demon believers from inciting chaos, which appeared to refer to the group brought in by that female NPC. Liamo looked at the yellow-haired NPC following the despairing dancer on the screen and murmured, but not all those NPCs are so-called demon believers, they probably can mutate into monsters. As for how to stop the demon believers from inciting chaos, Liamo thought that simply eliminating them all should solve the problem. The other trusted confidant capturing the shadow scale serpent, L, should be that woman. I need to be careful later. If I accidentally click an attack and kill her immediately, that would be funny. Remembering the task prompt that L did not possess extraordinary powers, Liamo recalled how one regular attack had killed an NPC. Now, Liamo had gained some understanding of the game's background. The presence or absence of extraordinary power made a world of difference, picking up that pistol would reduce damage even against a body with a score of 1. So when calculated, these ordinary NPCs without extraordinary abilities probably only had attributes of a fraction. Being one-shot by the despairing dancer, who had a power score of 10, was not surprising. While thinking about the task, Liamo controlled the despairing dancer to move towards the mission target. Along the way, some scattered NPCs were taken down by the dancer, some were demon believers, while others were not. In a moment, they passed through the sewer to a wider room. They should have reached the basement of the manor. Liamo stretched his neck and wrists. He needed to be ready for a potential big battle. Flipping through the item bar. Adjusted the order of various props, then controlled the dancer to walk into the room. At that moment, the task prompt also sounded. Destroy the promotion ceremony set up by L. Current destroyed nodes, 0/6. 6 exclamation marks indicating task objectives appeared on the screen. It seems the task has officially begun now. Liamo controlled the desperate dancer to move towards one of the exclamation marks. Chapter 25 Transition. The game prompt not only marked the exclamation marks for task locations, but also displayed a minimap. The game was considerate enough to provide guidance, marking the task locations with obvious exclamation marks and popping up a minimap. This made Liamo feel satisfied. This time, the planner was somewhat personal. Otherwise, if he had to find the task target in this unfamiliar map, he feared he might throw his phone, as he always hated memorizing maps while playing games. The mansion's basement was far larger than Liamo had expected. While looking at the mini-map, he pondered, this map design is really strange. The basement was a circular corridor linking a series of small rooms, altogether forming a regular hexagon surrounding a spacious hexagonal hall. The 6 nodes indicated by the system were distributed at the 6 corners of the hexagon. This meant that outside the corridor were numerous small rooms, while the inside comprised the walls of the hall. The main door to the hall was located to the south, facing the task objective room to the south. Such a layout was indeed too strange. This bizarre terrain is something only a game could design. If a wealthy person built such a basement in reality, Liamo felt he must be seriously ill. I have to walk around to clear everything. Liamo knew well that dealing with these 6 nodes would not be an easy task and would take a lot of time and energy. The central hexagonal hall obviously had issues. Liamo suspected that might be where the boss was. Therefore, Liamo planned the route. He was currently in the corridor from south to east, preparing to clear it counterclockwise, finishing at the room in the south. This way, if he had to fight the boss in the central hall, it would be just right. Following the prompt, Liamo controlled the desperate dancer to move towards the nearest target location. The dancer arrived in front of a door. Without a second thought, Liamo opened the door directly. Inside the room were 3 NPCs, busy fiddling with a large wooden box, one of the 6 boxes he had seen them carrying outside the mansion before. The so-called node, is it referring to these 6 wooden boxes? Liam shook his head, thinking no more. Whatever, just do it. After saying this, he controlled the dancer to walk straight to the 3 NPCs. Is there a storyline? Liam was somewhat surprised. The previously captured yellow-haired NPC was now extremely obediently following behind. This led Liam to suspect that he might be a key storyline NPC. Sure enough, a dialogue between the NPCs was triggered. NPC, Tiger Brother? Why are you here? Yellow-haired, don't move. Watching the dialogues between the NPCs, Liam felt there might be no need to fight these ordinary NPCs. One was killed with no rewards, and the other might trigger some plot. Moreover, every time a task was completed, there was a scoring system, one item being the casualties among civilian NPCs. Liam was uncertain if these ordinary NPCs, who had a hostile relationship with him, would count in the scoring. So unless necessary, Liam wouldn't kill them casually. Ignoring the chatting NPCs, Liam controlled the desperate dancer to walk towards the large wooden box in the center of the small room. But just as the dancer approached the box and prepared to interact, an issue arose with the NPCs beside him. Initially, under the negotiation of the yellow-haired NPC, the others did not stop the dancer. However, when the dancer was about to interact with the wooden box, one of the NPCs suddenly underwent a transformation. Title: The Fallen One. Rank: D. Level: 1. Strength: 1. Constitution: 8. Agility: 1. Spirit: 0.3. Talent: 1. Corrosive Burst, explodes upon death, causing corrosion damage to nearby enemies. Status: Addiction to Shadowscale Slime. Regular intake of Shadowscale Slime is required, otherwise, the soul will disintegrate and become a mindless monster. Oh no, a self-destructing monster. Looking at the creature that was swollen up to be the size of 2 normal NPCs, Liam couldn't help but say. No matter the game, self-destructing monsters are undoubtedly the most disgusting. One uncertainty is how much damage it will cause upon exploding, the other is whether it will attract the attention of other enemies. But no matter how gross it was, Liam had no choice but to confront this creature head-on. Compared to the dancer with 10 points of agility, the monster's 1 point of agility was completely insignificant. Its attacks were constantly missing, but this guy had relatively high constitution, making it particularly tough to beat. Relying on the dancer's high agility, Liam continuously attacked, stacking the bleeding buff from the obsidian dagger. This time, Liam also witnessed the horror of this ordinary bleeding buff when combined with a high attack speed. The fallen one before him had over 10 layers of bleeding stacked on it, and its health visibly dropped. Once it had only a sliver of health left, Liam hurriedly maneuvered the dancer to lead it a bit closer to the inner room, then turned around and dashed out. The whole process was quick, and by the time the dancer burst out of the room, the 3 NPCs nearby with yellow hair only then reacted, panic-stricken following him to escape. But just as the last NPC was about to flee the room, the fallen one began to swell rapidly and exploded, with various red and brown pixelated mosaics flying everywhere, blowing up the entire room. The last NPC who didn't escape got splattered and fell to the ground, rolling around madly. Phew, good thing it's pixel style, otherwise, this game might not pass the censorship. Watching the NPC rolling frantically on the screen eventually turn into a skeletal figure, Liam couldn't help but swallow. Kill the fallen one, earn 5 points. The dancer walked up to a wooden box that had been partially corroded within the room and began to interact with it. He slowly opened the box, and Liam also saw what was inside. It was a child NPC, strangely covered in various symbols. The dancer directly pulled the child NPC out of the box, the other party was motionless, looking as if life had left them. He carried the child and walked out of the room. At that moment, the system's notification sounded. Destroy the promotion ceremony set by L, destroyed array node, 1/6. Array node destroyed, please destroy as many array nodes as possible before L notices something is wrong. I need to hurry. In the ballroom, everyone was already resting, and Lu Ming walked back into the hall again. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Now let's start the eagerly anticipated auction segment. With Lu Ming's announcement, a wave of pleasant voices arose from the crowd. Ah, that's great. This time, I need to buy more. What's going on? What auction? Is this your first time attending? You're in for a treat, you should thank Mr. Lu later. At this moment, Su Qing looked strangely at the crowd, which expressed different reactions. While Jin Ning frowned tightly, feeling uneasy for some reason. Sister, what's going on? Su Qing asked Su Yu, who was walking over, but the latter only shook her head and then said, I don't know the details, but I heard others say it's an auction for a brand new type of medicine. Medicine? At that moment, Jin Ning's face changed slightly, her professional sensitivity alerted her to something wrong. Su Yu glanced at Jin Ning and said, I heard it can fight cancer and extend life. Sister, why does this sound so unreliable? Ha, who says it's not? But many people here are astute, since they all believe it, there must be some reason. This world might have things we don't know about behind the scenes. Suyu continued, if it's true, I'll buy some for you later. At that moment, the floor in the center of the stage began to descend, and soon, a staircase appeared. So please, everyone, head to the auction. Lu Ming smiled as he looked around at the crowd. Many people could not hold back any longer and rushed towards the staircase. Let's go. Su Qing glanced at Jian Ning, then followed behind Suyu as they walked towards the staircase. Jian Ning hesitated for a moment and then followed along. As she passed by Lu Ming, his half-smiling expression and his words made Jian Ning feel extremely awkward. Officer Jian, welcome aboard. Jian Ning was shocked. She had never introduced her identity to Lu Ming, so how did he know? Chapter 26, Gearing Up. After going down the staircase, Su Qing looked around, utterly astonished. She had never expected such a large room to exist beneath the ballroom. It was a magnificent regular hexagon, decorated just like the ballroom. To the north of the room was a stage, and facing the stage were many neatly arranged tables and chairs. Once dozens of guests had descended, the staircase automatically retracted into the ceiling, blending seamlessly, leaving only a closed door directly opposite the stage. In that moment, Su Qing truly felt the gap between her family and these top-class wealthy people. Surprised, huh? I told you to come out more and see the world. Su Qing looked at her sister Suyu but did not speak. Miss, please wear this mask. A nearby waiter with a fake mask handed over a mask. As everyone put on their masks, Lu Ming, wearing a half-face mask, walked onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, today we will not be holding an auction. Upon hearing his words, the audience burst into an uproar. Mr. Lu, you can't do this, I came here specifically for this. You can't just stand there while I suffer, Mr. Lu, my cancer still needs your help. No, today we must have the auction. Looking at the restless crowd, Lu Ming merely smiled lightly, and as the noise continued for a while, people gradually quieted down when they saw his lack of reaction. So everyone, there's no need to rush. Today we are not holding an auction because you won't need to spend money on competing against each other anymore. Mr. Lu, what do you mean by that? I have invited the supplier this time. Just as Lu Ming finished speaking, a woman wearing a white face mask and a red dress stood up from a table on the stage. The people who had entered earlier had already noticed that woman, but they didn't pay much attention. This lady has always been the one helping us, you can call her Miss Lin. Lu Ming respectfully welcomed the woman onto the stage. All eyes were on the woman's figure, and many people's gazes revealed eagerness. At this moment, Jian Ning also sensed something was wrong. Some guests appeared quite strange, as if they were not unfamiliar with that woman, showing expressions of respect and admiration in their eyes. That expression was something Jian Ning had seen before. It was the blind faith of cult followers in their leader, a childhood shadow for her. Her parents had been like that, even wanting to take her to commit suicide in the end. Now, the scene felt eerily reminiscent of her memories. Sister Jian, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Su Qing noticed Jian Ning's oddness and asked with concern. It's fine, just stay close to me later. Jian Ning rubbed her head and whispered to Su Qing. Su Qing nodded. She had not forgotten that Jian Ning was an extraordinary person from the Special Operations Bureau. The current situation was clearly a bit off. She quickly walked up and pulled her sister Suyu, trying to bring her closer to Jian Ning, to the position near the room's door. Why are you pulling me? Suyu looked at Su Qing in confusion. Just follow me. On stage, Lu Ming flattered the woman nonstop until she raised her hand to signal him to stop. At that moment, he had no semblance of a successful person, looking just like a loyal admirer. However, the people present felt no discomfort with Lu Ming's behavior whatsoever. Though they appeared glamorous as wealthy individuals, tycoons, or intellectual elites in front of the public, they knew deep down that they were nothing in front of truly powerful people. Many of them actually understood the secrets behind this world, and it was clear that the woman before them came from that mysterious realm. After all, the miraculous medicine that could prolong life and cure all diseases could not be achieved with today's technology. These people lacked nothing now: money, status, women, they had it all, but only their health made them anxious. This body that ages, gets sick, and dies brought them too much pain. They were incredibly jealous of Lu Ming, wondering why the loyal admirer on stage was not themselves. In the face of benefits, these people wouldn't hesitate to flatter or even abandon a few children. After all, children could be born again, but if they died before spending their money, that would truly be painful. You are all smart people, so I won't waste words. I will supply you with unlimited medicine from now on. Before the woman could finish her sentence, a heated discussion erupted from the audience. Miss Lin, is that true? That's wonderful, Miss Lin, you truly are a great benefactor. You are the savior of my family. I promise to obey any orders in the future. Various flattery continued, and the scene had clearly divided into two distinct groups. One group crowded closely around the stage, their faces full of gratitude, mostly comprising the wealthiest people in Yang City. The other group looked bewildered, their wealth lacking compared to the first group and confused by the current situation. They had thought they were just attending a ball, but suddenly found themselves swept into an auction, and now the atmosphere had become as strange as a cult gathering. Those powerful figures they usually flattered were now scrambling to please this woman who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. This huge contrast left many people standing in place, at a loss for what to do. However, some sharp-eyed individuals, seeing even these tycoons desperately flattering her, guessed there must be great benefits at stake, so without considering the situation, they hurried to join the praise, unsure of what was happening but knowing to follow the trend. The woman raised her hand to interrupt everyone, and then stated something that shocked everyone present. On the contrary, I have only one condition: you're everything. Everything? What is this woman talking about? A confused man, mixed in with the crowd of flatterers, couldn't help but speak up after hearing her words. This woman asked for everyone's everything right off the bat. Was she out of her mind, or was he? But as he began to speak, a middle-aged man, round in the belly, slapped him in the face. Who do you think you are to question Miss Lin? The man, seeing stars after the slap, wanted to explode in anger but lost his temper upon realizing the middle-aged man was the #1 real estate tycoon in Young City, and immediately started nodding and apologizing. In contrast, the group far from the stage was now stunned by the scene before them. Have these people lost their minds? Su Qing looked at the incomprehensible scene. Then the woman on stage stirred up a storm with her words. To show sincerity, you will transfer half of your group's shares to Lu Ming's name. The contracts are all ready for you. Next to her, the wait staff take out a thick stack of contracts. A group of people close to the stage eagerly snatched the contracts to sign and stamp, looking as if they were afraid of missing some enormous benefit. As for the other group of people, they stood frozen in place. There was no way they could sign such unreasonable contracts. So what is your choice? The woman looked at the remaining people. Chapter 27, Rising Tone. In response to the woman's inquiry, everyone continued to be silent, while the group of crazed individuals turned to look at them, plunging the entire hall into a strange quietness. Su Qing felt the eerie atmosphere, her heart racing, recalling the odd experiences of recent days when her classmates had obediently listened to the teacher. Mr. Liu, Miss Lin, we won't participate. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit, who looked somewhat authoritative, reluctantly stepped forward. Any sensible person could tell that the current situation was clearly off. This group of crazy people held much more power than they did. If they really intended to do something, the rest of them would be nothing but small fries in their eyes. That's really unfortunate. The woman on the stage shook her head and raised both hands. Clap, clap, 2 sounds of applause echoed. Then with a loud bang, the door directly facing the stage was pushed open. A group of fierce-looking muscular men with tattoos came in, carrying guns and rifles. Leading them was a bald man whose half-face was covered in tattoos, holding a large saber that glimmered with a chilling light. As soon as they entered, they slammed the door shut again, cutting off all escape routes for everyone. I'll sign, I'm willing. Seeing the situation turning sour, the middle-aged man in the suit hurriedly shouted, and many others echoed his sentiments. Sorry, you only have one chance. The woman pointed at everyone. These people are your promotion materials. What should we do? You must kill them all on your own, and remember, you have to do it within 10 minutes. The woman's voice seemed to say it as casually as if she were discussing killing a chicken, sending chills through everyone's hearts. Yang Long frowned, somewhat skeptical. Is it that simple? It's just that simple. Put. A fat man who was looking around had his head fall to the ground, shocking everyone. When 3 more were slain, it suddenly erupted into miserable screams. Kill, they're killing someone. Help. The scene instantly became extremely chaotic. People tried to escape but were encircled by the muscular men's subordinates. Su Qing, her face pale with fear, pulled her sister, who had also turned white with fright, retreating to the middle of the crowd. At that moment, one of Yang Long's subordinates flew out, and his gun was grabbed away. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and Yang Long's back erupted with 3 blossoms of red. He yelped in pain, suddenly startled. Extraordinary being? At the peak of level 1, his physique had already reached 10 times the human limit. Ordinary firearms couldn't cause him much harm at all. And the only possible situation now was the blessing of extraordinary power. He quickly turned around. Ding, the big saber in his hand deflected the bullets. Jian Ning's eyes were bloodshot, and she fired the gun again. You bastard, dare to hurt me. Yang Long's figure flickered and he instantly appeared beside Jian Ning. With a terrible whoosh, the saber cut through the air, just brushing Jian Ning's nose. Had she been a moment slower, she would have been dead on the spot. In just one encounter, Jian Ning realized she was completely not a match for the muscular man. Special Affairs Bureau, stop now. Hearing the woman's words, Yang Long was stunned. The big saber he had prepared to swing again stopped in midair. Thinking of the consequences of opposing the authorities, and the strength of the Special Affairs Bureau, a flicker of fear crept into his heart. Today you're being promoted to level 2, aren't you afraid of them? The woman's words on stage immediately dispelled Yang Long's worries. The knife in hand struck out again. Jian Ning awkwardly dodged the attack, looking at Yang Long with alertness on his face. A level 1 mid-tier extraordinary can actually withstand 2 of my moves, truly worthy of the Special Affairs Bureau. Yang Long glanced at Jian Ning, who was surrounded by broken tables and chairs, and no longer paid attention to him. He was calculating in his heart that as long as he could be promoted to level 2, relying on his own strength, he would be able to negotiate terms with the authorities then. But if he killed the people from the Special Affairs Bureau here, it would become a situation of no survival. Just thinking of Hao Yuan from the Special Affairs Bureau made Yang Long a bit wary. As for having killed some ordinary people today, he thought it was merely a necessary sacrifice in the process of strengthening one's power. In his view, the enhancement of each extraordinary's power was key to resisting those otherworldly monsters. The authorities needed them. With Jian Ning's fall, the massacre began again. The woman on the stage turned around, the corners of her mouth under the mask twisted into an exaggerated curve. Those once lofty bigwigs were now either bowing submissively beneath her feet or being killed like rubbish. Ah, how satisfying. A wave of pleasure rose from her heart. Looking at the wineglass in her hand, etched with skulls, she silently thought, you all will become the nutrients for my transformation into the extraordinary. Today, I am the main character. The woman bent down, her joy beyond words, unconsciously starting to dance. The frenzied crowd below the stage, the slaughtered people nearby, and the dancing woman on stage formed a picture depicting a ball of blood. Bang! Bang bang! But suddenly, a series of sounds disrupted the harmony. Accompanied by a loud bang, the grand hall's main door fell down with a crash, and smoke dispersed. A dancer wearing a clown mask and tattered tailcoat appeared behind the door. Behind him was a man with yellow hair, along with more than a dozen burly men who clearly looked like troublemakers. Tiger, why did you come in? Didn't I tell you to stay outside? Yang Long immediately saw Yang Hu behind the dancer. Brother, that woman has bad intentions. She has set up an unknown ritual outside, Yang Hu said, pointing at the woman on stage. The woman who was still dancing froze in place with the door's collapse. Once she recovered, she straightened up and said, Yang Long, that's a ritual set up to help you. Otherwise, do you think killing some people will help you level up? Brother, don't listen to her. Those boxes are filled with children, very eerie, and there are monsters mixed in among the brothers. It's true, big brother. The youngest just turned into a meatball, a younger brother next to Yang Hu chimed in. Yang Long was immensely conflicted at this moment. On one side was the promotion within reach, and on the other side was the message brought by his brother. He certainly knew this woman was using him, yet he had no choice. This was his only chance to level up, and he had already felt the erosion of miraculous power. His spirit had reached its limit. Tiger, you take the brothers and leave here immediately. Brother, do you really trust that woman? This is my last chance. Yang Long prepared to swing his slaughter knife again. Yang Long, I can tell you that as long as you do as I say, you will definitely level up. Seeing he couldn't sway Yang Long, Yang Hu had no choice but to guard the door. Tap tap tap, suddenly the sound of footsteps attracted everyone's attention. The clown dancer who had entered earlier turned and walked towards Yang Long. He slightly raised his wrist, and a flash of black light appeared. Yang Long hurriedly raised his knife to block, but the black light seemed to have a mind of its own, weaving around his big knife. He only felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder and turned to see a wound that was continually oozing blood. Very strong. Yang Long felt the power of the dancer before him. I must kill him within 5 minutes, otherwise, I won't have enough time to kill others. Yang Long pondered in his heart and surged forward towards the dancer. Chapter 28, Turning Point. Indeed, the yellow-haired one is somewhat useful. Liemo controlled the dancer, successfully clearing the last magic eye. Destroy the promotion ceremony set by L, magic eyes destroyed, 6/6. The magic eyes have been destroyed, please head to the hall and capture L. This yellow-haired NPC was indeed as helpful as Liemo had anticipated, significantly improving the efficiency of clearing the magic eyes. With the yellow-haired one around, the ordinary guards the dancer encountered along the way wouldn't resist. The only thing to watch out for was the monsters hidden among the NPCs. However, Liemo had also figured out the triggering mechanism for these monsters in the game. As long as he interacted with the wooden boxes, the monsters would jump out by themselves. Liemo was quick, and soon he cleared all the magic eyes. I told you, game design must have logic. How could they create a completely useless NPC? Liemo controlled the despairing dancer toward the central hall's door, with the yellow-haired NPCs following behind him. To be honest, there is a real sense of tension here, as if a great battle is about to begin. Upon reaching the door, it wouldn't open. Bang! A striking effect exploded on the screen, and at the same time, a health bar appeared on the door. Fortunately, I didn't have to go find a key. Liemo thought about all the various games he'd played before, where opening a door required electrical power, and after that, a key card, a series of tedious tasks that wasted players' time. Luckily, this game didn't waste time in such ways. The door collapsed with a loud crash under the dancer's attacks. Looking at the scene in the hall, Liemo couldn't help but frown. One word: chaos. There were far more people inside than Liemo had imagined, at least dozens. Originally, Liemo thought there would be at most one boss and a few NPCs. Taking advantage of the yellow-haired one talking to an NPC brandishing a big knife, the game entered a CG animation, and Liemo observed the hall's environment. At that moment, it seemed like a slaughter was taking place in the hall. Several corpses were lying on the ground, cut into 2 pieces. A round, pudgy head was still rolling on the floor. I can only say the planners have completely let themselves go, taking advantage of pixel art to go all out. Liemo couldn't help but complain. In the center of the hall, directly facing the door on the stage, a female NPC with an L above her head instantly caught Liemo's attention. In addition, Liemo also discovered another NPC with an ID, and it was a familiar face, Girl A from the last quest, the character who had given him a thumbs up on the game forum. This game character has connections. This design is interesting. Liemo pondered, if Girl A kicked the bucket in this mission, she would also be gone from the forum. Just as Liemo was lost in thought, the game CG beside him also finished playing. The yellow-haired one's chatter didn't work, as the hulking knife-wielding NPC appeared ready to attack others. This couldn't be tolerated. The final score of the game task was closely related to the casualties of the NPCs. Liemo directly clicked on the skill icon of the obsidian dagger. The dagger flew out, and after hitting the target, a semi-transparent attribute box popped up on the screen. There's an introduction. It's either an elite monster or a boss. Name: Dragon. Rank: D. Level: 1, promoting. Strength: 10. Constitution: 10. Agility: 10. Spirit: 10. Talent 1, charge, instantly dash forward a distance, cooldown 10 seconds, passive increase 10% life force. Status: moderate supernatural corruption, prone to delusions, paranoia, mania, and other mental disorders. With attributes reaching the peak of level 1, Liemo couldn't help but feel that his previous choice to max out the dancer's strength and agility to 10 now left him with only 5 constitution and 1 intelligence, somewhat lacking. The hulking man being attacked, the dragon faced the dancer, raising the big knife in his hand. At the same time, a glaring red danger word appeared above the dancer's head, and before Liemo could react, the hulking man had already activated his charge talent. He lunged in front of the dancer instantly, the big knife swinging upward with a fierce momentum. Fortunately, the dancer's talent triggered. All of a sudden, the dancer's body twisted sideways like a nimble snake on the screen, the gleaming blade narrowly missing him. The attack failed to hit, and the burly man fell into a brief recoil. Liemo reacted quickly and furiously tapped out normal attacks. On the screen, the dancer's hands flew up and down, the obsidian dagger dancing chaotically in front of him, while the burly man swung his sword back, his large blade creating a near-impenetrable defense. Aura, aura, aura. Liemo tapped the phone screen furiously, the sounds of his taps echoing. Don't panic, just go for it. Although the dancer's physique was low, he had the talent to dodge, combined with the mask's dodging boost, and the obsidian dagger could stack bleeding effects. The advantage is mine. Seeming to sense something was wrong, the burly man began to retreat. Liemo chased after him, continuing to attack until the burly man activated his talent and charged a distance away. Only then did he stop controlling the dancer. Looking at the dancer with only half health left, Liemo cackled and said, "Come out, demon revolver." The dancer's talent allowed him to be immune to one fatal attack. It's exactly why Liemo handed him the demon revolver to use. The demon revolver had no cooldown for the user, making it a heaven-defying recovery item, and if lucky, it could grant the Ascend buff. Although the effect of this buff was unknown, just hearing the name made it clear it was terrifyingly powerful. The only small problem was that it might trigger an instant kill that could bring him down. However, the dancer's talent let Liemo use it without pressure. One shot wouldn't kill him, so he wasn't worried. On the screen, the dancer aimed the gun at his own temple and pulled the trigger, his head jerked, and his health bar began to rise rapidly. Cackle, 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 how can you fight me? This time, Liemo was fully prepared. His item slot was stuffed with several items. The boss he was fighting this time was actually a human NPC. Compared to that, there were neither the Ghoul King's disgusting recovery nor the constant number-filling problems of the weeping demon spirit. Liemo couldn't help but murmur in his heart, did the planner change their tune this time? They actually set me up with an easy task. Thinking about the small monsters that would die from a single hit and how this boss couldn't match him, he felt a bit uneasy about how easy this was. Sure enough, the male NPC standing next to L suddenly changed, a pair of bony wings shot out from his back, and he lunged toward the dancer. I knew it, you scheming planner, there's no way you'd make it this easy. This monster wasn't fast, but kept spewing green liquid from the air to disrupt the dancer. Liemo hurriedly activated a skill and threw the obsidian dagger hard at the monster. At the same time, 2 more people transformed into monsters and charged toward the dancer. The burly man also no longer tangled with the dancer and charged into the crowd to continue killing. Come and fight. Don't kill my NPCs. Liamo suddenly became anxious. If too many NPCs died, his mission score would be ruined. He couldn't take it anymore. Kill Demon Cultist X1, gain 1 point. Kill Demon Cultist X1, gain 1 point. Liamo controlled the dancer to keep killing the monsters charging in to stop him, but for everyone he killed, another rushed up. These small monsters weren't strong fighters, but they were annoying. Many that died still inflicted various negative effects onto the dancer. Not having area damage is really annoying. At this moment, the burly man also started to change. Chapter 29, Duet. Su Qing was anxious and threw off her high heels, barefoot, grabbing her sister Suyu, who was already scared silly, crouching and desperately fleeing under various tables, with a few people closely behind. Initially, she thought the dancer wearing the clown mask would bring some hope, but the Miss Lin on stage commanded her subordinates to rush up and block the dancer. The sudden change was too shocking. Those previously pampered wealthy individuals instantly transformed into monstrous beings that charged at the dancer without fear. In an instant, the hall was filled with bloody chaos, with blood, entrails, and unknown liquids splattering everywhere, the air thick with a terrible stench of blood. Even more terrifying was the tattooed muscular man named Yang Long. At this moment, his appearance was incredibly fierce, his eyes filled with bloodshot, and wounds of various sizes crisscrossed his body, with blood continuously seeping out, dyeing him completely red. He violently stomped on a severed head with one foot, and the crunch sound made Su Qing's scalp tingle. Yang Long suddenly turned around and confronted Su Qing and the others who were fleeing, his expression akin to a hellish demon. "Ah, Xiao Qing." Su Qing heard the voice and turned back, only to see a woman desperately hugging Suyu's leg. The makeup on the woman's face had long been washed away by tears. She was hysterical, collapsing on the ground and shouting, "Save me, save me." Su Qing's heart hardened, and she kicked the woman in the face. "I am the woman who will assist in saving the world, how can I die here?" Taking advantage of the woman's pain and loosening her grip, Su Qing pulled with all her strength and dragged Suyu to continue their desperate run. How could they escape from a rapidly chasing monster? The answer was to run faster than everyone else. What to do? Su Qing's mind raced. The only glimmer of hope was to hold on until the dancer arrived. Though the dancer was surrounded by many monsters in the distance, his strength was obviously great, and he would be able to free himself with a bit of time. But the problem was the muscular man behind them was killing too quickly. How would she survive this time? Suddenly, she saw a pile of broken tables and chairs not far away, offering a chance. Su Qing caught a glimpse of the broken tables and chairs as they rushed forward. She pulled Suyu, dodging left and right, making her way to that pile of tables and chairs. "Don't let anyone leave," commanded the woman, and the people on stage echoed in a collective roar. Roar, roar. One by one, bodies began to undergo various transformations. Some hands turned into sharp claws, and some bodies inflated into fat ones. Most of them charged towards the dancer, while another part rushed towards Yang Hu and the others at the door. Although Yang Long had told Yang Hu to leave earlier, they hesitated and stayed at the door to observe the situation. At this moment, seeing the monsters charging at them, they panicked and began to fire wildly. In an instant, bullets and iron sand flew chaotically. The monsters didn't die much, but they injured and knocked down many fleeing people instead. In no time, the entire hall turned into a chaotic mess. On one side was Yang Long chasing ordinary people, while on the other was Yang Hu and others tangled in a chaotic fight with the monsters. The most exaggerated scene was in the center of the hall, where the dancer had already piled a heap of corpses around him. What the hell is going on? The woman on stage saw the scene in front of her and felt her scalp tingle. This situation was completely out of control. And all of this was caused by the suddenly emerging clown dancer. Originally, she planned to use that fool Yang Long to kill those who disobey her, making him advance to a level 2, and then through the skeleton goblet perform a sacrifice to awaken her extraordinary powers. Everything had been well planned, and she was the one who had devised all of this. Why did it transform into this? For the first time, having the opportunity to become extraordinary, she could have trampled on these high and mighty people. Two layers of joy overlapped. It should have resulted in a dreamlike happy time. However, why did it become like this? Destroy this world. The woman only wanted to kill everyone in the hall, especially that inexplicably annoying dancer. Fighting while dancing, that pretentious look made her unable to tolerate it at all. Clearly, she was the protagonist today. I can't take it anymore. What kind of ridiculous situation is this? Liamo frantically operated his phone, watching the screen in the game. It made his blood pressure rise, with all kinds of NPCs running around the scene, plus a group of negative buff monsters surrounding and beating the dancer. It was driving him crazy. The screen was about to burst with sparks. Kill, kill, kill. I want to kill all you annoying monsters. This damn planner really knows how to annoy people. Liamo's face twisted in anger. Last mission created a numeric monster, now it's a whole bunch of debuff little monsters. It's really disgusting. Anyone who knows this game's planner will see me post a several thousand word bad review on the game forum. Every single one of the 3 tasks is utterly disgusting. Not long after, with Yang Long's slaughter of ordinary people, the monster's slaughter of the yellow-haired Yang Hu and others, and the dancer's slaughter of the monsters, there were hardly any living beings left on the field. As for the ordinary people, apart from Yang Hu and a few others, only Su Qing and Su Yu remained. At this moment, Su Yu's eyes were blank, mechanically being dragged away by Su Qing. As for Su Qing, no one knew how she managed to survive until the end while carrying someone. However, at this moment, Yang Long had set his sights on the two of them. It's over. Looking at the dancer who was about to kill the remaining monsters, Su Qing knew it was too late. She abruptly shoved her sister aside, stood up, and faced Yang Long. Stop. I have something to say. Yang Long glanced at her without responding, but only quickened his approach, raising his big knife high, ready to slaughter Su Qing on the spot. In a critical moment, a figure rushed out from the broken furniture beside her, colliding into Yang Long and causing him to stumble. At this moment, Jian Ning looked just as disheveled as Yang Long. Her gown was now torn and tattered, and beneath her crimson eyes were two bloodstreaks trailing down her cheeks to her chin. That was the result of bearing the backlash and forcibly activating her abilities. Bastard, don't stop me. Yang Long let out a terrifying roar and frantically attacked Jian Ning, knocking her flying once again with a single blow. Bro, save me. Yang Hu, with his last remaining underling, fled to Yang Long's side, followed closely by two monsters. Yang Long swung his big knife, cleaving the two monsters in half on the spot. Yang Long's heart was racing wildly. Power, it was power. He felt it, his strength was breaking through some barrier. There wasn't much time. Poochie. One of Yang Hu's underlings fell to the ground without making a sound. Terrified, Yang Hu dropped to the ground, his voice trembling. Bro, it's me. Before he could finish, a cold flash shot through the air. A yellow-haired head soared into the sky. Chapter 30, the final chapter. I've leveled up, ha 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 ha. Yang Long felt a great boost in his body's resistance to the extraordinary erosion, his earlier physical and mental effects restored. It was true, this woman did not lie to him. Ha 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 ha. I succeeded. Those bastards from the official side knew that leveling up was this simple but didn't say a word. Looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, Yang Long felt no fluctuations, all that filled his heart was joy. Hao Yuan from the Special Affairs Bureau had already broken through to level 2, so he definitely killed many people in such a short time. I did it! Suddenly, he spotted a headless corpse at his feet. It was so familiar. His pupils contracted sharply, and the joy within his heart vanished. Yang Long trembled all over. Impossible, impossible. He knelt on the ground, holding up the head that lay on the floor. No! A mournful scream echoed throughout the empty hall. It's all because of you. Yan Long, with red eyes, pointed at Su Qing, who was slowly inching toward the door. If it weren't for your escape, my brother wouldn't have died. Upon hearing this, Su Qing immediately cursed him in her heart, thinking, would I wait to be killed if I hadn't run? Yang Long then pointed at Jian Ning, who had collapsed on the ground, and you, it's all your fault for stopping me. Turning again, he glared at the dancer who had just eliminated all the monsters beside her, and you, it's your fault too. I'm going to kill you. Yan Long's figure flashed, the unsuspecting dancer was directly knocked away by him. With a loud bang, the flying dancer crashed through the wall of the hall, creating a hole. And you all. Seeing Yang Long, like a wild beast, Su Qing pushed Su Yu aside and sprinted away. While running, she shouted, killing your own people and blaming others, you have no shame. A pure clown. Hearing her words, Yang Long's face turned green. Miss Lin, save me. I have something to say. Su Qing sprinted towards the stage, running while shouting. Stop, Yang Long. Get lost, you have no right to order me around. Yang Long, you fool, I'm not afraid because I can promote you to level 2. If you had just listened, I could have made your death a little easier. The woman on stage raised a wine cup engraved with skulls. Yang Long suddenly felt as if a giant hand was squeezing his heart, panic surged through him, and the extraordinary power within him seemed to erupt. What have you done? Yang Long suddenly realized that his extraordinary power was slowly fading away. Watching Yang Long, who was half kneeling in agony on the ground, Su Qing couldn't help but swallow hard. The person who was once so powerful was now instantly subdued. She hurriedly raised her fist. Miss Lin is mighty, Miss Lin is amazing. Bastards, you're all going to die. Yang Long, half kneeling on the ground, suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. He gritted his teeth, resisting the pressure on him, and slowly stood up. The woman thought to herself, damn, the ritual was ruined, I can't suppress him now. Li Yimo was almost faint. He had just finished clearing out the disgusting little monsters, and before he could heal, that boss strongman suddenly went wild and charged at him, sending the screen view flying. Looking at the remaining health of the dancer, if it weren't for the timely use of the shadow puppet from his items to block some damage, he would have almost been done for. After using a healing gel to restore his health, Liemo controlled the dancer to return to the hall, which was now in ruins. One NPC after another lay in pools of blood. Oh no. Liemo's heart sank. There was no need to say the task rating would be a disaster. Looking at the mastermind at the center of the hall, he had now entered Phase 2. Name, Dragon. Rank, D. Level, 2. Strength, 11. Constitution, 11. Agility, 11. Spirit, 11. Talent 1, Charge, rush forward instantly, cooldown 10 seconds, passive increase 10% health. Status, locked, selected by the artifact Skull Wine Cup, will be stripped of extraordinary power. A strange status appeared, while all attributes increased by 1, and his injuries were completely healed. Liemo shifted his view to the stage. Only flying monsters and Girl A remained near the task target L. Confused, Liemo thought she should be from his side, but now she was standing next to the villain. What was going on? They seemed to be confronting the strongman in the middle of the hall. I don't care about that, let's take down the boss first. Unable to make sense of it, Liemo felt he still couldn't keep up with the planner's line of thought, so he decided to ignore it. What was going on with the boss facing off against the target he needed to capture? The dancer moved closer to the strongman. The opponent seemed to sense the dancer's approach and turned to look. Facing the boss, Liemo felt that compared to before, the overall aura had completely changed. Tall and imposing, wielding a large knife, perhaps it's the pixelated game style that makes one's mind fill in the blanks. Liemo thought this boss looked much stronger than before. It made no sense that all attributes had only increased by 1. At a certain distance from the strongman, Liemo controlled the dancer to stop. The boss battle began. The strongman attacked first, he vanished and instantly closed the distance. But this time, Liemo was prepared and almost instantly pulled out the ready item armor, Shadow Puppet. The Shadow Puppet could immunize against physical attacks with power below 10, although the current strongman's strength attribute was 11, damage could still be greatly weakened. The attack was blocked by a lowly doll, leaving the strongman momentarily stunned until Liemo struck him twice before he reacted to counterattack. On the screen, the dancer held the Shadow Puppet in his left hand and a black obsidian dagger in his right. With occasional dodges, they displayed a powerful combat capability for a moment. You think I'm an assassin, but actually, I'm a dodge tank. The strongman was completely unable to withstand it. It was a losing battle to engage the dancer up close, and retreating would only result in getting worn down by the obsidian dagger's long-range skills. He found himself in a dilemma, unable to move forward or backward. Did you think the second phase is useful? Dare to kill my NPC, watch how I torment you. Liemo watched the burly man awkwardly dodging attacks, feeling immensely pleased inside. After being disgusted before, he was finally able to enjoy himself again. In this way, this strong and mighty boss was exhausted and defeated by Liemo without even letting him use a healing item. The most disgusting part of this quest was the small monsters. Without them, this boss was simply no match. Liemo's eyes shifted as he recalled the torturous demon spirit quest, and he suddenly felt he understood the game designer's purpose. These two different styles of quests were likely testing the balance between boss and small monsters, so it made sense that they were so frustrating. The reason was the numbers weren't fully refined yet. The scene and monster designs are decent, but these values are way too unbalanced, they need to be polished. Liemo transformed into a game tester's mindset, beginning to critique aloud. Until the boss was killed, the system prompt rang out, and Liemo instantly reverted to his normal self. Congratulations player, you have received character equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade. Liemo was filled with confusion. Killing the boss yields no points, just gives me a piece of equipment? Is this a joke? Screw you, you game designers, this must be intentional. No rewards from the boss, this is a BUG, definitely a game BUG. Chapter 31, Meeting Adjourned. Liemo felt that this boss was intentionally designed to be frustrating, first taking down so many ordinary NPCs, which lowered his quest rating. Then after defeating him, he only dropped one piece of equipment, and Liemo couldn't help sighing. On the bright side, maybe this equipment is really strong. Let's finish the quest first. Liemo was so hungry from playing the game, just wanting to complete this task quickly and eat something. He controlled the despair dancer to move closer to the target on the stage. According to the quest prompt, L had no extraordinary powers, and the only obstacle now was that flying monster. No threat at all. After glancing at the pixel skull cup in L's hand, Liemo raised his eyebrows. It's stable now. Although there were slight flaws, the quest was still completed. L on the stage raised the skull wine cup, which made Liemo instantly heighten his alertness, controlling the despair dancer to quickly approach the target. But at that moment, something unexpected happened on the stage. What the heck, playing a hidden agenda game, huh? Liemo nearly spat out. He only wanted to say to the designer, you always manage to come up with new tricks for me. As a result of this delay, the dancer had already reached the stage. The once powerful Yang Long now lay on the ground, breathing shallowly, his face filled with unwillingness, and his eyes wide open. He couldn't accept it even in death that he, already upgraded to level 2 extraordinary, would die so pitifully here. Especially seeing the dancer, who appeared to be completely at ease, their arms moving gracefully, radiating an inexplicable elegance. This made it hard for Yang Long to rest in peace. He had clearly already leveled up, and apart from Hao Yuan, no one in the upper city was stronger than him. Why did such a strange person suddenly appear? He couldn't accept it. On the stage, Lu Ming, who now had wings on his back, looked at Yang Long in the center of the hall, his body covered in wounds, unable to close his eyes, feeling an immense terror. He trembled and asked, "What? What should we do, master?" The woman beside him felt just as shocked as he did. Seeing the shadow spirit puppet held in the dancer's left hand, she felt her scalp tingle. Everything she thought was part of her plan seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, making the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end, and she felt an eerie fear. "Lu Ming, you go stop him." Hearing the woman's words, Lu Ming pointed at himself, filled with confusion. Me. If not you, then who else could it be?" Lu Ming swallowed a mouthful of saliva and moved his steps with difficulty. "Is that Lu teacher's puppet?" Su Qing felt relieved when she saw the shadow spirit puppeteer. That was the little girl the nurse took away before, which means this dancer is the companion of the savior. Great, it's safe now. But no, as a newcomer, I have to show myself and leave a good impression on my seniors. Su Qing's gaze couldn't help but scan the woman beside her, immediately locking onto the skull goblet in the woman's hand. Just as Lu Ming prepared to charge in recklessly, Su Qing also began her action. With lightning speed, she reached for the goblet in the woman's hand. "Bitch, give it back to me." The woman, having her goblet snatched away, immediately hugged Su Qing tightly. She stretched out her sharp nails and went straight for Su Qing's face. Su Qing was not to be outdone, sidestepping to avoid it, and grabbed the woman's hair fiercely. The two rolled around in a tangle, their clothes torn, hair disheveled. The scene was in utter chaos. Slap. The woman's mask was directly slapped off by Su Qing. The fiery pain on her face made her unable to hold back the tears. Taking the chance, Su Cheng hugged the woman from behind like an octopus. "Senior, I've captured the enemy leader." Su Qing squeezed out a smile with difficulty, looking at the dancer. "I'm one of us, a newcomer." Just as the dancer picked up the fallen skull goblet from the ground, the disheveled woman said with a tearful and resentful voice, "Bitch, next time I will make you all die." "Ah, a rat." Looking at the woman in her arms, who pulled out a dead rat, Su Qing's face turned pale, feeling her scalp go numb. Instinctively loosening her grip, the woman, with tearful and resentful eyes, stared at Su Qing fiercely, then squeezed hard, causing the dead rat to explode. Immediately, a horrifying scene appeared before Su Qing's eyes, completely freezing her in place. The woman instantly burst apart, transforming into countless rats that scattered throughout the hall, most of them running towards the hall's main entrance. At that moment, the dancer chased after them, constantly killing the rat swarm, but the number of rats was terrifyingly large, completely futile. "Congratulations, player, you have obtained the artifact, Skull Goblet." "Congratulations, player, you have obtained the material, Shadow Scale Hui Secretion times 100. "Congratulations, player, you have completed the mission." Liamo, slumped on the lazy sofa, stared blankly at the task completion notification in his hand. He didn't know how it was possible to catch the mission target. That pile of rats were running everywhere. Can a person really catch them? B-level series mission, Hunt the Shadow Scale Hui, second phase, Blood Ball. Mission objectives: 1. Prevent devil followers from enticing participants in the ball, completed. 2. Capture the Shadow Scale Hui's Confidant L, not completed. 3. Recover the artifact Skull Goblet, completed. Kill all enemies, civilian casualties are severe, social impact is weak, mission score, C. Mission reward, basic 100 points, moldy food recipe. Looking at the final settlement of the mission, Liamo felt numb. No way, everyone is dead, and mission target 1 is still considered complete? This social impact can still be evaluated as weak. Does that mean no impact because people died? Liamo sighed, feeling that with his current reasoning, it was still hard to understand this game. Looking at the time, it was not yet midnight. Liamo, too lazy to check the rewards he received, got up, went downstairs, and prepared to buy some food and drink. He had to go to the rooftop to relieve his mild sadness. Scorsese can't stand it. Liamo sat alone on the top floor of the apartment, holding his soda in one hand and skewers in the other, with music playing from his phone. The bright full moon in the sky shed moonlight, illuminating the rooftop. Looking at the brightly lit city in the distance, Liamo shook his head, took a sip of soda, and began to murmur. "Why do you take the scoring system so seriously? Did you stop a conspiracy? Did you save people? It really depends on what contribution you've made to the savior." One night, when Liamo was feeling emo, the door on the rooftop behind him was pushed open. "Hello, I hope I'm not bothering you." A boy's voice rang out behind Liamo. "Hey, it's you, my new neighbor." Chapter 32 I am not myself. When was I born? In what way did I come to this world? I have no idea. When I became aware, I was devouring a young man. I gained everything from him. Memories, preferences, relationships, including his soul and body. I became him, but I knew clearly, I was not him. I didn't expect that having a thinking soul would become a terrible bondage for me. A woman discovered my secret. Fear filled my heart, I didn't belong to this world. If exposed, I would certainly die. Without hesitation, I squeezed the woman's neck. She struggled to push out a few words. I can help you. What? Cough, cough. Xinyan, I will help you. The woman's face turned red, gasping for breath. I had devoured this man, and she saw it, yet she didn't care. Xinyan, I like you, so no matter what you become, I won't mind. I am not Xinyan. No, you are. Whether it's your face or your gentleness, it proves that it's you. This woman has gone mad. This was the only thought in my mind. Xinyan, you have become a superpowered person. Let me assist you in creating a new world. Her eyes burned with a madness almost close to it. I looked at her, my heart in chaos. At that time, if only I hadn't devoured this man, if only I had directly killed this woman. Then, I would still be me, the bloodthirsty serpent, not Xinyan. I pushed open the iron door of the apartment rooftop. The moonlight poured like water on the terrace. A man leaned against the rooftop railing, holding a bottle of cola, and sad music filled the air. For some reason, my heart stirred slightly. The experiences of this time felt like a dream. Hello, I hope I'm not bothering you. The other person turned around. Hey, it's you, my new neighbor. The man pointed to a large pile of barbecue nearby. Want some? Thanks, but no. I shook my head. I heard some noise just now, so I came up to check. The view here is nice. When you feel down, coming up for barbecue is just enough. Then it seems you're not feeling well now. I didn't play the game well. The man's words made me pause, and I blurted out, game? Yeah, I want to vent a bit, but it has to be a secret. I'm bursting. The man shook his head with a helpless look. Sometimes, playing games can indeed be quite annoying because of teammates. I thought but left unsaid, is it really worth it over a game? In this world, everyone has their own worries, people's joys and sorrows do not connect. I gazed at the night view of the city, filled with melancholy. Sometimes I envied these naive ordinary people, who probably wouldn't realize the truth of this world until the very moment of the apocalypse. Maybe, this is also a kind of happiness, being ignorant, blissfully living out the remaining time. Being up here feels like breaking away from the world. Hearing the man's words, I couldn't help but nod, it was indeed so. In such an atmosphere, I also submerged myself in it. I do not belong to this world, yet because of you in here, I have cause and effect. I touched my chest, feeling my beating heart. Maybe this is the cost of me killing you, Xinyan. The man beside me suddenly spoke, interrupting my thoughts. You rented that place too expensively. Hearing the man's words, I smiled but didn't respond. That guy is just a lazy dog, sleeping all day. If you bother her with calls every day, she'll lower the rent for you. The man rambled on. What if I keep bothering her, and she chooses not to rent anymore? My words left him directly stunned. He stroked his chin, with a thoughtful look, mumbling, right, what if she doesn't rent anymore? Suddenly, it seemed like he understood something. If she doesn't rent anymore, then you won't change places, right? I couldn't help but laugh. I like it here. You can still laugh? You've been cheated out of your money. I was talking to the man, this stranger, this ordinary person. There was no hesitation, the suppression in my heart finally found release. You said, if a person gains another person's memories, appearance, and everything, are they still themselves? Hearing my words, the man paused, then said, this is truly a philosophical question, but I think for society and others, he is no longer himself. Yes. My heart couldn't help but feel tight, indeed, as the man said. However, what's more important is how you view yourself. The man paused, then continued, people should live for themselves, no need to care too much about others, just follow your own heart. Listening to his words, I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Buzz buzz buzz. My phone in my pocket vibrated. I took it out and looked, only to feel my heart tighten. Failed. I have to leave. Sorry, I have urgent business. I said goodbye to the man and prepared to leave. By the way, my name is Liamo, and you? I hesitated for a moment. Xinyan. Watching Xinyan leave in a hurry, Liamo couldn't help but shake his head. Just look at her, it must be a fight with her boyfriend. These young people are so sentimental every day. After downing a sip of soda, he suddenly shook his body. Wait, I'm only 24, I'm still young. Dong dong do do dong 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 do. Time's up. As the alarm rang, Limo instantly felt refreshed, grabbed his phone to turn off the alarm, and then started working furiously. A series of ding-dong notification sounds rang out. Looking at the increase of 2,000 in his savings, Limo forced his lips down, but his face twitched slightly. Just 2,000. He tensed up again, but ultimately couldn't hold back. He. Whatever score or plan, he pushed it all aside. Unlike Limo, who was immersed in making money, at this moment, in Shangyang City, dark currents were surging, an invisible earthquake was spreading through the city. In the conference room, the pale light shone down on a group of serious-looking executives. They sat around a huge conference table, the atmosphere was oppressive, and the sounds of urgent discussion and angry table slams rose and fell. At this moment, the capital's special envoy had already boarded, and the plane cut through the night sky, rushing toward Shangyang City. Ordinary citizens had yet to notice anything unusual, but the increase in police patrol cars on the streets made many criminals feel something was off, and one by one, they hurriedly left. Major enterprises and family forces in Shangyang City had received official prohibitions, forbidding them from leaving their homes or contacting others privately. This filled them with fear, unsure if the officials had some special actions planned. Some secretly contacted their connections within the officials, but the only response was the merciless busy signal. Registered extraordinary individuals received orders, and they all went to gather at the Special Affairs Bureau. And those hiding their identities realized something was wrong and hid even deeper. Hao Yuan furrowed his brows tightly, his foot on the gas pedal as if he wanted to press it into the fuel tank. In the passenger seat, Chen Xiao also changed from his usual carefree self to a serious expression. Chapter 33, The Cost of the Extraordinary. Hao Yuan never expected that the manor would suffer such a severe attack. Bastard! Hao Yuan cursed under his breath, the frequent extraordinary incidents in these 2 days left him feeling exhausted. At this time, Chen Xiao in the passenger seat hung up the phone and said, "Captain, Jian Ning has been sent to the hospital, and she is not in life-threatening condition." Chen Xiao, I always have a bad feeling. Chen Xiao nodded, his expression grave. Captain, in these 2 days, the frequency of extraordinary events is getting higher, and there have been 3 newly awakened extraordinary individuals. He paused and continued, now Jian Ning and Sister Yao are both injured. Captain, should we consider adding more personnel? Hao Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Those external personnel, either their abilities are weak or their personalities have flaws. I also want to recruit. Wait a minute, did you, kid, discover someone useful? Chen Xiao nodded. Chen Xinya, her awakening is in the mental aspect of the extraordinary. I personally think her ability rating can reach B level. How is her character? Absolutely no problem. Her father is the police officer who survived the incident at Qingshan Hospital yesterday. This little girl, except for being a bit introverted, has no other flaws. Hao Yuan, who was driving, nodded. Take her to the bureau to have a look tomorrow. The black car sped along the road, and not long after, it arrived at the entrance of a mansion in the suburbs. At the entrance of the mansion, more than 10 military vehicles were parked. A large number of soldiers, armed with guns and dressed in camouflage, were patrolling vigilantly around. Hao Yuan pushed open the car door, and a soldier in his 40s quickly ran over, saluting with a standard military salute. Captain Hao, the scene has been completely sealed off. Apart from the initial investigation, everything has been kept in its original state, just waiting for your arrival. Hao Yuan returned the salute. Commander Zhang, could you briefly introduce the situation on the scene? Commander Zhang's expression was serious, his tone deep. We found a large number of mutated humans on site, with at least 200 dead. Apart from Officer Jian Ning, only 2 civilians survived, a pair of sisters named Su Qing and Su Yu. Su Qing? Hao Yuan suddenly looked up, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Yes, Captain Hao knows her? Su Qing had survived both extraordinary events, and today, when he visited her home, her unusual reaction made him suspect something. Entering the villa, they passed through the empty, silent ballroom and descended the stairs, arriving at the basement. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, a strong, nauseating stench of blood hit them. It was sickening. Although Hao Yuan had mentally prepared himself, the sight of the bodies scattered everywhere still made him gasp. Hao Yuan furrowed his brows, while Chen Xiao turned pale and, with a wow, couldn't help but vomit. Chen Xiao, go check the situation with those monsters. Hao Yuan said as he walked toward a body in the center of the hall. The body was that of a bald, muscular man, with numerous knife wounds all over his body, his eyes wide open in death, unable to close. Level 2 extraordinary? Feeling the lingering energy of the body, Hao Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. From the survivors, this incident was triggered by a woman, and these monsters, along with these gangsters, are her subordinates. They carried out the massacre here. Then who killed them? A dancer. A dancer? Yes, a dancer wearing a clown mask. Hao Yuan couldn't help but think of the nurse extraordinary who suddenly appeared these days, and now there was also a clown dancer. Now, with these powerful beings who could easily kill level 2 extraordinaries appearing one after another, a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. This man is called Yang Long. His only relative is his younger brother, Yang Hu. The body is over there. Commander Zhang pointed to a nearby decapitated corpse and said. Hao Yuan looked over, and it was indeed a headless corpse. Hao Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. The bald extraordinary in front of him must have used the method of slaughtering ordinary people to forcibly level up. Thinking of this, Hao Yuan felt a blockage in his chest. If this method spread, he couldn't imagine the impact it would have on society. Extraordinary beings had an irresistible craving for promotion. It wasn't just about increasing strength but also about the erosion of extraordinary power. If they couldn't level up and increase both physical and mental strength, they would eventually be consumed by that mysterious power and become mindless madmen. But how could this end? After being promoted to level 2, Hao Yuan increasingly realized that, in front of extraordinary beings, there were only two paths: either die young or become a madman. It was just a matter of time. After surveying the scene, Hao Yuan only felt that it was difficult. There were simply too many people involved this time, and many had a certain influence in the city of Xianyang. Captain, these are people, not monsters. As Qin Shao examined the pile of corpses, he discovered that these were more about mutated human bodies, rather than monsters invading from another world. Hao Yuan's heart grew more anxious. The current situation undoubtedly indicated that this incident was caused by extraordinary beings, or at least, they were highly involved. Not long ago, there was a serious crime incident involving extraordinary beings abroad, and it was only resolved by deploying the army using heavy weapons. And now such things were starting to appear domestically. This was an extremely dangerous signal. In addition, with the erosion of the mind caused by extraordinary beings, as time passed and reached a certain critical point, a large-scale madness among the extraordinary beings would inevitably occur. What that would be like, Hao Yuan dared not imagine. Do my best and leave the rest to fate, Hao Yuan helplessly sighed. In the city hospital, inside the ward, Jian Ning was wrapped in bandages. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her body was drenched in cold sweat. In a daze, she seemed to see her parents, who had passed away many years ago. Xiao Ning, let's go to the new world together. Her mother gently stroked her face, making her forget the pain in her body. On the side, her father adjusted his glasses and nodded at her. Mom! Jian Ning raised her hand, wanting to embrace her mother in front of her. But in an instant, her mother's kind expression turned fierce, staring at Jian Ning fiercely. Why did you abandon us? You clearly promised to go to the new world together. Jian Ning's eyes widened, and indescribable fear rose in her heart. She desperately shook her head, her voice choking with sobs, trembling as she shouted, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Looking at her approaching mother, she crazily avoided. Xiao Ning, it's okay. Until she was embraced by mother. Trembling, Jian Ning finally saw the person in front of her. It was not her mother, but Xia Yao, who had been taking care of her meticulously. It's okay. By the bedside, Xia Yao gently stroked Jian Ning's head in her wheelchair until Jian Ning calmed down and fell asleep again. Xia Yao looked at Jian Ning's pale face, sighed, filled with heartache and helplessness in her eyes. She gently pushed the wheelchair and slowly left the ward. In the hallway, Xia Yao took out her phone and dialed a number. After a long time, the call was answered. Yuan Gu, Xiao Ning can't hold on much longer. You must arrange for her to advance as soon as possible. Chapter 34 The First Artifact. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the window, shining into the small rental apartment. Liemo slowly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Looking at the time, it was 9:16. Long time no see, woke up early. Stretched, he climbed out of bed and moved his body around in the rental apartment. After playing games all day yesterday, today Liemo planned to continue. It's really painful when a hobby becomes a job. He said this, but there was not a trace of discomfort on Liemo's face. After looking at his savings on his phone, he nodded with satisfaction. Liemo prepared to check the rewards he received yesterday. Completing the previous tasks' rewards and monsters provided Liemo with a large number of points. Along with the remaining 100 points from before, Liemo's points successfully surpassed 300, reaching 365. Opening the items section, he saw that the previously sparse item list now had several new props. Liemo clicked on one of the items that had a quantity of 100 to check. Name: Shadow Scale Snake Secretion. Effect: temporarily increases 2 points of physique for the character after use, lasting 10 minutes. Description: a special material, the special substance secreted by the shadow scale snake, containing the power of its origin, can stimulate humans to produce physical mutations. It's the same materials again, plus the Ghoul King serum and the sorrow essence I got before. Now there are already 3 materials. Liemo tilted his head in thought, feeling that the game would likely have a potion-making system later on. It just hadn't been implemented yet. The game should have updates in the future. Perhaps there would also be equipment forging and card pulls. These features are standard in mobile games that aim to make money. The effect of using these materials directly is almost the same as doing nothing, so I won't worry about them for now. Liam checked the next piece of equipment, a big sword obtained from killing a boss. It wouldn't make sense if this equipment doesn't work well. Liam had never seen a game that rewards players with nothing for defeating a boss except a single piece of equipment. If this equipment turns out to be useless, he can only conclude that it was a game bug. Weapon, Bloodthirsty Greatsword. Rank, C. Trait, gain 1 Bloodthirsty point for each target killed. Active skill, Blood Slash, consumes 10 blood points to unleash a ranged half-moon slash, dealing damage to spiritual beings, with a certain area of effect. Current blood points, 0 of 100. Description: originally a normal extraordinary item, it has been upgraded due to numerous kills of ordinary people, and the tragic death of its owner has further raised its rank. Looking at the attributes of the Bloodthirsty Greatsword, Liam frowned. Evaluating this equipment, he could only say it was okay. Liam indeed lacked area attack methods right now, but this equipment needed to kill 10 targets to unleash a skill, which seemed a bit useless. Scratching his head, Liam couldn't think of a suitable situation to use this equipment. Not even an A-rank equipment, just a B, and he ended up with this. Getting this equipment after defeating a boss made Liam feel quite disappointed. Forget it, maybe it will come in handy somehow. Liam focused on the remaining 2 items, the moldy food recipe and the skull cup. The item slots all have golden edges, which looks impressive. Artifact, Skull Cup. Rank, SSS. Trait, all characters gain plus 10% resistance to soul damage. Support skill, Charge, allows a character to instantly dash forward a short distance, cooldown of 3 minutes. Description: legend has it that this is a wine cup used by a god in the extraordinary realm, possessing the terrifying power to plunder others' souls. Now, much of its power is sealed. After reading the introduction of the Skull Cup, Liam ran to the information panel to study the introduction post carefully. He understood the function of artifacts in the game of salvation. Artifacts are more like collectibles, they work in the game without needing to be equipped. As long as the Skull Cup is in the item slot, the plus 10% resistance to soul damage trait will apply to all characters. It doesn't seem like much, but in reality, it's very powerful. It's equivalent to giving all characters an extra piece of equipment. If he can get more artifacts in the future, the bonuses would be frightening to think about. I have to admire the planners, this artifact is clearly also a way to make money. When the whole lottery is revealed, the chance to get an artifact is 0.06%, they'd make a fortune. Liam smacked his lips, reminiscing about the painful days of lottery pulls. It was a real money drain. The support skill attached to the artifact is also different from regular skills. It is an extra skill, somewhat like a summoner skill in a MOBA game. In the Salvation game, some tasks can involve multiple characters, requiring simultaneous control of several characters, and that's when the support skills can play a huge role. However, that charge skill, wasn't it the one from the previous boss? The effect is quite decent. Liam recalled the Blood Dance event. The boss's charge skill was almost like a teleportation, so fast that he could hardly react. As for how powerful teleportation is, there's no need to say, it can create unexpected effects when combined with various skills. Oh right, I got a scroll for the artifact surroundings during the last quest, which not available for use right now. Special, Artifact Surrounding Exchange Coupon. Effect, can exchange an owned artifact for a surrounding item, does not affect the artifact's effect in the game. Description: without hesitation, Liam directly used the exchange coupon. As an internal tester, of course, he had to test everything. Do you wish to exchange the artifact, Skull Goblet Surrounding? Yes. I wonder if the official will actually send a surrounding item. Liam looked at the shipping label behind the Skull Goblet's name and couldn't help but think to himself. If they really send it, I can check the shipping address and see where this company is located. I'll check the company info later, I'll just open the box then. A slight smile appeared on Liam's face, and he couldn't help but nod, feeling his thinking was correct. He was curious to see which company had such a big imagination. Next, there's only one last item left. A bizarre and ridiculous recipe with a strange name. In this game, characters don't gain experience from killing monsters, and the only way to level up is to feed them food. Based on the food Liam received twice, it could only be said to be very abnormal. He couldn't help but imagine the nurse lady swallowing various strange, dark dishes. Recipe: mysterious stewed mushrooms. Ingredients: twin juice plus zombie fungus. Effect: character experience plus 10, limited to 3 feedings per character. Description: skillfully activates the energy in the twin juice using zombie fungus to greatly enhance the character's experience. Looking at the strange ingredients in the recipe, Liam was still struggling with how to get these materials, but the following prompt solved his problem directly. Chapter 35, Expedition. Twin Graveyard. Congratulations, player, you have obtained your first spoiled food recipe, unlocked the auxiliary character Extraordinary Chef, unlocked the Expedition module. Unlocked Extraordinary World, Twin Graveyard. With a system prompt, Liam O also noticed that on the previously simple homepage with only a few options, a pixelated character now appeared. It was a pixelated little person dressed as a chubby chef, and unlike the bloody nurse, this character could interact. Clicking on its head would make its hat fall off. Just a click, and a food crafting bar would appear. And there was only one item: mysterious stewed mushrooms. It seems that you must have the recipe to make the corresponding food. After clicking the chef's hat off several times, the character on screen jumped around as if protesting to Liam O off-screen. Liam O found it amusing. After playing for a while, Liam O finally left the chef alone and checked the newly added expedition module. In a short time, he understood its function. Unlike the tasks in the taskbar, the expedition module felt more like an independent dungeon world. You could send characters into corresponding dungeon worlds to fight monsters and collect materials, and there were no specific tasks, making it feel more like an open world. Extraordinary world, twin graveyard. Danger level, low. Brief description: the corpses of the angry twins sway in the extraordinary wind, and as the saying goes, when a whale falls, all things grow. The low-level extraordinary monsters parasitizing their bodies can provide you with a lot of ingredients. Possible rewards: points, ingredients, zombie fungus, twin juice, special character shards. Warning: if you stay in the extraordinary world for more than 1 hour per day, it may awaken the local extraordinary lord, and the lord's level will be above level 4. Liam O looked at the new dungeon, getting excited. He hadn't forgotten his status as an internal tester. This game earned him 2,000 yuan every day, so he had to do something to give back. It looks like this dungeon is mainly for collecting ingredients. Now, Liam O had a 9-turn large intestine that could increase 50 experience. While it could level up the dancer to level 2, Liam O didn't want to use it on them. Instead, he was more willing to save the 9-turn large intestine for the bloody nurse. With the 9-turn large intestine and the mysterious stewed mushrooms that could be fed 3 times. Directly increasing the bleeding nurse's experience to 80 means it's only 20 experience points away from level 3. As for the dancer, just helping him make a mushroom stew to reach level 2 is enough. Once the bleeding nurse reaches level 3, I'll feed him. Thinking of this, Liam O took action and prepared to try out this new module. As for breakfast, forget it, playing the game is more important. He took out the half-finished happy drink from the fridge. Liam O slumped directly onto his throne, which is just a lazy sofa. Glancing around his small rental room, he felt a sense of owning the world, waving his hand grandly. Let's deploy to the extraordinary realm. To resist the invasion of extraordinary creatures, it can't just be passive defense, you need to take the initiative. Congratulations! You now have the basic ability to counterattack the extraordinary realm. Let's sound the horn of counterattack. Please choose expedition roles, up to 3 people. Have you confirmed the selection of Bleeding Nurse and Despair Dancer? Yes. A swirling vortex effect appeared on the phone screen, and the pixelated nurse and dancer flew into the vortex. Extraordinary Realm Twins Graveyard. As the subtitles disappeared, a new scene appeared on the screen. The Bleeding Nurse and Despair Dancer, 2 pixel characters, stood in a forest. Around them were withered pixel trees. A white mist filled the air, and the sky was quite dark. This scene modeling is pretty good. The more Liam O played the Savior game, the more he felt the artwork of this game was extra amazing. Don't be fooled by the pixel style, its expressiveness isn't much different from those big realistic games today. At this moment, Liam O controlled the bleeding nurse, trying to move her. The dancer beside the nurse followed closely behind. Liam O clicked on the nurse's avatar located in front of the health bar according to the operation prompts on the screen, and the game smoothly transitioned to the dancer's head. The controlled character changed to the dancer. Wow, this requires some skill. Liam O tried switching characters a few times, feeling that compared to controlling a single character, the difficulty increased a lot. This made him once again marvel at the hardcore nature of this game. In this instance world, although there were no task requirements, Liam O was very clear about his goals. One was to test out the new module, and the other was to gather materials. After familiarizing himself briefly with the controls, Liam O controlled the pixel nurse to choose a direction to move forward, while the dancer followed leisurely behind her. At this moment, the nurse was equipped with a stylish angel's left wing. Behind her, there was a semi-transparent feather wing, and she held a giant syringe, looking just like a pay-to-win character in an online game. Especially every time Liam O tapped twice to jump, the nurse would pause momentarily in the air, triggering a double jump, and the angel's left wing would flutter with a special effect. Just by looking at her appearance gave one the feeling of enormous combat power. Although in reality, the current bleeding nurse was in a weakened state, with attributes halved, and all attributes except intelligence were lower than the dancer's. After moving forward for a while, a humanoid monster appeared in the forest ahead. It moved in a wobbly way, looking very much like a zombie from a movie. Once it spotted the nurse and dancer, its originally slow steps suddenly quickened and charged over. Before Liam could control the nurse to act, the dancer already attacked first, throwing the obsidian dagger he held. The attacked zombie charged straight at the dancer. And the dancer also proactively met it. At the same time, Liam seized the chance to activate the nurse's blood draw skill. On the screen, the zombie was completely drawn to the dancer, launching multiple attacks, but all were dodged by the dancer, while the nurse charged over and hit it from behind. The zombie was held up in the air by the nurse, and the dancer rushed forward, taking the chance to attack wildly at an incredible speed. Kill the parasitic zombie, gain 1 point. This AI is quite good. After a simple battle, Liam felt the game's combat AI was pretty decent. Although it wasn't as agile as playing by himself, it could still cooperate to a certain extent. Overall, it was not bad. Once he became skilled enough to quickly switch roles in battle, he could potentially execute some powerful combos. As Liam clicked on the collection icon that appeared on the slain zombie, the nurse approached and began fiddling with it. It didn't take long for her to complete the collection. Collection completed, gains zombie fungus ×1. Liam didn't expect to obtain the ingredients he wanted so easily. He instantly felt energized. After checking the game time, only a little over 3 minutes had passed, far from an hour. Looks like the drop rate of materials is not low. Speed up, speed up. After all, I can only deploy once a day, so I need to gather more. Liam controlled his character to continue in the forest, rushing towards any zombies he found for a flurry of beatings. In just over 10 minutes, he had killed 7 parasitic zombies and collected 4 zombie fungus. However, he still hadn't found a way to obtain another type of material. With the exploration continuing, Liam finally discovered a different location. It was a graveyard, with numerous tombstones lying haphazardly on the ground. Around the graveyard, 5 stone pillars rose up, taller than the surrounding dead trees. These pillars looked somewhat familiar. The 5 stone pillars were of different shapes and sizes. The shortest pillar was the stoutest, overall divided into 2 sections, while the other 4 were all in 3 sections. Liam looked left and right, and finally understood, this is just like fingers. Chapter 36, Coordinated Attack. Sunny Doll. As he controlled the bloodied nurse to approach the graveyard, Liam noticed that the longest pillar among the 5 was suspending a human-shaped corpse at its top, swaying in the wind. At the bottom of the pillar, another corpse was in a strange crouching position, using its hands to claw upwards, seemingly trying to reach its companion above. This abnormal scene instantly piqued Liam's curiosity. He carefully controlled the bloodied nurse towards the pillar. During this time, he remained vigilant. It will definitely come back to life. Liam muttered to himself. He knew the planner's routine too well. There would often be a surprise thrown at him, and these 2 corpses were definitely fishy. However, what Liam didn't expect was that until he controlled the nurse next to the middle pillar, the 2 corpses remained completely still. Liam decisively controlled the nurse to make a normal attack, and the giant syringe directly knocked the corpse at the base of the pillar away. Still, nothing unusual happened. Has the planner changed? Liam wondered to himself. At this moment, a collection icon appeared on the pillar. Seeing that the corpse was inactive, Liam clicked the icon, and on the screen, the nurse directly inserted the syringe into the pillar. After a while, a system prompt appeared. Collection completed, gain twin juice ×1. Got it. Liam felt a rush of joy. He had now collected enough materials, which meant the despair dancer could advance to level 2. There should be other pillars that can also be collected. This will complete everything. These materials were enough for 6 servings of food, which was more than enough for now. After checking the time, only half an hour had passed. The collection of materials was far easier than Liam had imagined. Thinking about being able to directly upgrade the characters to level 2 in the future, Liam felt refreshed. It's a pity that this stewed mushroom can only feed a character 3 times. Collection completed, gain twin juice ×4. Soon, Liam completed the collection. The main goal of gathering materials was achieved, and a slight sense of relief began to wash over him. Next, in this copy world, it was basically just wandering around and grinding monsters. But just as Liam was controlling the bloodied nurse to prepare to leave, something unexpected happened. The corpses that had been knocked away suddenly stood upright as if controlled by invisible threads, their limbs moving mechanically like puppets. In an instant, a large number of light points appeared in front of the corpse. I knew there would be trouble. Liam quickly controlled the bloodied nurse to hide behind a stone pillar. Almost at the same time, the light points transformed into beams of light, rapidly attacking the bloodied nurse and the despair dancer. Thanks to the timely evasion, the stone pillar blocked the damage for the bloodied nurse. However, the dancer following closely behind did not react as quickly, getting hit by numerous light points, causing their health to drop rapidly. Switch characters. Liam hurriedly switched to the despair dancer, pulled out the shadow spirit puppet from the inventory to absorb damage, and simultaneously controlled the dancer to hide behind the stone pillar. The damage is really damn high. Watching the despair dancer's health drop to half in an instant, Liam sighed. The AI's reaction speed is still lacking. At the same time, he was still not very familiar with the character's switching operations. So useless. Still need to practice. The outside corpses continued their attack for more than 10 seconds before stopping. Meanwhile, a translucent attribute bar also appeared on the screen. Name, Son of Lust, Parasite. Rank, A. Level, 1. Strength, 5. Constitution, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 10. Talent 1, Elemental Resonance, can use various elemental skills, skill damage increased, duration increased. The attributes aren't too high, as long as we get close, taking it down shouldn't be a problem. Liemo took the lead and attacked with the bloodied nurse. The Son of Lust gathered light points in front of it again and sent them flying toward the nurse. The translucent angel's left wing outfit on the bloodied nurse suddenly expanded, mostly surrounding her in front. A large number of light points collided with the wings, bouncing off in all directions. Although the outfit successfully defended against most of the ranged damage, the weakened bloodied nurse, with her constitution reduced to half, had only 4.25, and her health bar continued to visibly decline. I need both characters to attack together. Liemo quickly switched to the Despair Dancer, controlling them to follow the bloodied nurse in charge at the Son of Lust. As the dancer got closer, the enemy also changed its attack direction and unleashed firepower towards him. Withstanding the firepower, the dancer's health dropped to 1/3. Switch. The role switched again, and the nurse performed a double jump, landing in front of the dancer to absorb damage, while the dancer used an item to recover health. In this way, Liemo alternately controlled these two characters as they gradually approached the target. Seeing the distance was right, he activated the support skill provided by the artifact Skeleton Goblet. Support skill, Charge, allows one character to instantly dash forward a distance, cooldown 3 minutes. The dancer instantly flashed to appear in front of the Son of Lust. Liemo clicked the basic attack frantically, and the dancer instantly slashed with over 10 strikes. The Son of Lust's health immediately dropped by half, and it erupted in a flash of light, spreading outwards. This directly pushed the dancer away from it. Liemo reacted quickly. During the pushback, he commanded the dancer to use the skill to throw the obsidian dagger, then switched to the nurse in an instant, activating the skill to charge at the Son of Lust. The double attack was too much for the Son of Lust to handle. The obsidian dagger hit directly, interrupting its actions, and then the bloodied nurse's massive syringe jabbed fiercely through its body, hard controlling it in place. Die. Switching to the dancer, he approached to prepare for the final blow to the Son of Lust. Bang! A massive character appeared between the two battling characters and the monster, and then a circular crack appeared on the ground. Stars spun above the heads of the dancer and the nurse. Stunned. The Son of Lust took the opportunity to escape a certain distance. At this moment, Liemo also discovered that the one who had knocked out the two nurses was another corpse hanging from the top of the stone pillar. At this time, it had already broken free from the rope that bound it and jumped to the ground, one fist smashing into the earth. The attribute bar popped up on the screen. Name, Son of Fury, Parasite. Rank, A. Level, 1. Strength, 10. Constitution, 5. Agility, 10. Spirit, 0. Talent 1, Fury, the lower the health, the higher the damage, and the higher the damage reduction. Seeing the newly joined enemy, Liemo hurriedly adjusted his position, ready to use the bloodstained nurse to hold it off, then let the dancer use agility to kill the Son of Lust first. But the opponent ignored the nurse blocking him and leaped towards the dancer. Liemo was forced to control the dancer to turn around and defend. We have to hold this beast back. Switching to the nurse, he activated the blood-sucking skill. As long as it hit, it could hard control the foe, giving the dancer a chance to kill the other one. However, the enemy reacted quickly, instantly gathering a large number of light spots to attack the few people. The indiscriminate light point attacks disrupted Liemo's rhythm. Meanwhile, the Son of Fury charged in the face of friendly fire, continuously launching attacks. For a moment, Liemo found himself at a disadvantage. Good grief, a combination of mage and berserker. Liemo's brows furrowed tightly. Chapter 37 Ascension. Does this game not have a mana value setting? Flustered, Liemo operated the game, looking at the Son of Lust whose firepower never ceased, couldn't help but complain. Consuming another bottle of recovery hand sanitizer, to restore the nurse's health, the previous giant syringe that killed the small zombie had already been exhausted. At this point, due to insufficient operational skill, Liemo could only simply operate the nurse, using the fashion's characteristics to absorb the distant firepower from the Son of Lust. Most of his energy was focused on the dancer. The attributes of the Son of Fury were not much different from the dancer. Theoretically, with the dancer's talent and the dodge bonus from the clown mask, along with the shadow puppet to absorb damage, it should take some time to take it down. However, as the friendly fire and the dancer's attacks caused its health bar to drop below half, Liemo could clearly feel that the dancer's damage to it decreased, while the dancer's health loss speed increased. Clearly, the Fury talent of the Son of Fury was taking effect. These two monsters are too troublesome. Liamo controlled the dancer to directly use the demon revolver on himself. Compared to recovery items like hand sanitizer, the healing speed of the demon revolver was almost instant, with no delay whatsoever. The dancer's talent had to be activated while moving, so in this high-intensity battle, the demon revolver worked excellently. The dancer, now at half health, instantly returned to nearly full health. As for what to do if the instant kill effect of the demon revolver triggered? Liamo was not afraid, as the dancer could immunize once against fatal damage. At this moment, Liamo's fingers flew rapidly over the phone screen, unconsciously humming, completely immersed in the battle. Time quickly passed 3 minutes, and the support skill of the skeleton wine cup finished cooling down. This time, Liamo used it on the bloodstained nurse. The nurse instantly jumped onto the face of the Son of Lust, and Liamo immediately followed up with several normal attacks, forcing the opponent to flee. Switching control back to the dancer, as the nurse self-initiatively chased after the Son of Lust, occasionally performing a second jump to close the distance, this forced the Son of Lust to be unable to unleash skills. The dancer could fight the Son of Fury without interference. The Son of Fury's attempts to assist were futile. At this time, Liamo had already become familiar with its mechanics. Whenever it prepared to leap in for support, Liamo would control the dancer to reposition. Block the path. Head on, little thing. Fingers on the screen created after images, while the dancer on the screen danced wildly like in a seizure, the dagger flying fast. So tough. The talent of the Wrathspawn was much stronger than Liamo had imagined. As its health dropped, its damage reduction became more exaggerated, while also dealing high damage. Hitting once could take away 1/10 of the dancer's health. It was indeed worthy of being an A-tier monster. If this continued, the nurse would be fine, but the dancer would be counter-killed. Liamo gritted his teeth and smirked. Where is a child crying every day? Where is a gambler losing every day? If you want to be rich, you must place heavy bets. The dancer on the screen pulled out the demon revolver and shot himself. Health restored by 50%. Continue. Using the demon revolver on oneself has no cooldown, clearly designed for gamblers. Health restored by 50%. Liamo couldn't help but swallow, so damn exciting. With the shot fired earlier for healing, he had now fired 3 shots in a row. According to Liamo's own thinking, the chance of triggering a special effect next should be very high. Hesitation leads to defeat, just do it. Liamo steeled himself and used the demon revolver again, and this time, there was clearly a different special effect. The dancer on the screen was thrown back by a shot, and at the same time, a demon shadow with horns appeared next to him. Failed? Liamo's heart suddenly tightened. On the screen, the demon reached out its hand to the dancer, and the dancer was engulfed in flames. The whispers of the abyss boil in the bloodline. The moment the embers consume reason, thou art both the judge and the sacrifice. The demon's shadow gradually faded as the text appeared on the screen. Wow, I won. Seeing the dancer's health bar turn golden, Liamo immediately understood that the ascension effect of 1/6 had been triggered. Character, Despair Dancer. Rank, D. Level, 1, 0 out of 10. Strength, 10 plus 20. Constitution, 5 plus 20. Agility, 10 plus 20. Spirit, 1 plus 20. Talent, Dance Step Rewind. Equipment, Clown Mask, Shadow Puppet, Obsidian Dagger. Costume, Demon Revolver. Status, Ascension, Demon's Blessing gains current level times 20 for all attributes, attacks ignore defense and inflict unhealable ember damage, gains flight ability, immune to soul damage, immune to stun/petrification/charm and other strong control effects, lasts 1 minute. Looking at the translucent attribute bar, Liamo was momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of wild joy. He tried to control the dancer, and saw the dancer on the screen, engulfed in flames, take off straight into the sky. Oh my, it's not even fair anymore, just hacking, right? The dancer flew into the air, and the Wrathspawn could not hit him and had to shift its target to the bloodstained nurse. But how could Liamo let it have its way? The dancer dove toward the Wrathspawn at extreme speed, and with just one basic attack, it was knocked back. The remaining health, which was a quarter, instantly hit 0, and flames burst forth from its body with health continuously decreasing. This can't be wasted. Seeing the absolute advantage, Liamo switched directly to the nurse. He hadn't forgotten that the nurse's terminal care talent could steal attributes. Controlling the nurse, he battered the fallen Wrathspawn like crazy, and soon completed the kill. Ding, killed Wrathspawn, Parasite, gained 30 points. Bloodstained nurse triggered talent, terminal care, strength +1, constitution +0.5, agility +1, spirit +0. On the other hand, Liamo didn't control the dancer to attack the lust spawn, as with the dancer's attributes, a basic attack was likely enough to kill it. The dancer hovered over the lust spawn, letting its skills rain down. Attacks hitting the dancer with a constitution of 25 felt almost like a tickle. After hitting for a long time, they hadn't even scratched the surface of its health. Ding, killed lust spawn, Parasite. A bloody nurse triggered her talent, end-of-life care, strength plus 0.5, constitution plus 0.5, agility plus 0.5, spirit plus 1. With the two monsters defeated, their corpses gradually shattered into a ground of pixel blocks. At the same time, two glowing cards popped up. Congratulations player, you have obtained S-rank character fragments, Eerie Twins ×2. Chapter 38 Chinchinya. An hour quickly passed, and Liamo followed the prompt to end today's expedition. In his rental room, he took a deep breath. Goodness, operating two characters at the same time is just too exhausting, Liamo couldn't help but say. This was still under the situation where the bloody nurse and the desperate dancer were not too difficult to operate, and he already felt a bit overwhelmed. Moreover, today witnessing the lustful sun's magic attack made Liamo realize that there would likely be some ranged or magical characters in the future, and at that time, he feared he could only manage the glowing points. He shook his head, no longer thinking about future matters. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will go straight. Right now, all he needed to do was increase the character's strength, and if his operations were weak, he would just overpower them with attributes. The harvest is pretty good. Liamo checked the gains from this game. He had obtained a total of 67 points, gathered zombie fungi ×6, twin fluid ×5, S-rank character fragments ×2. Lust and rage contributed most of the harvest. The S-rank character fragments caught Liamo's interest. Character fragment, Eerie Twins. Rank, S. Progress, 2/7. Description, the twins are yin and yang to each other, living and dying together. Now, Liamo had a total of 2 types of character fragments, and both were S-rank. However, compared to the cursed diviner he first obtained, he had developed a thought about the Eerie Twins. This Eerie Twins character must be related to the twin graveyard. Moreover, logically, having rage and lust should mean there are also the other 7 deadly sins. Usually, games are set up this way. The fragments of the Eerie Twins happen to correspond to the 7 deadly sins. It looks like I need to grind this dungeon every day to obtain this new character. The rest were the ingredients he had gathered. Liamo clicked on the chef icon on the game homepage and directly consumed 5 pieces of zombie fungi and twin fluid. Before him, the chef character conjured pots and pans out of thin air and began to cook. As the progress bar above the chef's head finished, 5 completion notifications appeared. Mysterious stew mushroom has been completed. Food, mysterious stew mushroom. Effect, character experience plus 10, each character can be fed 3 times. Description, skillfully activated the energy contained in the twin fluid through the zombie fungi, rich in nutrition and delicious. He directly fed one to the desperate dancer, and chose to keep the rest for himself. He planned to gather enough ingredients for leveling up and feed them all at once. Now he couldn't level up and feeding them wouldn't have much effect, so it was better to save them. As the desperate dancer reached level 2, Liamo felt even more profoundly the enormous difference between low-tier and high-tier characters. The bloody nurse gained 10 distributable attribute points upon leveling up, while the dancer only got 3. Attribute points could be gained through daily tasks, so that wasn't a huge issue. The main limitation was the maximum attributes. A level 2 nurse could have a maximum of 30 attributes, while the dancer could only have 20, both being level 2. The nurse would have 10 more attributes once fully leveled. This is only level 2, once levels rise higher in the future, low-tier characters will completely become fish fodder. The D-rank dancer also did not awaken a new talent upon reaching level 2. The dancer character was doomed to be discarded in the later stages. Liamo looked at the time. It wasn't even 11 o'clock yet, so he prepared to start grinding daily tasks. Today, no matter what, I have to max out the attributes of the 2 characters. He slumped down on the lazy sofa, sipping cola while grinding whack-a-mole, match 3, dodging bullets, and water sorting, all daily tasks. He played continuously until it was lunchtime. Liamo stood up and stretched, feeling every joint in his body crack. Sometimes, I admire myself for being able to stay at home for 2 days playing mobile games. Putting away his phone, he took a step out, preparing to go eat. At mealtime every day, if not necessary, Liamo still preferred to eat outside, as this was one of the few times he could go out. I have to earn money and marry a beautiful rich girl, reaching the peak of my life. I can't become a shut-in, Liamo repeatedly murmured about earning money, soon walking out of the rented room. Standing in the hallway, looking at the tightly shut door of the neighboring suite, Liamo's mind flashed to the girl he met on the rooftop yesterday, Xinyan. After boasting with her, Liamo felt quite compatible with her. Later, I'll talk to Zhang Yi and ask her to lower the rent a bit. As he thought this, he headed towards a small restaurant. Boss, I'd like a plate of stir-fried beef with green peppers, but no green peppers. This small restaurant, day after day, remained unchanged. The diners either chatted loudly or devoured their food. The sounds of shouting and clanking bowls mixed together, creating a thick atmosphere of everyday life. In this bustling metropolis of Shangyang City, it seemed a bit out of place, making Liamo suddenly recall the small restaurant in his hometown, filled with the smell of home-cooked meals. The plump uncle was still busy by the stove, his wife weaving among the tables with dishes. However, today a new figure quietly appeared in the restaurant. It was a girl here to help out. She had a neat ponytail, a few strands of loose hair falling on the sides of her face, her t-shirt faded, and she wore a pair of somewhat old jeans, with black glasses perched on the bridge of her nose, the style outdated. This gave her a unique simplicity. Unlike the well-dressed, made-up women on the street, she resembled the girl next door from Limo's childhood memories. Limo's shoulder twitched suddenly, stopping his inner monologue, and he thought to himself, what kind of sour, pretentious literature sickness is this? Li Gu, sit over here, the girl called Limo to an empty seat, quickly tidying up the bowls and chopsticks. Chen Xinya was a student and a local from Shenyang City. During summer vacation, she usually comes to help at this small restaurant. Limo came to eat here daily, so after a while, he and she became somewhat familiar. Recalling yesterday when he was here and heard the older folks chatting, Limo asked, Little Chen, I heard your dad was hospitalized yesterday, is everything okay? It's nothing serious, he just fell and twisted his ankle while on a mission, Chen Xinya replied as she wiped the table with a cloth. Her voice was gentle, and she always wore a smile. Looking at the girl before him, Limo couldn't help but feel, what a good girl. I wonder who will end up with her. Soon, Limo's lunch was served. He ate while listening to the surrounding older folks chatting. Yesterday, a lot of police went to Fenghua High School, did you hear? What happened? I heard there was a person with mental issues who broke into the school. Oh dear, the school's security isn't good, I was thinking of sending my grandson to study there. I heard from others that the person had blood on their clothes. We need to be more careful, I'll definitely tell my family about this. Have you all heard? About Zhang Deji and Lu Dama's incident yesterday. Listening to these older folks gossip while eating was quite interesting for Liamo. Occasionally, a scandal about an older lady competing for the affection of an older man would pop up, enough to make him laugh for half the night. Before long, Liamo finished his meal, settled the bill, and prepared to return to his rented room to play video games. He was earning around 2,000 a day and couldn't afford to waste a moment. He walked out of the small restaurant, and at the same time, a figure followed him out. Chapter 39, Forest, Stream, Girl, Love Letter. Just as Liamo stepped out of the small restaurant, the sun rushed forward with a hint of heat. At this moment, a figure followed out, and when he looked back, it was Chen Xinya. Liamo strode with arrogance, patting his full belly, walking towards the rented apartment. After walking for a while, Liamo discovered that Chen Xinya was actually going the same way, so he casually chatted with her. Little Chen, are you busy? Chen Xinya nodded and said, I plan to meet a friend. Oh really? At this moment, Liamo was still outside, but his mind had already drifted far away, filled with the upcoming attribute enhancement plan. After a while, when they reached the bottom of the apartment building, Liamo was surprised to realize that Chen Xinya's destination was actually the same as his. Your friend lives here? Yes. She just moved in yesterday. Li Gu, do you live here too? Liamo nodded and said, is your friend Xinyan? Chen Xinya was taken aback, her expression somewhat unnatural, and she whispered, sort of. The two walked upstairs. When they reached the floor, Liamo pointed at the next door and said, it's this one. Then he pointed to his own room, I live here. What a coincidence. Chen Xinya raised her hand and knocked on the door, and almost instantly, the door was pulled open from the inside. Liamo caught sight of Xinyan, but she looked completely different from yesterday, her face pale, with dark circles under her eyes, exuding an aura of exhaustion. The woman glanced at Liamo, then smiled at Chen Xinya and said, Xiaoya, you finally came, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chen Xinya's cheeks turned slightly red, and her voice was as light as a mosquito, Come in. As the door slowly closed, Liamo returned to his rented room. Without a moment of rest, he took out his phone and opened the salvation game. Today, I must max out the dancer and nurse attributes, except for mental. Captain. Special Department's Hao Yuan was woken up from the sofa in the office. He looked with bloodshot eyes at Chen Xiao, who had called him, and shook his not-so-clear head. Captain, the commissioner wants you to go to the meeting. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, he stood up and said, when will Chen Xinya arrive, whom you mentioned yesterday? I asked her to come in the afternoon. Chen Xiao handed Hao Yuan his coat and continued, judging by the commissioner's demeanor, she probably wants to question us. Hao Yuan took the coat and put it on, then tossed the car keys to Chen Xiao. You go prepare, I'll come down in 10 minutes. Wait for me to go to the city hospital. But we have to have a meeting. If the meeting can't solve the problem in 10 minutes, continuing is a waste of time. Watching Hao Yuan walk out of the office, Chen Xiao shrugged. Just at the conference room door, Hao Yuan heard a woman's angry voice inside. He took a deep breath and turned the doorknob to enter. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. The police chief, Colonel Zhang from the army, and 7 or 8 key officials were already present, sitting around the conference table. A woman in her 30s wearing a professional suit sat at the main seat. She was the commissioner who arrived from the capital yesterday, Yi Man. Hao Yuan was very familiar with her. In the past, before that incident happened, they had been partners in the same department. But ever since that incident, the two had completely fallen out, and this was the main reason how Yuan was transferred from the capital to Shenyang City. Yi Man, as a daughter of the Yi family, achieved her accomplishments more on her own. In Hao Yuan's view, she was a capable person. Moreover, she was a formidable special ability user on par with himself. It was said that a month ago, Yi Man had already successfully broken through to the second level. Seeing Hao Yuan come in, Yi Man looked at him, her brows tightly knit, her voice as cold as ice. "Captain Hao, you finally made it. Looks like you slept well last night." Hao Yuan ignored Yi Man's mockery, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "Let's talk. What does your Special Affairs Bureau plan to say about this incident?" Yi Man questioned, arms crossed. "There's nothing to say." Upon hearing this, Yi Man's face turned pale. It's clear that a superhuman committed this crime. "You, the Special Affairs Bureau, are in charge of managing superhumans in this area, and now such a big event has occurred, yet you have nothing to say?" Hao Yuan sighed in resignation. "I will take responsibility for this matter." "Have responsibility? What will you use to take responsibility?" "Hao Yuan, where do you want to be reassigned this time?" Yi Man sneered coldly. "Yi Man, I know you have grievances against me." Hao Yuan stood up, feeling that staying there was meaningless, and walked toward the conference room door. "I will investigate this matter." Yi Man's face turned white with anger, her chest heaving violently. At this moment, other officials began to smooth things over. "Director Yi, Captain Hao has been busy these days, exhausted in body and mind. He is a bit impatient, don't take it to heart." "Yes, we are all trying to handle the situation well." Yi Man impatiently waved her hand. "Forget him. Let's talk about the information we have gathered so far." Hao Yuan walked out of the conference room, letting out a deep sigh. As he walked down the stairs, he dialed a phone number. "Hello, how is it?" A male voice came from the other end. "Sorry, Captain Hao couldn't track them down. They must have used a superhuman item to hide their tracks." "Bastard!" Hao Yuan had mobilized superhuman personnel with scouting talents to track, but found no trace of the murderer, which made him extremely anxious. "In the end, I can only rely on Xia Yao's divination." Hao Yuan rubbed his eyes, muttering to himself, "Always putting my team in danger, no wonder Yi Man hates me." The smell of disinfectant filled the hospital room, where Hao Yuan and Chen Xiao found Xia Yao in Jian Ning's ward. Chen Xiao smirked, teasing the wrapped-up Jian Ning. "Jian, it's only been a day since we met, and you look so bad?" Jian Ning shot him an annoyed glance, ignoring him. Instead, she turned to Hao Yuan and asked, "Captain, have they captured that woman?" Hao Yuan slowly shook his head, saying, "Based on your description, we checked the surveillance all over the city, but didn't find any trace. It's most likely that she used a superhuman item to cover her tracks." Xia Yao, sitting in a wheelchair, swept her gaze over Hao Yuan's worried face. Chen Xiao scratched his head, hesitantly speaking, "Sister Yao, actually the special commissioners sent from above have a lot of opinions about our Special Affairs Bureau. So, we would like to ask you." "I don't agree." Before Chen Xiao finished speaking, Jian Ning had already interrupted. With her interruption, Chen Xiao opened his mouth but swallowed the rest of his words, knowing as superhumans how terrible the backlash of using special abilities could be. "Captain, it's better if you say it." Hao Yuan looked at Xia Yao, hesitated for a moment and said, "Xia Yao, I know this puts you in a difficult position, but this matter is very serious." "Brother Yuan, I understand. This matter concerns everyone, how can I stand aside?" Xia Yao interrupted Hao Yuan with a smile. Jian Ning wanted to stop her, but Xia Yao raised her hand to stop her. "Chen Xiao, stay here to keep Jian Ning company." After Hao Yuan ordered, he pushed Xia Yao's wheelchair and slowly walked out of the ward. Outside the hospital, Hao Yuan stood quietly, watching the flow of people coming and going, lost in thought about Xia Yao's words. Forest, stream, girl, love letter. Chapter 40, Missing. Xia Yao endured the backlash, activated her ability, and in an instant felt as if her brain was overloaded, a sharp pain shooting through her head. At the same time, the scene in front of her changed from blurry to clear. Sunlight streamed through the forest's layers of branches and leaves, casting bright beams of light in the woods. The dreamy Tyndall effect quietly appeared. By the stream under the forest, a girl stood barefoot in the clear water. The girl clutched a love letter tightly in her hand, and as the breeze blew, the letter swayed. Suddenly, it slipped from her fingertips and fell into the water, dissolving at once. Chen Xiao opened the driver's seat door and smoothly sat down, starting the car. Next, he skillfully turned on the air conditioning and pressed the sound system switch. With his fiddling, an anime song echoed inside the car. He furrowed his brows, crossing his arms, looking as if he was deep in thought. These clues are too abstract, what can I analyze? In the passenger seat, Hao Yuan shut his eyes tight, mumbling to himself, forest, stream, girl, love letter. He kept pondering the information provided by Xia Yao in his mind. According to Xia Yao, the more complex the causal relationships involved, the more abstract the divination results would be. This divination was about the whereabouts of the woman who was the root cause of last night's incident, yet the clues were so abstract that it left Hao Yuan feeling completely lost. He couldn't figure out how these elements were related to this incident at all. Was the woman with the love letter the target this time? Did it imply she was in the forest with the stream? Could it be that the woman escaped from Shenyang City and went to the outskirts? Hao Yuan rubbed his throbbing temples. Recently, Xiaoyao's divination, which had always been reliable, failed twice in a row, first with that nurse powerhouse and then this woman they were tracking, making Hao Yuan feel an uneasy sensation. Love letter, maybe it represents a heart in love, Chen Xiao said, lightly tapping the steering wheel to the rhythm of the music, suddenly coming up with this idea. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Hao Yuan turned his head to give him a speechless glance, thinking that his idea was simply absurd. Captain, I think it makes sense, a love letter is related to love, right? The two sat in the car for a long time, completely clueless. Chen Xiao smiled and said, Captain, sitting here and thinking is not the solution. Anyway, the interview time is approaching this afternoon, how about I call Chen Qinya over early? Youthful minds are flexible, let her help brainstorm. Hao Yuan sighed, feeling that he really didn't know where to start, thinking that with the shortage of manpower, it would be better to see the person Chen Xiao strongly recommended first. Chen Xiao took out his phone and dialed Chen Qinya's number. However, only a monotonous busy tone came from the receiver. The number you dialed is not available, please wait. That's strange, didn't I ask her to be available for calls today? Chen Xiao's face showed a hint of embarrassment, as he had recommended Chen Qinya. Moreover, they had a bit of distant family relation. For people like them who perform special tasks, being unable to make contact was a huge taboo. Let me try calling a few more times, Chen Xiao said awkwardly. No rush, the interview time has not come yet, wait a bit before calling again. Chen Xiao sent several texts asking Chen Qinya to call back, but still received no response. After more than 10 minutes, he called Chen Qinya's number again, praying silently in his heart, but unsurprisingly, no one picked up. At this moment, Chen Xiao was directly at a loss for words. But Hao Yuan suddenly said, have the information department check her location. Captain, is that really necessary? The situation in Shenyang City is tense now, and Chen Qinya is counted as our provisional team member, it's better to take extra precautions than to let something go wrong. The Special Affairs Bureau held great power in dealing with extraordinary matters, and the information department could access all city surveillance. As long as there was no extraordinary ability interference, investigating the movements of an ordinary person was as easy as pie. Less than 10 minutes later, they received feedback from the information department. Chen Qinya had left home early in the morning to help at a small restaurant where she often worked during summer vacation. But at noon 12:38, she followed a man into an apartment and hadn't come out since. Name, Liam O, age, 24, family relation, none, occupation, none. Chen Xiao looked at the file, and his face changed dramatically. Oh no, this kind of guy without a girlfriend must be problematic. Little Liam might be. As he thought of his distant relative being so clueless, various movie scenarios immediately flashed through his mind. Hao Yuan carefully examined the file, but didn't notice anything unusual, just an ordinary person. Chen Qinya had only awakened her extraordinary powers for a few days, but her physical quality had already become worlds apart from ordinary people. Therefore, she generally wouldn't encounter any danger. However, once danger did appear, it was anything but ordinary. Let's go take a look. Chen Xiao started the car and sped toward the address from the information. In the rental apartment, Liam O had been constantly refreshing his daily tasks since returning from lunch, dealing with the bloody nurse, the despair dancer, and the attribute explosion. Looking at the task list, he saw B-level series task, hunt the shadow-scaled serpent, 3rd phase, final paradise. Task description, the demon hidden in the human world, the shadow-scaled serpent, has been driven to the brink, but it actually intends to unite with the approaching extraordinary demons for a final resistance, so let's wipe them all out. Task objectives, 1. Kill a tier extraordinary being, shadow-scaled serpent, 2. Kill a tier extraordinary being, clown king. Task rewards, basic 500 points, universal hero fragment times 1, daily cash exchange limit plus 10, mysterious big gift bag. Seeing the newly appeared task, Liam O was filled with joy. He immediately spotted the reward, daily cash exchange limit plus 10. Incredible, isn't this an extra 1,000 salary every day? Liam O couldn't help but feel that it seemed his gaming tests over the past few days had been recognized by the production team, preparing to give him a raise. But to even add the salary increase into the task rewards, the planner's brain is really quite unique. Wait. Suddenly, Liam O thought about a possibility. What if the difficulty of this task was extremely high? He couldn't help but nod, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was indeed possible. The actual task reward was deliberately misleading, and when he inevitably failed to complete the task, it would naturally disappear. Liam O's mind brought back memories of his previous boss. Oh, I originally wanted to give you a raise, but alas, if only you could have handled things a bit more beautifully. Liam O instantly became determined. This time, he had to complete the task no matter what. Keep grinding. In the rental apartment, Liam O emanated a terrifying aura, his phone feeling hot in his hand. Until the sun sank low, a phone call finally interrupted his attribute grinding process. Hello? Hi, your package has arrived, please come to pick it up. I haven't ordered any packages these past few days? Liam O scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 41, Misunderstanding. Liam O hummed a little tune as he headed to the express station not far from the apartment. It was only when he received the parcel that he realized, looking at the label, it was the divine artifact merchandise he had exchanged with props. From morning to afternoon, that's fast, the game company isn't local, is it? He couldn't help but mutter. The package wasn't large, about 20 centimeters tall, so the merchandise inside probably wasn't too big either. The shipping label indicated it was sent from a nearby factory in Shenyang City. Directly shipped from the manufacturer, it seems there's no hope of tracing back to the game company. However, Liam O didn't mind too much. In his view, as long as the game could smoothly exchange cash every day, nothing else mattered. Liam O walked leisurely back to his rental apartment. When he stepped onto the apartment stairs, his steps suddenly halted. At the door of his rental apartment, two unfamiliar men were talking to his landlord, Zhang Yi. Liam O slowly walked over. The three also noticed him. Zhang Yi raised her hand and pointed. He is the person you are looking for. Looking for me? Liam O frowned, filled with confusion. He had no friends in Shenyang City and didn't know what these two strangers wanted with him. At this moment, the young man with a slight hint of a rogue demeanor spoke up. Hello, I am Chen Xiao. Saying this, he took out a badge with the words Special Police on it. Please cooperate with our investigation. Police? Liam O felt extremely puzzled. Why would the police be looking for him? Suddenly, his head buzzed, connecting to the game he was playing, the Savior game. These past few days, he effortlessly earned 2,000 a day. The game company was like a charity, throwing money around. Could it be money laundering? Just thinking that he might be involved in a crime made Liam O swallow hard and hastily wave his hands. Officer, I really don't know anything. Afraid that a slow explanation could lead to trouble. Seeing Liam O's reaction, Chen Zhao's gaze became sharp. He stared at Liam O and suddenly threw out a question. Where were you around 12:30 this afternoon? Noon. I went out for lunch and then went home. Chen Xiao continued to ask, just you alone? Aha. Liam O nodded. I advise you to confess, we already have evidence of your crime. At Chen Zhao's words, Liam O's heart instantly went cold. Sure enough, there were problems behind this game. Liam O felt like a deflated balloon, arms drooping, filled with regret. Sigh. How sad. Not making money after years of hard work was bad enough. In the end, he would wind up in jail. Seeing Liam O like this, Chen Xiao felt even more convinced that he was connected to Chen Xinya's disappearance. I am guilty, I shouldn't have played the game, Liam O mumbled to himself. Then came thoughts of what he shouldn't have done, like playing games and clicking on ads. Chen Xiao listened to Liam O's nonsensical words and was completely confused. Wow, even at a time like this, he was still joking around. It seemed this guy wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. Don't talk to me about games, just honestly tell me, where did you kidnap Chen Xinya? Chen Xiao raised his voice, interrupting Liam O's rambling. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Liam O looked at him in bewilderment and said, What? Chen Xinya entered this apartment with you. What is her situation? What are you talking about, officer? It's not about the game. Don't mention that game again. Who cares about that broken game? Where is Chen Xinya? Is she in your room? Upon hearing Chen Zhao's words, Liam O was completely dumbfounded. It turned out these two police officers weren't here to investigate the game. They were here because Chen Xinya was missing. Chen Xinya was missing? But hadn't she just entered the apartment with him? Officer, are you saying I kidnapped Chen Xinya? Liam O finally understood that the two police officers thought he had kidnapped Chen Xinya. Who else could it be? The surveillance clearly shows she entered the apartment with you. At that moment, Zhang Yi shook her head, clicking her tongue, looking at him with disdain. I didn't expect it. You actually kidnapped the little girl, yikes. It wasn't me, she was just passing by with me, she was looking for that guy next door. Liam O pointed to the neighboring suite. Be honest and open the door. And Chen Xiao grabbed Liam O, fearing he would take the chance to escape. After opening the rented room and explaining, Liam O finally cleared his name. Chen Xiao and Hao Yuan exchanged glances, suddenly feeling both amused and helpless. You brat, if it wasn't you, why were you so nervous? Did you do something dirty behind my back? Chen Xiao joked. Food can be eaten randomly, but words can't be talked about randomly. I, Liam O, act openly and justly, don't wrongfully accuse a good person. They inquired in detail, and Liam O told them everything he knew. You're saying Chen Xinya was looking for the two next door, and the woman who opened the door for her was that woman? Chen Xiao asked. Liam O nodded. Hao Yuan turned to Zhang Yi and asked, "Landlady, what's the situation with those two people?" "The man is Shen Yan, and the woman is Lin Xiaoxiao. They are college students nearby. They just rented the house yesterday," Zhang Yi said, while scratching her messy hair. "Can you please open their door?" Zhang Yi scratched her messy hair and pulled out an exaggerated key ring. "Just a moment." Chen Xiao, seeing her slow manner, couldn't help but urge, "Little sister, can you be a bit faster? I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush, let me find the keys." Watching the two enter the room, Li Mo stood at the door of the rented room, looking around. On one hand, he was a bit worried about Chen Xinya. After all, she was a familiar face. On the other hand, he wanted to see what was going on. Beside him, Zhang Yi stroked her chin, an expression of deep thought, nodding from time to time. "What do you think, Miss Zhang Yi?" Li Mo asked. "I think it's a crime of passion." Li Mo leaned back in surprise, turning to look at her in astonishment. "No way, you've already labeled a missing person case as a murder case?" "Yesterday, I saw that woman's eyes filled with anger and malice. She radiated a deadly aura, while that man looked serious and disordered. These two are likely about to stir up a storm." Zhang Yi stressed her point by tapping her fingers. "It's not that dramatic. It must be that Chen Xinya's father couldn't reach her, so a colleague came to check." Li Mo looked at the serious Zhang Yi with skepticism and said, "It's probably just kids playing around." Soon the matter wrapped up. Chen Xiao and the other two didn't find anything unusual in the neighboring suite, and seeing Li Mo wasn't getting any answers, he returned to his rented room. After all, he still had to complete the task of hunting the ancient snake and needed to practice his character's skills. As for Chen Xinya, to be honest, Li Mo felt that it wouldn't be a big problem. Life is so ordinary, where would all these strange events come from? Li Mo stretched, slouched on the lazy sofa, and opened the game. "Maybe when I wake up tomorrow, it'll be fine, it's not that dramatic. Let's get back to my game." Chapter 42 Orphanage. Under the sunset, accompanied by the chirping of cicadas, the once lively amusement park was now eerily silent. On the ground, discarded drink bottles, faded balloons, and torn posters lay scattered about. The rusty iron fence at the entrance rattled in the breeze, the seals making a clattering sound. Several nails securing the sign had loosened, making it seem ready to fall. The words "Little Yellow Duck Amusement Park" were blurred by wind and rain. In this forgotten paradise, 3 uninvited guests arrived today. The stopped Ferris wheel soared into the clouds, and in its highest cabin, a man and 2 women sat inside. Among them, a girl wearing black-framed glasses sat alone to one side. She had her eyes tightly closed, leaning against the glass window, her chest rising and falling gently, lost in sleep. The other man and woman sat directly across from her. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at Chen Xinya, nostalgia filled her eyes as she softly said, "Do you remember? We used to be together like this. Back then, Lilia fell asleep like this too." Shen Yan sat beside Lin Xiaoxiao, silent, glancing at the watch on her wrist. Only 1 hour left. Maybe living a plain life until the end is also good? Shen Yan mumbled softly, her voice tinged with fatigue. Hearing Shen Yan, Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head, staring intently at Shen Yan. Her obsessive gaze made Shen Yan instinctively look away. "Even if I have to abandon everything, I want to live in a new world with you." Lin Xiaoxiao's tone was incredibly firm. Shen Yan tightly clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. Looking at the sleeping Chen Xinya, she sighed heavily. Humans becoming extraordinary will only lead to endless suffering. "It's fine, as long as I can help you." Looking into Lin Xiaoxiao's sincere eyes, Shen Yan felt a deep inner conflict. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "It's about to begin, I'll go down to prepare." Shen Yan opened the cabin door and jumped down. In the air, she spread her arms, feeling the air pressing against her body, the wind whooshing in her ears. She couldn't help but feel a sense of tranquility. The hope for the future had already been shattered. With a thud, her legs hit the ground, creating 2 holes, and she pulled her legs out of the ground, heading towards various attractions of the amusement park. Since that's the case, let's go all out. Even if it leads to destruction in the end. Meanwhile, Hao Yuan and Chen Xiao left the apartment, sitting in the car, examining Shen Yan and Lin Xiaoxiao's information. Shen Yan, 20 years old, a sophomore student at Shenyang University, orphaned, grew up in Mingda Orphanage. Lin Xiaoxiao, 19 years old, a freshman student at Shenyang University, abandoned. Chen Xiao was looking at the information while saying, "I know this orphanage. It's near Chen Xinya's house." "Captain, should we go to this orphanage?" "Let's take a look," Hao Yuan replied. Chen Xiao started the car and drove towards Mingda Orphanage located on the outer ring of Shenyang City. Sitting in the passenger seat, Hao Yuan suddenly asked, "Chen Xiao, you think love letters represent affection, right?" "It's love, my captain," Chen Xiao corrected with a smile. "Whatever it is, do you think this affection could refer to Chen Xinya?" In Xiaya's divination, she also mentioned a stream symbolizing the water element, which could point to Qinya. Hearing Hao Yuan's words, Chen Xiao's eyes lit up, and the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, yet a hint of unease crept into his heart. Was it Shen Yan and the others who did it yesterday? In any case, it's worth investigating. We can't find any trace of these two right now, which at least shows they are involved in the extraordinary events. The two soon arrived at Ningda Orphanage. After getting out of the car, they were greeted by a two-story small building from the last century, surrounded by a circle of brick walls encasing the orphanage. On the brick wall, a big demolish was written in blue marker, giving a feeling of decay. This orphanage only has 10 children left. It will be demolished next month, Chen Xiao said while looking at the information. Hearing this, Hao Yuan nodded. The two walked side by side into the orphanage. Inside the orphanage, Hao Yuan immediately spotted a gray-haired old woman. She looked very kind, and at that moment was holding a somewhat tattered storybook, telling a story to the children. Seeing Hao Yuan and Chen Xiao, the old woman put down the book and slowly stood up, her face adorned with a warm smile. Young men, what brings you here? Hao Yuan stepped forward, politely explaining their purpose of visit. The old director also told them some information. Upon hearing about Shenyan, a nostalgic expression appeared on the old director's face. Shenyan, he is a good child. When he was here, he always took care of his younger siblings, very understanding, the old woman said with a smile, her eyes filled with appreciation when mentioning Shenyan. Director, do you know Chen Xinya? Hao Yuan continued to ask. Oh, Xinya. Yes, I know. She still visits me from time to time. She used to come here often with her father. The old woman paused, smiling as she added, that little girl used to dislike Shenyan because she thought he took away her best friend. Friend? Yes, Lin Xiaoxiao. Xinya is a bit introverted, but she really liked Lin Xiaoxiao, always sticking to her. After the conversation, aside from understanding the relationship between Chen Xinya and the three, they did not gain more useful clues. Hao Yuan and Chen Xiao prepared to leave the orphanage, but the old director insisted on seeing them out despite their repeated refusals. Standing at the entrance of the orphanage, Chen Xiao looked at the big demolished word, feeling a sense of loneliness rising in his heart. It's nothing. There are only 4 children left in the orphanage. Once they are sent away, I can retire, the old director said calmly, carrying a hint of relief. 4. Hao Yuan frowned, recalling the tragic scene from yesterday, investigating the manner. Is there a problem? No, Hao Yuan sighed internally, leading Chen Xiao towards the car. Lin Xiaoxiao's suspicion is very high. Hao Yuan said after getting in the car. Chen Xiao nodded beside him, feeling an overwhelming heaviness. If Lin Xiaoxiao was behind the tragic events at the manor yesterday, then now Chen Xinya could only be said to be in great danger. Beasts, why would she harm her own friend? Chen Xiao angrily slammed his hand on the steering wheel. Although they might have found the murderer, they still had no idea about the whereabouts of the two. The situation fell back into a deadlock once more. But just then, an unexpected phone call for Hao Yuan came in. A turn of events arrived. Hao Yuan picked up the phone, looking at the number on his mobile, a hint of confusion crossed his mind. Su Qing? After answering the call, the voice on the other end made Hao Yuan's pupils shrink. The murderer is the extraordinary creature Shadow Scale Serpent and the woman codenamed L. Chapter 43, Such Powerful Strength. Taoist priest has made it. Looking at the stats of the Despair Dancer and Bloodied Nurse on his phone, Limo's mouth was about to stretch to his ears. Character, Despair Dancer. Rank, D. Level, 2, 0 out of 100. Strength, 20. Constitution, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 1. Talent, Dance Step Reversal. Character, Bloodied Nurse. Rank, SSS. Level, 2, 0 out of 100. Strength, 30 plus 3.9. Constitution, 30 plus 3.5. Agility, 30 plus 3.9. Spirit, 10 plus 2.1. Talent 1, End-of-Life Care. Talent 2, Forbidden Injection. Especially the Bloodied Nurse's attributes were simply terrifying. This such powerful strength. Except for Spirit, everything was maxed out. Liemo stood up and stretched his body, feeling all the joints crackle. Take a break, the task later must be completed. He must quickly regain his condition, the upcoming task absolutely cannot be underestimated. After all, completing it would increase his salary by 1,000, but knowing the game designers, how could they let him earn money easily? Who knows what big pit they dug for him? Liemo furrowed his brow, revealing a determined expression, staring intently at the sunset outside the window. Next, he had to stay alert. In this battle, only winning is allowed, losing is not. By the way, let me check this thing first. Liemo took out a delivery box from the corner, weighing it in his hand. It didn't feel heavy. Tearing open the delivery box, he saw a gray-white goblet-shaped object resting inside. This kind of art is still too advanced for humanity, I can't handle it. Liemo took out the gray-white cup, which was carved with dense skulls, making his mild fear of small holes flare up. Moreover, the cup felt very light in his hand, filled with a plastic texture, giving Liemo a sense of cheap industrial product. What was I expecting? He casually threw the cup into the corner of the wall. It wasn't anything good, barely worth keeping as a memento. Hope this game becomes popular in the future, maybe I can sell it for some money. As the only closed beta player, after enduring great hardships, he earned rewards from defeating a god-level boss for a day and night. The hype could easily sell for 300 to 500, right? At this moment, Liemo suddenly noticed that he had received a message on his post in the game. Girl A, respected savior. Could you please guide me, the lost one? Yesterday, from where did the enemy who committed heinous sins come, and what are their conspiracies? Liemo felt a bit strange. This NPC actively interacted and even asked questions. Curious. He thought he would only receive messages after posting something new. Now, it seemed these NPCs would also engage proactively. After thinking for a moment, Liemo suddenly understood something. Instantly, he exclaimed, "Good God. This was just like some mobile games today, introducing AI interaction with NPCs, blending them among players to make the game seem more popular. This way, they could increase players' game time." It appeared that the developers were testing the game AI now. However, this AI still had some issues. The messages felt too robotic. Forget it, let's just cooperate, after all, I'm getting paid. Liemo typed a message and prepared to send it out. Looking at his message, Liemo shook his head in dissatisfaction. It was too ordinary, needed some flair. Withdrawal Princess, the murderer is Shadow Scale Serpent and its accomplice L. Today, they will assist evil in invading the world. My disciple will carry out ruthless extermination against them in paradise. Looking at the overly dramatic response, Liemo nodded in satisfaction. It might be a bit childish for elementary school students, but just right for adults. Yesterday's puppet master is the extraordinary monster Shadow Scale Serpent and the woman codenamed L. They will be at a place called Paradise today. Guide the monsters from another world to invade this world. Hearing this, Hao Yuan's face immediately became serious. How do you know about this? It's hard to explain over the phone. Let's meet tomorrow and I'll tell you more. Hao Yuan continued to ask, but Su Qing on the other end of the phone didn't reveal any more information. This sudden phone call filled Hao Yuan with intense doubt. After all, Su Qing had encountered extraordinary events twice and still managed to survive. She must know something. Yesterday, the woman responsible for the Manor massacre was codenamed L, and now Hao Yuan had reason to speculate that L likely referred to Lin Xiaoxiao. And she, along with an extraordinary creature named Ing Lin Hui, was preparing to start an extraordinary invasion. Captain, the situation is getting more serious. Should we report to Commissioner Yi first? Hao Yuan nodded and asked Chen Xiao to make the report. Meanwhile, he was thinking about their next steps. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw a strand of black hair glide past the front passenger side window. He was immediately startled, sitting up straight and peering out the window. But he didn't see anyone outside. Was it an illusion? It was impossible for anyone to get close to the car without him noticing. But on the one hand, his extraordinary perception ability, and on the other, his years of battle instincts, both told him that it was not an illusion. What's wrong? Chen Xiao, who was beside him, asked in confusion. Did you feel someone getting close? No, there's hardly anyone around here. Chen Xiao looked around outside the car. They had parked the car not far from the orphanage, and a large area around them was a place about to be demolished. All the people had already moved out, and since it was already evening, there wasn't a soul in sight. Hao Yuan rubbed his eyes. It seemed like he had been under too much pressure these past couple of days. I'm getting out of the car for a bit. Hao Yuan got out of the car, feeling the breeze. He took a deep breath. But just then, as he casually turned his head, he vaguely saw a distant Ferris wheel, faintly visible in the afterglow of the setting sun. His eyes widened in shock, recalling what Su Qing had said on the phone. The amusement park, could it be referring to that place? Hao Yuan opened the car door, sat back in the seat, and loudly said, "Let's head to that Ferris wheel." Chen Xiao immediately noticed Hao Yuan's reaction and realized he had discovered something. He quickly started the car and, relying on his instincts, drove towards the direction of the Ferris wheel. The car passed through various alleys, parks, and even sidewalks, and soon the Ferris wheel was getting closer. Before long, an abandoned amusement park appeared in front of Hao Yuan and Chen Xiao. The abnormal changes above the amusement park told them they had arrived at the right place. Hello? At this moment, Chen Xiao also reported the situation to the bureau, but the phone signal was unstable. After getting out of the car and looking at the amusement park in front of them, both of them knew they had arrived at the right place. There was still some time before dark, but a thin layer of black mist had already begun to appear above the amusement park. This was the defensive rule created by the invasion of the extraordinary world. Chapter 44, The Invasion Begins. The Clown King. Half of the sun had already sunk below the horizon, leaving only the last streak of twilight. Outside the iron gate of the amusement park, Hao Yuan stared at the swirling black mist in the sky, his brows furrowing deeper, and his heart growing more uneasy. The invading creature this time was far stronger than the giant sun doll from before, and it had already triggered the world's defensive rules before it even landed. Chen Xiao, be careful. This time, we're facing a tough opponent. Hao Yuan spoke in a low voice, his expression serious as he scanned the surroundings. At this moment, Chen Xiao also sensed the severity of the situation. He nodded and was about to respond. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he pointed towards the center of the amusement park. Captain, Chen Xinya is over there. Hao Yuan followed his finger and, using his enhanced extraordinary vision, immediately locked onto the cabin at the very top of the Ferris wheel. A black-haired girl is leaning against the glass window. Captain, what should we do? We need to save her now. Chen Zhao's voice carried a hint of urgency. Hao Yuan knew deeply that this time, the extraordinary creature was beyond his capabilities, and moreover, there was the mysterious creature mentioned by Su Qing, the shadow-scale viper. However, this did not mean there was no chance to save Chen Xinya. Every time an extraordinary creature invades, it is accompanied by the generation of black mist. This black mist has no effect on ordinary people, and its harm to extraordinary beings is relatively limited. On the contrary, it can cause terrifying damage to the invading extraordinary creatures. Although the black mist cannot exist forever, it can trap invading creatures for a long time, allowing humanity enough preparation time to deal with invasions. The black mist plays a crucial role in this process. According to researchers' guesses, this black mist might be a special mechanism for the world's self-protection, thus, they named it World Defense Principle. At present, the feasible plan is to take advantage of the invasion not being fully formed, to enter, rescue Chen Xinya, and then retreat from the invasion area. Then, they can rely on the black mist to delay time and wait for support from others. Chen Xiao, when the time is right, find a way to rescue Chen Xinya, and I will support you from below. Chen Xiao nodded, and the two easily climbed over the iron fence of the amusement park and entered inside. The Ferris wheel stood right in front of the main gate, about 200 meters away, with a stone path leading straight to it. To the right of the stone path were amusement facilities like the carousel and the pirate ship. On the left, there were several colorful buildings, one of which looked like a haunted house, adding an indescribable eeriness and strangeness to the abandoned amusement park. The two tacitly distanced themselves, Hao Yuan in front, Chen Xiao slightly behind him, bending down as they moved towards the Ferris wheel, passing through the amusement facility area on the right. They walked cautiously, always mindful of their footfalls, fearing that they might step on litter and make noise, alerting the enemy. Hao Yuan glanced around at the rusty, abandoned amusement facilities. At that moment, the sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and aside from a faint light remaining at the distant sky's edge, the amusement park was becoming increasingly dark. Suddenly, the figure of Hao Yuan stopped, and he raised his hand, skillfully signaling Chen Xiao to advance from the left side. Chen Xiao understood and nodded slightly, turning his steps and using various amusement facilities as cover to move forward. Come out. The sudden voice made Hao Yuan's heart tighten, and he looked in the direction of the voice. A man was standing under the Ferris wheel with his head down. After thinking for a moment, Hao Yuan stood up and walked toward the man. He stopped when he was about 20 meters away from him. Shen Yan? Hao Yuan looked at the man and spoke. But Shen Yan did not respond. Do you know what you're doing? Hao Yuan stared hard at Shen Yan while keeping an eye on his surroundings. Leave now, and you can live a little longer. Shen Yan never looked at Hao Yuan, simply standing silently in place. So you kidnapped your friend here, what are you planning to do? Hao Yuan asked while slowly approaching Shen Yan. This world is beyond saving, why not choose to live a few more days? If we don't try, how do we know there's no hope? Suddenly, Shen Yan raised his head. When Hao Yuan saw his face, his pupils contracted sharply. The person before him had half of his face covered in black scales, and his eyes had slit pupils like a snake. Shadow scale viper? In ancient times, viper referred to a type of venomous snake. Moreover, legend said that a viper could transform into a wyvern after 500 years, and a wyvern could turn into a dragon after 1,000 years. Images of the extraordinary creature Su Qing had mentioned earlier flashed in Hao Yuan's mind. Are you human or monster? Isn't it good just to be alive? Hao Yuan's skin began to ooze with blood. Blood gathered towards the right hand, forming a blood knife in the blink of an eye. The blood knife swung out, releasing a crescent blade of blood towards Shen Yan. However, what Hao Yuan did not expect was that Shen Yan in front of him actually transformed into a translucent phantom, and the attack passed directly through his body. I gave you a chance. Shen Yan said softly, a powerful aura erupting from him. At the same time, the surrounding environment underwent a drastic change, and the distance between Hao Yuan and Shen Yan began to stretch endlessly. Hao Yuan only felt himself rapidly retreating. No! He suddenly realized that it wasn't him retreating, but the space around him was stretching. The amusement park, which was not very large before, suddenly became enormous. The gate that was originally 200 meters away now looked far beyond that, at least several times larger. And the Ferris wheel that had been so close was now suddenly more than 100 meters away.
What is happening?
Standing in the vast amusement park, Hao Yuan looked around, and when he looked up, his eyes widened. The thin black mist in the sky, he didn't know when, had completely enveloped the entire perimeter of the amusement park.
The invasion had begun. Above the amusement park, suddenly like shattering glass, cracks appeared in the space.
A huge black-brown claw pierced through the space, causing visible ripples in the air. The claw trembled, slowly tearing open a rift in the space against great resistance.
A terrifying aura emanated from the crack.
Hao Yuan immediately felt a huge pressure hit him, causing him to instinctively freeze in place, unable to move. However, almost instantly, the surrounding black mist floated towards the crack, and upon contact with the claw, it seemed to be electrocuted, retreating suddenly. As the giant claw retracted, the shattered space rapidly began to repair itself. At the last moment before the crack fully repaired, a golden meteor fell out of the gap. It struck directly beneath the Ferris wheel, next to Xinyan. Immediately, a large cloud of dust was kicked up. As the dust settled, a tall figure emerged, fingers elegantly positioned like an orchid. The person's face was painted with exaggerated clown makeup, wearing a colorful clown costume, with 4 short swords crossed in an X shape, sheathed on its back. A-class extraordinary creature, Clown King. It lifted its head, looking towards the highest point of the Ferris wheel, inhaling deeply, and a seemingly intoxicated expression appeared on its exaggeratedly made-up face. What a beautiful sacrifice, dear Mr. Hui. My master will surely grant your loved one unparalleled power.
Stop the nonsense, let's get started.
The Clown King slowly turned its head, looking at Xinyan with a smile. Clap clap. It lightly clapped its hands twice, and the dilapidated Little Yellow Duck amusement park instantly transformed, with various rides springing back to life.
Colorful neon lights illuminated the entire amusement park.
The carousel began to rise and fall, and the pirate ship swayed left and right on its own. Various graffiti covered the entire amusement park, resembling scenes from a cartoon animation.
Ding ding dang ding ding dang. Children's songs echoed around. Hee hee hee. The sounds of countless children's laughter filled the air.
At this moment, Hao Yuan had beads of sweat on his forehead, his face pale, and the blood knife in his hand was gripped tightly. As a level 2, he actually felt a level suppression from the suddenly appearing clown extraordinary creature.
Chapter 45, New Mission, Final Paradise. Salvation Game, Start.
B-Class Series Mission, Hunt the Shadow Scaled Hui, 3rd Ring, Final Paradise. Mission brief: the demon hidden in the world, the Shadow Scaled Hui, has been driven to a desperate corner by you, but it foolishly attempts to unite with the invading extraordinary demons for a final resistance. Let's catch them all. Mission objectives: 1. Kill A-Class Extraordinary Creature, Shadow Scaled Hui. 2. Kill A-Class Extraordinary Creature, Clown King. Task reward: Basic 500 points, Universal Character Fragments X1, Daily Cash Exchange Limit plus 10, Mysterious Big Gift Pack.
Please choose the character to execute this task. Character selected: Bloodstained Nurse, SSS rank, Despair Dancer, D rank. Loading. 3rd Ring Final Paradise. The subtitles disappear. The camera perspective is in the air, below is a brightly lit amusement park. Suddenly, the perspective plummets and lands on the bloodstained nurse at the entrance of the amusement park. She holds a giant syringe and has a semi-transparent angel wing on her back. Behind her, a dancer in a tailcoat dances like Michael Jackson, occasionally performing a moonwalk on the spot. My character is so majestic, why worry about failing the task? Liam has a confident face as he controls the nurse to do a basic attack on the amusement park gate. The gate is instantly smashed down. Hee 2 A-rank creatures only. Liam recalls that he had previously defeated the Rage and Lust Sun, which were also A-rank, and feels that this time should not be a big problem. The planner could only dig some pits for himself, they wouldn't make him complete an impossible task. Besides, the SSS rank Bloodstained Nurse, although only level 2, has attributes that reach the level of regular characters at level 3. As long as this time the planner doesn't lose their mind and throw 2 level 3 monsters at me, there won't be any major issues. Entering the amusement park, Liam sees a rather strange scene. A pixel teddy bear is handing out a bunch of balloons. Surrounding it is a group of child NPCs. At this moment, they also discover the nurse and dancer. The children run over, forming a circle and surrounding the nurse and dancer, jumping up and down. Liam controls the nurse to move forward, and the NPCs follow, continuously keeping the nurse and dancer surrounded in the middle. Are these NPCs or monsters? Liam looks at the group of children with some confusion. He is torn about whether to attack. After doing several tasks, many NPCs can play some role. If it's unnecessary, Liam doesn't want to kill NPCs casually, as too many civilian NPCs dying would affect the score, and he also fears mistakenly killing important NPCs. But soon, Liam doesn't have to dwell on it anymore. Because the teddy bear releases the balloons and pulls out a machine gun from somewhere. It starts shooting at the 2 of them. The angel wing on the nurse's back spreads out to shield her, bullets hit it, creating a flurry of hit effects.
Liemo skillfully switches the character to the dancer, throws an obsidian dagger, hitting the teddy bear squarely and causing it to stagger. Seizing this opportunity, Liemo continuously switches between the nurse and dancer, charging towards the teddy bear. The teddy bear regains its balance and fires at the charging nurse, noticing that most attacks were blocked by the angel wing. So it turns its gun and starts shooting at the despair dancer again. This time, the attack still has limited effect. The moving dancer has a 30% dodge rate, and with the dodge boost from the clown mask, the teddy bear's hit rate is significantly reduced. At this moment, the nurse, thanks to her high agility, has approached the teddy bear. The teddy bear swings its machine gun, aiming to slam it down on the nurse. Liemo, operating the phone, sneers disdainfully, "Too weak." The blood-sucking skill of the giant syringe in the nurse's hand is activated, her speed increasing once more as she charges at the teddy bear. Now, the blood-sucking skill is no longer like before. Based on the current attributes of the bloodstained nurse, it can completely serve as a highly accurate charging skill. The teddy bear, waving its machine gun in resistance, is directly pierced by the bloodstained nurse's syringe and lifted into the air. It flails its limbs wildly and struggle but to no avail. The giant syringe emits a glow, rapidly absorbing the teddy bear's life force. Liemo's gaze was fixated on the screen, observing the syringe's glow, catching the moment when the light was about to disappear. His left thumb suddenly twisted the knob, while his right hand simultaneously pressed the basic attack button. Try my latest research and throwing skills. In the screen, the bloody nurse suddenly turned around fiercely, swinging a giant syringe. She directly threw the toy bear that was pinned against her away. It smashed into the ground and rolled a few times. Liemo didn't give it any chance to resist, directly controlling the bloody nurse to perform a double jump onto the toy bear's head. Then came a flurry of basic attack combos. The toy bear, knocked down on the ground, was dizzy with a spinning effect on its head, unable to counterattack, and was directly beaten to death. Ding, killed Bobo Bear, earned 5 points. I can't believe it didn't trigger the talent. Liemo couldn't help but shake his head. After spending the whole day completing daily tasks, he didn't just fill up a few attributes of his character. He also discovered that in this game, combining movement with attacks or skills could produce many different effects. Just like earlier, throwing the controlled enemy on the ground had a certain chance of causing a dizzy effect. I have to say, this game is indeed special, it's full of details. After killing Bobo Bear, the surrounding children suddenly jumped even happier, many pointing at the nurse, with dialogue boxes popping up above their heads. You bad person. Bobo Bear, don't fall down. Get up, Bobo Bear. Liemo looked at the excited little child NPCs on the screen, his brow furrowed, suddenly brightening with a realization. I understand. These are no ordinary children, I must strike hard. He tried to control the nurse to approach those NPCs, but they immediately scattered, maintaining a certain distance from the bloody nurse. Switching to the dancer, he used a skill on one of the children, sending the obsidian dagger flying, successfully killing it. But he received no kill notification. That's a bit strange. These children seemed neither like normal NPCs nor like monsters. Bobo Bear. Bobo Bear. Bobo Bear. Suddenly, all the kid NPCs had a unified dialogue above their heads. They all faced the nurse and the dancer. I have to admire how well this game's production team controls the atmosphere. The scene on the screen gave Liemo an indescribable sense of eeriness. And the previously killed Bobo Bear exploded into countless pixel blocks. What a strange thing. Liemo controlled the nurse to adjust the camera angle, and saw a toy-like helicopter wobbling in the distance. On it was another Bobo Bear, just like the previous one, clutching onto the helicopter. Children, I have returned. Chapter 46, My Head Really Hurts. Just when Liemo was troubled by his lack of long-range attack abilities, not knowing how to deal with the plane, the monster called Bobo Bear in the sky, clutching that wobbly helicopter, was flying lower and lower. It showed no signs of slowing down as it swooped down toward the bloody nurse. Liemo hurriedly controlled 2 bloody nurses and the desperate dancer to evade. The helicopter crashed directly into the ground, instantly exploding into pieces. And the same monster named Bobo Bear crawled out from the wreckage of the helicopter, holding a giant baseball bat in its hand. Name, Comforting Bobo Bear. Rank, D. Level, 2. Strength, 15 plus 5. Constitution, 12 plus 5. Agility, 10 plus 5. Spirit, 10 plus 5. Talent 1, Home Run, launches a rapid, powerful strike at the target, causing huge damage while knocking enemies away. Status, Domain Bonus Clown Amusement Park, will return upon being killed for the first time, restoring all status and increasing all attributes by 5 points. Liemo looked at the translucent attribute bar that popped up on his phone screen, and an ominous feeling surged in his heart. The main reason was the domain bonus in the status. Previously, Liemo had briefly read about it in official posts. When a character reaches level 4, various different fields will unlock. These fields can provide various bonuses for oneself and allies.
Liemo looked at the Parkfield bonus and felt a sense of dread. He couldn't help but swallow hard. This boss can't be level 4, right? Planning team, don't mess around, a level 4 monster is impossible to beat. Then, an unexpected scene unfolded before Liemo. He saw the returning Bobo Bear, swinging a baseball bat, striking a nearby child NPC fiercely. After being hit, the NPC flew towards the bleeding nurse at an incredible speed. The angel's left wing instinctively expanded, blocking in front of the nurse. The rapidly approaching NPC crashed into it, exploding into a cloud of shards. The nurse also experienced a slight decrease in health. The attack was a ranged attack, dealing damage to her. Liemo was stunned. He never expected melee talents could have ranged effects. It seems I don't know enough about this game's development. Bobo Bear repeated its old trick, continuously swinging the bat, and the speed kept increasing. The children came crashing in like cannonballs. The scene looked exceptionally chaotic. Looks like I need to show some real skills. Liemo's eyes instantly sharpened, and his fingers quickly tapped and swiped on the phone screen. He surprisingly controlled 2 characters simultaneously, constantly dodging the cannonball attacks. This amount of bullets isn't enough to warm me up. After playing daily tasks for an entire day, Liemo was no longer the same as he was yesterday. The thing he disliked most in daily tasks was dodging bullets, nearly making him sick. But after a day of practice, this initial motion was clearly an attack, making dodging feel effortless for Liemo. On the screen, the nurse, while dodging the bullets, moved closer to Bobo Bear under Liemo's control. At this moment, Chen Xiao, clinging to the Ferris wheel, was already panting, jumping between various cabins and support beams. Behind him followed a massive rooster. The rooster clung to the Ferris wheel's support, stretching its head to peck at Chen Xiao. It didn't let him pause for even a moment. It's over. Chen Xiao's heart sank. This time, he couldn't even think about saving others, he might lose his own life. Stealing a glance down at the Ferris wheel, he saw Hao Yuan being trampled by a clown monster. Crash. Chen Xiao supplied power to the rooster again, striking it back. He couldn't care less about the sweat rolling into his eyes, stinging. He continued to climb for his life. Under the Ferris wheel, Shen Yan stood motionless on the spot, hands clasped together. He watched the Clown King torturing Hao Yuan not far away and couldn't help but frown. His tone was a bit hurried. Clown King, they're coming. Shen Yan felt an immense anxiety, but to maintain the field, he couldn't leave his spot at all. However, the Clown King paid no attention to him. Instead, it nimbly dodged Hao Yuan's attack and stabbed his short sword into Hao Yuan's thigh. At this moment, Hao Yuan's face was incredibly pale, covered with wounds of all sizes. If it weren't for his talent's strong recovery ability, such wounds would have already claimed his life. It's impossible to win. The monster before him had definitely reached tier 3, there was no way he could win. The only reason he hadn't been killed yet was that this monster was toying with him. The clown monster strutted towards Hao Yuan in exaggerated large steps. Its speed looked slow, but almost in the blink of an eye, it was already before Hao Yuan. Kill! Hao Yuan made no defense, swinging his blood knife with all his might, determined to at least strike before dying. Yet this desperate attack was effortlessly avoided by the clown monster with an extremely slow-looking turn. He dodged past. And a short sword was added to Hao Yuan's lower back. This made him bend over in pain, completely unable to straighten his back. Jester King, they are coming. Shen Yan shouted with an increasingly urgent tone, almost in a complaining manner. Mr. Hua, please do not worry, you only need to maintain the domain, I will handle the rest. The Jester King said while walking towards Hao Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground in pain and lost the ability to resist. At this moment, Hao Yuan's blood knife had even dissolved in his hands. The over 2-meter-tall Jester King opened his palm and grabbed Hao Yuan's head, lifting him up and licking his lips. These 2 little guys belong to me now. On the Ferris wheel, the exhausted Chen Xiao was also pressed against the support pillar by a giant rooster with one claw. Hao Yuan, who was lifted up, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and blood within his body gathered in his right hand. In an instant, it formed a blood spear, piercing into the Jester King's face. Hao Yuan was confident that this blood spear, empowered by his extraordinary strength, could pierce even the front armor of a main battle tank. But when the blood spear hit the Jester King's face, it was just like ordinary blood, splattering all over without causing any damage. The Jester King's eyes squinted, and his blood-soaked face revealed a smile, which only felt eerily grim. Hao Yuan's hands hung weakly at his sides. After losing a lot of blood, he had completely lost his ability to resist this time. Suddenly, he felt the large hand gripping his head gradually increase its strength. The immense pressure made him feel his intracranial pressure rising, his head pounding, and his bloodshot eyes bulging out. Unable to help but let out a painful groan. It's already over. This third-level extraordinary creature, once it broke through the defensive laws, Yang City would inevitably face disaster. So weak. I am truly too weak. Hao Yuan's vision suddenly became a white blur, and there was a slight ringing in his ears.
The pain in his body vanished without a trace, and countless memories flashed in his mind.
They are coming. Who is coming? Chapter 47, In Anger, an Outburst. Bobo Bear swung the baseball bat in his hand, striking hard at the desperate dancer nearby.
Liam-O sneered and lightly swiped his phone. The dancer easily dodged Bobo Bear's attack and launched several counterattacks during its moment of vulnerability.
But just then, a barrel of gunpowder flew to the dancer's side and exploded.
It blasted him away from Bobo Bear, and flames erupted from the dancer's body.
Liam-O switched his character to the bloodied nurse.
At this moment, she was on a swaying pirate ship. Opposite her was a pixelated captain, holding a rapier in one hand and a pistol in the other.
Just as Liam-O was about to charge at Bobo Bear with the bloodied nurse to defeat him, the pirate ship from the amusement park came rushing forward.
It really startled Liam-O, but fortunately, he reacted quickly and executed a double jump, allowing the bloodied nurse to leap onto the pirate ship.
Name, Old Captain. Rank, D. Level, 2. Strength, 10. Physique, 10. Agility, 15. Mentality, 10.
Talent 1, Bomb Support, pirate ship throws explosive barrels at targets, causing area damage. Status, Domain Bonus, Jester Amusement Park, if killed for the first time, will return, restoring full status and increasing all attributes by 5 points.
Bubu. Several ranged attacks were easily blocked by the Angel's left wing.
The captain charged forward, and the swaying pirate ship had almost no effect on him. Meanwhile, the bloodied nurse raised a giant syringe with one hand, and the two posed as if in a movie, ready for a sword duel. The only issue was that the captain was unaffected by the swaying of the pirate ship, while the nurse swayed left and right, tumbling all around. The joystick on the screen started shaking madly, and Liam-O had to keep it in the center position to maintain the nurse's balance. This game has good details, but I really don't like the difficulty of the controls. Liam-O looked at the spinning knob on his phone screen, rolled his eyes, and silently cursed the planner.
This is not something a person can play. In this situation, Liam-O couldn't even make the nurse attack in a straight line.
Clearly, he had an advantage in attributes, but hitting the enemy was extremely difficult. On the contrary, he was hit back by the captain a few times, although under the nurse's high attributes, the damage felt like just a tickle. But the low damage was incredibly insulting. Before even fighting the boss, a small monster made Liam-O suffer, causing him to roar at the screen, "I can't stand this."
Liam-O kept thinking of a solution until suddenly he had an idea.
It was a problem found in many games. If a game character stands directly on a vehicle, they won't be affected by inertia. So, as long as he jumped on the vehicle, the game character would basically jump up and then land back at the same spot. Liam-O immediately tried it, and he saw the nurse and the screen wobbling and then jumping up.
But unexpectedly, even while jumping, the nurse still experienced horizontal drift from inertia, affecting the controls. "What are you doing making such detailed pixel mobile games?"
Liam-O, who wanted to exploit a bug, suddenly felt speechless.
However, things took a turn when Liam-O clicked jump again.
In the air, the nurse performed a double jump, and this time, the effect of inertia disappeared.
A proud smile appeared on Liam-O's face. Sure enough, even with many details, the game still had bugs. The double jump perfectly cancelled inertia.
With this operation, whenever the nurse moved out of control, Liam-O just made her double jump to steady her position.
The effect of the screen shaking the moving knob was minimized. Puff, puff.
Without environmental interference, the nurse's terrifying attributes came into play, and the helplessly furious captain was quickly killed. Ding, killed captain, gained 5 points.
After killing the captain, Liam-O saw a toy cannon in the distance suddenly aim at the pirate ship. An explosion effect appeared. A black cannonball struck the pirate ship. Name, Angry Old Captain. Rank, D. Level, 2. Strength, 10 plus 5. Constitution, 10 plus 5. Agility, 15 plus 5. Spirit, 10 plus 5.
Talent 1, Bomb Support, the pirate ship throws bomb barrels at the target, causing area damage. Status, Field Bonus, Joker Amusement Park, the first time being killed, will return again, recovering all status and increasing all attributes by 5 points. The cannonball that came over was the returning captain. At this moment, he had an angry icon above his head, wildly swinging his arms, looking incredibly furious.
His left hand's pistol crazily fired at the bloodied nurse. Unfortunately, it was completely useless. This costume is really impressive. No wonder it's a pay-to-win item. Watching the Angel's left wing perfectly block the captain's ranged attack, Liam-O couldn't help but shake his head.
He felt that when the game was officially released, the Angel's left wing outfit would definitely be nerfed. Its strength was a bit overpowered. If the formal server was like this, then pay-to-win players would be invincible. The increased 5 points of attributes were completely useless. Familiar with the mechanics, Liam-O easily killed him. Ding, killed the angry old captain, gained 30 points. Bloodied nurse triggered talent, end-of-life care, strength plus 1.5, constitution plus 1.5, agility plus 2, spirit plus 1.5.
Triggering the talent and adding a huge wave of attributes, Limeau's mouth couldn't help but smile broadly. I am the old captain, and I am furious. Limeau made a sarcastic comment and then continued to kill the Bobo Bear.
Ding, killed the comforting Bobo Bear, gained 30 points.
Tisk, useless, didn't give any attributes at all.
Having killed the Bobo Bear without triggering the bloodied nurse's talent, Limeau felt very displeased.
Controlling the nurse to the bear's corpse. Just a few basic attacks shattered into fragments. After killing these two second-tier monsters, the path ahead began to ease.
Occasionally popping out little monsters, besides contributing some points to Limeau, they caused no obstacles.
So powerful.
Now, the attributes of his two characters completely crushed the wild monsters in this task.
This also made Limeau feel a little more at ease. Earlier, seeing the domain, he was a bit worried the boss was 4th tier, but now it seemed that wouldn't be the case.
Usually, little monsters and bosses should match, just like the previous tasks, where basically, level 1 little monsters paired with bosses below level 2. Looking at the current situation, the boss for this task should max out at 3rd tier at most. And below rank S, the highest attribute for a 3rd tier monster is 40 points, with his bloodstained nurse and extra attributes, he could still fight. The only worry was if the two A-tier extraordinary creatures were all 3rd tier, that would be a bit troublesome. As long as there were no 4th tier enemies, Limeau was confident he could win. After all, the bloodstained nurse still had some forbidden syringes giving double attributes as reverse talents.
Moreover, Limeau had a trump card.
While pondering, he controlled the two characters to move towards the target point. Soon, he arrived at the task's objective location. On the phone screen, the scene was under a Ferris wheel, and at this moment, the two characters had the labels Clown King and Shadow Scale Snake above their heads.
Limeau focused all his attention. The boss battle was about to begin, and it was still a multi-character team fight.
Previously, at the Twin Graves, he had already experienced the difficulty of such a team battle.
How is this NPC here too?
Limeau noticed an NPC slumped by the Clown King's feet, with a label on its head reading Special Affairs Bureau Captain.
It was the NPC he had encountered earlier in the Tortured Spirit task. Wow, what a huge chicken!
At this moment, as Limeau adjusted his view to check the surroundings, he also discovered a giant rooster on the Ferris wheel. And the rooster was gripping an NPC with a head label saying Special Affairs Bureau team member, which he had also seen before at the Sad Spirit.
Interesting. Meeting the same NPC in different tasks made Limeau feel it was a fun detail, like a little Easter egg. Just as Limeau kept marveling at the clever design of the game,
the boss named Clown King suddenly shifted to appear in front of the nurse.
Again, doesn't the planner ever get tired of this?
Seeing the boss battle starting with 0 frames again, Limeau felt a surge of anger.
Chapter 48, My Shadow Spirit Puppet. In the black fog, in the colorful amusement park.
The Clown King casually threw out Hao Yuan, who flew out like a broken kite, rolling on the ground a few times and then lying still.
Mr. Snake, is this the enemy you've been worried about?
The Clown King looked at the two approaching figures in the distance, with a mocking smile on his lips. In the distance, the nurse bounced forward like a rabbit, while the dancer took 2 steps and turned around, moving backward in a space glide. The way they moved even made the Clown King, an extraordinary being, feel it was abnormal.
He ha ha.
The Clown King sensed the power and movements of the two, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Laughing and shaking his head, just 2 second-tier ants. But he quite liked it. It had been a long time since any creature amused him like this.
Don't be careless.
Beside him, Shen Yan, who maintained the domain, reminded. The Clown King raised a hand to interrupt him, saying with a carefree face, leave the rest to me. As soon as the words fell, the Clown King suddenly exerted force with both legs, his figure flashing as he charged towards the nurse and dancer. He almost instantly arrived in front of the nurse, each hand holding a short sword, slashing down fiercely. With a loud clang, the nurse quickly raised her giant syringe to block the attack, shocked and pushed back a few steps. The Clown King paused, somewhat incredulous. A second-level creature actually managed to block its sudden attack. However, it quickly regained its senses and launched another frenzied attack towards the nurse. Puff! Puff! Its speed was incredibly fast. Although the nurse blocked some of the attacks, she was still hit multiple times. However, at that moment, a flash of light appeared on the nurse's body, and her wounds began to heal at a visible speed. Before long, even her damaged clothes restored to their original state.
What kind of monster is this?
The Clown King reined in his disdain and understood why the Shadow Scale Serpent was so wary of them. A streak of black light suddenly struck. It was a black dagger. The Clown King dodged the attack to the side, but unexpectedly, the black light changed direction in midair and left a gash on its arm. The damage was minor, but it made the Clown King widen its eyes.
Extraordinary item.
A level 3 extraordinary creature possessed a terrifying recovery ability, but the cut on its arm healed slowly, making the Clown King aware of the danger. The Clown King turned its body and charged towards the dancer. It knew that killing the nurse in a short time would not be easy. If she kept it busy, the nearby dancer could use extraordinary items to continuously stack damage. Even the Clown King could not withstand that. A short sword slashed down at the dancer, but the dancer dodged in a strange posture. As the battle continued, the sense of frustration in the Clown King's heart grew stronger. Here it was, a level 3 king, utterly helpless against these two second-level creatures. One was overly sturdy, while the other was evasive to an unbelievable degree.
Its mood worsened, and an anger rose within. On the screen, the suddenly appearing boss once again caught Liamo off guard.
The bloodied nurse, who went to confront it, was directly sent back a few steps. Every boss battle always started at the most unexpected moments. Before, there was at least an opening CG, but this time there was nothing. Before he even reached the boss, it charged at him. Who could withstand that?
Name, Clown King. Rank, A. Level, 3. Strength, 32. Constitution, 30. Agility, 40. Spirit, 25.
Talent 1, Ace Flying Dagger, thrown short sword hits the designated target. Talent 2, Clown Trick, teleport to the location of the short sword.
Talent 3.
Status, Domain Bonus Clown Amusement Park, upon first death, will return again, fully restoring status and increasing all attributes by 5 points. Looking at the Clown King's stats, Liamo frowned tightly.
Why does a level 3 monster have a domain?
While maneuvering the nurse and the dancer to keep away from the Clown King, Liamo continuously pondered his next actions. Level 3 characters below S rank have basic attributes ranging from 21 to 40, showing a significant increase in strength compared to first and second levels.
Although the Clown King's agility reached the peak of level 3, Liamo was not intimidated.
His bloodied nurse had been absorbing extra attributes through her talent, plus her maxed out 30 basic attributes, making her almost equal to the Clown King. And there was also the dancer, serving as an evasive meat shield for support. The Clown King was not unbeatable. The biggest problem now was why this level 3 boss had a domain. With the Clown Amusement Park domain, the boss essentially had 2 lives, and its second phase attributes would even increase. Level 3 boss battles were already hard, and now there were 2 lives, not to mention the unknown level of the Shadow Scale Serpent nearby. This made Liamo feel quite troubled.
Currently, the Shadow Scale Serpent has not revealed its panel, which means it has not yet participated in the battle.
Although the game's various values were poorly designed, through several missions, Liamo felt that the planners wouldn't create an impossible situation.
They wouldn't truly sacrifice everything for 1,000 yuan in exchange rates, would they?
In that case, it was very likely that the inactive Shadow Scale Serpent created this domain.
It's highly possible that if I can interfere with it, this domain will disappear.
Without the domain, relying on that item, I might just be able to one-shot the Clown King.
Liamo immediately took action.
Controlling the nurse to stop defending, he approached the Joker King head-on. The giant syringe had stored a wave of healing liquid from defeating small monsters, and its attack also had a bit of life leeching.
Its capability in a head-on clash was extremely strong.
Moreover, the AI of the game could control the actions without needing Liamo to manipulate too much.
Liamo switched to the dancer, ready to rush towards the shadow-scaled serpent under the Ferris wheel from the other side. Danger!
Suddenly, a red danger word appeared above the head of the Joker King on the screen. Then, it turned sharply, blocking the nurse's attack with a sword in its left hand, while throwing a short sword with its right hand, aiming straight for the dancer. As the dancer approached the shadow-scaled serpent, a startling red danger word suddenly appeared above.
Liamo hurriedly controlled the dancer, switching to the spirit puppet from the inventory, and constantly changing positions. But this attack was clearly a targeted skill. No matter how he dodged, it was useless. The short sword pierced directly through the head of the spirit puppet that was guarding the dancer, and the dancer was knocked to the ground by the impact. Chest.
Another short sword flew out, hitting the spirit puppet's chest again.
Abdomen.
This time, the spirit puppet in the dancer's hands exploded, with pieces scattering everywhere.
No, my equipment.
In the tiny rental apartment, a desperate scream echoed.
I will kill you. Liamo's eyes turned red, switching back to the nurse, frantically chasing and attacking the Joker King.
But the Joker King used its clown trick talent, disappearing from its original spot in an instant, and the next second, it appeared right in front of the fallen dancer. The short sword stabbed down towards the downed dancer.
Chapter 49, Planning for a One-on-One Duel.
Using the clown trick, the Joker King instantly appeared before the fallen dancer. It looked disdainfully at the dancer on the ground and flipped the short sword. It aimed straight for the dancer's head to stab down.
Thud.
The short sword plunged straight into the ground, catching it off guard, as the dancer managed to twist and avoid the hit. It quickly pulled out the knife and aimed again at the dancer's head. The dancer leaned their head to the side once more, and it still failed to hit.
The Joker King's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. It quickly changed its attacking direction, aiming for the dancer's bigger waist. But the dancer twisted again, avoiding the strike. Bastard! After several missed attacks, the Joker King was filled with rage, and a suffocating frustration surged within it, unable to be vented. It directly reached out to grab the dancer. Are you going to keep dodging? It seized the dancer by the neck and raised the dagger to stab at their throat. A gleeful, sinister smile appeared on its face. But at that moment, it felt a shock on its back, and a needle pierced through its chest. How is that possible? The nurse, who was clearly far away, suddenly appeared behind it. And directly hit it. I will kill you. The Joker King yelled furiously as it was pinned in midair by the bloodstained nurse, struggling constantly. Not only was it humiliated upside down, but it could also clearly feel its vitality being drained. The Joker King endured the pain and suddenly twisted its body, forcibly breaking free from the control. Just as it broke free, before it could catch its breath, the nurse swung the giant syringe and struck it on the head. The Joker King opened the syringe, preparing to counterattack. But the nurse across from it attacked as if crazed, pressing it to continually retreat. Bastard, you forced me. The Joker King threw a short sword into the distance and immediately activated the clown trick, escaping the control of the nurse in an instant. It decided to hold nothing back, directly unleashing its trump card. The Joker King's body stretched to both sides, with a pop sound, splitting into two identical versions of itself. The two Joker Kings, speaking in unison, declared, I will make you regret coming into this world. One Joker King charged directly at the nurse, wielding short swords in both hands. One of them continuously threw short swords. 3 short swords flew out and directly embedded themselves in 3 directions around the nurse and the dancer. Immediately after, the Joker King constantly performed clown tricks. He teleported back and forth between the short swords, ready to attack whenever there was an opportunity. In the rental room, Limo's face was flushed and his blood pressure soared. At this moment, he had completely fallen into a battle state. Just now, with the support skill of the Skull Goblet, combined with the nurse's blood-drawing skill charge, he performed a combo move. This left the Joker King completely unresponsive, causing it to lose 1/10 of its health directly. However, this single attack directly triggered the boss's second phase. Name, Joker King. Rank, A. Level, 3. Strength, 32. Constitution, 30. Agility, 40. Spirit, 25. Talent 3, Illusionary Shadows, creates a clone of itself to assist in battle. The Constitution attribute is half that of the main body, without special abilities. Status, Domain Bonus. Looking at the two bosses on the screen, he kept switching between the nurse and the dancer to fight them. The nurse was okay. But the level 2 dancer, with only 20 points in attributes and the spirit puppet durability already depleted, was no longer a match for the Joker King's clone. At this moment, Liamo also had no good options. He could only gamble on the dancer, relying on evasion to absorb damage. If he hadn't bought a lot of recovery hand sanitizer and used the demon revolver twice, instantly recovering under extreme conditions, the dancer would have already been finished. Liamo held his phone, operating the game while tilting his head to wipe the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. If it were before, he would never have believed he could sweat so much playing a pixel mobile game. Game Planner, come out for a one-on-one. Watching the boss's clone chase after the dancer and crazily attack, while the boss itself kept teleporting between the short swords. One careless moment, it sneaked up and slashed the nurse, then instantly teleported away. That sneaky tactic nearly made Liamo faint with anger. Is this really a boss designed by someone? Liamo incessantly cursed the planner in his mind, pondering ways to solve the problem. Right now, don't mention interfering with the Shadow Scale Snake to break the domain. If this continued, he would be worn down by the boss. Does he have to use that item now? No, there must be another way. That item can only be used to maximum effect after breaking the domain. In this desperate situation, only a full-on gamble could bring a chance of victory. Liamo decided to take a risk. He controlled the nurse to ignore the Joker King's main body attacks and charged directly at its clone to join the dancer in the attack. Now, eliminating the clone was the priority. As for the approaching Joker King main body, Liamo completely ignored it, letting it attack while relying on the nurse's toughness to withstand damage. In his eyes, there was only the clone. At this moment, to Liamo's surprise, the Joker King, seeing the nurse not retaliate, actually switched its attack target and charged at the dancer. Clearly, it had chosen the same tactic as Liamo, focusing on attacking the weaker one. A pixel game, and the battle AI is so strong. What are you trying to do? Liamo's eye twitched a couple of times, determined to stick to his guns. Ignoring the Joker King's attacks on the dancer, he concentrated on attacking the clone. Moreover, every time the dancer's health plummeted to the limit, he used the demon revolver without hesitation. He was already prepared for the dancer to die in this task.
Watching the dancer's health bar bouncing as if dancing, he couldn't help but joke, relying on dodging for damage absorption and betting with life for health recovery. This is the tank developed by me through luck. Everyone must try it out after the game launches.
Like this, Liamo and the Joker King both focused intensely on each other's low-level minions and continued to attack fiercely. Aura, aura, aura. Unlike the dancer whose health bar was bouncing, the nurse did not receive any further attacks and had an outstanding output environment.
Now it all comes down to which side's low-level minion cannot hold on first. The black fog swirled in the sky, and the underground amusement park flickered with colorful lights. At the highest point of the Ferris wheel, Lin Xiaoxiao pressed her hand against the glass window. Watching the people below fighting fiercely, she felt an incredibly complex mixture of emotions.
Now, in this dreamlike paradise, she couldn't shake off a sense of unreality.
Looking back, Chen Xinya, with her single ponytail and black frame glasses, leaned against the glass window. Lin Xiaoxiao walked up to her, staring at the girl who was deeply asleep. She reached out to brush the strands of hair off her forehead.
Suddenly, her face twisted into an ugly expression, and she stretched out her hands, strangling Chen Xinya's neck. I hate you. Chapter 50, The Girl's Final Paradise. I hate you.
Lin Xiaoxiao's expression was twisted as she screamed with all her might. Her hands tightly gripped the neck of the girl in front of her. The sleeping girl frowned, yet showed no signs of waking up. The girl's face gradually turned red from lack of oxygen.
Why is it always you?
Lin Xiaoxiao buried her head deep in the girl's chest, her grip not loosening at all. I have no father, I am always mocked by them, I am so jealous of you, you have such a good father.
So, I hate you. Why do you, so awkward, have Xinyan liking you? Why do you become extraordinary so easily? I gave everything, yet I have nothing. I hate this world. Tears rolled down Lin Xiaoxiao's face.
When she lifted her head and saw the girl's purple face, her hands gradually lost strength and fell powerless. She slumped against the girl's chest, wrapping her arms tightly around her. Her body trembled violently, and her cries echoed in the Ferris wheel cabin, shaking the glass window with a buzzing sound, releasing years of accumulated resentment and unwillingness.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, forgive me. Xin Ya.
Lin Xiaoxiao lay in the girl's embrace, murmuring apologies over and over again. In her world, there was only Xinyan and Chen Xinya, and at this moment, she almost pushed one of them into hell.
Are you in pain?
The voice from above made Lin Xiaoxiao, who was crying, feel a tightness in her heart, as if grasped by a big hand.
Ah!
Lin Xiaoxiao screamed as she stood up, staring fixedly at the person in front of her, breathing heavily. The girl, who should have been sleeping, was now sitting upright, her hands on her knees. Unbeknownst to Wen, she had taken off her black frame glasses, and her long hair, once tied in a ponytail, now flowed over her shoulders, casting an inexplicable strange light in the illumination through the glass.
You!
Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced, her throat felt blocked, almost unable to speak. By all logic, the girl should not have woken up at this time.
Are you in pain?
The sitting girl asked again, her voice calm and untroubled.
Xinya, I.
Lin Xiaoxiao trembled uncontrollably, like a child who had done something wrong, looking helpless. The girl squinted her eyes, the corners of her mouth lifted into a smile, and then she slowly stood up.
Don't come closer.
Lin Xiaoxiao shouted while stepping back, not knowing why. The girl in front of her gave her an unprecedented sense of oppression.
She was completely different from the timid, always smiling girl in her memories. It felt like... What's wrong? Are you okay? Not like her. Don't touch me.
Lin Xiaoxiao swatted away the hand reaching for her, her back pressed tightly against the cabin's glass door, with no way to retreat.
Yet the girl continued to approach, step by step.
At that moment, with a loud bang, the glass door suddenly fell without warning. Lin Xiaoxiao felt as if the world was spinning, her body uncontrollably tilting towards the cabin's exit. Instantly, her mind went blank, her heart felt like it had stopped for half a beat, her tear-stained face filled with terror. Until she felt a pull at her collar, she finally reacted. At this moment, more than half of her body was hanging outside the cabin, teetering dangerously. Driven by the instinct to survive, she gripped the girl's hand at her collar tightly. The nails almost dug into the other person's skin.
Don't move, it's dangerous.
Even in this situation, the girl's voice remained gentle, and her face wore the same smile. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the person in front of her, and a deep sense of strangeness surged in her heart, making her unconsciously think of Xinyan. She blurted out, "Who are you?"
I am Chen Xinya."
Throughout it all, the expression of the person in front did not change.
It's impossible. Who exactly are you?
Lin Xiaoxiao stared intensely at the girl in front of her.
Ha ha.
The girl tilted her head, her smiling face radiating a unique charm.
I don't have a name yet, can you help me come up with one?
Hearing the girl's words made Lin Xiaoxiao widen her eyes. She loosened her hands, letting them drop weakly, her eyes dull, her face falling into complete despair. Why does this world treat me like this?
Are you in pain?
So, have you thought of a name for me?
Grim Reaper, take me to hell.
Grim Reaper?
Not bad.
The girl pondered for a moment and released her hands. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a strong sensation of falling overwhelm her.
Ah!
Lin Xiaoxiao gasped for breath, crouching on the ground, slowly raising her head. In front of her, Chen Xinya still had her eyes tightly closed, her hair in a ponytail, leaning against the glass window, as if everything that just happened had never occurred.
Was it an illusion?
Lin Xiaoxiao covered her face with her hands, the previous scene vivid in her mind, incredibly real.
I have gone crazy.
She stood up, reached out and gently touched Chen Xinya's face, whispering, I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoxiao sat beside Chen Xinya, looking through the glass window at the childhood little yellow duck playground. This was her ultimate paradise.
Xinyan, wait for me. She should have been with you back then. Beast!
Chen Xiao, pressed against the Ferris wheel's pillar by a giant rooster, tried to bat at its claws, but it was useless, the gap in strength left him helpless to resist. His only hope now was that the nurse underneath the Ferris wheel could win. Earlier, when dealing with that sunny doll-like extraordinary monster, it made him aware of the nurse's formidable abilities. You must win, his heart kept praying. Just then, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. With a bang, it landed on the giant rooster's head. Though unaware of what had happened, Chen Xiao, on the brink of despair, burst forth with a strong will to survive, 100,000 volts. He randomly shouted while crazily releasing his extraordinary ability. He felt a splitting headache, but this fleeting opportunity must not be missed. Here goes.
The giant rooster, suddenly hit on the head, was startled, its attention diverted.
Then, a sudden electric shock from its claws caused it to loosen its grip and jump into the air. It regained its senses and hurriedly flapped its wings, trying to fly back to catch Chen Xiao.
But just then, a terrifying roar came from below. The giant rooster froze in midair and instantly fell down.
Under the Ferris wheel, the man maintaining the area stared blankly at the person lying in a pool of blood beside him. His face, covered in black scales, was filled with bewilderment as he stood there dazed. As the man's daze deepened, the area he maintained began to collapse, and the colorful amusement park around him quickly faded, with various facilities rusting and breaking down rapidly. The sounds of children laughing gradually disappeared, replaced by a dreadful silence. The little yellow duck playground reverted to its soon-to-be-demolished abandoned state. Mr. Huai, what happened over there? The Clown King fighting in the distance loudly inquired, but the man at this moment could hear nothing.
Chapter 51, Time is running out.
Liamo was controlling the bloodstained nurse and the despairing dancer, battling fiercely alongside the Clown King and its avatars. On the screen, the originally colorful amusement park suddenly turned into a wasteland. Looking at the changed game scene,
Liamo seemed to realize something.
He immediately checked the attributes of the Joker King, only to see that the domain bonus that was previously there had vanished. So that's how it is. This task is actually similar to a timed quest. After holding on for a while, the boss's attributes will be weakened. And now it was clearly time's up, so the domain disappeared.
I said, the planners could not design an impossible task.
Liamo, who was already well prepared, showed not a hint of hesitation, directly opening his inventory to use the item he had prepared long ago. Consumable, Death Ray Support. Effect, guides the sky-based weapon Death Ray, a laser system for a precise strike. Description, the official top-secret super weapon, which collects solar energy through a satellite matrix for attack, capable of producing a full-force strike equivalent to a level 4 character. Then, he used the item. Liamo saw a line of text appear on the screen.
Target locked, Joker King.
Weapon about to launch, countdown 10 seconds.
Kiki, you're finished.
Liamo smirked, a sinister look in his eyes as he stared at the phone screen. The plan worked.
The countdown continued on the screen. 9.
The Joker King on the screen seemed to sense something was wrong, intensifying its attack on the dancer, while Liamo controlled the dancer to escape and dodge, using the nurse to block. Now, no need for a direct confrontation, just wait for the sky-based weapon to launch, and it will be over.
8. At this moment, in an underground military base somewhere in the southwestern mountains, chaos ensued. Alarms blared, and red lights illuminated the entire command center.
Report, the Death Ray system has activated on its own for no reason. Quickly investigate the situation.
No way, the system has broken through all restrictions and is launching. Stop it. 7.
A large number of technicians frantically operated the systems, their faces pale as they stared at the red countdown on the central screen.
Investigate the problem. Reason unknown. Cannot stop, attack command. Quickly start the emergency system, stop the operation. Ineffective. 6. System charging complete, locking on target. Attack target is domestic. What? Quickly, stop the system immediately. 5. Cannot stop. Target, Upper Yang City urban area. Ineffective, all safety measures have failed. In the base, everyone showed expressions of despair, a few people still frantically tapped on their keyboards, but it was of no use. Everything was already over. 4. Kiki, die for me. In his rental apartment, Liemo looked like a devil, with an incredibly evil expression on his face. He could almost see the scene of the Joker King being instantly killed. You deserve it. You broke my equipment. 3. In the Little Yellow Duck amusement park, the suddenly vanishing domain shocked the Joker King, who did not know what had happened under the Ferris wheel with the shadow-scaled serpent. And now it had completely lost the mood to search for answers. A sense of ominousness surged from its heart, sending shivers down its spine. It seemed to be targeted by something. Especially the dancer and nurse, who were just desperately fighting, were constantly dodging it. They must have done something. 2. No. I need to escape. A breath of death rose from the depths of the Joker King's heart. It moved rapidly, changing positions, but the ominous feeling did not lessen at all. 1. I will die. Ah! The Joker King screamed in terror. It raised its head to look at the sky shrouded in black mist. It's from above. It stood frozen on the spot in fear, unable to fly away. The doppelganger generated from the Joker King's talent rushed towards it, trying to share the damage for the main body. Death Ray system, attacking. A massive hole, over 10 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared in the black mist covering the entire Little Yellow Duck amusement park. Immediately after, the Joker King felt its whole body burning. The unbearable pain caused it to let out a miserable scream. Its doppelganger beside it lasted less than 3 seconds before collapsing and disappearing. This is a Lord-level attack. The attack continued for over 10 seconds before finally ending. At that moment, a deep pit with a diameter of over 10 meters was left on the ground, and the surface around the pit had already turned to glass. Continuous white steam floated out from the hole. The Clown King was curled up inside, its whole body blackened, its shiny exterior turned into charcoal. As the air flowed, its body began to constantly disintegrate. Ding, killed A rank extraordinary creature, Clown King, earned 100 points. Quest objective updated. Quest objectives: 1. Kill A rank extraordinary creature, Shadow Scale Serpent, incomplete. 2. Kill A rank extraordinary creature, Clown King, completed. Looking at the prompt on the screen, Liemo let out a deep breath. At the same time, he felt the terrifying power of the Death Ray weapon in the game. This is the power of level 4, so terrifying. He even thought of the future weapons introduced in the videos he had watched before. Future laser weapons surely won't have such power, right? If they do, that's just too fierce, great power, and accurate too. Boom. At this moment, thunder rumbled outside the rental apartment, and lightning flashed continuously in the sky, as if it was going to rain heavily again. There has been too much abnormal weather in the last 2 years. Liemo shook his head, shaking off his wild thoughts. The most important thing now was to play the game, everything else had to take a back seat. He refocused his attention on the screen. There's still a boss to deal with. On the screen, the Shadow Scale Serpent stood still under the Ferris wheel, and beside it lay a corpse marked with L that no one knew when it had appeared. Suddenly, it spread its arms wide, and then its whole body began to swell. Awesome, what a scene! Watching the CG in the game, Liemo couldn't help but exclaim. The humanoid Shadow Scale Serpent grew enormous fleshy wings on its back, and then transformed into a serpent shape. Its whole body was covered in black scales, and its size became extremely exaggerated. The transformed Shadow Scale Serpent crackled with lightning, circling the Ferris wheel several times, spiraling upwards, shooting towards the clouds. It seemed to want to break through the misty void, which had thinned after being pierced by the Death Ray, with a diameter of over 10 meters. It's over, the boss is about to escape. Liemo felt his heart leap to his throat as he watched the scene on the screen. His character had no ranged attack ability, completely unable to stop it. What to do? Liemo rapidly thought in his mind, the planner wouldn't design an unsolvable task, there must be a way to resolve this. In the rental apartment, holding his phone, Liemo's eyes suddenly lit up as a spark of thought flashed in his mind. In the task introduction for the Blood Dance quest, L's death leads to the Shadow Scale Serpent going out of control. Clearly, this was the current situation, this meant that this L was very important to the Shadow Scale Serpent. Since this was the case, there was no need to say what to do next. Liemo controlled the bloodstained nurse to rush toward L's corpse. This must be the answer to this task. The nurse arrived next to the corpse but had no interaction option. Impossible, my idea should be correct. In Liemo's imagination, L's corpse should have been interactable, if so, he could threaten the Shadow Scale Serpent back. But the current situation was different from what he had thought. Forget it, let me try attacking a little first. Liemo controlled the bloodstained nurse to attack the corpse slightly. It really worked, ha, I'm indeed a genius.
The shadow scale serpent in the air turned back, diving toward the nurse.
This planner is so sinister, actually hiding the hint in the previous task.
Looking at the black misty void in the air slowly recovering, Liemo let out a sigh of relief, at least the boss hadn't escaped. But the sudden turn of events left him stunned.
The scene on the screen suddenly spun, and the bloodstained nurse was bitten by the diving shadow scale serpent and taken up into the sky. Chapter 52, The Great Battle with the Shadow Scale Serpent. The bloodstained nurse is being devoured by the shadow scale serpent.
Warning, the shadow scale serpent's devouring ability has a one-hit kill effect, please stop it quickly. On the screen, the upper body of the bloodstained nurse had already been bitten by the shadow scale serpent, leaving only two legs continually bouncing outside.
Seeing this situation, Liemo couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. Now, neither movement nor attack operations can be performed. The game camera follows the flickering shadow serpent as it keeps moving. The scenery around constantly changes. Hakimo, you guy, think of a way quickly.
Liemo's heart raced, he hoped his strongest character wouldn't fall here.
He kept checking various buttons and finally found an operation that the bloodied nurse could still use. Talent, Forbidden Syringe.
The stimulant can increase attributes by 100%, but this consumption is likely a mechanism ability of the boss, he wasn't sure if he could interrupt with high attributes.
In contrast, the sedative is more stable. According to Liemo's thought, the current flickering shadow serpent was much like a crazed mental patient. Following this idea, he should use the sedative. With the talent chosen, he used it.
Suddenly, the flickering shadow serpent in the screen froze for a moment, and then it fell toward the ground.
The bloodied nurse in its mouth was also thrown out.
But now, the crisis was not yet over. Given the game's detail, there must be fall damage.
Liemo wasn't sure if the nurse's health could withstand the fall damage. Many games have settings where falling from a certain height results in instant death. If only I had bought the angel wing back then, it could glide.
Liemo nervously watched the screen, where the nurse curled her body, holding the syringe, spinning continuously in the air. At this rate, if she hit the ground, she would probably either die or be severely injured.
Liemo wished he had a bucket of water right now. Meanwhile, the flickering shadow serpent landed first, smashing the playground ground into a large crack. Countless pixel blocks splashed up.
And the nurse followed closely. At the moment of impact with the ground, Liemo desperately clicked jump. On the screen, the bloodied nurse adjusted her form and jumped in mid-air, then surprisingly landed lightly on the ground. Liemo let out a long sigh of relief, even a savior game could reset fall damage with a double jump. He wiped the sweat from his hands on his pants. Liemo immediately controlled the nurse and the dancer to surround the fallen flickering shadow serpent for an attack. They had to kill it quickly, who knows what changes might occur if it dragged on.
Name, Flickering Shadow Serpent. Rank, A. Level, 3. Strength, 40. Constitution, 40. Agility, 32. Spirit, 25.
Talent 1, Mimicry, after devouring a creature, gains all of its memories, can mimic the devoured creature, each devoured target slightly increases base strength/constitution. Talent 2, Shadow Poison, can release toxins, causing continuous damage to the target and confusion effects, the lower the target's spirit, the longer the duration. Talent 3, False Domain, unleashes a domain, gaining a high evasion rate but cannot take any actions. When the level rises to 4, this talent will evolve. Status, 10 layers of paralysis, currently loses 100% action ability, every 5 seconds reduces 1 layer of paralysis and restores 10% action ability. Looking at the flickering shadow serpent's attribute panel on the screen, Liemo felt that the sedative was unreasonable. He couldn't help but feel curious about how the effect of the adrenaline from the forbidden syringe would be. If it only restored full health, it would not compare to the other two syringes. At this moment, the nurse in the screen was continuously using the blood extraction skill at the serpent's vitals, injecting it repeatedly. The dancer was also moving while attacking, crazily stacking the bleeding damage of the obsidian dagger. Although the damage was not high, when it stacked up, it could not be underestimated. The sedative's paralysis effect directly gave Liemo 20 or 30 seconds of output environment. Until the paralysis reduced to 5 layers, the flickering shadow serpent regained half of its action ability and could resist a bit. At this time, its health had also dropped to half. The bloodied nurse's impressive strength of 35.4 dealt significant damage. With partial action power restored, the flickering shadow serpent began to struggle violently. Black smoke spewed out from beside it. While the nurse and dancer lost health, a swirl icon also appeared above their heads. Directly changing key positions? Liemo slid the movement knob to the left. But the nurse on the screen walked to the right. The entire operation was reversed. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The output of the shadow scale serpent dropped sharply, and the dancer was thrown out by its tail.
Liemo frowned tightly, forcing himself to use the awkward controls, trying to output as much as possible. Once the shadow scale serpent regained its ability to move, it would take off again, and he would fall into a passive position, so he must use the current opportunity to drain the opponent's health as much as possible. The pain coming from all over its body made the shadow scale serpent suffer immensely. It could clearly feel the flow of life slipping away. Clearly, I could escape. Why come back? It couldn't help but question itself. Move. It controlled its stiff body, trying to resist the attacks. So painful. The shadow scale serpent released a large amount of poisonous mist through the gaps in its scales. The nurse and the dancer nearby were affected to some extent, but they quickly pushed through the poison mist and continued to attack it. These guys were nothing but war machines, caring little for others and even less for their own lives. Enduring several seconds of attacks again, the shadow scale serpent felt its ability to move recovering a bit. Since I can't escape, let's die together. The shadow scale serpent suddenly raised its head, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit toward the dancer. At the same time, it swung its tail violently, sweeping toward the nurse. In the Little Yellow Duck amusement park, the various amusement facilities were destroyed under the strike of the shadow scale serpent, with a large amount of metal debris scattering around. With a loud bang, the nurse was sent flying, directly colliding with the support of the Ferris wheel. A huge noise came, and the giant steel pillar of the Ferris wheel bent slightly from the impact. Following that, the entire Ferris wheel tilted slightly to one side. The cabins on top began to sway madly. Crack, crack, crack. A sound of twisting metal echoed. It wouldn't be long before the steel pillar would collapse under the weight of the Ferris wheel. At that moment, Chen Xiao, who was climbing the Ferris wheel, nearly lost his grip and fell. He gritted his teeth, tightly holding onto a steel beam, slowly climbing on the tilted Ferris wheel. Overusing his extraordinary powers had already given him a splitting headache. Adding to that the exhaustion from the battle, he was now almost at his limit. If he could escape downward right away, he was confident he could reach the ground before the Ferris wheel collapsed. In the end, Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and continued to climb up. Damn it, let's do this. Chapter 53, Soaring to the Sky. Hurry up. Faster. Chen Xiao stared intensely at the cabin at the very top of the Ferris wheel. At that moment, the door of that cabin was gone, and with the continuous tilting of the Ferris wheel, it was shaking violently. Chen Xinya was lying on the floor of the cabin, rolling with it. The situation was incredibly dangerous. Chen Xiao was breathing heavily, looking down at the ground, feeling his head spin. Thump thump. He could clearly feel the intense beating of his heart. Finally, after a great struggle, Chen Xiao finally climbed closer to the cabin. Looking at the shaking cabin in front of him, he patted his face, shaking his dizzy head. Find the right moment. Taking advantage of the cabin shaking and the pause in direction, he leaped inside. He slumped down on the floor, gasping for breath. Damn it, first time risking like this. Checking on Chen Xinya, who was lying on the floor and still alive, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I need to hurry down. Through the glass of the cabin, Chen Xiao looked at the bottom of the Ferris wheel. The battle below was still intense. The enormous shadow scale serpent caused immense destruction with every attack. The haunted house in the amusement park, clearly a concrete building, was directly smashed to pieces by it. And the nurse fighting the shadow scale serpent was incredibly fast. Chen Xiao found it hard to catch her movements. Only when he saw her giant syringe in hand. When the blade struck the scales of the shadow-scaled serpent, sparks flew, allowing Chen Xiao to barely see clearly. The scene of the battle made Chen Xiao feel as if he had stepped out of a novel and into reality. In the past, Chen Xiao believed he was strong because he had awakened a rare elemental supernatural ability. But today, he truly felt the gap between extraordinary beings, a difference greater than that between man and dog, just how terrifying true strength is. He couldn't help but wonder if he could also become this powerful in the future. Thinking about nonsense, let's focus on staying alive today. Chen Xiao picked up the fallen Chen Xinya from the ground. Compared to climbing up, going down was easier, but having to carry someone else made it less easy than it sounded. He had just gotten Chen Xinya out of the cabin. Suddenly, the entire Ferris wheel shook violently. Several supports snapped, and several cabins fell, crashing to the ground in pieces. Chen Xiao quickly jumped between the supports, striving to reach the ground with the greatest speed. Roar, roar, roar. A terrifying roar erupted, startling Chen Xiao, almost causing him to slip and fall. When he turned to look at the shadow-scaled serpent that had made the noise, he saw it flapping its wings and soaring into the sky, its mouth clenching onto a dancer. The shadow-scaled serpent spiraled in the air, tossing the dancer high into the sky with a flick of its head. Then, it opened its massive mouth and swallowed the dancer whole. The desperate dancer is being devoured by the shadow-scaled serpent. Warning, the shadow-scaled serpent's devouring ability has an instant kill effect, please stop it immediately. Liemo watched the dancer being bitten and carried into the air by the shadow scale serpent on the screen. He couldn't control anything at all. This boss seemed to have learned from previous lessons. It kept changing its flight trajectory and shaking its head. Forget about controlling it, just the game camera was shaking uncontrollably. Fortunately, Liemo didn't suffer from 3D motion sickness, or he would have thrown up by now. Voila! Looking at the dancer thrown into the air, Liemo felt a chill down his spine. The desperate dancer is being devoured by the shadow-scaled serpent. The desperate dancer is dead. Activating talent, dance step rewind. Suddenly, the shadow-scaled serpent, which had swallowed the dancer, began to shake its head continuously, seeming to be in great discomfort. Then it opened its mouth and forcefully exhaled. A silhouette was ejected from its mouth. It was the desperate dancer. His talent that allows him to avoid one lethal damage effect surprisingly worked even during devouring. He escaped the devouring, but what should he do next? The nurse had reset her fall damage with a double jump before. The dancer, however, had none, falling like that would only lead to death. Fly, the only thing that could fly now was the ascension effect of the demon revolver. Liemo couldn't help but swallow. He hadn't thought much of his talent that could withstand one lethal damage, but now that the immunity was gone, he suddenly felt the 1/6 chance of instant kill was extremely high. But in the current situation, he could not hesitate, there was only one way left. Use the demon revolver for the first time. The nearly dead dancer recovered half of his health. The second time. The dancer's health bar was completely full again. The third time. As time grew increasingly urgent, Liemo kept using the demon revolver. Surprisingly, it reached the 9th time, and still no special effect was triggered. What a low probability. At that point, Liemo was numb, in his eyes, the dancer was already lost. Anyway, it's just a D-rank character, I couldn't care less. Oh no, my dancer. Liemo used the demon revolver for the 10th time. Send me the address, and I'll give you a gift. The dancer suddenly plummeted to the ground. It worked. Watching as the dancer's health bar turned golden at the last moment, Liemo couldn't help but hum. Character, Desperate Dancer. Rank, D. Level, 2, 0 out of 100. Strength, 20 plus 40. Constitution, 20 plus 40. Agility, 20 plus 40. Spirit, 1 plus 20. Talent, Dance Step Rewind, increases 30% evasion rate while moving. Equipment, Joker Mask, Obsidian Dagger. Costume, Demon Revolver. Status, Ascension, Demon's Blessing gains current level times 20 full attribute bonus. The attack comes with ignorable defense, unhealable ember damage, gains flying ability, immune to soul damage, immune to dizziness/petrification/charm and other strong control effects, lasting for 1 minute. Liemo controls the performer to fly into the sky, rushing towards the shadow-scale serpent. Kikik, as expected of my luck-flowing tank, luck is against the heavens. At an extremely fast speed, the performer fiercely crashes into the shadow-scaled serpent's chin, directly stunning it. Liemo continuously adjusts the performer's flight direction, flying alongside the shadow-scaled serpent. The shadow-scaled serpent's body twists continuously in the air, but it has no effect at all. Bang! The Ferris wheel suddenly collapses and crashes to the ground, instantly turning into a pile of ruins. Survived. Chen Xiao just put down the person on his back, and his legs went weak, directly kneeling on the ground. Looking at the shadow-scaled serpent that is continuously flying upwards in the sky, he feels extremely complicated inside. Just now, he saw that the performer who fell to the ground suddenly flew up like Superman, directly hitting the shadow-scaled serpent. Now it seems ready to directly push it into the black mist above. Roar, roar, roar. The shadow-scaled serpent crashes into the black mist, releasing a terrifying roar that makes the debris on the ground tremble slightly. A large amount of black and red liquid falls from the black mist, as if a rain of blood is about to come. In the black mist, a glowing silhouette descends. It's the performer, standing tall, looking straight ahead, one hand tugging at his collar, the other gripping the tails of his suit, slowly descending from the sky. When he stands on the ground, the light on his body also disappears. Chen Xiao looks at the performer's determined stance, feeling extremely shaken inside. This is so cool. At the same time, another silhouette appeared in the black mist, rapidly descending, and with a bang, landed on the ground. Chapter 54, Burnt Out. The abandoned Little Yellow Duck amusement park is now a wreck, the concrete ground filled with cracks. Wind whirls various trash, rolling on the ground. The once various amusement facilities have turned into ruins. As for the iconic Ferris wheel of the past, it has completely collapsed to the ground, shattered into pieces. A blood-soaked man crawls next to a female corpse, struggling to adjust into a kneeling position. This way is better. Xinyan's voice is hoarse as he kneels on the ground, covered in blood, looking utterly disheveled. Xinyan's expression is numb, even his pupils appear somewhat vacant. He reaches out to grasp the cold hand of the corpse in front of him, staring blankly ahead. At this moment, the physical pain and the attachment to life vanish like smoke. A sudden confusion floods his mind. Is all he has done meaningful? Suddenly, you're dying. A soft but emotionless female voice comes from in front of Xinyan. Xinyan looks up, trying to see who is speaking, but on the brink of death, his vision is blurred as if covered with frosted glass, unable to focus. Who are you? Xinyan feels an inexplicable familiarity with this voice. I'm the Grim Reaper. Hearing the woman's response, Xinyan shows a relieved expression, realizing that even this world has a Grim Reaper. Aren't you afraid? Afraid. Xinyan answers frankly, when facing death, who isn't afraid, just unsure of what the afterlife will be like. Afraid, then why are you so calm? Because I'm very angry, constantly entangled in my own existence. Xinyan pauses and continues speaking. I should be judged, Grim Reaper, take me to hell. Do you wish to be judged? Xinyan looks blankly at the blurry figure in front of him, nodding his head. Are you the shadow-scaled serpent or Xinyan? Hearing the figure's words, Xinyan suddenly feels an overwhelming calm in his heart. Just follow his heart. I am me, the name is just a code. Then, you will fall into hell. As soon as the words were spoken. PSSSH. A huge needle instantly pierced out from Xinyan's chest. Xinyan's pupils widened sharply, and his vision became more and more blurry. His pupils gradually widened, and at this moment, it was like the last light before death. Xinyan's sight recovered a little, and only then did he notice that in front of him was empty. There wasn't a single shadow of a person. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. An illusion? My last illusion before death is really strange. Beside the ruins of the Ferris wheel. Exhausted in both body and mind, Chen Xiao watched the nurse pierce Xinyan's heart from behind with a giant syringe. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. We won. Although Chen Xiao didn't clearly know where these suddenly appearing strong people came from, at least one thing was certain: they were killing the monsters invading from another world. Chen Xiao looked at the dancer not far away. His tailcoat swayed in the wind, and every move he made was full of elegance. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This man is really kind of handsome. Which man doesn't want to have such charm, turning the tide at the most crucial moment? From far away, the dancer seemed to sense Chen Xiao's gaze and suddenly turned to look at him. Chen Xiao quickly pulled himself together, squeezed out a smile, and was about to say hello, but before he could open his mouth, the nurse and the dancer had already disappeared into thin air. Although he had already witnessed the strange disappearance of the nurse before, Chen Xiao still felt a powerful shock rising in his heart. With the disappearance of the two, the black mist covering the entire amusement park also faded away, revealing the night sky. A few cold raindrops fell on Chen Xiao's face, finally bringing him back to his senses. So strong. After resting for quite a while, Chen Xiao recovered some strength and stood up. He first checked Chen Xinya's condition and found that her breathing was steady, there were no visible wounds on her body, and she was actually still asleep. Chen Xiao sighed helplessly and said to himself with envy, if only I could solve everything just by taking a nap, how great would that be? Today, for the first time, he felt so close to death. He couldn't help but recall the words Hao Yuan often said: every time you go on a mission, you must be prepared to sacrifice, only then can you survive in this cruel world. Captain. Chen Xiao murmured and turned his head to look. He saw Hao Yuan lying motionless on the ground in the distance, and he quickly moved his steps toward him. As he passed Xinyan's corpse, a wave of anger surged in Chen Xiao's heart. Looking at the body in front of him, he couldn't help but curse, you bastard, how could you still be smiling? At this moment, the dead Xinyan was kneeling beside Lin Xiaoxiao's body, holding her hand with a smile on his face. Bastard! It's all your fault, you screwed me over, and you dragged the captain down too. Chen Xiao kicked Xinyan's corpse to the ground. With deep sorrow in his heart, Chen Xiao quickly came to Hao Yuan's side. Looking at Hao Yuan's unmoving back, a pain he couldn't suppress surged like a tide. Captain! Chen Xiao's legs gave out, and he collapsed onto Hao Yuan's body, his voice sharp and full of despair. How could you just leave like this? He cried with snot and tears running uncontrollably onto Hao Yuan's body. Captain, your death is too miserable. Chen Xiao paused. Don't worry, I'll take care of the Bureau of Special Affairs, you can rest in peace. I am not dead. From the ground, Hao Yuan let out a weak breath. At the same time, shouts came from outside the amusement park one after another. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Ding, A-rank transcendent creature, Shadow Scale Serpent, gained 100 points. Bloodstained Nurse triggered talent, Terminal Care, Strength +4, Constitution +4, Agility +3.2, Spirit +2.5. Congratulations player for completing the mission. B-rank series mission, Hunt the Shadow Scale Serpent, Stage 3, Final Amusement Park. Mission objectives: 1. Kill A-rank transcendent creature, Shadow Scale Serpent. 2. Kill A-rank transcendent creature, Clown King. All invading creatures killed, no civilian casualties, minimal social impact, mission rating, S.
Mission rewards, base 500 points, universal character fragment times 1, daily cash exchange limit plus 10, mysterious grand gift pack. Golden treasure chest, S-score reward. Recycle items, shadow scale serpent blood serum, shattered spirit puppet. The phone slipped from Limo's hand, and he slumped onto the lazy sofa. He let out a long sigh, his eyes blankly staring at the ceiling of the rented room. Today, playing games all night was even more tiring than working the night shift before. He had already burned out. Outside the window, the rain was falling harder and harder. The whirling white noise seemed to have a hypnotic power. Liam felt his eyelids growing heavier, his head tilted, and he fell silent. Chapter 55. A new day begins. Boom! A bolt of lightning split the pouring rain-filled night sky. It illuminated the dark alley. In the alley, a man was drenched, his eyes wide open, looking in fear at the black-haired girl in front of him. The girl stood quietly in the rain. Strangely, the rain did not wet her at all. She always wore a faint smile, her tone seemed extremely calm. She is dead. The girl glanced into the depths of the alley, where a female corpse was lying. The man's face was filled with panic, his lips trembled but no sound came out. When he regained his senses, the black-haired girl had already vanished. No. Impossible. The man rushed into the alley, lifted the girl who was lying in a pool of blood, and turned to run out. The rain was getting heavier, washing away all traces in the alley. In the morning, the first rays of sunlight penetrated the window, shining into the small rented room. Outside, birds chirped cheerfully, and a man in his 20s was opening the window to gaze at the morning city. This man is named Liam, who seems ordinary, but in reality, is also very ordinary. 3 days ago, he became the only internal tester for a mobile game. He thought it was a job where he could easily earn money by just playing the game, but he never expected that things were not as simple as he thought. This game, earning money is not easy at all. Thinking about yesterday's tasks, if he wasn't careful, he could easily lose both characters. Through a few rounds of game tasks, Liam found the game's difficulty increasing tremendously. Yesterday, he played to the point of losing consciousness. He used to earn 2,000 yuan for this intensity daily, but now it's 3,000, how can he handle it? It's simply playing the game with one's life. Liam kept clicking the exchange button in the game, and his phone kept dinging with incoming messages. Today, exchange times have been used up. As the game popped up a prompt, Liam's savings also increased by 3,000 yuan. Looking at his 10 more exchange times than yesterday, Liam's lips curled up. I'm not interested in money, I just feel this game is quite good. Opening the game's inventory, Liam began to check the rewards he had received. Completing tasks earned 500 points, killing Bobo Bear and the old captain earned a total of 70 points, the two bosses together gave 200 points, plus some small monsters, he got a total of 286 points. Adding the 432 points he had left, he now had 1218. Now he spent 30 points to exchange for cash, the last task consumed all his hand wash, so he spent 100 points to buy 10 bottles again. Still 1088 points, a fortune. Liam looked at his points with great satisfaction. Character fragment, universal hero fragment. Effect, can substitute for any character fragment. Introduction, universal character fragment can be used for any character synthesis. This thing is great. This kind of universal item is highly useful. Liam had played many games involving collecting fragments before. He had also experienced the embarrassment of being one fragment short, unable to draw it no matter what. This time, a universal fragment was truly a great thing. Item, Shadow Scale Serpent Blood Serum. Effect, using it raises a character's resistance to chaotic effects, limited to 1 use per character. Introduction, special material refined from the blood of the Shadow Scale Serpent. I really want to use it. Thinking of last night's pain from the chaotic effect of remapping keys, Liam felt an impulse to use this item. But seeing the special materials mentioned in the introduction, he always felt they would be useful later. Moreover, these materials were earned from defeating the bosses with nurses, and they were hard to find. Once used, they would be gone. Liam's collecting habit kicked in, and he ultimately decided to keep it as a collectible. There was no helping it, Liam used to play games the same way, stockpiling a large number of items, and by the time he cleared the game, he hadn't used many of them. Item, Shattered Spirit Puppet. Feature, none. Description, originally a cute lowly doll, it has now become a pile of severed limbs. It hurts, too much pain. Liam clutched his chest, laying on the bed, imagining the spirit puppet was undamaged. Once, Liam had even fantasized about repairing the spirit puppet and then adding a summoned beast. Little did he think, he actually got blasted by the Clown King yesterday. Clown King, you deserve to die. Liam sighed, not knowing if this shattered puppet could ever be repaired. After checking a few items, it was time for Liam's favorite lottery segment. Looking at the mysterious big gift bag as a mission reward in the golden chest for the S rank reward, Liam perked up. The previous silver chest had given him a powerful item, the Deathlight support. If it wasn't for this item in yesterday's mission, defeating the Clown King would have made task completion very uncertain.
Let's see what's in the mysterious big gift bag. Liemo looked at the two items and chose to open the mysterious big gift bag.
Immediately, a common game gift bag style appeared in the center of the phone screen.
Liemo clicked, and 3 items popped out. Congratulations player, you have received Weapon Enhancement Gems X5. Congratulations player, you have received Equipment, Paralyzing Ring.
Congratulations player, you have unlocked Assist character, Blacksmith.
Seeing the notification, Liemo felt darkness rush before his eyes. It's here, the Equipment Enhancement System.
The prize pool is still stacking. Based on the development trend of this saving game, who knows how many more pay-to-win systems will be launched in the future.
Liemo could imagine, if this game was released to the public, regular players might have no way to survive.
Thankfully I'm a closed beta player, I can play without spending money. Opening the game homepage, sure enough, a new little character appeared not far from the previous chef character.
A burly bald blacksmith holding a hammer.
And just like the chef, he could also interact. Clicking on his head repeatedly made him jump anxiously, looking as if he were protesting to Liemo.
Opening the blacksmith interface, Liemo discovered that besides consuming 100 points to use enhancement gems to strengthen weapons,
he could also spend materials to create or maintain equipment. Among them, for weapon enhancement, the first enhancement has a 100% success rate, the second time is 50% chance. Each subsequent time halves the probability until the highest level 7, which is only 1.5625% chance, and for enhancements above level 3, if failed, it would reduce the enhancement level by 1.
Looking at this weapon enhancement system, Liemo couldn't help but frown tightly.
This thing was clearly meant to force players to either grind or pay, and it was still considered good if it wasn't both.
Luckily I'm not that obsessive-compulsive, needing to enhance my equipment to the top level to feel satisfied. Is this a joke? Can the probability be any lower?
There's something fishy, the probability must have been secretly changed.
25%. How could I fail 3 times in a row? Weapon, Giant Syringe +2. Rank, A.
Feature, attack can absorb target life force to restore itself, with additional enhancement damage. Active skill, blood draw, extracts target body fluid and converts it into a healing agent, stored in the syringe, can be used to restore health for itself or teammates, skill hit rate is low.
Description.
Looking at the attributes of the giant syringe and the depleted enhancement gems with 500 points, Liemo sank into deep thought.
Chapter 56, The Mad Marksman. Accessory, Paralyzing Ring. Rank, C. Active skill, Paralyzing Beam, releases a long-range paralyzing beam at the target. A skill adds 1 layer of paralysis status for 5 seconds, reducing 10% movement ability. This skill automatically recharges once every hour, with a maximum of 3 uses stored.
Introduction. This accessory can greatly assist you in both combat and daily activities.
Looking at the ring obtained, Liemo directly equipped it on the bloodstained nurse.
This equipment could compensate for some shortcomings of having no ranged attack means. Moreover, the paralysis effect that reduces movement ability is a very strong effect. Before, when fighting the Shadow Scale Serpent, it was the Talent's Tranquilizer that brought it down from the sky.
Liemo moved his body a bit, now there was only the last reward left.
In his heart, he prayed to all gods and deities, then he clicked to open the treasure chest. A few cards and a piece of food popped out, with one card glowing in golden light.
Wow, a golden legend.
Liemo was directly attracted by the golden item, and as soon as he saw what it was, his heart raced with joy.
It's actually an A-rank character lottery ticket. I can get a new character, and it's an A rank. Suppressing the urge to use the character lottery ticket immediately, Liemo first checked the other items.
Special, Artifact Surrounding Exchange Voucher. Effect, can exchange an owned artifact for its surrounding, without affecting the artifact's effect in the game. Introduction, Artifact Surrounding Exchange Voucher can only be obtained probabilistically from raiding treasure chests. Artifact surroundings have great benefits for players, please choose carefully what to exchange. Seeing the surrounding exchange voucher again, Liemo glanced at the skeleton wine cup still thrown in the corner and couldn't help but mutter, this surrounding is useless.
Liemo really couldn't understand what great benefits the artifact surroundings mentioned in the introduction could provide for players. Special, Forum Permission Upgrade Voucher. Effect, increases the permission level of one member in the forum by 1. Introduction, Forum Permission Voucher can only be obtained probabilistically from raiding treasure chests.
After the member's permission is upgraded, it can increase interaction times and better provide players with hope coins. Seeing the forum made Liemo want to complain. He had just become clear that there was only Girl A in the forum, and they could interact only 3 times a day. At most, he could contribute 3 hope coins. As for cutting one knife, that was just for laughs. Most of the time, it was at about 80% discount, which was completely useless for costumes priced over 100. Liemo only wanted the game officials to add more characters to the forum, thus improving his efficiency in obtaining hope coins. Otherwise, at this speed of 3 coins a day, it would take at least a month to exchange for the cheapest costume. I don't even know how much use this permission upgrade will have. Looking at the forum permission upgrade voucher, Liam O could only hope it would be useful. The last item was the food Liam O had been thinking about, and it was food that could add 70 experience at once. Food, caloric bomb. Effect, character experience plus 70. Introduction, made from various ingredients with extremely high sugar content, very sugary, flies turn to bees after licking it, and A.O. Bing becomes a milk dragon after eating it. Liam O swallowed hard. This food combined with the mushroom soup that could be used 3 times could directly raise the bloodstained nurse to level 3. At level 3, the bloodstained nurse's maximum attribute could reach 50 points and could awaken a new talent. If the nurse had been level 3 yesterday, he would not have had to play so hard. Let's draw the new character first. Liam O directly used the character lottery ticket, preparing to draw a new character and then upgrade both the nurse and the new character together. A burst of light flashed by. On the screen, a pixelated girl character appeared. She had long black hair, a fringe covering her left eye, and wore a sailor uniform, looking like an ordinary high school girl character. Character, Mad Gunner. Rank, A. Level, 1, 0 out of 10. Strength, 1. Body trait, 2. Agility, 4. Spirit, 1. Talent, frantic suppression, continuously spray fire at the target, greatly reducing the target's hit rate, while decreasing its defense by 5% per second, maximum stacking of 80%. Equipment, none. Introduction, an unusual high school girl with a passion for firearms, capable of transforming ordinary weapons into extraordinary items. Finally, I have a ranged character. Liam O was ecstatic in his heart. These past few days, lacking a ranged character was painful for him. Now, finally having a ranged option, those hard days were finally over. Previously, there were 4 servings of stewed mushrooms left over, just enough to give one to the new character, and with 3 portions for the bloodstained nurse combined with a heat bomb, both could level up. As Liam O continued to feed, a new animation surprisingly appeared on the screen. He saw 2 tiny figures on the screen, each munching on their own food. And they had different reactions. The nurse simply ate one by one without any special response. In contrast, the gunner character looked quite resistant, only reluctantly eating his portion after the nurse finished all 4 servings. Liam O particularly enjoyed watching the detailed animations in the game, finding them amusing. Let me take a look. Character, Mad Gunner. Tier, A. Level, 2, 0 out of 100. Strength, 1. Body trait, 2. Agility, 4. Spirit, 1. Talent 1, frantic suppression, using firearms to continuously spray fire at the target, greatly reducing the target's hit rate, while decreasing its defense by 5% per second, maximum stacking of 80%. Talent 2, frenzied slaughter, after killing a target, restore 20% health and enter a frenzied state, significantly increasing attack power and attack speed. Equipment, none. Introduction. Looking at the new character's talents, Liam O was delighted. Finally, he had a pure damage dealing character. Seeing the bloodstained nurse level up to level 3, Liam O felt even prouder. With his nose held high, after defeating the shadow scale serpent, he obtained its attributes, which greatly boosted the nurse's bonuses. Now, the nurse had just reached level 3 attributes and was nearly maxing out the typical level 3 character's 40 attributes. And the awakened new talents were truly amazing, especially for this game where characters die and are lost. The revival talent felt like a game-breaking ability. The maximum attribute for SSS tier is 50 points, the nurse is already invincible. Character, Bloodstained Nurse. Tier, SSS. Level, 3, 0/300. Strength, 30 plus 9.4. Body trait, 30 plus 9. Agility, 30 plus 9.1. Spirit, 10 plus 4. Talent 1, End-of-Life Care. Talent 2, Forbidden Syringe. Talent 3, Cardiopulmonary Resuscitation, revive a target that has been dead for no more than 3 minutes. The revived target will have a special connection with the bloodstained nurse, usable twice a day, with resets at midnight. Chapter 57 Exclusive, Beast of Omaha Beach. Now, there was a problem that made Liam O feel quite troubled. Gaining the Mad Gunner as a damage character should be a happy thing, but now a problem had arisen. That is, as a gunner, he actually didn't have a gun. In the game shop, there were many low-level equipment items, but there were no firearms at all. I can only use this piece of junk. Liam O helplessly dug out the trash from his inventory, equipment obtained previously from a mission. It was only 7 bullets. He wondered what they could achieve. Weapon, homemade rough pistol. Tier, unranked. Active skill, shooting, fires a projectile to attack the target, damage substantially decreases against targets with a body trait above 1, current usage July 7th. Introduction, a poorly made pistol, accuracy beyond 20 meters is random.
Liemo opened the character interface and equipped the gun on the Mad Gunner. As soon as he finished equipping it, a window popped up on the game interface. Do you want to spend 50 points to convert this firearm into an extraordinary item? Liemo recalled that the introduction of the Mad Gunner mentioned being able to transform ordinary firearms into extraordinary items. Without hesitation, he chose to enhance it, as it was the only firearm he had. If it couldn't be effective, then the gunner would have to make do with the bloodthirsty big sword for close combat. As the remaining 588 points in his account turned into 538 points, the Mad Gunslinger picked up his pistol, turned around, and began to tinker. Transforming equipment, it will take 1 hour. During this time, the Mad Gunslinger cannot perform any other actions. I hope it will be useful after the transformation. With nothing else to do, Liemo mechanically scrolled through the attributes of the Bloody Nurse. He had done these daily tasks too many times, and now he could complete them just by muscle memory, without thinking at all. Soon, an hour passed. Is this it? Liemo looked at the transformed pistol, disappointment all over his face. Weapon, homemade rough pistol. Grade, D grade. Traits, damage fixed at 15 points of power. Active skill, shooting, fires around to attack the target, requires 3 seconds to reload after firing 7 times. Description, a poorly made pistol, barely usable. The damage is equivalent to 15 points of power, which would have been decent if the character was still at level 1. But now his character was already level 2 or 3, and this equipment was obviously insufficient. Liemo went back to browse the official descriptions in the forum. After searching for a long time, he finally understood the characteristics of firearms equipment. That is, among equipment of the same level, firearms have higher damage, but there is a problem: the damage is fixed and can only be enhanced by special talents or statuses. Unlike other equipment, where the user's own attributes can increase the damage dealt. For example, the damage dealt by the level 3 Bloody Nurse using the giant syringe is drastically different from the damage at level 1. However, for firearms equipment, the power used at level 1 and level 3 is basically the same. So, the gunslinger role relies heavily on equipment. Liemo frowned at the gunslinger character on the screen. This is definitely a pay-to-win profession. Just when Liemo thought the gunslinger would be useless in the short term, a new task suddenly refreshed in the taskbar. And after checking it, his eyes lit up. Exclusive task, the Beast of Omaha Beach. Task description: it is said that a machine gun killed 3,000 people in one day on a beach called Omaha, thus it was named the Beast of Omaha Beach. Now, it belongs to a noble in the northern country, but it clearly fits the battlefield better than a collection box. Task objectives: 1. Capture the Beast of Omaha Beach and the transport convoy. 2. Ensure the survival of the Duke's illegitimate daughter B. Task rewards: the Beast of Omaha Beach, a new member in the forum. Task completion deadline: 71 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Note, this task is an exclusive one and can only be completed by the Mad Gunslinger alone. It is recommended to undertake this after the character's attributes have been upgraded to level 2, and this task will not affect the scoring. Liemo looked at this new task, his heart filled with joy. My equipment is coming. Just looking at the task description, the weapon seemed impressive, and it instantly motivated Liemo to start grinding the Mad Gunslinger's attributes crazily. Game of Salvation, start. He kept grinding daily tasks until noon, not feeling the slightest bit of fatigue, until his stomach growled. He finally obediently did his only daily exercise, going downstairs to eat at the restaurant. When Liemo tidied up and opened the door, he saw the landlord, Zhang Yi, busy cleaning up the suite rented to Xinyan next door with 2 people. He couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Zhang Yi glanced back at him. Moved out. Moved out in 2 days? Something really happened yesterday, right? Liemo thought about the 2 police officers who showed up yesterday and couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. What could happen? It's a normal move out. Seeing Zhang Yi say this, Liemo felt relieved. Did the rent get refunded? Zhang Yi raised the corner of his mouth and confidently said, "Not refunded." Liemo. He walked out of the apartment, and just as he reached the road, he heard the old men and women discussing something animatedly. His curiosity was suddenly piqued. Did you hear? Someone died last night. An aunt deliberately lowered her voice, yet a hint of excitement slipped through her tone. Ah? Is that real? What happened? They say it was a crime of passion. That woman died terribly, with blood everywhere. The aunt vividly described, as if she had witnessed it all firsthand. Was the person caught? Caught. The surveillance captured everything clearly. The police took him away early this morning. Listening to these discussions, Liemo couldn't help but sigh. To throw away a lifetime for a bit of love, is it worth it? Is the game not fun, or the videos not interesting? He shook his head and walked towards the small restaurant with his hands behind his back. But as he walked, the more he thought, the more something felt off. The figures of Xinyan, his girlfriend, and Shen Qinya appeared in his mind, along with the police who had come to visit yesterday. A series of dramatic scenarios played out in his head. Could it be that the murder mentioned earlier was? A bad feeling began to rise in Li Mo's heart. It wasn't until Li Mo arrived at the restaurant that he realized he was overthinking. At that moment, Chen Xinya was chatting with the boss. Xiao Chen, come, let me settle your wages for this time. Uncle, I'm really sorry, I've had too much going on these days, I couldn't come help. The boss's wife was wiping the table. Upon hearing this, she looked up and said, Girl, come play whenever you have time. Chen Xinya turned to leave, saw Li Mo entering, and smiled to greet him before walking away. Li Mo watched her departing figure, gently shook his head, and thought to himself that his imagination was too rich and he had overthought things. Li Mo shook off those unrealistic thoughts and found a spot to sit down. He called out, Boss, I'll have a plate of stir-fried beef with green peppers, but no green peppers. Chapter 58, The Cage. Sunlight streamed through the gaps, bringing a weak glow into the dark carriage. The carriage was empty, without any clutter, resembling a cargo truck's interior. And a girl, around 11 or 12 years old, sat in the dim carriage, reading a heavy book by the faint light. The girl was extremely thin, her skin pale, and her long light yellow hair hung down her back, so long that it even surpassed her height. Her petite figure made the thick book in her hands look very big. Click, the door was suddenly yanked open from the outside, a bright light flooding in, causing the girl to instinctively close her eyes. Time to eat. Squinting, the girl barely distinguished the silhouette outside the carriage. It was a muscular blonde woman in a heavy cotton military coat. How much longer until we arrive? The girl's voice was very soft. Don't worry, you can still last 3 days. After the woman answered, she casually threw a plate of mashed potatoes into the carriage. Then, with a bang, she closed the door again, plunging the carriage back into darkness. The girl groped around, using that little bit of faint light to pick up the fallen mashed potatoes, and silently began to eat. 3 days left, if I don't hurry, I won't finish in time. Xinya ate some food and picked up her book again. Aside from reading, she truly enjoyed those brief seconds when the woman came to bring her food because that was when she felt a slight change in this world. In the carriage, she didn't feel much discomfort. For more than 10 years, she had always lived in places like this. Outside the carriage, dozens of modified vehicles were haphazardly parked in a deserted small town. The snowstorm grew fiercer, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. Dozens of armed mercenaries dressed in heavy military gear were busy tidying up some abandoned houses in the town. The storm was too strong, they had to rest here for a while before continuing on. In one of the prepped houses, several people were gathered. An emaciated, strange old man was meditating with his eyes closed, while 4 men and women sat around him, chatting with one another. This time, I don't know what kind of blessing we will receive from the gods. A man licked his lips, his face full of expectation. At this moment, a woman replied, with such a special offering prepared, we should at least refine a few extraordinary tools. Ah, those extraordinary beings at home are still foolishly unable to level up, what a bunch of idiots. Another man laughed wildly. Exactly, they are limited at home, it's much better to be out here. These mercenaries will be sacrificed together, a mosquito no matter how small is still meat. It will just benefit those brain-dead nobles in this country. I think it's doable. Just as a few of them were dreaming of a beautiful future, the old man sitting in the center suddenly opened his eyes wide, a cold light seemed to burst from his eyes. Someone is coming, an extraordinary being. Hearing the old man's words, the 4 immediately heightened their vigilance. At this moment, the soldiers on the outskirts of the town also noticed something unusual. Who goes there? A soldier suddenly raised his automatic rifle, pointing at a certain spot in the heavy snow. His companions quickly raised their guns, cautiously looking around, but besides the swirling snowflakes, there was nothing. Ski, you are too nervous, there's no one around. I clearly heard something just now, the soldier said with certainty. After observing for a while and finding nothing, his companion lowered his gun and said dismissively, it's just the sound of the wind. However, not long after, the soldier named Ski shouted again, there is someone. The soldiers turned around and saw a figure walking in the wind and snow. On closer inspection, it was actually a girl in a sailor suit. The girl hugged her arms in front of her chest, lowered her head, and hunched over, with heavy bangs covering most of her face, making it hard to see her expression. How could there be a girl here? Something's not right. Stop. If you come any closer, I will shoot. The soldiers all gave warnings, but the girl seemed not to have heard, and continued to slowly advance. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped and turned, seeming to attempt to circumvent the soldiers from another direction. Was she considering them fools? Did she plan to go back in stealth again after being discovered? Not human, it's a monster. One soldier shouted loudly upon seeing her strange behavior, and as soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the bullet hit the girl, but the expected scene of blood splattering did not occur. The girl in the sailor suit stood still as if nothing had happened. The bullet did not miss, but indeed struck the girl. The soldiers stared in shock at the terrifying scene before them,
they had never imagined that a bullet could bounce off someone's body. And just as they continued their attack, the hunched girl also raised her hand, pointing a handgun at them. Bang! A loud gunshot resounded, and a soldier collapsed with a large hole in his chest, breathing heavily and barely hanging on. He. The sudden loud noise startled everyone, and then next came. Tat 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 tat. Dozens of rifles poured fire toward the girl. He. The girl trembled, her mouth constantly emitting low chuckles, and at this moment, the first soldier hit also breathed his last, as if it was a signal. He. Kick. The girl lifted her head, revealing a mad smile on her face. Then her handgun began to fire continuously. She faced off against dozens of rifles with just a handgun. 10 minutes ago. In a small rental room, Liam finished a drink and was ready to start his special mission. The attributes of the crazy gunman apart from spirit had finally been leveled to the limit of level 2 by Liam. Character, Crazy Gunman. Rank, A. Level, 2, 0 out of 100. Strength, 20. Constitution, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 1. Talent 1, Rampage Suppression. Talent 2, Frenzied Slaughter. Equipment, Homemade Rough Handgun. Paralysis Ring. Introduction. To make the upcoming exclusive mission smoother, Liam also equipped the paralyzing ring to the bloodstained nurse. Although well prepared, Liam thought that the upcoming exclusive mission must be designed by the game officials to familiarize players with the new character, and the difficulty should not be high. I hope this new character is easier to use. Liam clicked to start the exclusive mission. Suddenly, a door appeared on the phone screen, and the mad gunman opened the door and walked in. The game scene began to change. Omaha Beach Beast. As the subtitles disappeared, the scene transitioned to a snowy landscape. I have to say, the loading speed of the Savior game is really fast. Chapter 59, Armored Transformation. What am I doing here? Liam looked at the mad gunman on the screen, arms crossed and hunched over. He checked the game scene. The gunman was now in a vast expanse of white snow, with snowflakes continuously falling. Mission target has been marked. As the system prompt appeared, 2 exclamation marks indicating the target locations also showed up on the screen. Liam controlled the gunman to slowly move towards the mission target. They even made footprints. Liam watched as the gunman moved, a series of footprints appearing behind her, sparking his interest. He controlled the gunman to step back and forth, leaving a ton of footprints. After playing for a while, he was ready to continue the mission. As he got closer to the mission target, Liam discovered shadows of people appearing not far away. It seemed there were quite a few of them. Let's see if I can sneak in. Liam thought, preparing to control the gunman to find a less crowded spot to sneak in. But suddenly, just as Liam was moving the gunman forward, 2 NPCs appeared directly in front of him. Detected? Liam quickly controlled the mad gunman to backtrack, trying to make the NPCs lose sight of him. But the others wouldn't let it happen, chasing right after him. They launched an attack directly. Liam had no choice but to control the gunman to retaliate, and the sneak plan failed. The mad gunman's attack style was a bit different from the bloodstained nurse's. In the game interface, a target would be automatically locked, with a targeting mark appearing above the locked target's head. As long as he attacked, she would target the locked enemy, and if he wanted to switch targets, Liam would need to manually click to change. Compared to other melee characters, the controls were slightly more complex. However, in comparison, the operation was much simpler than Liam had imagined. There was no need to aim manually, he could just use the shooting skill directly once locked. In the game, the mad gunman would automatically attack the target, and the hit rate was extremely high. The gunman raised her hand and shot, taking down the attacking enemy, and the talent mad slaughter was activated. On the phone screen, the originally hunched gunman suddenly straightened up, raising her pistol with one hand. As Liam clicked the attack button, the gunman directly faced off against the rushing enemies. In an instant, gunfire effects lit up the screen. The gunman's shooting speed was extremely fast, and in a blink, she shot 7 bullets and killed 7 enemies. The only problem was the long 3 seconds of reloading time, which made Liam feel uneasy. After 3 seconds, reloading completed, and 7 shots were fired again. This is so strange, takes forever to reload, but then instant shots. Watching the gunman fiddling to reload and then instantly killing 7 enemies, before starting to reload again. The entire battle process felt clunky. However, Liam also witnessed that the mad gunman truly lived up to her reputation as an output character. The efficiency in clearing enemies was indeed high. She was just like those fast gunslingers in videos, raise the gun and shoot, and suddenly a whole group would fall down. If this were a shooting game, it would have been reported immediately, just like using a cheat. Seeing the terrifying power of the girl, the enemies facing her began to flee backward. It's a pity that reloading is too slow. When I get that machine gun as a reward for this mission, I'll surely go crazy killing.
Liam couldn't help but imagine how it would be to kill the enemies with a good weapon.
At that moment, a snow-white leopard suddenly lunged out from the wind and snow. This leopard evidently timed its attack, charging at the frenzied gunman while he was busy reloading. Liam quickly tried to move the gunman, but suddenly the leopard emitted a burst of green light, and its speed drastically increased, pouncing right onto the gunman. As Liam was about to use a basic attack to break free, the scene on the screen made him involuntarily exclaim in admiration.
He saw the leopard knock the frenzied gunman down to the ground and begin to gnaw at him.
And the gunman was also gnawing back. A man and a leopard, locked in an embrace as they bit at each other, left Liam in a stunned silence. What surprised him even more was that the leopard actually backed off. It actively disengaged and retreated. And the gunman also stood up in the process.
Liam couldn't help but swallow hard. What a great deal, truly a great deal.
The gunman actually had a hidden attribute to resist being knocked down. At this moment, 4 figures appeared on the opposite side. Liam knew that this mission had now truly begun. Those NPCs that couldn't even break the gunman's defense before could not even be considered small monsters, they were merely atmosphere fillers. In the distance, the 4 seemed to be doing something, and suddenly one of the male NPCs was engulfed in a set of magnificent armor, covering his entire body.
An armored warrior, huh? Liam couldn't help but scoff while looking at the screen. Name, Level 2 Extraordinary Being. Rank, D. Level, 2. Strength, 12 plus 3. Constitution, 12 plus 3. Agility, 15 plus 6. Spirit, 12. Talent 1, Battle Armor, activates to increase strength and constitution by 25%, gains 5% damage reduction. Status, Speed Boost, Agility plus 6. Is this it? Having seen the Shadow Scale Serpent and the Clown King, Liam couldn't help but curl his lip when he saw this elite monster's attributes. He immediately felt that his initial thought was correct. This mission was indeed designed by the planners for him to get familiar with the operations of the frenzied gunman, and the difficulty wasn't that great. Snow Leopard. One of the young men among the 4 looked at the leopard, injured all over, with great sorrow. Be careful, that handgun is an extraordinary item. Another middle-aged man frowned as he looked at the sailor-suited girl not far away. Find a way to lure her over, a woman whispered to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded and said to another woman of similar age, assist me. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man activated his extraordinary ability, and a magnificent set of armor appeared on his body, boosting his aura. The woman, who was of similar age to him, also began to change, transforming into a 3-meter-long spear. Uncle, kill that woman and avenge the snow leopard. The man stroking the snow leopard's head also activated his ability. The man, wrapped in armor, radiated green light. Power, this is power. The middle-aged man felt a surge of strength within himself. A few days ago, with the help of an elder, he had broken through to level 2. Now armed with his powerful abilities and the support of his teammates, he even felt he could hold up against a potential level 3 extraordinary being. The middle-aged man grabbed the woman who had transformed into a spear, and various shooting techniques immediately flashed in his mind. He had already become a master of marksmanship. The man slung the spear behind his back, feeling like an ancient general. On the snowy ground, he left a trail of footprints as he walked toward the sailor-suited girl not far away. Chapter 60, Puppetry. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out in succession. The man clad in armor and holding the long spear was sent flying. Fallen in the snow. Wow, that was a fast gun. The man, enduring the pain, quickly stood up and looked at the girl shooter not far away who was reloading, filled with apprehension. If it weren't for his innate talent, that shot could have taken his life. Let's go together. Without any hesitation, the man shouted while turning and rushing backward. He. The shooter laughed when she saw him flee and chased after him. The man dodged the gunfire while running toward his teammates. Seeing the shooter had followed him, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The opponent had fallen for the trap. Be careful, that handgun is an extraordinary item, its power is immense, the man shouted as he ran. We're almost there. The woman who had been observing the battlefield suddenly shouted, and then she activated her ability. Countless almost invisible metal wires shot up from the snow, instantly surrounding the sailor-suited shooter. Die. The sailor suit on the shooter deformed under the pressure of the metal wires, and marks dug into her skin on her arms and thighs as the wires embedded themselves, outlining curvy lines. Seeing the shooter successfully trapped, the woman's face broke into a smile. Now the opponent couldn't even use the extraordinary item, moving even slightly would get them cut by the steel wires. The man in full armor stopped, feeling a surge of joy in his heart as he saw the shooter caught in the trap. He turned, twirled the gun, leaped forward, aiming to strike the deranged shooter caught by the metal wires. This strike pierces stardust. The long gun moved like a dragon, causing snow to splash up several meters. Attack. Missed. How is that possible? The girl who had just been trapped had vanished from the spot. Over here. Hearing the voice behind him, the man quickly turned around, only to be shocked by an unbelievable scene. At some point, the girl shooter was already among his teammates. He, keek. The shooter spread her arms wide, her smile growing increasingly deranged, her bangs lifting in the wind, revealing her eyes spinning wildly, sending chills down one's spine. She easily dodged the attacks from the two beside her, twisting her body, rapidly spinning, and opened fire with her handgun. Bang bang bang. The gunfire faded. A man, a woman, and a snow leopard lay in a pool of blood. Ugh. Ah. As for the fallen man, he couldn't even scream, he was breathing heavily and soon looked like he wouldn't survive. How is this possible? The man looked at the scene in disbelief, completely losing his will to resist. In just one encounter, half of his teammates had been taken down. The man turned and tried to run. Didn't expect to be discovered. The raspy voice beside him made the man stop in his tracks. I can't win, this guy is too strong, the man said to the old man walking out from the snow, his face still full of fear. But the old man ignored him and gazed at the deranged shooter in the distance, muttering to himself, indeed, I shouldn't have acted so soon against her. The man looked at the old man with confusion. Suddenly, the old man's body began to change, a branch-like appendage growing from his back. In the man's terrified expression, the branch directly tightened around his neck, lifting him into the air as the extraordinary armor he had on fell apart. The intense sensation of suffocation made the man grip the branch around his neck tightly, struggling frantically in midair. Meanwhile, the woman who had transformed into a long gun was also entwined, returning to her original form, suspended in the air just like the man. Then, the woman who controlled the metal wires, seriously injured and lying on the ground, was snatched away as the branches grew to dozens of meters long. At this moment, the seemingly withered old man had completely lost his human form. Countless branches grew from his body. Name, Willow Tree Demon. Rank, C. Level, 2. Strength, 18. Constitution, 20 plus 12. Agility, 12 to 12. Spirit, 20. Talent 1, Rooting, roots itself into the ground, fixed in place, loses mobility, physique attributes will increase equally according to its own agility value. Talent 2, Puppetry, drives branches to quickly spread into the body of a creature, transforming it into a controllable puppet, currently able to transform 3 puppets. Status, Rooted, agility minus 12, physique plus 12. Looks like this is the final boss. Liemo stared at the screen, watching the pixelated willow tree monster appear, and instantly his spirit lifted to the fullest. Just now, a few elite monsters were teleported to the back row with his skeleton wine cup support skill, and a barrage shattered them. He felt that this mission would definitely have a final boss. After all, even though this was just a task to familiarize himself with the new character, the difficulty was definitely too low. The planner couldn't possibly let him easily defeat a few small monsters to complete the mission. Now, with the real boss appearing, Liemo let out a sigh of relief, feeling his anxious heart settle. During this time, being tormented by game planners, Liemo was almost on edge. Without some intensity, he always felt there would be a bigger pit ahead, unsure when it would trap him. This boss is really tough. Liemo looked at the willow tree monster's physique, a whopping 32, and couldn't help but gasp. But fortunately, this toughness was achieved by sacrificing agility. After playing this savior game for so long, Liemo thought the most troublesome monsters were those with high agility. As for a pure meat shield like the willow tree monster, to be honest, he was not afraid at all. I just wonder how its puppetry works. In the game interface, the 3 enemy NPCs controlled by the willow tree monster began to change. These 3 guys, just like before, activated their respective abilities again. Among them, the male NPC was suddenly covered in heavy armor, placed on the ground, with branches connecting to his neck, charging aggressively towards the madgunner. Meanwhile, the female NPC transformed directly into a large blade. The willow tree monster swung the branch connected to the blade, also striking at the madgunner. The last NPC, controlling metal wires, still hung on the branches like a scarecrow, but also activated his ability. 3 different attacks came charging toward the madgunner. Liemo didn't waste any words. Controlling the madgunner, he raised his hand and shot the willow tree monster's body 7 times. The willow tree monster was already quite large by itself, and since it couldn't move, all the attacks hit directly. But at this moment, the disadvantage of his equipment also showed up. The pistol's damage was fixed at 15 points of power. When hitting enemies with low physique, it was truly unstoppable, taking them down with a flick. But when facing the rooted willow tree monster with a high physique of 31, the damage effect was greatly reduced. After the gunner's attacks ended, the willow tree monster's control over the puppets began to attack. Chapter 61, Logging, hit the jackpot. These puppets controlled by the willow tree monster, not very capable when alive, became a big headache for Liemo when they died.
Especially the puppet that had the wire control skill, which plunged the gunner Liemo controlled into severe negative effects. Within the control range of the steel wires, the faster one moved, the more damage they would receive. Liemo stared at the screen, seeing the mad gunner surrounded by white threads, feeling uneasy. Although the damage wasn't too significant for the gunner with 20 points of physique. But seeing these threads made Liemo feel uncomfortable. It was like a slight tickle, causing physiological distress. Meanwhile, the armored puppet closed in for melee combat, entangling the gunner. All of this greatly affected Liemo's movement. And the willow tree monster seized the moment, swinging its branches, wielding the large blade that the NPC transformed into, suddenly striking down. Yet Liemo still reiterated, in a pixel game, the battle AI is this good, what are you aiming for? In this game, the monsters, be they small or bosses. Combat power can vary, but one thing is certain, annoying players always have their tricks. They won't let you off easily. And for those who can unleash chaos and slaughter, they are a group of NPCs that won't give any scoring rewards. Under the relentless attacks from the puppets, the moment the pistol was reloaded arrived. After previous battles, Liemo discovered that directly attacking the body of the Weeping Willow Demon caused minimal damage. So this time, he controlled the gunslinger and switched the target to the puppet controlling the silk hanging on the Weeping Willow Demon's head. In an instant, the gun's muzzle flashed with fire, and with a burst of gunshot effects, the controlling silk puppet exploded. Immediately, the white silk threads around the gunslinger vanished. Furthermore, with the controlling silk puppet successfully killed, the gunslinger instantly regained one lost health point and activated the frenzied slaughter talent. The Weeping Willow Demon once again controlled the remaining puppets, aiming to launch an attack while the gunslinger reloaded. But this time, Liemo would not give it a chance. Ha, paralyzing beam. Bayou bayou bayou. In the screen, the gunslinger unleashed 3 green beams in quick succession, directly hitting the Weeping Willow Demon. Liemo released all 3 skills stored in the paralyzing ring at once. The Weeping Willow Demon directly lost 30% of its mobility, causing its combat power to drop significantly. Liemo controlled the gunslinger, easily evading several of its attacks. Reloading was complete. And the frenzied slaughter talent continued to take effect, greatly increasing the gunslinger's firing rate and damage. Liemo clicked the basic attack button twice, instantly firing off this round of bullets. The armored puppet exploded. The gunslinger's frenzied slaughter talent reset again, and the gunslinger regained some health, fully recharged. In group battles, you still need damage output. Liemo looked at the crazed gunslinger's output efficiency on the screen, secretly sighing. In his eyes, the bloodstained nurse, with her strong recovery ability and enhancement talent, could stand up to powerful bosses head-on, excelling in single combat and being his strongest character, akin to the Wild King of the team. While the crazed gunslinger was a pure damage output machine, exceptional at clearing small monsters in short-term bursts of damage, the standard shooter type. As for the Despair Dancer, she had maxed out evasion and top-tier damage resistance, could open up a gamble, soaring high if she won and dying instantly if she lost, a comeback against all odds. Now my lineup is just missing a mage and a support. Liemo recalled the Lustful Sun, the mage monster he encountered before, who unleashed skills infinitely. It felt truly powerful. If only we had a mage. As the puppets fell one by one, the Weeping Willow Demon gradually lost its ability to resist. I have to say, this boss, aside from having thick health and being hard to kill, really had average abilities. And it was completely suppressed by the gunslinger. If it were another melee character, they would have to get close and face it directly. Now, with the gunslinger at a distance, it had no way to retaliate. After shooting at the Weeping Willow Demon for nearly 10 minutes, he finally defeated the boss. Ding, killed Weeping Willow Demon, gained 50 points. Gained materials, Willow Wood times 10. After dealing with the Weeping Willow Demon, Liemo controlled the gunslinger and moved towards the target location according to the mission prompt. Soon, he arrived at an abandoned snowy town. Along the way, he occasionally spotted some NPCs that had previously run away. Liemo had little interest in them, he simply fired a couple of shots at those within the gunslinger's range, and didn't bother to chase those that ran too far. After all, killing these NPCs did not yield any scoring rewards. Quickly, a dozen vehicles appeared, 3 of which were cargo trucks with boxes, and the items noted in the task hint were in 2 of those trucks. Liemo controlled the gunslinger to approach one of the cargo trucks, and the screen displayed an interact button. He clicked it, and in the screen, the crazed gunslinger forcefully grabbed the cargo door. With a sudden pull, the iron door was ripped off with brute strength. Threw aside in the snow. Congratulations player, you have obtained weapon, Beast of Omaha Beach. Congratulations player, you have obtained weapon, Ancient Bronze Sword. Congratulations player, you have obtained item, Precious Ancient Painting. Congratulations player, you have obtained item, Antique Porcelain. A series of system prompts flooded the screen, making Liemo dizzy and momentarily unable to react. At least 20 different items were obtained. Now I can strike it rich. Liemo suddenly felt a wave of comfort, never expecting such a simple task could yield so many rewards. It was a standard welfare mission, and this kind of task he liked. Liemo turned his gaze to the other two trucks. There must be plenty of good things inside. Creak. Then, with a loud bang, the truck door was yanked open. Blinding sunlight burst in, causing the girl to instinctively squint her eyes. What came into her view was a scene she would never forget in her life. It was a girl, with bangs covering one of her eyes, and an exaggerated expression on her face that the girl had never imagined could exist. Behind the black-haired girl, sunlight poured down, as if gilding her with a layer of brilliance. She was glowing. At that moment, the girl wore a face full of joy, as if she had just finished something delightful. The girl stared blankly at this girl climbing into the truck, her mind a blank slate. Before she could react, her body felt light, and she was already being lifted up. The girl could only dumbly stare at the side profile of the black-haired girl. Suddenly, the girl felt everything go dark before a flood of information rushed into her brain like a raging tide. A mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, rang in her mind. Please cheer for the savior with likes and replies, help him save the world. Chapter 62 Forum Administrator. Shanyang City, Villa District. At this moment, Su Qing was sitting on the sofa in the living room, imagining establishing a powerful savior organization, heroically battling extraordinary monsters, and saving the world from disaster. Suddenly, a faint sound came from her bedroom direction. Confused, she muttered to herself, "What's that sound?" She perked up her ears and listened for a long time but heard nothing. Just when she thought it was her imagination, that strange sound came again, as if someone was moving in her bedroom. Did someone come in? Su Qing's heart skipped a beat, instantly becoming tense. She tiptoed to her bedroom door and pressed her ear against it. There really was a rustling sound coming from inside the bedroom. Today, she was the only one home, and she hadn't left all day. No one could sneak into her bedroom without her knowing. What was making noise in there? Could it be an extraordinary creature that broke in? Thinking of this, Su Qing's heart leaped to her throat. It couldn't be that unlucky, encountering extraordinary events every few days. Just as Su Qing was contemplating a plan to escape, the door was suddenly flung open from the inside. This startled Su Qing so much that she fell onto the ground and turned to flee. Only after escaping several meters did her brain finally react. It seemed the one opening the door was not a monster. So she turned back to look. At the doorway stood an 11 or 12-year-old foreign girl. She looked small and thin, with long light golden hair cascading to the ground. Her pale skin, along with the dress she was wearing, made her look like a porcelain doll. And that girl was looking at Su Qing. Su Qing halted her escape, assessing this suddenly appeared girl. She had a breath, looked quite weak, so she should be human. "Ha, hello." Su Qing greeted the girl, but the girl unexpectedly called her name directly. "Su Qing?" The girl spoke with an accent. Su Qing was stunned. How did she know my name? Immediately, she thought of her experiences over the past 2 days. Could it be the apostle of the Savior? Otherwise, how would she know my name and suddenly appear in my bedroom? Su Qing was suddenly filled with excitement. For the past 2 days, she had been thinking of ways to establish a savior organization, but had no way to start. Now, this strange girl might be here to awaken her extraordinary abilities. After all, to save the world, it's impossible without extraordinary powers. From now on, I, Su Qing, won't have to escape any longer. That's right, I am Su Qing, esteemed apostle, welcome to my humble home. May I ask if you are here to convey the Savior's will? Su Qing adjusted her clothes, standing up straight. She couldn't make a fool of herself at this moment. Here is your name. Su Qing looked over and saw the girl holding her student ID. Where is this? The girl asked. Su Qing stroked her chin, her eyes sharpening. It seemed she was not an apostle. She felt as if she understood something. She too had suddenly been teleported back to her bedroom. Who are you, sister? Sneha, the girl said, looking at Su Qing, stating her name. Sneha, did your brain suddenly gain some new information? Seeing the girl nod, Su Qing quickly asked, did a forum appear on your phone? No phone. Su Qing took out her old phone from a drawer, selected one, and handed it to the girl to use. Sure enough, an app called Savior Forum appeared on the phone. At this moment, Su Qing was certain that this girl was also someone chosen like herself. She just didn't know why this girl had been teleported to her bedroom. Could it be that her home had become the secret base of the Savior organization, or was there something special about it? Sneha, your name is a bit of a mouthful, I'll call you Lilia from now on. Without waiting for the girl to respond, Su Qing continued, Lilia, now that we have been chosen to become partners in saving the world, do you know what this means? Su Qing paused and looked at the girl, continuing, this means we need to save the world. It might be a bit hard for you to understand, but in short, we become partners of justice. The girl sat quietly on the bedroom floor, listening to Su Qing go on and on about saving the world, establishing a savior organization, and plans to defeat monsters.
Just do what the voice in your mind says, right?
Hearing the girl's words, Su Qing couldn't help but shake her head. She sensed that she was too young and naive.
Do you really think likes, comments, and such can save the world? At that moment, her phone suddenly vibrated with a notification.
When she picked it up, she found that there had been changes in the Savior Forum.
ID, Girl A. Permission, 2, Administrator.
Current permissions prohibit posting, but allow 5 interactions daily such as replying, liking, and slicing.
Remaining interaction count, 5. Ding. Congratulations!
Your current permission level has been upgraded to level 2, ranking first, and you have gained the identity of Forum Administrator, unlocking special permissions.
Permission 1, invite visitors. Admins may spend 1 million to invite one person as a visitor. Visitors can browse low permission posts and like once per day. Note, invited persons require the Savior's approval. Costs are non-refundable if the approval fails. Permission 2, organize meetings. Spend 1 million to invite forum members or visitors to a meeting. Note, approval from the Savior is required to hold a meeting. Costs are non-refundable if the approval fails. Su Qing looked at her permission level rise and felt overjoyed. Here it comes. Her thoughts were indeed not wrong. The Savior Forum was asking her to establish a savior organization. She quickly looked at the girl and spoke, Lilia, it seems we need to take action. Now you are my deputy, and together we will make the Salvation Organization big and strong. Su Qing was incredibly excited. Not only had she become the administrator, but she also had her first partner. She grabbed Sneha and began to share her grand vision. Sneha quietly sat there, watching her babble on about her plans. Liamo, who had completed the special task of the Mad Gunner, looked at the gunman tinkering with a weapon called the Beast of Omaha Beach. He was now a little excited about what kind of weapon he would receive. First, let me check the forum to see what's going on. There was still an hour until the weapon transformation, so Liamo decided to take this time to look at the forum for any changes. After completing the special task and saving an NPC, he noticed that a new ID called Illegitimate Daughter B had appeared in the forum's member list. Great! Now the efficiency of earning hope coins will double. I also used a permission upgrade voucher. Liamo directly applied the forum permission upgrade voucher he had obtained to Girl A, raising her permissions to level 2. Ding, Girl A has become a forum administrator and can invite ordinary NPCs to become forum visitors, possessing the authority to hold gatherings. After checking the official announcement post, Liamo finally understood what visitors and gatherings were. In simple terms, visitors were just a way to generate hope coins. The more visitors there were, the more likes would come, and thus more hope coins would grow. Quick, let's get some visitors to generate likes and coins. Liamo really wanted to buy a few new outfits. Every day, looking at the amazing outfits refreshing in the clothing shop made him itch with desire, but alas, he had no coins. As for gatherings, Liamo felt they were similar to guilds in other online games. As for their specific functions, for now, he had no idea and could only wait for them to reveal themselves later. Chapter 63, The Gathering begins. An hour quickly passed, and evening arrived. Liamo took some time to eat dinner. He would continue to fight tonight. The Mad Gunner had completed the weapon modification. Weapon, the Beast of Omaha Beach. Rank, A. Characteristics, damages 1.2 times the user's strength attribute, requires 5 seconds to deploy, cannot move after deployment, gains 10% damage reduction, no reloading needed. Active skill, Beast Roar, terrifies nearby targets, putting them into a state of fear. The effect is influenced by both sides' mental attributes. Description, this MG42 machine gun killed 3,000 people in one day, and after careful modification by the Mad Gunner, it has become a terrifying killing machine. Looking at the attributes of the Beast of Omaha Beach, unlike the fixed damage of regular firearms, its damage is calculated as 1.2 times the user's strength attribute, making it an excellent weapon, much stronger than ordinary melee weapons. The only issue is that it requires time to deploy and cannot move, typical of turret weapons. The active skill sphere effect is also good. It can make approaching enemies flee, serving as a life-saving skill that can be used without deployment. As long as the damage is high, the rest doesn't matter. Usually, I'll just use a small pistol. Overall, Liamo was quite satisfied with the weapon's attributes. If he had had the Mad Gunner and this weapon earlier, he wouldn't have had to suffer so much. First, let's boost the gunner's mental stats. After equipping the machine gun onto the Mad Gunner, Liamo began to grind the gunner's mental attributes with daily tasks. Outside the window, as the sun slowly set, the sky darkened. Occasionally, music from square dancing could be heard, but it didn't affect Liamo at all. He was now fully immersed in the game. Until a notification popped up in the game, interrupting him. Girl A applied to change ID, National Server Number 9 to Visitor Status. What is the National Server Number 9? Liamo looked at the system prompt and felt a bit strange. This generated ID is so crazy, it directly becomes the national server.
Liamo clicked agree. Although the ID was a bit odd, the system had generated these NPC tourists to help him earn hope currency, so he had no reason to disagree. As soon as Liamo clicked agree, another prompt appeared shortly after. Girl A applies to hold a gathering, participants Girl A, illegitimate daughter B, national server number 9, do you agree? After reading the introduction, Liamo still didn't understand what this gathering did, and now he could try out this new feature, so he clicked agree. The game interface immediately switched to a scene. This scene was a spacious hall. The hall appeared quite dim, with only a few weak light sources, looking like a villain's lair planning evil schemes. Liamo's attention was focused on a golden chair glowing with golden light in the center of the hall, on which sat a pixel-style shadow figure entirely in black, with an ID above its head, Cash Withdrawal Princess. Is this my game avatar? Why does it look like the man in black from Detective Conan? Liamo couldn't help but complain at his strange game appearance. Surrounding the throne were three figures, a bloodstained nurse, a desperate dancer, and a mad gunman. Their states were all different now. The nurse stood there motionless, the only problem was that she had her back to the throne, facing the wall at a diagonal position, looking like she was deep in thought facing the wall. The dancer was in a corner of the room, repeatedly performing dance moves. As for the mad gunman, he was the strangest, standing not far from the throne, leaning back at a 90-degree angle, staring at the ceiling as if he were spacey. While Liamo was checking out his capable assistants in the hall. Two beams of white light flashed in the center of the hall, and then two NPCs appeared wearing black cloaks and masks. Above their heads were the IDs Girl and illegitimate daughter B. After the two appeared, illegitimate daughter B rushed to the side of the mad gunman, seemingly saying something. While Girl A looked around and then bowed to the black figure in the center, a title appeared above her head, Savior. A long string of nonsensical dialogue ensued. After a while, another beam of white light appeared in the center of the hall. A male NPC with the ID National Server number 9 appeared in the hall. He looked startled, turning to check on the various characters in the hall. Liamo checked on this newly appeared NPC and confirmed he had not seen him in previous tasks. He should have been newly generated by the system. There aren't even any interactive buttons, what am I supposed to do next? Liamo was a bit puzzled, still not understanding the purpose of this gathering feature. At this moment, the NPCs in the hall started to take action. I say, Shoya, is this Yi Chang you mentioned reliable? Our members can't be chosen randomly. Shoya, is that guy Yi Chang reliable? Our team only accepts elites. Su Qing frowned. Sneha nodded, looking at Su Qing, and replied, very strong, I heard those extraordinary people talk about him in the car. Su Qing looked at her, pondering for a moment, alright, I'll trust you this time. Anyway, if it doesn't work out, the loss won't be too great. After becoming an administrator, Su Qing gained the power to invite others to become tourists. In her view, this was clearly a selection of her team members. Forming a savior organization in the future could not be done without a forum. At first, she thought about choosing people from the Special Affairs Bureau in Xiangyang City, like Jian Ning, who was very good. But Sneha suddenly mentioned a man named Yi Chang, who was an extraordinarily powerful person. Su Qing, although somewhat skeptical, still opened the option to invite visitors. Do you want to invite Yi Chang to become a visitor in the Savior Forum? This invitation costs 1 million yuan? Su Qing entered Yi Chang's name as prompted, filtering for male, extraordinary, and other options. Soon the page only showed one tier 3 extraordinary person Yi Chang. It must be him. Su Qing directly chose to invite, and with the alert of her decreasing balance on her phone, she knew the invitation had been sent. Now all she had to do was wait for the Savior's approval. It must get approved. Su Qing couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, like a student waiting for a teacher to check homework. If it doesn't get approved, wouldn't that be money wasted? Visitor invitation review has been approved. Before long, the system notified her that the review was approved, and Yi Chang had successfully been invited to become a visitor. Su Qing looked at the forum where a new ID National Server number 9 appeared, classified as a visitor member, knowing she had made the right choice this time. National Server number 9 clearly meant he was the 9th strongest extraordinary person in the country, which meant his strength must be impressive, increasing the chance of her plan's success. Su Qing draped a black cloth over Senya and took out a mask to put on her face. While writing a B on the mask with a permanent marker, she said, these props are finally coming in handy, Senya, don't embarrass me later. Everything was ready. Su Qing pulled Senya and waited for the gathering to pass the approval. Gathering review has been approved, gathering will begin soon. Su Qing felt a flash in front of her eyes and found herself in another place. Chapter 64 Yi Chang. In the snow-covered plains, a tent stood alone. Inside the tent, a young man, around 27 or 28 years old, lay in a sleeping bag with his hands behind his head, lost in thought. Yi Chang had already stayed in the snow for over a month, having killed multiple extraordinary criminal gangs. In recent months, many extraordinary individuals had smuggled into neighboring countries from their homeland, acting recklessly. At this moment, Yi Chang was in a northern country, assisting the local official organization in capturing these extraordinary beings, and he chose to act alone to increase efficiency. Yi Chang, as one of the earliest awakened extraordinary beings, had a smooth journey on the path of the extraordinary. Unlike others who struggled to advance and constantly suffered from intense extraordinary backlash, his abilities opened a relatively easy path for him. Now, he had already become a Tier 3 extraordinary being. According to Yi Chang's knowledge, the strongest extraordinary beings in the world are at most Tier 3, which meant he had entered the top tier of extraordinary beings. With his powerful strength and the influence of his family, he was able to learn many secrets about the extraordinary. The phenomenon of extraordinary awakening appeared along with the invasion of extraordinary beings from Blue Planet. It is now conjectured that some unknown reasons caused certain individuals to awaken and become extraordinary. However, these extraordinary abilities could bring significant side effects to the extraordinary individuals. The so-called promotion is actually the human body, under the continuous influence of extraordinary power, breaking through certain shackles and enhancing its resistance, thus allowing it to accommodate this energy in large amounts, achieving an upgrade of abilities. As for the means of promotion, the known ones involve performing various different actions to invoke the blessings of the gods of the extraordinary world. This action could involve mass killings, some so-called cult rituals, or even just some strange quirks. From what Yi Chang knew, there was a high-ranking extraordinary individual who upgraded through a peculiar eating habit, although his habit was far beyond what one could imagine, making Yi Chang feel nauseous just thinking about it. Now, even the official extraordinary organizations of various countries. It is also through this way that one's extraordinary ability advances. Yi Chang felt an extreme resistance. This power of advancement essentially came from the so-called gods of another world. Would they really grant power without asking for anything in return? Sigh, I have no clue how to advance to level 4. Yi Chang helplessly sighed. He had a premonition that when the extraordinary level reached 4, he would enter another different world. But right now, he had no idea at all. Yi Chang shook his head, deciding not to dwell on these matters. Tomorrow, I need to return to the city. Recently, the extraordinary teams he had eliminated all seemed to be heading towards a man-made deep pit nicknamed Gate of Hell, and their groups were mixed with extraordinary creatures, which gave Yi Chang a vague sense of foreboding. At that moment, an emotionless mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ear without warning. Ding, congratulations! You have obtained the identity of forum visitor. Your ID is National Server 9th. Who? This sudden voice instantly interrupted Yi Chang's thoughts. He reflexively shouted and tensed up his body. He quickly stood up and cautiously looked around. He pulled open the tent and carefully surveyed the area in the swirling snow, but apart from the dead silence of the snowy plains, there was no unusual sound. Having found nothing unusual, Yi Chang could only return to the tent with helplessness. Ding, you have been requested to participate in the forum meeting. Please prepare, it will begin in 1 minute. The reappearing voice made Yi Chang's brow furrow, his heart filled with caution. 1 minute passed quickly. Yi Chang only felt a flash of white light before he realized he was in a strange hall. This hall was about 300 or 400 square meters, with no windows or doors in sight, only a few beams of light from unknown sources that barely illuminated the space. Yi Chang was filled with nervousness as he surveyed the surroundings, and the eerie scene in the hall instantly made his hair stand on end. His gaze was immediately drawn to the black silhouette on the golden throne in the center of the hall. The person was surrounded by a faint black mist, making it impossible to discern age or gender. Yi Chang's heart instantly rose to his throat. He activated his ability to enhance his perception but still could not sense this person's level. There's actually a level 3 extraordinary. Upon seeing another person, Yi Chang was shocked. That was a woman dressed in a blood-soaked nurse uniform, currently facing the wall with her back turned, her terrifying power faintly radiating from her, causing him immense caution. Besides this mysterious shadow, Yi Chang noticed 2 other uniquely shaped extraordinary beings in the hall. One was a dancer wearing a clown mask dancing in the corner, while the other was a girl in a sailor suit, her body leaning back at an extreme angle, her head almost turned backward, directly staring at Yi Chang. Just seeing the girl's gaze made one feel she was very disturbed. Additionally, 2 men in black who exuded no extraordinary power were dressed very peculiarly, wrapped in cloaks and wearing masks. In this place, there was not a single person that made Yi Chang feel normal. Could it be an extraordinary invasion? Yi Chang stood in place, fully on guard, not daring to let down his guard for a moment. The entire hall was enveloped in a bizarre atmosphere. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down Yi Chang's forehead. Until a short, dark-clothed person gently tugged at the corner of their companion's clothing, breaking the crushing silence. Ahem. Su Qing came back to her senses, organizing her words in her mind. The pressure from this scene was truly overwhelming for her. Now, the savior was silent, clearly testing her to see if she had the qualifications to manage the entire Salvation Organization. Fortunately, the previously silent Sneha had discreetly reminded her, otherwise, she really didn't react. National Server 9th, congratulations on being chosen by the savior and becoming a member of the Salvation Society. Su Cheng struggled to make her voice sound calm and steady while secretly thanking herself for preparing the cloak and mask in advance, which at least covered her panic. Upon hearing this, Yi Chang was first taken aback, then he recalled that the voice in his mind had also mentioned the title National Server Ninth. Who are you? Yi Chang did not respond, but directly asked the question in his heart. Su Cheng kept recalling the speech he had rehearsed with Sneha in the bedroom, and repeated a self-suggestion in her mind, I am the partner of justice, I will save the world. She spread her arms and began her performance, we were born to save, to assist the great savior, to save this world on the brink of destruction. Su Cheng lowered her arms and looked at Yi Chang through the mask, we have come here for salvation. National Server Ninth, do you wish to join us? Yi Chang looked at her in confusion and slowly said, So, who are you? So, who are you? Yi Chang's question instantly left Su Cheng standing in place, stunned. After talking so much, he didn't understand anything? We need to save the world now, you've been chosen to join us, the benefits are enormous. Yi Chang scanned the crowd in the hall and asked, joining you? What benefits do I get? Joining now means you could be at the elder level, the future is limitless. Su Cheng's words earned a cold laugh from Yi Chang. This organization looked unreliable, how could he possibly join? If it weren't for those extraordinary people looking powerful, he would have restrained them by now considering his personality. I choose to refuse. Correct, Su Cheng suddenly went speechless. In her opinion, no one could refuse such a grand task as saving the world, just think about it, how magnificent it would be to become a hero of humanity, to be remembered in history. Information, resources, we can share. Sneha said softly from the side. Information? What information do you have? You can become stronger. This made Yi Chang couldn't help but smile, becoming stronger simply meant relying on the so-called divine power, which was exactly what he resisted. The people in front of him seemed even more suspicious. So, do you know how to advance to level 4? Sneha shook her head. Do you know what those so-called gods are? Sneha shook her head again. Yi Chang couldn't help but sneer, so, you are just a group of people who play tricks. I don't know what you are plotting, whether you really consider yourselves heroes or have other intentions, but you better not touch my bottom line. The savior knows. For some reason, Sneha's words stirred a ripple in Yi Chang's heart, and he looked at the black shadow seated. The so-called savior brought me here, do you have anything to explain? Yi Chang's gaze was directly fixed on the black shadow on the throne. Liemo watched the exchanges among the NPCs in the hall with great interest, feeling it was quite amusing. I wonder if having more NPCs in the future will trigger different plotlines, if so, that would be interesting. As Liemo pondered this game, the conversation among the NPCs came to a halt. The so-called savior brought me here, do you have anything to explain? Is the cutscene over? Liemo looked at the screen, where the NPCs had finished their conversation, and interaction options appeared in the corner of the screen. And suddenly, 4 options appeared. Visitor National Server 9th asks you how to level up to level 4, please choose how to respond. Leveling up? Isn't it just feeding some strange food? Liemo recalled how character leveling worked in this game. Unlike typical monster-killing leveling games, this game leaned more towards character development. Feeding food can level up. When Liemo looked at the interaction options, he immediately became interested. The 4 options correspond to 3 characters and his own game avatar. 1. Bloodstained Nurse, honestly tells the leveling method. 2. Mad Gunslinger, pretends to be mysterious. 3. Despair Dancer, makes him pay the price before revealing the leveling method. 4. Withdrawal Princess. Silent. Liemo thought for a while. Based on the NPC's conversation, it was clear that this new NPC had not officially joined yet. And next, he had to choose the correct dialogue strategy to make sure the NPC would obediently like his posts and provide hope coins. I didn't expect this game to have GAL elements, what an ultimate mishmash. Liemo finally understood the basic logic of this event. Essentially, it was similar to a text-based game, where you first collect NPCs through various methods in different tasks, then choose interactions in the event to increase their affection, thereby improving the coin efficiency. According to normal strategy thinking, the correct choice now is to be honest. And the result was just as Liemo imagined. He chose to honestly tell the leveling method. In the game, the bloodstained nurse told the new NPC the leveling method, and the new NPC clearly became interested and started asking more questions. At this point, the options in the interaction also changed, with the dancer's option highlighted. Please choose the action to take. 1. Bloodstained Nurse, diagnose and treat, diagnose or treat event participants. 2. Mad Gunslinger, use force to intimidate event participants, maintain order. 3. Despair Dancer, issue a task to the event participants with a certain item as a reward. 4. Withdrawal Princess, announce the end of the event. Liemo didn't hesitate and chose the dancer's option according to the system's prompt. Please choose the task to issue.
1. Search for treasures, ask them to collect weapons, items, etc. 2. Find task clues, ask them to explore and gather executable tasks. 3. Temporary recruitment, recruit NPCs to join the next task. Note, after specifying an NPC to complete a task, a corresponding reward must be given. If the reward is unreasonable, it may lower the enthusiasm of all NPCs for tasks. Looking at the game's interaction options, Liam O felt he had completely figured out the underlying logic of this game. Now, no one understood the Savior game better than him. After playing for these few days, a main task refreshes every day. In fact, Liam O spent most of his time on repetitive daily tasks, which only serve to improve character attributes and have no other use. And now this event had two main purposes. One was to have NPCs collect items, which felt similar to a previous game called Traveling Frog, where NPCs would bring items after a certain amount of time. The other, collecting tasks, should be the core of this event, allowing him to unlock more tasks. So, Liam O directly chose to collect tasks. And changes appeared in the game. Dancer, complete the task, the Savior will grant you power. National Server Number 9, what task? Dancer, share what you know, provide Savior intelligence. After Liam O issued the task to the new NPC, there were no further interactions. After watching another round of conversations between NPCs in the game, he found no new plot and chose to end the event. At this point, the task list in the game refreshed with new tasks. Inside the tent in the snowfield, Yi Chang suddenly opened his eyes. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. But when he opened his specially made confidential phone, an app named Savior Forum on it made him realize that none of this was a dream. Savior Organization, could it really be true? Yi Chang murmured. He opened the Savior Forum and immediately saw a strange post and a task waiting to be completed. Task, collect special event intelligence. Reward, based on the size of the event, the Savior will provide a corresponding reward. Yi Chang touched his chest and found that one of his extraordinary items was gone. I didn't expect that the body went to that place. When he left earlier, he had given one item to those two people in black as part of a trade, and the other item he also wanted to verify if it was an illusion in that strange hall. Yi Chang couldn't help but sigh. The changes in the world had completely surpassed his imagination. But at least now, he had a bit of hope for reaching level 4. Chapter 66, Next Step Plan. Kill the parasitic zombie, gain 1 point. On the screen, the insane gunslinger fired at full force, unleashing a crazy barrage that instantly killed 3 zombie minions. Liam O didn't waste any time. After the NPC meeting, he completed the daily expedition task, which allowed him to play for an hour. Now that the team had a gunslinger with strong output, their monster farming efficiency skyrocketed. In 1 hour, they solved over a dozen zombies and gathered 10 parasitic fungi. However, the key ingredient to make mushroom soup, the Gemini juice, was still limited, and he had only collected 3. Too bad I didn't encounter an elite monster that drops character fragments today. Liam O shook his head helplessly, ending the day's game tasks. Actually, today's haul wasn't bad at all. He got a damage-dealing character, completed an exclusive mission, and obtained an A-grade piece of equipment. But Liam O still felt uneasy inside. In the past few days, he had been fighting with the boss, nearly losing consciousness every day. Today, after getting a pay raise, it felt strangely easier. It felt like the calm before the storm. He always felt like the game planners were preparing something big. Could it be that I'm so used to being tortured that I feel uncomfortable when things are a bit too easy? Liam O couldn't help but shiver. Seeing that there was nothing much to do in the game, Liam O decided to take a rest. Alright, I haven't posted a new thread today. What should I post? Liam O was momentarily confused, thinking for a while before casually putting together an introduction to the Shadowscaled Serpent's attributes and posted it. It was essentially just copying the game's attribute panel for the Shadowscaled Serpent into the forum, though he had added some backstory to it. In his eyes, the forum was either full of game NPCs or game developers, so today he was too lazy to do anything fancy. He just posted a thread to make some coins. As expected, as soon as the post was made, he received 3 likes, 2 from regular members and 1 from the NPC visitor of the day. The 6 hope coins from the likes alone were enough for him. At this rate, it seemed like he wouldn't have to wait long before he could buy another outfit. Closing the Savior game, Liam O collapsed onto his bed, starting to dream about his future game plans. To continue his journey as a game tester, he knew he had to keep testing all the functions of the game. Take today's gathering as an example. It was clearly a new feature, and based on Liam O's past gaming experience, he judged that this gathering was most likely a key part of the Savior game. After all, the developers had even created a forum specifically for these NPCs. Looking at it this way, the Savior game isn't just hardcore combat, it also includes character development and simulation management elements. Liam O thought carefully about the content of the games he had played and had to admit that each element was a perfect point for in-game spending. Who cares? As long as I can cash out every day, I'll keep playing until I'm bankrupt. In the future, Liam felt he needed to increase his account's value as much as possible. Perhaps, when the game went public, his account could sell for a good price. Now, his 3 characters' attributes, except for mental strength, had all reached the level cap. He would level up the mental attribute in his spare time, and it wouldn't take long before it reached the cap. Next, the top priority is to quickly unlock the Gemini character. The most direct and effective way to increase strength was by expanding the roster of characters. With more roles, even if the task fails, it won't ruin the record. Apart from rolls, another thing is food, which is the key to leveling up the rolls, but now Liam can only make mushroom soup that can be used 3 times, and to continue leveling up, he needs to get other food, which requires doing tasks as much as possible. Unfortunately, the tasks available now are too few, and the triggering mechanism is also unclear. Every day it depends purely on luck for refreshes. Next, he still needs to try the task feature from the community, activating more tasks by having NPCs publish collection quest clues. However, according to the hint, assigning NPCs to do tasks requires giving item rewards, but all of Liam's items are useful, so how could he give them to the NPCs? He can't just go spend points to buy items in the store as rewards, right? Suddenly, Liam realized something. He had another item that could be made with just time and no need for points, which was the only food he could currently make, the mysterious mushroom soup. He would grind a bit more in the Twinned Graveyard instance. Basically, he could gather materials for 3 or 4 batches every day, and each of his rolls could only use 3, the extra food was of no use. Through his earlier interaction with the community NPCs, Liam found that these NPCs seemed particularly eager about enhancing their strength, so using food as rewards might have special effects. No wonder the planner arranged a dungeon to obtain ingredients, it turns out it was waiting here. Having figured this out, Liam also had a plan for the game moving forward. First, he would grind the dungeon for twin character fragments and ingredients, and second, use ingredients as rewards to have NPCs open new tasks and collect various items. Unfortunately, he couldn't activate this community feature himself and could only wait for NPCs to open it randomly. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore, I'll watch a few short videos and go to sleep, maybe there will be tasks waiting for me tomorrow. Liam murmured softly. Liam stopped thinking about the Salvation game, opened a small collection website, and prepared to start his research. In the old streetlights of the village, due to poor contact, the light flickered, like it could go out at any moment. A heavily made-up woman staggered forward, drunkenly walking as she spoke on the phone, her voice tinged with drunken anger. After arguing with the person on the other end of the line, she angrily hung up the phone. At this moment, she had walked to the side of a small alley, which was a shortcut home. Under normal circumstances, she would rather take a longer route than walk through this secluded alley, but today her mood was terrible, and having drunk, she felt inexplicably bold. At this moment, she just wanted to get home quickly, so she plunged into the alley. Using the light from her phone's flashlight, she walked through the dark alley, but as she walked, a strange chill rose from her heart, making her feel uneasy. The cool night breeze brushed against her neck, causing her to shudder and suddenly sobering up somewhat from her drunkenness. Though she was terrified in her heart, she had already walked more than halfway, so it was impossible to turn back, she could only grit her teeth and force herself to keep going. At the same time, she cursed the man on the other end of the phone, blaming him for putting her in this situation. A few minutes later, the woman finally emerged from the alley. Fortunately, nothing happened. She couldn't help but let out a long breath, turned off her phone flashlight, and quickened her pace towards the bright street outside the alley. But just then, a hand from behind covered her mouth before she could react and struggle. A tremendous force pulled her back into the alley. In the night breeze, a metallic, rust-like smell of blood appeared. Chapter 67, New Task, The Gates of Hell. In the morning, sunlight shone into a certain hospital room in Shenyang City. At this moment, Chen Xiao stood in front of 3 hospital beds, looking at Hao Yuan, Xia Yao, and Jin Ning, who were lying there. At that moment, no one knew what to say. Among the 5 official members of the Special Affairs Bureau, 3 were now lying down, and 1 was absent. Captain, what do you think of Chen Xinya's abilities displayed just now? Chen Xiao asked Hao Yuan, who was on the hospital bed. Hao Yuan looked pale, his voice weak. Her ability is indeed very strong, telekinesis that can move objects from a distance, and the power is not low. So should we make her a permanent member? Hao Yuan paused for a moment, then said, let's not rush it, you take her for a while, and we can talk about making her a permanent member later. Chen Xiao nodded and after chatting with the 3 on the hospital bed for a while, walked out of the ward. Standing in the hospital corridor, he sighed deeply and muttered to himself, at least this matter has come to a temporary end, it should quiet down for a while, right? Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Chen Xiao's phone rang, it was the police chief calling. A voice came from the other end of the line, hello, Captain Shen, we've caught a suspect, the situation is special, need you to come over. A suspect? Yes, it might be related to that matter. Okay, I'll come right away. Chen Xiao hung up the phone, feeling utterly exhausted. Just when he thought things would quiet down, another matter came up.
After Hao Yuan got injured, he was made to temporarily act as captain, and various tasks of the Special Affairs Bureau were piling on him. Only at this moment, he truly understood how hard it was to be this damned captain. Chen Xiao turned around and walked towards another hospital room, intending to call Chen Xinya to go to the police station together. In the hospital room at the other end of the corridor, Chen Xinya wore a slight frown, quietly keeping vigil at a bedside. On the bed lay her father, unconscious. A few days ago, her father went through the Qing Mountain Hospital incident. Although he was not in life-threatening danger, he fell into a coma, showing no signs of waking for several days. This made Chen Xinya very uneasy. At this moment, the ward door creaked open. Chen Xinya turned her head at the sound and saw a male doctor in a white coat, around 30 years old, walking in. The doctor approached the bed, gently lifted Chen Xinya's father's eyelid, and took out a small flashlight to carefully shine and observe the pupil's response. Chen Xinya's brows furrowed, worry evident as she asked, "Dr. Zhang, when will my father wake up?" Dr. Jiang put down the flashlight and smiled gently. "Don't worry, Officer Chen is not in serious trouble, waking up is just a matter of time." Upon hearing this, Chen Xinya breathed a sigh of relief, softly saying, "Thank you, Dr. Jiang, you've worked hard these past few days." "This is what we should do," Dr. Jiang nodded and simply explained a few more things. At that moment, the ward door was pushed open again, and Chen Xiao stood at the entrance. He said, "Xiaoya, we have to go." Chen Xinya looked back at her father on the hospital bed and replied, "Okay, uncle." "Xiaoya, I've said you can just call me Chen Ge, calling me uncle makes me sound very old." Chen Xiao chuckled helplessly. Although he and Chen Xinya were distant relatives, she was a generation above him, but he wasn't much older, and being called uncle always felt awkward. Chen Xinya nodded and followed Chen Xiao out of the hospital room. Just as she stepped out of the door, she inexplicably felt a gaze upon her. She instinctively turned around and saw a girl with a cane, wearing a hospital gown, looking extremely weak not far away. The girl had short hair that reached her ears and looked to be in her teens. Noticing Chen Xinya's gaze, the girl seemed a bit flustered and hurriedly looked away. Chen Xinya quickly scanned her mind, confirming that she did not know this girl. This made her feel a bit strange inside, but she ultimately did not pay too much attention and left the hospital with Chen Xiao. Tweet tweet tweet. A clear whistle of birds woke Liam O up. Yesterday, he played on his phone too late, causing him to wake up now and still feel a bit tired and unwilling to move. "I won't go out for exercise today." Liam O casually ordered some takeout. Cancelled the daily exercise. Habitually took out his phone and opened the salvation game. Skillfully spent all the daily redemption chances. After a series of pleasant SMS alerts, 3,000 yuan arrived, instantly brightening his mood. Awesome, awesome, awesome. He couldn't help but repeat the word awesome. Looking again at the salvation game, Liam O discovered that a new task had appeared on the task list. And this task was somewhat different from the previous ones. A-level task, Gate of Hell. Task brief, National Server 9th, after some reconnaissance, found many unusual clues pointing to an artificial deep pit in the North Country. This artificial deep pit is 12,000 meters deep and has been nicknamed Gate of Hell. In the past 2 days, a rare snowstorm struck, causing the nearby town to lose contact. Various signs indicate that something is about to happen. Task objective 1, follow National Server 9th to check the situation of the Gate of Hell. Other objectives will refresh with the progression of the task. Task rewards, basic 300 points, item, B-grade equipment repair scroll, item, tracking dog. Other rewards will refresh with the progression of the task. Note, this task was discovered through exploration by guild members. Task objectives and rewards will be continuously updated with the task progress. The task duration is uncertain. Players are advised to reserve some backup characters to avoid having no available characters when other tasks arise. Previous tasks generally introduced the objectives and rewards in great detail. However, today's task is different. The objectives and rewards will be updated as the task progresses, which aroused a bit of curiosity in Liam O. The note is also a bit strange. The task duration is uncertain and suggests reserving other characters. Could it be that this task will take a long time? Liam O carefully reviewed the task description, pondering for a moment. He somewhat didn't understand why it hinted to reserve other characters. This game can't possibly require him to do another task while doing one, right? Switching between several characters during the game already made it hard for him to manage, and he certainly couldn't be expected to do multiple tasks at once. That would likely drive someone to mental breakdown. The planners couldn't be that unreasonable. Just follow the instructions, and I will know what's going on at that time. Liam O decided to proceed according to the task's instructions and not have all 3 of his characters take on this task. After thinking for a bit, he planned to let the bloodied nurse and the mad gunner participate while keeping the despair dancer as a backup. However, before undertaking this task, he still needed to do one thing: spend an hour to complete today's expedition dungeon. An hour later, Liam O sighed helplessly. Just like yesterday, he earned some points and materials. Once again, he failed to find the elite monster that dropped fragments. This damned dungeon map is just too big.
Liemo spent an entire hour without finishing exploring the dungeon map.
At this rate, it would take him several days to find the remaining elite monsters.
Liemo shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore.
He directly started the new task.
Please select the character to perform this task. Selected characters: Bloodied Nurse, SSS rank, Mad Gunner, A rank. Loading. Chapter 68 Snow Country Train.
Yi Chang looked out the window, gazing at the blizzard outside, the wind and snow ravaged, making it hard for him to see far away. In the early hours, he hurried back to the nearby city from the snowfield and reported recent situations to the local official extraordinary organization. Now, with the occurrence of extraordinary invasions, various countries have established extraordinary organizations, and under the management of several major countries, these extraordinary organizations have nominally achieved unification. The consensus reached between the official organizations of each country is that extraordinary beings can only engage in extraordinary affairs, strictly prohibiting participation in ordinary events. Even if two countries are at war, and one side is on the brink of annihilation, it is strictly forbidden for extraordinary beings from that country to intervene in the war. Although behind the scenes, the actual efficacy of this regulation is questionable. Under the constraints of several major nations, at least on the surface, no country has openly defied them. When Yi Chang arrived at the local extraordinary organization to report the situation, the local officials also told Yi Chang that Deep Pit Town had lost contact in the past 2 days, and they hoped he could check the situation. Yi Chang nodded in agreement without hesitation. His task here was originally to assist in capturing extraordinary individuals who were smuggling, and based on the current situation, those people were heading toward the place known as Hell's Gate, Deep Pit. He had to investigate. However, Yi Chang was surprised to find that the local officials seemed to be well prepared. A train loaded with supplies was already set to depart for Deep Pit Town.
Without resting, Yi Chang was brought onto the train.
According to those officials, the situation is unclear. The sooner we understand it, the better. The train Yi Chang was on had 5 carriages in total, excluding the engine. The last 2 carriages were filled with supplies, while the first 3 were passenger carriages. At this moment, Yi Chang sat in the 3rd carriage, away from the engine. This carriage resembled the old green trains, with an aisle in the middle and seats arranged on both sides. Yi Chang took out his phone and looked at the app called Savior Forum, where the current task was displayed as available for submission. He clicked submit, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to yesterday.
What kind of mysterious organization was it
that could transport him to that enigmatic hall without anyone knowing?
Moreover, it also mentioned a way to promote to level 4.
Thinking of this, Yi Chang couldn't help but feel a hint of expectation deep down, looking forward to the next gathering.
Mr. Yi, what are you thinking? At that moment, a white woman sitting opposite Yi Chang asked.
Her name was Diana, the local extraordinary organization's liaison with Yi Chang, and she also served as a translator. Furthermore, Diana herself was a level 2 extraordinary, and having a level 2 extraordinary serve as a translator showed the local importance placed on Yi Chang. But this was normal. After all, currently, the known number of level 3 extraordinary individuals worldwide was less than 20.
Diana, what are your thoughts on this mission? Yi Chang asked. Diana shrugged nonchalantly and said, indeed, according to the information you provided, quite a few extraordinary individuals have headed to Deep Pit Town. However, with so many extraordinary being deployed this time, we shouldn't have big problems. The problem shouldn't be too big, perhaps. Diana had no idea that it was precisely due to the massive force being deployed locally that made Yi Chang feel uneasily anxious. In this carriage, besides Yi Chang and Diana, there were also 3 level 2 extraordinary and 20 level 1 extraordinary, all specialized in combat. Such a lineup almost pooled the extraordinary power of several major cities, capable of changing the course of a small-scale war. Diana thought that with so many extraordinary individuals heading together, there wouldn't be any problems. But Yi Chang felt something was off. Was it really necessary to deploy such a large-scale force all at once? Based on his understanding of the higher-ups, the current situation was still unclear. A prudent approach would be to let him and a few strong self-protecting extraordinary individuals scout first, not to act recklessly like this. Because once an accident occurred, the consequences would be unimaginable. This could lead to a significant decline in resistance against extraordinary incidents in a broad area, likely causing a vicious cycle. Buzz buzz buzz. Yi Chang's phone suddenly vibrated. He took a look and saw a notification from the Savior Forum, temporarily putting his doubts aside. Task submitted. Rewards will be distributed by the Savior at the next gathering. Could the so-called reward really help him break through to level 4? Yi Chang looked at the phone notification, unable to suppress his anticipation. Yi Chang leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes to rest, and unknowingly, it became noon. Mr. Yi, it's time for lunch. Yi Chang opened his eyes, took the large plate of lunch from the waiter, thanked him, and began to eat. Buzz buzz buzz. And the phone vibrated again. Yi Chang took it out and saw a notification that instantly tightened his heart. Ding, the apostle has descended.
Assist the savior in completing the task to earn more rewards. At the same time, Yi Cheng suddenly heard a commotion around him. He quickly got up to check, only to see two women had unexpectedly appeared at the back of the carriage, one dressed in a nurse's outfit and the other in a sailor suit. It was exactly the two mysterious people he had seen in the lobby yesterday. Yi Cheng never expected that they could not only transport themselves to the lobby but also appear here. What kind of power is this? Seeing the tension rising in the carriage, Yi Cheng hurriedly told Diana, "Quick, tell everyone not to panic. They are my friends and here to help us with the task." Diana hesitated upon hearing this, but still did as he said, translating the message, and the crowd in the carriage calmed down a bit. But what happened next made the tension rise again. The girl in the sailor suit, behind the nurse, suddenly pulled out a machine gun from nowhere, setting it up on the spot, with a crisp click of it being loaded. The entire carriage exploded with noise in an instant. Some people shouted, preparing to attack the two uninvited guests, ready to subdue them. A-level task, Hell's Gate. As the subtitles disappeared, the scene shifted to a train. At this moment, the nurse and the gunner seemed to be between two train compartments. Both of their weapons appeared to be in a hidden state, suggesting that the current scene did not yet belong to a combat state. Liemo controlled the nurse to move with the gunner into the train compartment. The setting resembled the structure of an old green train, with a corridor in the middle and rows of seats on either side. At this time, more than 10 NPCs, both male and female, were sitting inside the compartment. One of them had National Server 9th written on top of his head in blue, the same NPC from yesterday's meeting. The sudden appearance of the two nurses at the end of the compartment surprised these NPCs. They all stood up abruptly, facing them with alertness. Liemo did not care. Since these NPCs were with the 9th, they should not be hostile targets. But the following system prompt dispelled Liemo's thought. Task objective updated, please eliminate the extraordinary beings that have infiltrated the train. Chapter 69, this is a monster hunting game, not a puzzle game. Task objective updated, please eliminate the extraordinary beings that have infiltrated the train. What should I do? Looking at the suddenly refreshed task prompt, Liemo felt a bit lost. He could only first control the crazed gunner to pull out the Omaha Beach Beast and set it up for action. Then he controlled the nurse to wander around in the carriage. There were more than 10 NPCs in this compartment, and when Liemo controlled the nurse to pass by 9th, he even came over to talk. National Server 9th, what are you doing? The people here are all allies, not enemies. However, Liemo saw there were no interactive buttons, so he ignored him and continued to wander around the carriage. After walking several laps, he found no interactive elements at all. Liemo was stunned. Oh no, I'm stuck. Based on his previous gaming experience, he thought he should look for special items or talk to NPCs to find the monsters hidden among the normal NPCs. But what Liemo didn't expect was that after going around in a big circle, he found nothing, not even an interactive item, let alone a conversation option. Could it be in the other compartments? Just as Liemo was about to control the nurse to check other compartments, an NPC sitting nearby suddenly jumped up and charged towards the nurse, while several other NPCs around him prepared to attack under his influence. However, seeing this scene, Liemo sneered contemptuously, smoothly turning the knob and delivering another blow to a pudong hen. In this sudden situation, Liemo encountered these kinds of attacks in every game, and now he wouldn't be as unprepared as before. The NPC that pounced at him not only missed the attack but was instead sent flying by the nurse's syringe. At the same time, 2 health bars appeared above his head. Moreover, a semi-transparent attribute panel popped up. Name, Evil Spirit. Rank, D. Level, 1. Strength, 1. Constitution, 1. Agility, 5. Spirit, 10. Talent 1. Evil Spirit Possession can achieve a symbiotic state with hosts whose mental strength is lower than itself. During the symbiosis, the host's attributes will be enhanced, but the soul will continually suffer from the assimilation of the evil spirit. I was misled. This is a monster hunting game, not a puzzle game. Liemo realized that he didn't need to look for interaction options or solve puzzles, he just needed to hit each NPC once, and when the health bars lit up, everything would be clear. The details of the saving game were intricate, but in reality, it did not emphasize direct interactions and tasks. Most situations involved hard fighting. In Liemo's view, the game's interactions were more about observing those NPCs, and his influence on the plot was primarily about allowing those NPCs to survive or die, thus impacting the storyline. Liemo felt that he had figured out the correct way to play this task. The task introduction stated that the task was to be conducted in an artificial deep pit that was 12,000 meters deep, and now on the train, it was clear that they were on the way to the final task location. In other words, the task hadn't officially started yet, but the deaths of different NPCs would definitely affect the subsequent plot. And now was a crucial branching point in the storyline. On the surface, they were clearing monsters in the carriage, but in reality, it was about ensuring more normal NPCs survived to the task location.
These normal NPCs might trigger some tasks in the later stages, perhaps reducing the task difficulty or increasing the score. Then I need to be more cautious moving forward. Liemo controlled the nurse to unleash her ultimate, using the blood-drawing skill. He watched as the nurse on the screen rushed toward the flying NPC, piercing it with the massive syringe and pinning it in midair. No matter how it struggled, it was futile, both health bars were emptied, and it instantly became a corpse, tossed aside by the nurse. Other NPCs wanting to surround and attack the nurse were stunned by this and stood frozen in place. Ding, killed evil spirit, gained 3 points. Liemo controlled the nurse, ignoring the frozen NPCs, and walked toward a female NPC sitting at the end of the carriage. He prepared to check each carriage in order. After all, there were too many NPCs in the scene, and he was afraid of mixing them up if he didn't follow the order. Putting away the gigantic syringe, the nurse delivered a punch to the seated female NPC. The health bar showed that the punch took her down to barely any health, and she collapsed onto the table, motionless. Only 1 health bar, normal. He then punched the male NPC sitting across from the female NPC. 2 health bars, take this hit. Instantly switching to the syringe, he pinned him up into the air. Ding, killed evil spirit, gained 3 points. The bloodless corpse fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone present in the carriage gasped in shock. This suddenly appeared nurse was incredibly fast. Even though most of the people in this carriage were extraordinary beings, they were still stunned by her speed. Especially seeing that she had instantly killed 2 extraordinary beings, both of whom were top-notch experts in the area, the fact that they were killed in the blink of an eye left everyone terrified. What was even more frightening was that the nurse was completely unpredictable. Some people were let go after being punched, while others were killed directly. Everyone in the carriage felt insecure. Diana looked at Yi Chang. Mr. Yi, aren't these people your helpers? What is going on now? At this moment, Yi Chang was already confused. He also wanted to know what was happening. Then, another screen came. He felt he could not let the nurse continue killing like this. In just this short half-minute, she had already killed 3 extraordinary beings. Just as Yi Chang was about to stand up and stop the massacre by the nurse, the 5 extraordinary beings at the back of the compartment had already moved. One of them charged towards the girl in a sailor suit, who was holding a machine gun at the tail end, while the other 4 rushed towards the nurse. Day. The gunfire connected in a row, a series of dazzling fire tongues crossing the aisle of the carriage, the airflow stirring Yi Chang's face. The shooter continued for less than 3 seconds before stopping. Yet the scene left behind filled everyone with fear. As extraordinary beings, they were not afraid of firearms. Even a heavy machine gun could only cause them slight injuries at most. Therefore, compared to the girl in the sailor suit at the back, they were more afraid of the nurse, who could easily kill extraordinary beings in front of them. But now, the corpses all over the aisle changed their minds completely. That machine gun was actually an extraordinary item and could easily tear extraordinary beings into pieces. Now, they seemed to have returned to being ordinary people and rediscovered their fear of firearms. Yi Chang looked at the eyes around him, stood up, and asked, Miss Shooter, what is happening? Yi Chang quietly activated his ability. In the current situation, he had to intervene. But he didn't expect that among the extraordinary beings he met yesterday, it was the shooter who looked the most abnormal that answered his question. If you want to live, stay put. For some reason, Yi Chang instinctively felt he should listen to her. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chang chose to gamble. From the moment he boarded this train, he felt that everything here was strange. So he sat back down in his seat. You need to stop them. Diana, sitting opposite, was restless, looking at Yi Chang with a worried face. Listen to her, stay in your seat. Yi Chang replied and then took out his phone to browse the posts in the Salvation Forum. Title, The Underworld Monster of the Modified Key Position, Shadow Scale Snake. Yi Chang had never seen anyone introduce an extraordinary creature in such detail. Even official materials could hardly reach this level of detail. The information about various monsters officially recorded mostly came from multiple events, filled with a lot of speculation and estimates. However, at this moment, a post introduced the situation of a third-tier creature very clearly. This made Yi Chang realize that this so-called Salvation Organization was indeed not simple. And now, the nurse's slaughter was still ongoing and was gradually approaching Yi Chang's position. Chapter 70, Hearst Pursuit. This might be a test. Yi Chang looked at the approaching fists. Perhaps the nurse had some purpose, but he could not just let someone hit him. Then let me test your strength. He activated his power and raised his hand to meet the attacking fist. As if sensing Yi Chang's resistance, the nurse seemed to increase her strength a little. With a loud bang, Yi Chang only felt an immense force transmit through his hand. He exerted all his strength to resist. With crackling sounds, the seat under him cracked apart. Terrifying. This guy is really only at level 3? Yi Chang considered himself to be among the best of the third-tier extraordinary beings, but faced with the nurse in front of him, he felt fear. That immense strength was definitely not something a third tier could achieve.
At this moment, Yi Chang also realized that all the people in this compartment together were no match for the nurse and shooter in front of him. He could not help but think to himself, that person might really be the savior. Yi Chang gazed meaningfully at the nurse. But the nurse didn't look at him, turning instead to Diana, who was across from Yi Chang. At this moment, Diana was already dripping with sweat, looking at the nurse with immense fear. The nurse punched Diana, and immediately after, as she tried to escape, the nurse pulled out a giant syringe, knocking her to the ground. Lying on the ground, Diana screamed painfully as the needle got closer, and she was about to get injected. Yi Chang struggled to suppress his urge to stop it. Suddenly, a few people among the remaining ones in the carriage jumped out and rushed toward the gunman. At the same time, the door at the front of the carriage was opened, and a few extraordinary beings rushed out, along with a massive amount of tentacles. Diana, lying on the ground, suddenly let out a terrifying scream, causing Yi Chang to instinctively cover his ears and freeze in place. Even the nurse, who was preparing to attack, was affected. Tentacles appeared from the door at the front of the carriage, directly wrapping around the controlled nurse and dragging her into the front carriage. All of this happened so quickly that the others in the carriage couldn't react in time. Liemo watched the screen, where a dizzying scene unfolded, making the nurse look as if she were traveling through a flesh and blood tunnel. Is this CG? Is the boss fight about to happen? Lemo's eyes brightened immediately. After a few seconds of the travel animation, the camera following the nurse burst out of the flesh tunnel, soaring into the air. Surrounding the scene was a thick white cloud, with lots of special effects floating in the air. At this time, the nurse was tumbling in mid-air, holding the giant syringe, as she fell toward the ground. This scene was somewhat similar to when she was taken into the air by the shadow scale serpent. Having encountered this situation for the second time, Liemo was much calmer this time. Timing it just right, he controlled the nurse to perform a double jump, landing steadily on the ground. Now, the scene had moved outside the train. The nurse was standing on a high bridge where the ends were not visible, with heavy snow falling around her. Strangely, the bridge was very narrow, only wide enough for a single railway, unlike a real elevated bridge that could accommodate at least 2 tracks. Under the bridge was a bottomless expanse of white mist. Looking down at the abyss beneath the bridge, Liemo felt that falling down might take him outside the map, and even a double jump wouldn't save him. Woo woo woo. At one end of the bridge, a text effect appeared. Then, a pixel-style locomotive appeared. Overall, it looked a bit like Thomas the Tank Engine, but the front had a massive mouth full of sharp teeth. The wheels of the train extended 8 long spider-like legs. It looked like a giant spider rushing toward the nurse. Name, Evil Spirit Train. Rank, C. Level, 3. Power, 32. Vitality, 40. Agility, 40. Spirit, 25. Talent 1, Spirit Car. Riding this train seems to lead to another world. Talent 2, Car Accident. Targets hit head-on will be knocked back and cannot interrupt the process. Looking at the boss's attributes, Liemo could only describe it as plain, but in the current situation, it felt tricky. This guy is obviously killing in sync with the environment. Looking down at the white abyss under the bridge, Liemo knew without thinking that being knocked down there would likely mean disaster. However, the oncoming locomotive didn't give Liemo much time to think, charging straight at the nurse. Liemo controlled the nurse to turn and escape along the narrow iron bridge. Occasionally performing a double jump, Liemo felt that running and jumping simultaneously made him faster. As a third-tier nurse, her base agility had been raised to 50 by Liemo, plus the 9.1 from talent absorption, totaling an impressive 59.1 agility. Even if the locomotive broke its legs, it couldn't catch up with the nurse. Now the only problem was, while the boss couldn't catch the nurse, Liemo couldn't control the nurse to attack the boss either. Who knew if he might end up putting the nurse in harm's way trying to output damage? It triggered the boss's talent. If that's the case, then it would be a shipwreck in the gutter. So, Liemo had no choice but to control the nurse to escape first, thinking to himself, as long as I get out of the overpass, there will be no problem. However, after running for a few minutes while controlling the nurse, he still did not see the end of the bridge. Is this a looping map? Some boss maps in the game are looping maps, where players can never finish running no matter what. This is to make the map seem large while being able to fix it in one place for the boss battle. In essence, it is to reduce the game's resource costs and prevent bugs in the boss mechanism, which is clearly the case now. This means that continuing to run would not be of any use. Liemo kept thinking about what to do next. Fleeing was useless, and turning back to fight the boss made him afraid of triggering the mechanism and being knocked off the bridge. I can only look at the crazy gunman. Liemo let the nurse continue to escape and switched characters. After testing the AI of this game multiple times, Liemo was somewhat familiar with it. For example, if the character is instructed to escape, the AI will continue to follow Lemo's command and will not turn to fight. It is fairly intelligent, though it occasionally makes stupid mistakes. As he switched characters, the camera returned to the inside of the carriage. At this point, the scene in the carriage had changed completely. The whole carriage was now rusty, covered in blood and flesh. The aisle was filled with broken body parts, clearly the work of the mad gunman.
At this moment, the surviving NPCs were reduced to 4, including the 9th. The female NPC that was supposed to be killed had turned into a monster. Name, crew member. Rank, C. Level, 3. Strength, 25. Constitution, 28. Agility, 40. Spirit, 30. Talent 1, Scream, stun targets within a certain range. The lower the spirit, the stronger the control effect. The crew member charged at an NPC, while the 9th went up to meet it, but his speed was clearly not as fast as that of the monster. Liemo controlled the gunman, ready to support the 9th, when suddenly the carriage door behind him burst open, and a large number of monsters rushed out. The gunman was positioned at the tail end of the 3rd carriage and was the first to be attacked by these monsters. Liemo prepared to control the gunman to change the direction of attack, but at that moment, the crew member activated a skill. Several heads in the carriage appeared with spinning stars on top, falling into a state of dizziness. Chapter 71, Monster Spawning. The female NPC transformed into the crew member monster, still retaining the outline of a woman, but her hands had turned into claw-like weapons. Her original eyes had disappeared, replaced by 2 bloody holes. Even in pixel style, it looked somewhat eerie. As the monster unleashed its scream skill, several NPCs in the carriage and the mad gunman were instantly affected, falling into a dizzy state. Then, they charged towards the gunman, clearly sensing that he was the biggest threat. At this moment, the gunman was facing a pincer attack from both sides. In front was the level 3 boss monster crew member, while behind were a large number of small monsters rushing out from the rear carriage. In the game, the gunman quickly recovered from the dizzy state. If the gunman's spirit power was still only a few points, he would probably be controlled to death. Fortunately, I leveled up the gunman's spirit power earlier, Liemo couldn't help but think. As soon as the gunman broke free from control, Liemo quickly operated and activated the gunman's active skill, Beast Roar. In an instant, a beast-like phantom emerged from the gunman, and that phantom hurled towards the sky. Active skill, Beast Roar, terrify nearby targets, causing them to fall into a state of fear, effect influenced by both sides' spirit attributes. The monsters that had been charging forward suddenly showed question marks above their heads, then stopped in their tracks and began to retreat. Inside the carriage, including the crew member monster and the other 4 NPCs, were all affected, involuntarily moving away from the gunman. For a moment, a vacuum area formed around the gunman. Liemo controlled the gunman to change direction. Launch the attack. With the dual talent of violent suppression and frenzied slaughter, the gunman possessed terrifying killing power. A large number of monsters exploded before her, turning into a ground full of pixel blocks. Ding, killed a level 1 evil spirit, gained 3 points. Ding, killed a level 2 malevolent spirit, gained 20 points. Ding, killed a level 2 evil spirit, gained 15 points. A barrage of kill notifications flooded the screen crazily. Refreshing. On one hand, there was the exhilarating sight of countless monsters being slain, on the other, the frantically scrolling reward information, all made Liemo feel utterly satisfied. For a moment, he even didn't want to kill the boss anymore, continuously slaughtering monsters seemed pretty good too. The crew member in the carriage, upon seeing many passengers being slaughtered by the gunman, fell into complete madness. Ignoring other NPCs, it charged straight at the gunman. In the carriage filled with blood and flesh, Yi Chang endured the discomfort. First, he was stunned by Diana's sharp scream, experiencing ringing in his ears and dizziness, followed by being impacted by the beastly roar of the sailor-outfitted girl at the rear of the carriage. Now he felt completely uneasy. As a level 3 transcendent, he felt this uncomfortable, let alone the other 3 transcendent beings. They all had pale faces and were slightly trembling. But at this moment of life and death, none of them had a way out, they could only endure their discomfort and continue to fight. From the tail of the carriage came a continuous sound of gunfire, like tearing cloth, intertwined with the howls of numerous monsters, sending chills down one's spine. He, giggle giggle. Yi Chang turned to look at the girl, her face flushed and let out strange laughs. He felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, the girl's reaction might make one think that she was the real villain. Just then, Diana let out a roar and charged towards the girl gunman. Stop that monster, cover her. Yi Chang shouted, trying to block Diana. Though the other 3 could not understand what Yi Chang was saying, the urgent situation made them instantly grasp his intent. This journey to the pit originally included 4 level 2 transcendent beings, including Diana. Now, the 3 surviving transcendent beings were the remaining level 2 ones. Even though they were all level 2 transcendent beings, they were thrown into chaos by the sudden series of changes. Among the remaining 3, one was a typical northern white strongman, with a bulky and tall figure, but contrary to his appearance, he had awakened a very rare healing ability, able to heal wounds of any living being he touched, undoubtedly a powerful supportive skill. The other was a white girl, looking not even 20, but her body was covered with solid muscles, a standard Barbie of strength. She wore a pair of specially made boxing gloves and had awakened a defensive ability.
Seeing Yi Chang rush toward the monstrous Diana, she followed without hesitation, ready to assist Yi Chang. The third transcendent was a middle-aged man with sunken cheeks, dark skin, and a head wrapped in a scarf. At this moment, he held two sharp curved blades in a reverse grip, moving nimbly around, having awakened an agility talent, making him extremely fast and hard to catch.
The three of them followed Yi Chang to confront Diana.
In their view, they must now hold her back, giving the gunman a chance to clear the other monsters, otherwise, if the monsters from behind rushed in and attacked them alongside Diana, they would be doomed. Yi Chang looked at Diana in front of him, alarms ringing in his heart. What was once a delicate face, with a pair of eyes as bright as sapphires, now became a pair of bloody holes, with blood tears flowing from the pits. Her fingernails had grown more than 30 centimeters. What was once a beautiful woman with curves had turned into a terrifying monster.
Yi. Mister, join us.
The voice coming from her throat echoed like a malevolent ghost. The listener's heart trembled. This monster still retained its mind. Yi Chang pulled out a brush from his pocket and wrote a golden character 4 settle in the air, which then flew toward Diana. Seeing this, Diana pushed off her feet and jumped to the side, but the character had tracking ability, turned sharply, and turned into a golden chain, binding her whole body. Seeing this situation, the Iron Loli charged forward, punching Diana in the chin and sending her flying into the air. The middle-aged man with dual curved blades also seized the opportunity, pushing off with his feet to leap into the air, twisting his body like a top, wildly hacking at Diana's body with his twin blades. He sliced through her clothes, creating numerous slashes. The Loli and the man attacked Diana from either side, treating her like a soccer ball, hitting her back and forth. It seemed like their side had the upper hand, but Yi Chang grew increasingly uneasy. In reality, the two had not caused much harm to Diana, the current advantage was merely due to his use of extraordinary items. From their brief confrontation earlier, Yi Chang had already realized he was no match for Diana.
There was a huge chasm between the third level and the second level.
He could not defeat Diana, and even with the help of the other 3 second-level extraordinary beings, it would still not be enough.
A drop of cold sweat slid down Yi Chang's forehead.
Now he could only hope that the girl gunner behind him could quickly kill the monster behind and come to their aid. Although she was not a third-level extraordinary being, at least that machine gun extraordinary item had strong power.
Damn, I wish that Nurse Warrior were here.
Just now, the nurse was dragged into the front carriage by a mass of tentacles, and now he had no idea what was happening. While Yi Chang was filled with worry, things took a turn for the worse. The windows of the carriage suddenly opened wide, and a cold wind rushed in through the windows.
It sent a chill down everyone's spines.
Immediately, countless hideous monsters appeared outside the windows, preparing to crawl in. The rear of the carriage was blocked by the gunner, yet these monsters were crawling around the outside of the carriage.
Worse still, Diana broke free from her bindings and caught the Iron Loli, wounding her.
The Loli quickly covered her chest wound and stepped back, while the white muscular man hurriedly moved forward, grabbing her shoulder to treat her. Sensing that something was wrong, the 3 quickly retreated beside Yi Chang. 3 pairs of eyes eagerly looked at Yi Chang, as if urging him to come up with a solution. But at this moment, Yi Chang had no solutions, there were too many monsters. Yi Chang glanced back at the girl still firing, but his heart sank. Inside the carriage, the gunshots continued, and the crazed girl's laughter drowned out the howls of the monsters.
It made the entire carriage feel even more eerie and desperate.
A few extraordinary beings huddled together, repelled by the monsters, continually retreating toward the gunner's position.
Everything was over.
At that moment, the gunfire behind them stopped.
Chapter 72, No More Monsters. Why aren't the monsters spawning anymore? Liam-O, controlling the gunner, was crazily racking up wave after wave of small monsters, killing with great enthusiasm, when he noticed the monsters were no longer spawning, and he instantly felt unhappy.
In just a few minutes, he had killed at least 50 monsters. These monsters awarded varying points, some gave a few points, some gave over 10 or 20 points, and after all this, he had accumulated over 400 points.
It was absolutely exhilarating.
But now, the back end of the carriage had completely stopped spawning monsters. Only a few scattered monsters continued to spawn at the windows on both sides of the carriage, but the numbers were not many. Seeing this, Liam-O helplessly sighed and comforted himself, saying, 400 points aren't too few. He knew clearly in his heart that the game designer would not allow him to mindlessly score points like this. Well, let's first deal with the boss in the compartment, at least he can still earn some points.
Liam-O controlled the mad gunner, getting ready to attack the boss.
Although the gunner's level was lower than the conductor in the compartment by 3 levels, he didn't mind much. This was just a D-ranked boss with limited abilities, having only 1 control skill. The main trouble was that it was quite agile, but there weren't many other difficult mechanisms.
As long as it's not a mechanism monster, just show the health bar and kill it, Liam-O thought to himself. For agile-type monsters like this, the paralyzing ring equipped by the gunner was simply too effective. Liam-O watched as the 4 NPCs performed various flashy maneuvers in front of the boss. Each one was jumping left and right, looking busy and overwhelmed, but when he saw that the boss hadn't even lost a fifth of its health, he couldn't help but shake his head and say, "These NPCs are too useless, getting beaten down by a trash boss like this." Among these 4 NPCs, only the 9th-ranked player in the national server was somewhat strong, mainly dealing damage himself. Although he was being pressured by the boss, he occasionally threw out some strange items that could effectively control the boss. If it weren't for him, just the other rookie NPCs would have been done for long ago. After playing the game for a while, Liam O realized a problem: NPCs seemed to struggle against monsters of the same level. He couldn't tell whether it was a game design decision or some hidden mechanism, but it didn't matter. For Liam O, as long as these NPCs could attract some firepower, that was enough. After all, when playing a game, you can't expect to rely on NPCs to defeat the boss. At this moment, taking advantage of the NPCs drawing fire in front, he decided to attack at his own pace. Currently, there were still more than 10 small monsters in the compartment, which posed little threat to the gunner. The real issue was the level 3 conductor boss. From the attribute panel alone, it was clear that the gunner was not the boss's opponent. However, Liam O also knew that in any normal game, as long as it wasn't a scripted death scene, they wouldn't design an unwinnable situation. Watching the battle scene between the NPCs and the boss, Liam O quickly understood how to fight the boss. Although these NPCs were weak and their damage was minor, they contributed significantly by tanking hits and providing crowd control. Clearly, this is the way the designers intended for themselves to win. Liam O's eyes became sharp as he thought he had figured out the game's tricks. The NPCs lacked damage, but Liam O's gunner did not. With 20 points of strength, plus a 1.2x damage bonus from the Beast of Omaha Beach, it was equivalent to 24 points of strength. Although the conductor had 28 points of vitality, the gunner's Berserker suppression talent could greatly weaken the target's defense. Liam O began his operations, first killing a small monster to activate the gunner's frenzy killing talent, increasing attack speed and damage, then unleashing full power on the boss. When the killing talent was about to end, he killed another small monster to refresh the talent's passive. With the talent bonus, he applied immense pressure on the conductor. Moreover, Liam O discovered a hidden feature of the gunner. That is, the gunner had no friendly fire damage. Her attacks would not hit the friendly NPCs at all. At first, the NPCs were afraid of the gunner's attacks and were cautious, but they soon realized there was no friendly damage and began raging. "I feel like my gunner isn't bad even as a support," Liam O couldn't help but murmur. The NPCs, who had initially been beaten down by the boss, were now gaining the upper hand with the gunner's support. This was mainly due to the gunner's Berserker suppression talent, which was indeed a bit overpowered. It not only reduced the target's defense but also lowered its accuracy. This drastically reduced the boss's battle efficiency. As the battle progressed, the boss's health dropped to less than a third, and all the small monsters were cleared. Although this meant the gunner couldn't refresh their killing talent by killing small monsters anymore, it didn't have a huge impact. The defense reduction from Berserker suppression had already stacked up to a maximum of 80%. Even the other secondary NPCs couldn't deal significant damage to it. The current boss is relying entirely on evasion for damage resistance. I'll play with the evasion flow I have left. Bayou. The paralysis ring is still equipped by the gunslinger, and the cooldown is finally over. Liam O directly unleashed it. The crew member was hit by a green light and immediately froze in place, losing its rhythm. As soon as the boss was ready to unleash its attack, Liam O used the paralysis ring, directly rendering the boss deflated. After using the 3 stored skills in the ring, the boss had lost its temper and fell to the ground with just a sliver of health left. Watching in the game as 4 NPCs surrounded the down boss, mercilessly stomping it. Liam O couldn't help but shake his head. These NPCs are too brutal. He controlled the gunslinger to disengage the machine gun setup and walked towards the down boss. He pushed aside the NPCs next to it. He couldn't let them steal the kill. The Beast of Omaha Beach cannot fire when it's not deployed, and at this time, the gunslinger's basic attack turns into a lackluster melee hit. But with the boss having only a sliver of health, it didn't matter anymore. The gunslinger on the screen gripped the machine gun barrel with both hands, swinging it like a baseball bat, and wildly pounded on the down boss. With several hits, the health bar emptied, and the boss burst into pieces on the ground. Ding, killed level 3 extraordinary creature crew member, gained 60 points. Though it's also level 3, Liam O felt the crew member was far weaker than the shadow-scaled serpent. Fighting the serpent had put him under immense pressure. And now this crew member was simply toyed with to death by himself and several NPCs. Liam O couldn't help but shake his head. In this game, talent is way more important than attributes. He thought of the A-rank lust child he had encountered earlier. That monster was only level 1, but its skills seemed limitless, mindlessly casting them non-stop, stronger than many level 2 monsters. One could only say that a higher tier allows one to do as they please, and having abundant and excellent talents allows them to dominate lower tiers. Liam O looked at the mess of the train carriage on the screen and controlled the gunslinger to walk towards the front of the train. He hadn't forgotten that this train is the key boss.
Now, the bloodstained nurse outside the train, though her attributes and strength far surpassed this train boss, he didn't intend to let the nurse engage it directly. He hadn't forgotten the hardcore setting of this savior game. If a character dies, they're truly gone. No matter how low the chance, he wouldn't let his strongest combat power take risks.
Controlling the gunslinger, Liemo constantly kept an eye out for any possible tentacles that could throw the gunslinger off the train like the nurse. But to Liemo's surprise, there were no obstacles all the way. However, when Liemo controlled the gunslinger to the front of the train, everything seemed normal until he encountered an unexpected situation. Through the window of the locomotive, the distant view was an endless expanse of white snow. Chapter 73, Train Horn. Liemo controlled the gunslinger and made his way smoothly to the front of the train. There were no NPCs or monsters in the train's cockpit.
Looking out the window of the train head, the distant scenery was a vast white snowfield.
Liemo felt strange, not knowing what was happening.
Controlling the gunslinger, he smashed various objects in the locomotive with his machine gun. But aside from causing some damage to the scene, nothing changed further. He switched to the nurse character, and she was still in the same scene, fleeing endlessly on the elevated bridge. And the dark version of Thomas the Tank Engine was following closely behind with its eerie sounds.
Liemo opened the attributes panel of the haunted train. Name, Haunted Train.
Talent 1, Spirit Car. Riding this train seems to take you to another world. He seemed to understand something. The bloodstained nurse had already been sent to another world by this boss. The nurse and the ghost train are completely on different maps.
What now? Liemo was in a dilemma.
He initially planned to have the gunman attack the boss from the inside, but now this situation had him stumped.
The two characters he was controlling were on different maps. Who would believe it?
The planner really has a gift, always throwing new tricks my way.
Now, Liemo could not think of a solution.
After playing so many games before, he had never seen a situation like this.
I can only give it a try.
Hiding in this looping map was not a solution. Liemo controlled the bloodied nurse and prepared to face the ghost train head-on. On the screen, the nurse activated her special ability and charged towards the train.
What a weird mechanism. As soon as the nurse collided with the train, she spun into the air. And Liemo could not control her anymore. It's over. Liemo's scalp went numb suddenly.
Fortunately, just as the nurse was about to fly off the elevated bridge, Liemo regained control over her. Using a double jump, she adjusted her body in midair and landed back on the overpass. Now, he dared not face the ghost train head-on again. I told you, weird mechanisms are really annoying.
Calming down, Liemo noticed the ghost train's health bar had decreased by more than 1/10.
He realized that defeating this boss was likely not a guaranteed loss, and that the SSS rank nurse's attributes had already been bumped up to 50 points, plus the bonus from her talents.
If not for the mechanism, there's no way this boss could be the nurse's opponent. I can't rely entirely on luck to beat this boss.
Liemo felt a headache, considering that at this rate, he might need to face the ghost train 8 or 9 times before defeating it. But Liemo did not think his luck would hold out. After so many rounds of battling, the nurse might end up being knocked off the map. If he were controlling the dancer now, he would gamble without hesitation. If she died, she died. But the nurse, being his strongest combat power, he couldn't afford to lose her. With no solution in sight, Liemo's headache worsened. Switching back to the gunman, he controlled her to wander around the train looking for clues.
But inside the train, everything was normal.
Aside from the 4 surviving NPCs, there were just pixelated corpses everywhere. Congratulations player, you have obtained material, gold bars. After turning the whole train upside down, Liemo only found 1 material and no other clues.
Just as Liemo couldn't hold it in any longer and was about to switch back to the nurse to confront the boss head-on, some changes occurred with the NPCs on the train. One strong male NPC ran into the engine, seemingly operating the train. As Liemo controlled the gunman to approach him, further changes appeared. The gunman came to the train's control panel and pressed a button.
Immediately, a horn effect appeared on the game interface, lasting about 3 seconds.
The train sounded its horn, seeming to be approaching its destination.
A line of prompt appeared on the game page, quickly followed by 2 interaction options.
Liemo was overjoyed. It seemed they had finally triggered the plot. 1. Insane gunman, full speed ahead. 2. Insane gunman, brake. 3. Pull the horn. Looking at the options, Liemo immediately chose the second without any hesitation.
By stopping the train, he might be able to affect the boss concerning the nurse.
On the screen, the gunman gave commands to the NPC operating the train, following which the NPC began to operate the train. Liemo quickly switched back to the bloodied nurse, believing that through the gunman's action, the ghost train would surely be affected. But to Liemo's surprise, a prompt appeared on the game interface. Not yet at the destination, the train refuses to stop.
With the prompt disappearing, there was still no change.
Liemo felt completely foolish, so the planner created this interaction just to mess with themselves? Switching back to the gunman, Liemo looked at the interaction options and was momentarily perplexed. It was clear that this interaction was the key to the game. Liemo selected another horn option. The horn effect appeared again, but only lasted about a second. The train sounds its horn, there seems to be an obstacle ahead. The subtitle disappeared, and the game showed no changes again. Feeling that the horn was a bit problematic, Liemo pressed it once more. After several tries, although it didn't seem to affect the game. Liemo also noticed the pattern of the horn, the effects alternated between 3 seconds and 1 second after each interaction and refreshed different subtitles. Decrypting is really troublesome. Liemo pouted, muttering to himself. In the past, whenever he encountered a decryption element, he would watch explanations or search for guides online, but this Salvation game hadn't entered public beta yet, so forget about guides. Liemo chose the first option to speed ahead and tried it out. Starting to accelerate. Aside from the distant scenery outside the window retreating rapidly, there seemed to be no special changes. No. Liemo suddenly realized and hurriedly switched back to the nurse's perspective. He saw that the evil spirit train's woo-woo-woo text effect was appearing faster and faster. The speed skyrocketed, charging towards the nurse. Liemo quickly switched back to the gunman and chose the brake option. The evil spirit train returned to its previous speed. The game returned to the starting point. Liemo's brain raced, and he couldn't help but think that if he still had the brain of a high school senior, he might quickly come up with a solution. He shook his head helplessly. What's the use of this train horn? Suddenly, Liemo slapped his thigh. Can't I just search online? Switching the Salvation game to the background, he began to search for information related to trains. To his surprise, Liemo actually found something. Title: Shocking. The train horn can actually speak. A webpage he clicked on instantly brightened Liemo's eyes, and he finally understood. Chapter 74, I Want to Play the Game. On the train, Yi Cheng never expected that he and the others would actually survive under the attack of various monsters. Moreover, most of the monsters were eliminated by that young female gunman. He. GGG. At this moment, the gunman held the machine gun's barrel with both hands, wildly striking the already dead Diana on the ground. Puzuzu kacha. The sounds of flesh being crushed and bones breaking continuously drilled into the ears of the few survivors. The scene before them was even more hair-raising than the monsters that had just appeared. The strong Loli, already injured in battle, turned even paler and unconsciously took a few steps back, distancing herself from the frenzied gunman. The other few were not doing any better. Mainly, this scene was indeed a bit eerie. Yi Cheng looked at the machine gun in the gunman's hand. This extraordinary item could unleash such terrifying power. Yi Cheng's awakened ability was related to extraordinary items. The stronger the items he had, the stronger his combat power would be. Now he faced the dilemma that although there were plenty of extraordinary items, none matched the amazing power of the gunman's machine gun. So, looking at the gunman's machine gun, Yi Cheng felt a pang of envy. At the same time, he felt that this organization claiming to be the savior indeed had some skill. These people not only had a mysterious teleportation ability but also accurately identified the extraordinary monsters hidden in the crowd as soon as they arrived. Yi Cheng turned to look at the other 3 surviving extraordinary individuals. Mr. Yi, who is this young lady? Asked the dark-skinned man wielding dual knives, speaking a bit clumsily in Chinese. Yi Cheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was someone to communicate with. They come from a very powerful organization. Upon hearing Yi Cheng's answer, the man was somewhat surprised. A powerful organization? In the eyes of most extraordinary individuals, the strongest extraordinary organization at present.